From Xiao Luo's point of view, defending someone in court was like being in a debate competition. Besides, in addition to having the skills prioritized in a debate, quick, reactive thinking and the ability to express oneself with language, one's defense in court also needed to be able to convince the presiding judge as well as the two other judges. To find a way out of the dead end he'd been forced into, Orator Fu had some real skills. One could not help but be impressed. Find an opportunity to provoke him. Xiao Luo instructed Zhang Dashan. When people were angry, it was easier for them to lose themselves and reveal their weaknesses. Faced with Fu Heyu's calculated defense, Zhang Dashan stared at him solemnly, saying, "Didn't you say from the start that we were the ones threatening and intimidating him? Now, what's all this about him getting angry? Are you saying that, when faced our threats and intimidation, Qin Jianbai was in a position to get angry?" "Attorney Fu, you say some really interesting things, huh?" Fu Heyu replied calmly, "Why can't threats and intimidation lead to anger? When a person's ID is dissatisfied and hurt, and pent-up resentment reaches a boiling point, they become angry. Threats and intimidation." He stopped speaking. His expression had suddenly changed because Zhang Dashan was making a degrading gesture at him. He was giving him the middle finger. At first, Fu Heyu did not take it to heart. He chose to ignore the insult and continued speaking. However, Zhang Dashan upped the ante. He did not just raise his left middle finger, but also his right. He even mouthed the words F***CKU at him. Fu Heyu was instantly infuriated, and his face flushed a deep red color. Pointing at Zhang Dashan, he shouted, "Presiding judge, he's humiliating me." Seeing that Zhang Dashan had his middle fingers raised, the presiding judge knitted his eyebrows deeply. "Plaintiff, please cease your vulgar gesture of pointing the middle finger at once." There was an uproar from the audience, who were shocked by Zhang Dashan's behavior. This was the first time any of them had seen the middle finger being given in a courtroom. "Is this guy trying to flip the script?" Zhang Yong gasped. Su Guansong's face grew paler by the moment. He was becoming apprehensive about the future of Luo's workshop. What the hell? This bold guy is awesome. I can't believe that he pointed the middle finger at the opposing defense lawyer in a courtroom. I thought that this would be a boring public hearing. But now, after seeing this, I see it's no ordinary trial. Haha. He's really a model for our generation. Powerful. This incident created a considerable commotion online, and users left many comments praising Zhang Dashan for his exceptional feat. Zhang Dashan raised his eyebrows innocently as he replied, "Presiding judge, let me explain myself. Just a moment ago, I accidentally poked my finger with a splinter on the table and started bleeding. That's why I raised it. I didn't mean to insult anyone." "Then why do you have both of your middle fingers raised?" Fu Heyu roared. To be humiliated in this manner inside a courtroom, and by a nameless nobody, had enraged him entirely. "Well, I felt like raising just one finger was too boring, but raising two was just enough. There's a balance between the left and the right, which makes the viewer more comfortable," Zhang Dashan remarked as if nothing was wrong. At this, Fu Heyu exploded with rage. When it came to who could spout the most nonsense, Zhang Dashan was in the lead, and there was no way he could beat him. Pointing straight at Zhang Dashan, he appealed to the presiding judge directly, "Presiding judge, I strongly suggest we expel this man from the court. Someone like him who blatantly challenges the dignity of the courtroom has no right to be here and speak on anyone's behalf. I object." Zhang Dashan raised his hand in objection. "Presiding judge, Attorney Fu is prejudiced. He's discriminating against me because I don't have a legal license, but everyone is equal before the law. If he can defend the defendant, then why don't I have the right to represent my company in this case? Can't you be reasonable here?" Sustained. "Attorney Fu, don't get so agitated. The plaintiff has already explained in no uncertain terms that he did not mean to disrespect you and has merely injured his finger, so I will hear no more of this. Plaintiff, do not raise your middle finger again, or I will hold you in contempt of court. The presiding judge continued in a fair and strict voice, will the two gentlemen please return immediately to the case at hand? Fu Huiyu was boiling with anger. His train of thought had been derailed, so he needed a moment to collect himself. On the other hand, Zhang Dashan did not need to keep his emotions in check. He just needed to relay whatever Xiao Luo was telling him, so he stood up and announced, Presiding Judge, I have with me here 10 news articles that Qin Jianbai has previously published. Please take a look. Li Ziming handed the well-organized documents to the judge's assistant, who then presented them to the presiding judge. On the 4th of January, Qin Jianbai published a news report about a magnitude 6.9 earthquake in Xuanhuan City, with an epicenter longitude at 115.52, epicenter latitude at 29.51, and a 10-kilometer epicenter. Following this, the information was also spread on the People's Daily News app and the NetEase News app. However, this information actually consisted of data automatically recorded in the Seismologic Network System's backlog. When the news editors checked the data, they discovered it was false and apologized to their users. On the 7th of February, Qin Jianbai published a news article entitled, Peking University's Talented Alumna Returns to Her Hometown to Start an Express Delivery Company. He claimed that Ms. Su, the manager of the Yuantong Express Delivery Company in the Shifeng district, had won a place in Peking University's journalism course in the year 2000 because of her distinguished examination results. After she married, she gave up her professional life in Jingqing, choosing to return to her hometown to start her own business. Now, Ms. Su can not only drive a truck by herself to deliver goods, but she is also a strong woman who can carry around 100 kilograms worth of parcels. The reality is that Ms. Su had obtained an adult education degree and did not gain admission to the university through the intake examination in the year 2000. During the interview, she even highlighted that she took the specialized subject undergraduate entrance exams. Presiding Judge, I won't continue reciting the rest of the 8 articles, but let it be known that they are all fake news published by the defendant Qin Jianbai. As you can see, he is not an honest reporter who seeks out the truth. On the contrary, he goes crazy for the public's attention, and will stop at nothing for it, not even caring about the integrity of the news he writes. Zhang Dashan spoke in a loud, resonant voice, and his counterattack this time was very powerful. The color quickly left Qin Jianbai's face as he sat at the defendant's table. In the audience gallery, Fang Changlei's face changed in the same way. He could not believe that this unassuming small fry could whip up such an enormous wave, speaking with reason and producing evidence in such a convincing way. The presiding judge and the other judges quickly skimmed through the materials that Zhang Dashan had submitted. Then they began to confer with one another. Fu Huiyu saw that the situation was taking a turn for the worse and rushed to interject. Just because a person has done something wrong, it does not mean that everything he does is wrong, and this fact applies here as well. My client has indeed published several false news articles, but can you reject all the news he has ever published as invalid based on these few examples? Obviously, that is not possible. And, going back to the case of Luo's workshop spreads poisoning people, the city hospital has already produced a thorough autopsy report. Here it is in black and white, explaining how the man died from Luo's workshop spread. This is an indisputable fact. It stinks. Poo, poo, poo. Oh, it's so smelly. Zhang Dashan found the air in front of his nose, then spat on the floor a few times before asking Li Ziming in a loud voice, Department Head Li, don't you smell something stinky? I couldn't hold back a fart just now, and I almost shart. As he said this, the audience was in an uproar, and many people watching burst out in uncontrolled laughter. They thought to themselves that this legal representative from Luo's workshop was really too amusing. On the internet, the commenters were getting heated up again. This guy is a living treasure. If not for the public trial live broadcast logo in the top right corner of the screen, I would suspect I was watching the comedy channel. What does shart mean? What does it have to do with farting? He's talking about sh*t, ha ha ha. Regardless of the trial's outcome, Zhang Dashan was already famous. He could no longer escape his fate as an internet celebrity. At the cafe, Gu Qianlin's heart was already in turmoil from the astonishment she was feeling. She knew better than anyone else that, even though Zhang Dashan was the one showing his face in court, the real representative for Luo's workshop was the man in front of her, Xiao Luo. How was this even possible? He was evenly matched with the great lawyer, Fu Heyou. She discovered that Xiao Luo was indeed a man with mysterious unplumbed depths. It was like he was shrouded in a layer of mist that nobody could penetrate. At this moment, Xiao Luo was putting his heart and soul into the public trial. He was entirely focused on the laptop screen in front of him, acting as though Gu Qianlin, who sat opposite him, did not exist. Why you? You. Interrupted by Zhang Dashan's crude comments, Fu Heyou pointed at him, and his entire body trembled with rage. From a young age, he had received a good education, and he never used indecent speech. Even when he was scolding someone, he did not use profanity. He could not tolerate people like Zhang Dashan, who continually used coarse language. I what? Zhang Dashan mimicked Fu Heiyu's stutter. I just had to let out a fart. It shouldn't hinder lawyer Fu's defense, so get on with it. Next to him, Li Ziming burned with shame. She was a lady, after all, and sitting here was way too awkward for her. She could not control her natural embarrassment. Every time she heard Zhang Dashan make a crude remark, her heart beat faster, and her face flushed red. The solemn gavel sounded, dong, dong, dong. The presiding judge warned, "Plaintiff, please respect the rules of the court's discipline. The next time you say anything vulgar, this court will have you thrown out." Presiding judge, I did let out a fart. Never mind. Let's get back to the topic at hand. As regards the defense lawyer's claim that the bread from Luo's workshop poisoned a man to death, I have a couple of doubts. Number 1, why did Lu Huilong, the one who published the autopsy report, suddenly leave his job as a doctor in Jiangqing and ensure his whereabouts remain unknown? Was it a deliberate move to avoid this trial and deny us the chance to confront him face to face? Number 2, the old man who visited our Luo's workshop outpost to buy bread was already in bad condition when he stepped through the door. According to our investigation, he was already suffering from chronic rheumatic heart disease, a type of disease that can lead to sudden death upon stimulation. Is it, therefore, possible that the old man suffered a heart attack leading to sudden death, so his demise has nothing to do with Luo's workshop? Number 3, based on the two doubts I've just pointed out, doesn't everyone feel like there's a huge conspiracy behind this whole incident? The doubts that Zhang Dashan threw out were like 3 huge mountains crashing down. Everyone watching picked up the scent of some kind of earth-shattering conspiracy. Objection. The opposition is trying to throw us off. The topics of today's hearing are the threats and intimidation of Luo's workshop. All of the questions I am asking are all related to this lawsuit. Why are you suddenly so nervous, Lawyer Fu? Are you feeling guilty? Zhang Dashan snapped, cutting him off. What nonsense. I'm not feeling guilty. Right. You're not feeling guilty. You just have a kidney deficiency. You jerk. What did you say to me? Fu Heyou was incensed. Zhang Dashan had been hitting all his soft spots, and he could not hold back his anger. Lawyer Fu, don't lose your temper. Otherwise, you'll just confirm to everyone that you have a kidney deficiency. Right. I also heard that your wife is sleeping around behind your back. Is this also related to your weak kidneys? Zhang Dashan continued in an annoying tone. Although he did not expect his gibberish to be right on the mark, he'd actually found the Achilles heel of Fu Huiyu's psyche. The lawyer's wife really had slept with someone else behind his back, and he had caught them in the act. Just then, Fu Huiyu lost all semblance of reason and went into a frenzy. His face wore a hideous expression, and his eyes stretched fully open. "You bloody bastard! I'll *CK your entire bloodline. You're a goddamn son of a bitch, at #UN%. He was pulling out all the stops, and seeing an educated gentleman ranting and raving left everyone surprised and dumbfounded. It was a sight none could accept. When he saw what was happening on the trial's live broadcast, Ge Zhongtian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He could never have imagined Fu Huiyu outright cursing and swearing in the majestic and hallowed realm of the courtroom. The comment section online was also in unprecedented turmoil. The great lawyer Fu has lost his composure and lashed out. "This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. I swear on my uncle. This is like a live reenactment of Stephen Chow's Justice, My Foot. Right. Lawyer Fu resembles the hermaphrodite, who was exasperated. What a classic." Meanwhile, at the cafe, Gu Qianlin stared wide-eyed with a stunned expression at Xiao Luo. Everyone thought that Zhang Dashan was responsible for all this, but the real culprit was sitting right in front of her. To corner the great lawyer Fu Huiyu like this, and to do it through a mouthpiece, Xiao Luo had some fearsome tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, back at the courtroom, Fu Huiyu was continuing his endless tirade of expletives at Zhang Dashan. "You son of a bitch, I'll *king, #UN%. All kinds of spicy obscenities were pouring out of him in a torrent, casting a black shadow over the sacred dignity of the majestic courtroom. The presiding judge and the other judges' faces grew darker and darker, and their eyebrows knit together tightly. Dong, dong, dong. The presiding judge hammered down hard with his gavel, then he shouted out loudly, "Attorney Fu, please be silent." "Silence. I'll silence you, mother *cur." Fu Huiyu had utterly lost his head. Without thinking, he swore at the presiding judge. As the words left his mouth, his head quickly cleared up, and he realized that he made a grave mistake. As he looked more closely, he saw that the presiding judge's face was frightfully dark. The two judges flanking him stared at him unkindly, as though they wanted to chew him out. Fu Huiyu's blood froze in his veins as he felt like the world was collapsing around him. With a mournful expression, he said dejectedly, "Presiding judge, no, I didn't mean it. Bailiff, chase this depraved man out of here. He is in blatant contempt of court and has insulted the judicial authority." The presiding judge raised a hand to point at Fu Huiyu, shouting coldly, "Yes, sir." Two solemn bailiffs walked in lockstep toward Fu Huiyu. They grabbed him on his left and right and dragged him out of the courtroom with an impassive expression. "No, presiding judge, give me another chance. Please give me another chance, presiding judge." Fu Huiyu began to wail, his face ashen. He knew that he no longer had a future. Having his career ruined by a nobody who did not even have a law license was a tough pill to swallow. The presiding judge did not show Fu Huiyu any mercy. He merely waved the distraught lawyer away in irritation. The two bailiffs did not delay any further, and they dragged Fu Huiyu out of the courtroom like a dead dog. Qin Jianbai was left alone at the defendant's table, and he was utterly panicked, looking anxiously toward the courtroom's exit. He would never have thought that the great lawyer Fu Huiyu, on whom he was relying, would be evicted from the trial. In the audience gallery, Fang Chenglei's face was sullen. The public trial was moving farther and farther away from the result he'd hoped for. He gritted his teeth and balled both his hands up into fists. On the other hand, Su Guansong, Lin Chongdong, and the others were smiling with glee. Zhang Dashan had given them a hugely pleasant surprise. Even though his language was crude and vulgar, he'd managed to provoke a skilled lawyer like Fu Heyou and get him kicked out of the courtroom. It was an incredible feat. Fu Heyou had been chased out of the courtroom. Now the scales of victory were tipping in Luo's workshop's direction. Feng Changlei stood up and shouted, "I strongly object," while pointing at Zhang Dashan. It's reasonable for the frenzied Fu Heyou to be driven out. But as the plaintiff's representative, this man, who spouts nothing but vulgarities, has been an even bigger insult to the sanctity and majesty of the court. Shouldn't he be removed from the room as well? As an observer, you're not supposed to speak or ask questions. President Feng, aren't you aware of this simple rule? Zhang Dashan quickly interjected with his questioning. As the boss of a formidable company like Taste Buds, it would be surprising if you were so ignorant of the law. Feng Changlei felt the flames of rage surge within him, and he glared viciously at Zhang Dashan like he wanted to swallow him alive. Bang, bang, bang. The presiding judge banged the gavel hard a couple of times, then said thoughtfully, "Please sit down, Mr. Observer. And, please, remain silent." Then he turned to Zhang Dashan and said, "Representative of the plaintiff, this is your last warning. Cursing and swearing are prohibited in court." Zhang Dashan bowed slightly. "Yes, Your Honor." Now that he had driven Fu Heyou out, of course, he wouldn't curse anymore. "Do you have anything else to add?" asked the presiding judge. "Yes, I still have a witness to call," he replied. Zhang Dashan turned to the main door of the court and shouted, "I call as a witness the widow of the old gentleman who passed away at Luo's workshop that day." Eh? Su Guansong and the rest were stunned. They thought, how had the old man's wife suddenly shown up? It didn't take long before the courtroom door slowly opened, and a skinny, white-haired old lady walked in with Feng Wuhan supporting her by the arm. As Feng Wuhan had no right to enter the courtroom, she had to walk the rest of the way alone after she opened the door. The old woman was hunched over. She wore a floral blouse with many patches on it. Time had left its traces on her face and hands. Despite having lived a long life, this was her first time walking into a courtroom. Judges were seated far above her, and there were well-dressed observers all around. Everything here seemed so unfamiliar. Like a baby who had just come into contact with the world, she acted rather timid. Her steps faltered as if a gust of wind could make her fall. She was an elderly woman who couldn't have been any more ordinary. Zhang Dashan hurried over and slowly guided her to the witness stand. "What's the name of the witness?" inquired the presiding judge. The old woman wore a blank expression, until Zhang Dashan explained to her, "Graham, the judge is asking for your name." "Your just and incorruptible lordship, my name is Gao Qingfeng," the old woman answered weakly. Her voice was very soft, but with the microphone, everyone in the courtroom could hear her. "Just and incorruptible lordship?" There was a small commotion amid the observers. Addressing the presiding judge as his lordship, was she still living in a feudal society? The presiding judge exchanged a look with his fellow judges and then continued asking the old woman, "Gao Qingfeng, who are you testifying for?" The old woman suddenly lost control of her emotions and shouted in a high voice, "Your just and incorruptible lordship, I want to sue my unfilial son and daughter-in-law. It was they who killed my late husband. They killed my late husband." Her murky eyes turned red. She was suing her son and daughter-in-law. What was happening? Everyone was perplexed. Wasn't the old lady here to testify? Why had she suddenly become another plaintiff? The presiding judge also didn't understand. Zhang Dashan heard Xiao Luo's message, and hurriedly explained, "Your honors, please continue listening. This grievance concerns an incident that could clear Luo's workshop of the charge of selling poisonous bread." He smiled at the old woman and said, "Graham, do continue. His lordship is listening." The old woman nodded, and her aged face was full of sadness and pain. She choked on her sobs as she stated, "My unfilial son, Wang Dicai, and daughter-in-law, Tian Hohot, heartlessly kicked my late husband and me out of our home. My late husband had always had a weak heart, and his illness relapsed after our son insulted him that day. But he said to me, 'My old woman, I'm fine. You are probably hungry. There is a bakery nearby, let me go and buy you your favorite Xuanhuan cake.' I didn't expect that he would leave me behind and then leave this world on his own. It was my son and daughter-in-law who killed him. It was they who killed him." She wiped her tears, and her hoarse voice was extremely infectious with emotion, affecting everyone present sincerely. They could profoundly feel the old woman's sorrow. How much determination did it take to bring one's son and daughter-in-law to court? The backstory was even more heart-wrenching. Even the presiding judge and the other judges furrowed their brows after listening to her tale. "Gao Qingfeng, why did your son and daughter-in-law kick you and your late husband out from your home?" The old woman let out a long sigh, indescribably forlorn. "When I was cooking, I accidentally knocked the rice cooker onto the floor. My daughter-in-law scolded me loudly, and my late husband answered back in my defense. My daughter-in-law then yelled loudly, claiming that my late husband had hit her. After my son came back and heard my daughter-in-law's complaints, he didn't say anything. He simply pushed and dragged my late husband and me out of our home and even told us to die outside." What? How could such an unfilial son exist in the world? The people in the courtroom were filled with righteous anger. Without needing to see them in person, they could already imagine how unfilial the son and how mean his wife must be. The comments from netizens online also all condemned the old woman's son and daughter-in-law. There are all sorts of trashy sons and daughters-in-law in this world. If my son behaves like this in the future, I will slap him across the face. How detestable. I support the old lady's decision to sue her son. Filial piety is the virtue held above all else. Trash like him, who are cruel enough to kick their parents out and tell them to die outside, must be losers in life. The presiding judge and the other judges looked sad and contemplative, and they seemed to be thinking about these hopeless phenomena in today's society. Zhang Dashan shifted the topic back to the case. Luo's workshop was suing Qin Jianbai, after all. "Your Honor, the old lady's testimony should be enough to prove that the old gentleman didn't die from consuming bread sold by Luo's workshop that day. Think about it. The old gentleman went to buy Xuanhuan cake for his wife, so why would he have eaten it by himself without her? So, there is only one possibility. The old gentleman died of a heart attack, and his passing has nothing to do with Luo's workshop." His words were undoubtedly persuasive, and the old woman's story supported his main point. But the autopsy report showed that the old gentleman died after consuming excessive amounts of preservatives, which caused him to die of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular blockages. "How can this be explained?" the presiding judge asked, his brow furrowed. Zhang Dashan laughed, pointed at Fang Chonglei sitting in the audience, and said, "You need to ask Fang Chonglei, President Fang of Taste Buds, for that." Fang Chonglei's expression was alarmingly dark, and the muscle at the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He hadn't expected Fu Huyu to be kicked out of the courtroom, and he certainly hadn't expected to get involved in the case. Comment. He couldn't fathom where this B** starred with a big round face had come from. How had this kid managed to control the direction of public opinion in court to the extent that even Fu Huyu had been forced to leave in the middle of the trial? Zhang Dashan called out Fang Chonglei in the same way a thief in a crowd finds himself pointed out. All eyes were drawn to him. However, this thief was rather intense, psychologically. He did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he was incredibly annoyed, and his eyes glowed with viciousness as he gave Zhang Dashan a death stare. "Your Honor, allow me to call another witness. His testimony will suffice to prove that all these incidents have to do with Fang Chonglei," Zhang Dashan said calmly. The presiding judge nodded. Yes, you may. Boom. The courtroom door was pushed open forcefully. Dressed in plain clothes, Zhang Donghai walked in uneasily, looking slightly panicked. After helping Gao Qingfeng off the witness stand, he walked over. The moment he saw Zhang Donghai, a cloud of gloominess flitted across Fang Changlei's eyes, and his eyelids twitched a couple of times. He hadn't expected the trusted subordinate, whom he'd so carefully cultivated, to betray him. "What's your name, witness?" the presiding judge asked. "Your Honor, my name is Zhang Donghai." "I am from Qian," Zhang Donghai answered honestly. Zhang Dashan passed on Xiao Luo's words and bellowed in an authoritative tone, "Zhang Donghai, tell us everything you know." "Yes," came the reply. Zhang Donghai nodded sheepishly, then looked somewhat timidly at Fang Changlei, who was sitting amid the audience, then said slowly, "On the surface, I am the head of Luo's workshop's factory, but in secret, I work for Fang Changlei of Taste Buds. To defeat Luo's workshop, Fang Changlei once told me that he had conducted secret operations to spread the news of the deadly bread incident, which took place Luo's workshop. He aims to tarnish Luo's workshop's reputation. Other than that, he also spent money bribing workers from Luo's workshop's factory to go on strike, while I added fuel to the fire from the sidelines. A few days ago, he gave me a firm order to create an incident while Luo's workshop was rushing to complete the orders for the Mid-Autumn Festival. He wanted me to force the factory to stop the manufacturing process." As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion arose amid the audience, and the netizens' comments flooded the internet like bamboo shoots after rain. "Oh my goodness! So this is the big boss hidden behind the scenes. Fang Changlei of Taste Buds is the troublemaker behind everything. What a surprising outcome. I'm so F***king surprised. This trial has so many ups and downs. It is more interesting than many TV dramas. In court. Bullsh**T, Your Honor. He is framing me. He is framing me." Fang Changlei could hardly stay calm anymore, and the flesh on his face trembled violently. His face was grotesque and terrifying as he roared while pointing at Zhang Donghai. Bang, bang, bang. The presiding judge banged the gavel and called out, "Silence. Please stay silent." Once the entire courtroom returned to quiet, he looked at Zhang Donghai and said, "Mr. Witness, can you promise the court that you have spoken nothing but the truth here today?" Zhang Donghai nodded forcefully and answered, "Your Honor, I swear that I have spoken no lies. To be safe, I even deliberately recorded my conversation with Fang Changlei." As he said this, he handed over a USB drive. The bailiff passed the USB drive to the judicial assistant, who then gave it to the presiding judge and the rest of the judges. After checking that there was nothing suspicious with the drive, the judge instructed the courtroom workers to play the recording it contained. When the sounds of Zhang Donghai and Fang Changlei's conversation rang out in the large courtroom, everyone looked surprised. Meanwhile, Fang Changlei gritted his teeth, and his hand on his thigh couldn't help but shake slightly. After everyone finished listening to the recording, Zhang Dashan again called another critical witness, Wang Tiechue, who had been discharged from the hospital. Wang Tiechue admitted that a stranger had given him 20,000 and asked him to organize a strike in protest for the workers of Luo's workshop, corroborating Zhang Donghai's testimony. At the same time, Qin Jianbai, who was scared sh**less, also admitted that he'd only written an article tarnishing the reputation of Luo's workshop because Taste Buds had offered him some benefits in exchange. He also explained that Lu Huilong, who had written the autopsy report, had been bribed by Taste Buds and had now left the country. This concrete proof left no room for rebuttal. From the presiding judge to the other judges and members of the public, everyone present had finally realized that everything they'd seen and heard in court was due to a conspiracy set up by Fang Changlei, Taste Bud's boss, to target Luo's workshop. His goal was apparent: to destroy Luo's workshop. Fang Changlei's face was ashen, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead and body. While everyone's gaze was still on him, he sat unmoving in the audience gallery. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but his legs were no longer his to control. It was as if all energy had left his body in an instant. He had lost. Lost completely. The trial had not been a proceeding against Luo's workshop, but against him and taste buds. But how had this happened? He had some trouble coming back to his senses. Had he not taken Xiao Luo of Luo's workshop seriously enough? Or, in his desperation to destroy Luo's workshop, had he just left too much evidence behind? In the plaintiff's seat, Li Ziming stared at Zhang Dashan in a daze. She realized that Zhang Dashan was very charismatic today. Besides the cursing and swearing earlier on, when he talked, somehow, she could sense a trace of Xiao Luo in him. More than once, while Zhang Dashan was speaking so eloquently before the court, she had mistaken him for Xiao Luo. Phew. Back at the cafe, Xiao Luo exhaled deeply. He closed the website that was live-streaming the public trial, then took off his earphones. For him, it had been a relatively hard battle, but the outcome of complete victory had left him incredibly satisfied. He lifted the cup that was on the table, wanting to drink the coffee inside. But he realized that the coffee had turned cold, so he snapped his fingers and asked the waiter to bring him another. Only then did he notice Gu Qianlin sitting opposite him. The woman had not left this whole time and was staring at him intently with a weird look. "Who on earth are you?" As if she were sizing a prisoner up and down, Gu Qianlin's gaze flitted over Xiao Luo's every characteristic. Xiao Luo surprised her almost every time they met. He was outrageously good at fighting. Even Red Scorpion, the mercenary, had died at his hands. And now, he'd won a lawsuit by controlling it from afar. Such a mysterious man made her tremble from the bottom of her heart. She thought, is he even human? Surely, he's more like an alien? My name is Xiao Luo. I come from Xixing. You've probably read my data so many times that the document pages are worn out by now, Officer Gu, Xiao Luo answered her calmly. Is that your real identity? Gu Qianlin asked, persistently. Your abilities are beyond my comprehension. To me, you are a dangerous character. If you are indeed a criminal, Jiangqing probably isn't even enough for you. You are like a bomb hidden in a crowd, ready to explode any time and bring about destructive disaster. You're overthinking things. Xiao Luo chuckled. Am I? Gu Qianlin shot back coldly, I hope so. Xiao Luo didn't answer her. He took a small sip of the hot coffee that the waiter had served, opened an episode of The Big Bang Theory on his computer, and began watching the show. Join the police. How about that? With your abilities, I think you will become criminals' worst nightmare, Gu Qianlin suddenly offered. In her eyes, Xiao Luo was a dangerous beast who was going to cause significant harm to society at any moment. She hoped to leverage the police to bind the beast's teeth and claws or to use them against criminals. Be a cop? Xiao Luo laughed out loud as if he had just heard a hilarious joke. Then, he put down his coffee and said contemplatively, Do you know why I helped Luo's workshop win this lawsuit? Gu Qianlin blinked and asked, Why? Because I am now the boss of Luo's workshop, Xiao Luo answered somberly. While Gu Qianlin was still in shock, he closed his laptop, put it in his bag, rose from the table, and walked out of the cafe. With a cop hanging around, he had lost any interest in drinking coffee. Gu Qianlin stayed in her seat, stunned. For a good while, she was unable to accept that Xiao Luo was the boss of Luo's workshop. However, in the end, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the cops, Xiao Luo running a business was something relieving. She couldn't imagine how difficult it would have been to deal with Xiao Luo if he were a criminal. However, she would not give up her investigation into the 912 incident. Xiao Luo was very suspicious, and anyone who had broken the law must be punished by the law, regardless of their identity. Qin Jianbai was convicted of defamation and sentenced to 1 year in jail and a fine of $20,000. Feng Changlei of Taste Buds was led directly away from the courtroom by the Anti-Monopoly and Competition Restoration Bureau for investigation purposes. There was concrete evidence, and he would be facing astronomical fines. With a single public trial, the reputation of Luo's workshop was restored. Not only did the customers they had previously lost come back, but many new customers surged in as well. Taste Bud's reputation, meanwhile, had fallen to a new low. The company was spat upon and shamed by members of the public. In the blink of an eye, the landscape of Jiangqing's bakery industry changed drastically. After a celebration feast, Xiao Luo and Zhang Dashan returned to the place where they were staying. Feng Wuhan and the other 5 came up and brought along 2 6-packs of beer and some barbecued food. Even after the feast, they had yet to satisfy their cravings completely. They did not intend to return to their hostel at the factory tonight. Instead, they were determined to stay at Xiao Luo's house, even though it only had a living room and a bedroom. Since they could all just about squeeze into the living room, Xiao Luo, naturally, had no objections. However, he would never give up his bedroom. Heck, it is too exhilarating. Old Xiao, next time you must find me for occasions like this. The ones that require someone to show face. Zhang Dashan was still recollecting how he had eloquently represented Luo's workshop in court. The more he thought about it, the more excited and at ease he became, even feeling as if he hadn't had enough lawyering. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him. Didn't you say you were nervous? Nervous, my **s. Zhang Dashan showed Xiao Luo his phone. See here? The number of fans on my Weibo has increased by 500,000 in one go, and the number is still surging. Quotes of things I said in court are even circulating online. Now, I am more or less an internet celebrity. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow and said, "You're acting so smug." Hee. I feel that springtime has come for me at last. Many lady fans are asking for my contact on Weibo, and I can see a different one each day without repeating. Zhang Dashan laughed. Xiao Luo didn't reply to this meaningless point. To be honest, it was a good thing that he'd had Zhang Dashan to help him out at the trial. The latter could infuriate people with his words, whereas Xiao Luo's speeches were more rational, and he could hardly curse. The two combined their strengths for the trial, forging an image for the representative that displayed both of their characteristics. Oh yeah, have you arranged a job for that old woman, Gao Qingfeng? Xiao Luo suddenly asked. Of course I've arranged it. The finance head donated a sum of money to her in the company's name. To prevent her son and daughter-in-law from robbing it from her, we've entrusted the money to a lawyer. It will be sent to her at the start of each month in the form of an allowance, ensuring that her daily needs will be met. Also, I found a lawyer to represent her in court. As for what the outcome will be in this family matter, that I can't say. That's good. Xiao Luo nodded. He would not treat anyone who had helped him unfairly. What about that, Zhang Donghai? You are going to have to ask Brother Feng for that, Zhang Dashan said. Then, he shouted at Feng Wuhan, who was eating barbecue by the door, Brother Feng, come over here for a minute. Old Xiao wants to ask you about Zhang Donghai. Okay. Feng Wuhan put down the skewered meat and ran over like a gust of wind. He wiped away the grease on his mouth and reported to Xiao Luo, as per your instructions, Brother Feng, we took Zhang Donghai and his family to the airport and did not leave until we saw them board the plane. Did you see any suspicious people following you? Xiao Luo asked again. Feng Wuhan shook his head. No, and the little 5 were all secretly overseeing the situation all the time. We didn't discover anyone else suspicious. All right, you may go, replied Xiao Luo. Brother Xiao, come and enjoy the barbecue with us. We bought too much food, entreated Feng Wuhan. Heck, it is very shameful to waste food. Let me help solve this problem. Xianxia rolled up his sleeves and prepared to dig in. With one hand on Feng Wuhan's shoulder, he walked over to the food. They ate, drank, munched on the meat, and bragged to each other. Their rough laughter and shouts rang out in the vast space of the top floor. Xiao Luo inhaled deeply, turned to look the outside, and stood fast against the wind. In this rural part of Jiangqing, the night seemed extremely quiet. This time, other than the fact that Luo's workshop had won a complete victory, the outcome was rather fruitful for him as well. His points in the system had surged by 200,000 points, all because of the trial. He had been an indirect influence, and the system had automatically identified and collected his points. As the hearing had been live-streamed on various significant platforms, many people were affected by it, earning him 200,000 points. He was much closer to the 500,000 points required for obtaining the life extension ability. Furthermore, the system had unlocked a high-level shop. To his surprise, Xiao Luo discovered that the shop sold the various martial arts abilities commonly seen in wuxia television shows, such as Jing 1, the 18 dragons subduing palms, and wave-like subtle steps, and so on. The points required to redeem them were much more than those needed to redeem the constitution of King of Mercenaries. For example, to redeem Jing, he would need to spend a surprisingly high amount of 100,000 points. System, how can this be? Xiao Luo was puzzled. Ding. The constitution of King of Mercenaries changes the exterior conditions of the body, while the Jing is a high-level martial arts ability that increases one's inner power. Once redeemed, the host obtains an extraordinary amount of inner fortitude. Be it power, speed, or endurance. All of these attributes are permanently strengthened. So, both of them are for increasing one's capabilities. But one is internal, while the other is external? Ding. Correct. Why does the constitution of King of Mercenaries require only 1,000 points, while Jing requires 100,000 points? This was what puzzled Xiao Luo the most. Wasn't the difference between 1,000 and 100,000 too big? If one went by the rule that the more expensive something was, the better it was, didn't that mean that Jing was much more powerful than the constitution of King of Mercenaries? Ding. Even 100 people with the constitution of King of Mercenaries would be no match for someone who has obtained the top level of the martial art of Jing. The system's emotionless voice rang out in his mind. Xiao Luo inhaled deeply. He thought the constitution of King of Mercenaries was already powerful enough, and he hadn't expected that something even more powerful even existed. Since the system had the martial arts known as Jing, did that mean that there were a bunch of martial arts practitioners loose somewhere in the world? A wuxia jianghu, too? It seems that the world is quite interesting, after all. After his initial shock wore off, instead of being worried, Xiao Luo was filled with anticipation for this new world he was entering. A world of martial arts practitioners, jianghu, would indeed suffice in bringing out one's passions. 1. A martial arts technique that translates as the classics of tendon changing. 2. A concept in wuxia novels. Essentially, a society where martial arts practitioners live and are governed by their own rules and a strict code of honor. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a time to reunite with family, and both Xiao Luo and Xianxia called their parents back home. They asked if they had received the mooncakes they'd sent and chatted a little about everyday life. Still, like every other phone call home before, the conversation ended when the boys were asked whether they had romantic partners. Luo's workshop didn't get the day off, and most stores were still open because many people came to buy mooncakes and other pastries on the day of the festival. Xiao Luo had nothing to do, so he went over to check on the stores with Li Ziming. Most retail employees didn't recognize Xiao Luo but knew Li Ziming from the marketing department because she was the boss of all the individual store owners. When they learned that Xiao Luo was the owner of the company, many employees were shocked to find out their big boss was this young, stereotypically powerful CEO. Luo workshop sales have returned to normal, and the quantity of individual transactions has increased more than 2 times beyond the peak of our sales in the past. Li Ziming reported the sales figures to Xiao Luo in the car with a smile on her face. It could certainly be said that Luo's workshop was back on its feet. Within 2 days, it had become one of the top suppliers for bread and pastries in Jiangqing. Their catering orders had been increasing alongside their bakery sales. Growing at this rapid speed, they were almost unstoppable. After finishing her report, Li Ziming carefully studied Xiao Luo in the front seat mirror to see his reaction, only to find that Xiao Luo didn't have any trace of surprise visible on his face. He sat quietly in the back seat with his cheek resting on his right fist, looking lazy and apathetically beyond the window where the crowd of pedestrians and traffic flowed by. Li Ziming pressed her lips together in slight disappointment. She thought that Xiao Luo would be happy about the news, and at least reward her with a genuine smile. It was silent inside the car for a while until she hesitantly asked, "President Xiao, I have a question. But I'm not sure whether it's appropriate to ask right now." "What is it?" Xiao Luo responded. Li Ziming questioned timidly, "Where did you go during the day of the court hearing?" Xiao Luo thought about it for a moment and answered, "I had to take care of some business." Then he asked, "What of it?" Li Ziming shook her head and said, "Nothing. I just thought that the way Vice President Zhang spoke that day was very similar to your style of speaking." Xiao Luo frowned and stared at her in shock. Women sure had sharp instincts. She'd even managed to catch on to this. Li Ziming felt a bit uneasy from his staring and chuckled awkwardly. "It's not that similar. I think I was just oversensitive." "You're right. You're oversensitive," Xiao Luo said sternly. Li Ziming saw Xiao Luo laugh in the mirror. Yet, something about his smile was unnatural. Perhaps this was simply awkwardness. Then, she thought, why did I have to start up such an annoying conversation? Vice President Zhang is Vice President Zhang, and President Xiao is President Xiao, so how could I possibly have mixed them up? Not too long after, they arrived at another store. This location was perfect, surrounded by small residential areas in all directions, with a steady flow of customers. This was the store where the old man died from a sudden heart attack. The owner's name is Sun Jianan. He's an honest, hard-working man who treats his job very professionally. Look, President Xiao, when his employees are all tied up, he even comes out personally to greet customers, Li Ziming said. Xiao Luo followed her gaze and saw Sun Jianan greeting customers in his store. "Should we go in and take a look?" Li Ziming asked. "We probably should." Xiao Luo took in a deep breath before exhaling, opening the door, and stepping out of the car. Li Ziming quickly followed him. Her height was already close to 5 feet 6 inches, and her tall figure looked even taller when she was wearing heels. Her hair was tied up neatly in a ponytail behind her head. The skin of her delicate face was egg white and smooth. She wore a white sweater with a fashionable long plush jacket, complete with black stockings. With her legs exposed, she exuded a sense of temptation that earned her a few looks from men as soon as she walked by. In contrast to her, Xiao Luo's outfit was much more straightforward. He wore a black sweater with casual black pants. His sleeves were rolled up, exposing his arms. His informal style created a unique sense of aloofness. He was cleanly handsome, but cold. Usually, anyone who stood beside Li Ziming would be intimidated by her overwhelming presence, but that was not the case for Xiao Luo. His natural confidence allowed him to retain an aura of authority and a powerful ego. He was like a king standing above everyone else, and Li Ziming was the loyal retainer who stood beside him. The store was busy with customers, so Xiao Luo purposely didn't bother the busy Sun Jianan. Sun Jianan's face was plastered with a smile. The store's business had improved, and the traces of exhaustion and helplessness Xiao Luo had noticed about him the first time they met had utterly disappeared. "President Xiao." Sun Jianen's voice trembled in excitement when he finally noticed Xiao Luo standing right in front of him. Xiao Luo smiled and asked, "Mr. Sun, how's business now?" "Good, very good. Ever since that court case was settled, business here has exploded. I haven't seen so many customers come into our store in such a long time." Sun Jianen was very sentimental and thankful. He hadn't thought that Xiao Luo could take the Luo workshop to the next level. Now, he was filled with the desire to tell his niece, Sun Yu, about Xiao Luo's identity so that she could hold on to this perfect man. Xiao Luo nodded and remarked, "That's good. Owner, do you have bread that's good for the elderly to eat? I need something soft. We old folk don't have many teeth left and can't chew hard things." An older woman walked over and asked Sun Jianen. "Of course, we do. It's right over there." "I'll show you," Sun Jianen answered the customer's question enthusiastically. He remembered that Xiao Luo was here, just as he was about to walk away. He turned and gave his boss a problematic smile, saying, "President Xiao, I." Xiao Luo waved him off. "Don't worry about me. Just go and do your job." "Okay," Sun Jianen answered and went over to help the woman. Xiao Luo walked around aimlessly. For a pastry shop and bakery, the environment was the most crucial aspect. A clean, organized store was essential for increasing customer confidence. If the shop were dirty and unorganized, then customers, naturally, would suspect that their products were also unsanitary. Even though he hadn't exposed his identity, many young part-time employees had guessed who he was. Since Li Ziming was also following behind this man as timidly as a tail, who else could it be other than the new big boss? Of course, this theory was also confirmed by one of Sun Jianen's young female workers. "Wow, so he's our big boss? So handsome." The awestruck girl shot a loving glance at Xiao Luo, adding, "So those TV dramas aren't all fake. There are really rich and powerful CEO types in this world. Hurry up and get a photo. This shop will go down if you miss your chance. I feel like the boss and department headly would make a good couple. A fine man and beauty, we don't possibly stand a chance here. Such a handsome and successful boss, I wouldn't mind being their little third wheel." The employees quietly chatted among themselves and attempted to steal a few photos of Xiao Luo while they greeted their customers. Xiao Luo and Li Ziming sat at the guest bench in front of the store entrance and drank their hot tea. After serving the customers, Sun Jianen walked over enthusiastically and asked with a courteous smile, "President Xiao, do you have any constructive advice for our work?" If he maintained a suspicious attitude towards Xiao Luo before, he now trusts Xiao Luo's leadership 100%. If Xiao Luo didn't have the skills, the Luo workshop wouldn't have been able to get back on its feet in such a short time. Even the old president of the Taste Buds, Feng Chonglei, lost to Xiao Luo. The young man's ability made him feel as if Xiao Luo was like a god standing above mankind. "I only have one advice." Xiao Luo smiled and turned his head to look at Li Ziming beside him. "It's also a request for the storefront owner." Li Ziming quickly pulled out some paper and a pen to carefully record Xiao Luo's next words so that she can bring it up to all storefronts. "The owner needs to learn how to manage the store with 5S theory," Xiao Luo said. 5S theory? Sun Jiannan looked at him dumbfounded, and Li Ziming also expressed confusion. Xiao Luo chuckled and said, 5S is organization, regulation, cleaning, sanitization and quality control. Organization means to clearly organize pastries based on their shelf life, and anything that is about to expire must not be placed on the product rack and disposed of as soon as possible. Regulation means to always keep everything in the store neatly, properly labeled with name and stock. You must also be able to make 3 confirmations, naming every item, maintain an inventory, and place the items properly. Cleaning means to clean the store of all dirt and dust, preventing any contamination. As Xiao Luo was giving his lecture to Sun Jiannan and Li Ziming on the 5S theory, 2 other girls entered the store to shop for pastries. They were dressed fashionably with a good figure. One of them had slightly curled hair and looked quite energetic. The other didn't look too well and had a pale face, but her sweet appearance was enough to make many young men swoon. "Mingqi, your surgery wound hasn't healed yet. The doctor said you need to be extra careful." The girl with slight curls reminded the other girl. It was Ma Linger and Zhao Mingqi. Zhao Mingqi shook her head. "Don't worry, I gained some appetite the moment I smelled fresh bread from the oven. Let's go check out inside." Ma Linger pressed her lips down. "Even if you have an appetite you can't eat them, you can only have some light porridge right now. If I can't eat, then I'll just go inside for the smell. I'll be happy to just smell fresh bread." Zhao Mingqi laughed. Alright, I guess I can't help it." Ma Linger made a concession, "But you can only smell it." "Okay." Zhao Mingqi nodded. The two walked inside the store and was immediately greeted by a scene of full unique bread and pastries, soft French bread, small roll cakes, shredded bread, pudding, Swiss rolls, etc. Everything in the store brings up an appetite and even made Ma Linger, who wasn't hungry earlier, swallow her own saliva. "Look at you drool over them. If you want some, then just buy it." Zhao Mingqi gave her a glance. Ma Linger waved her hand and said sternly, "I can't. In order to maintain my body right now, I refuse to eat high-calorie foods like these. I used to eat these all the time, and I didn't gain weight." Zhao Mingqi said. The beam on her face immediately dimmed down after she finished. Even though she ate bread a lot in the past, it was because Xiao Luo bought them for her. She could clearly remember one time where she visited a Luo workshop bakery with Xiao Luo, only to find herself with only a few yuans on hand and could only split a large shredded bread together. That was indeed a wonderful and fun time. However, she destroyed the wonderful past with her own hands. Her nose felt itchy, and her eyes grew a little red at the thought. "Mingqi, what happened?" Ma Linger asked in concern. Zhao Mingqi took in a deep breath and forced a smile on her face. "No, it's nothing. By the way, Linger, where did the $100,000 for my treatment come from?" She vaguely recalled seeing Xiao Luo when she was half asleep on her bed in the hospital, and only now remembered to confirm her suspicion with Ma Linger. "Didn't I already tell you? I got it from my family." Ma Linger's gaze dodged away with a bit of guilt from lying. "Oh." Zhao Mingqi lowered her head in slight disappointment and then said, "I'll pay you back the money I owe eventually. Don't worry about it, my family isn't in need of money." Ma Linger's voice slowly disappeared as she spoke out of lack of confidence. How could she just let $100,000 go without asking someone to pay back, and felt that she will not be able to hide the fire with paper for long anymore? She pondered whether to lay it all out to Zhao Mingqi, but after some thought, she decided to test Zhao Mingqi's thoughts first and quickly changed the subject. "We can figure out the money issue after you recover. As your sister, I really must scold you here. Why did you choose that Hua Haifeng as your boyfriend? Those rich second generations have no skills and only a rich father. Look at him, he hasn't even come over to see you since you were hospitalized, such a scum." "Oh, no, even calling him a scum is too generous, he's just a rock under a pit that's smelly and hard." Zhao Mingqi's face lifted a difficult smile. "Linger, don't mention him. Now that it happened, I won't blame anyone else, besides myself, for being foolish enough to buy into temptation." "Don't say that, very few girls can withhold temptation in front of money. Take myself for example. If a rich boy tries to throw a few $100,000 at me, I might also just walk away with him without hesitation." Ma Linger skillfully turned the topic and changed the subject to Xiao Luo. "Alright, enough of that, let's talk about someone else. Mingqi, who is that Xiao Luo person you were mumbling half asleep while in the hospital?" Zhao Mingqi was shocked and laughed at her difficulty in her mind. "Did I call his name while I was unconscious? He was my ex-boyfriend and my first love. For both of us, it was our first time falling in love with no experiences before. We made a fool of ourselves, suffered, were a mess, and through lots of attitudes before. But now that I recall everything, it was filled with sweetness. She smiled sweetly. Whenever she thinks of Xiao Luo, Zhao Mingqi would feel happy. An old scenery surfaced in her mind. She didn't bring an umbrella and could only stand behind a bus stop to wait for the rain to pass. Her monthly was here and it was so painful she couldn't even walk properly, so Xiao Luo carried her all the way back to her dorm without hesitation. She couldn't remember why, but the two got into a fight under the tree and ended up walking away in anger. Do you still love him? Ma Ling'er asked. Zhao Mingqi's body trembled a bit. All the memories in her mind will forever remain memories. She laughed in mock and shook her head. I don't deserve to love him anymore. Don't say it like that, maybe you two can still get back together. Ma Ling'er grabbed her hands and said eagerly, go find him, maybe he still loves you. No. Zhao Mingqi suddenly yelled out uncontrollably and took a step back. As she saw her friend stood there dumbly, her expression began to grow apologetic. Sorry, she closed her eyes and said painfully, I was the one that left him in the first place. I didn't like that, he was always just a part-timer, I have no more face to go find him again anymore. Zhao Mingqi's words were laced with pain and regret. She had tried sending him a text before, but Xiao Luo didn't respond. He kept his distance, even treating her as if she were an unknown stranger. There was no way for her to return by his side. Ma Ling'er sighed in sympathy but didn't know what else to say. Just then, the door to the guest area opened. Zhao Mingqi and Ma Ling'er were stunned to see Xiao Luo walk out with the store owner, Sun Jiannan, who was escorting him towards the exit. As things came to pass, this confirmed the adage, sometimes encounters are completely unexpected. Xiao Luo? What is he doing here? Ma Ling'er thought to herself, letting out a gasp in surprise. Zhao Mingqi was utterly dumbfounded. Her mouth slightly open, she was rooted where she stood. She stared blankly at Xiao Luo, walking by with both hands behind his back, her mind empty. He came closer as they walked towards the exit, almost within an arm's reach. As he approached, she became more nervous, and she could feel her heart rate rise appreciably, almost to the point her heart would burst out of her chest. Her whole body froze up in anxiety, and she felt a tightness in her chest and a sense of breathlessness. Walking right past Zhao Mingqi, Xiao Luo didn't see her at all as Li Ziming, walking to his left, was blocking his line of sight. He was there to inspect the store and didn't pay much attention to the customers milling around. President Xiao, don't worry. I will definitely study more about the 5S theory and promote it within the store. Sun Jiannan said respectfully. Xiao Luo nodded. He had majored in IE at college and specialized in production management. The guiding principles were to operate at the highest efficiency and at the lowest cost in funding and labor to maximize profitability. The 5S theory was the foundation of his major, but it remained very much theory only within academic circles. Globally, the 5S approach hadn't been fully adopted and implemented by large corporations and manufacturers, and very few managers were of it. As she watched Xiao Luo walk by without even a glance at her direction, Zhao Mingqi was overcome with despair. She felt as if her whole soul being ripped out of her body that very instant. The most familiar stranger, she finally understood what this phrase meant. Xiao. Ma Ling'er attempted to call out to Xiao Luo, but held herself as she suddenly realized that there was a fine-looking woman next to him. She was an outstanding beauty with a well-limbed, slender figure, dressed in chic clothes that looked quite expensive and carried herself with an air of self-confidence. She looked like a woman of high status, perhaps even Xiao Luo's girlfriend. As such, Ma Ling'er didn't call out to Xiao Luo for fear of putting Zhao Mingqi in a very awkward situation. She turned and looked at Zhao Mingqi, who now appeared overcome with gloom. She looked a pitiful sight. Ma Ling'er held her gently to console her and said, "It's okay, don't feel upset. He's only clinging on to the woman beside him for her wealth. It's not worth chasing a man like him that's easily influenced by power. No wonder he was so generous in handing out the $100,000. This character flaw must be the reason why. Ma Linga reasoned to herself, as she let out a deep sigh. In her mind, she screamed, "Xiao Luo, I was wrong about you. How upsetting, I purposely went to the restroom to fix my makeup, and the big boss didn't even lay his eyes on me. You should probably stop having unrealistic expectations and get back to work." Right, you're right. Work hard and try to become a department head so that big boss might give you a look, hee hee. A few part-time girls had gathered at a counter and were discussing aloud as they looked out the storefront. Big boss? Ma Linga was taken aback for a moment. She then walked and waved towards the girls. "Excuse me." "Hello." A girl responded enthusiastically with a smile, switching from gossip mode back to her professional, at-work mode. She was courteous and offered Ma Linga a sweet, genuine smile. Ma Linga was curious about what they had mentioned about their big boss earlier and asked, "Can I know if the big boss you ladies were discussing earlier was that Xiao Luo person that just walked out?" The girls that had gathered there before came up to her as they heard her. Gossip, after all, was a woman's nature. "That's right. He's the big boss of Luo's workshop," one of the part-timers answered. Ma Linga frowned. "Wasn't the boss of Luo's workshop called Feng?" "Yes, it used to be Mr. Feng until a month ago. President Xiao, who is now our big boss, bought up Luo's workshop." "Right, if the big boss didn't buy out Luo's workshop, the whole workshop would have gone bankrupt for certain. Big boss sure is amazing. He managed to bring back Luo's workshop within just 1 month and even took down its main competitor, Taste Buds." The part-time girls were all gooey-eyed and mushy when they talked about Xiao Luo, and their eyes were filled with the most profound admiration for the man. Ma Linga was shocked and stood there staring wide-eyed, in disbelief. Zhao Mingqi reacted in the same way, but after the initial shock, she slumped into a depression, filled with painful regret that gnawed down to her bones. "No way, how did Xiao Luo get the money to buy up Luo's workshop?" Ma Linga asked, without lowering her voice. "We don't know, but it seems that he has an excellent relationship with the boss of Chongshan House, Mr. Chu." "Right, I heard about that too. Luo's workshop was originally taken over by the Chongshan House, and the big boss later bought it off the hands of Mr. Chu. Anyway, these aren't important. The most important thing is the big boss is highly skilled and extremely handsome. Whoever can be his partner must be the luckiest woman in the world." The part-time girls swooned dreamily. "Does he have a good relationship with Chu Yunxiong from the Chongshan House? How is that even possible?" Ma Linga's mind was a total blank. It was as if a bomb had blown up in her head, leaving nothing behind but an empty void. Chu Yunxiong was an influential businessman who had significant business networks internationally, and to have someone with his stature be friends of Xiao Luo was simply unbelievable. Wrong, it's all wrong. She blushed at the thought of her earlier assumption that Xiao Luo was merely clinging on to the daughter from a wealthy family to gain position and fame. As she looked towards Zhao Mingqi, she saw a lonely figure weighed down by her gloom. She just looked out of the store blankly as tears streamed down the corner of her eyes. He did it. Just as he said he would. One day, everyone will look up to him, and they'll all say, "He did it, ha ha ha." Zhao Mingqi laughed cynically, mumbling incoherently to herself. Ma Linga frowned. She empathized with her sister Zhao Mingqi and wished she could do something to make her feel better. If Zhao Mingqi had not given in to temptation back then, this incredible man would still be by her side. Unfortunately, nothing can be done about that. If it were Ma Linga herself, she would have been so remorseful that she could run into a wall and smash herself up. She walked up and lightly tapped on Zhao Mingqi on her shoulder. She tried to console her friend, and confessed, "Be happy for him. You know, that $100,000 wasn't from my family. It was from him. Paper can't cover fire, and $100,000 wasn't a small amount. In the end, she couldn't hide the lie and decided to confess the truth. Zhao Mingqi froze on the spot. 7 p.m., Xiao Luo and Zhang Dashan was speed on the road heading towards the Guanming area. Xiao Luo would never forget that he had promised Sun Yu that he would be going to watch her at their Mid-Autumn Night Festival. His sister, Xiao Rui, had already called him a number of times to check on his whereabouts. He wished he could immediately teleport to the festival's location. After getting off work, Feng Wuhan and his group were also asked to attend, and they followed reluctantly. But a single car couldn't accommodate everyone, so Feng Wuhan everybody off the vehicle, aside from Xiao Wu. As it turned out, he and Xiao Wu, plus Xiao Luo and Zhang Dashan, were the 4 persons that finally sat in the car. It was to be a comfortable ride. Zhang bro, your car is pretty comfortable to sit in. Xiao Wu touched the leather seats and began praising Zhang Dashan. This must be genuine leather. It feels like it's a woman's skin, smooth and beautiful. Can you damn shut up for a bit, you took all my lines already, so what else am I supposed to say? Feng Wuhan slapped him hard at the back of his head. The Mid-Autumn Festival celebration of the People's Hospital of Guanming region was to be held in a popular hotel. As the hotel hosted many weddings regularly, the effort to set up and prepare for any events was kept at a minimum. By installing a temporary stage using steel frames and covering the stage floor with red carpet, it had been converted immediately to the venue for the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration gala dinner. By the time Xiao Luo and his 3 companions had arrived at the location, Xiao Rui, Sun Yu, and Tang Ren had already been waiting at the entrance of the hotel for a while. Brother, you all are finally here. Xiao Rui greeted them. The traffic was congested along the way here, Xiao Luo explained. Xiao Rui pouted but accepted his excuse in good faith. Okay. Seeing Xiao Luo, Sun Yu smiled joyfully and greeted him sweetly, Brother Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo nodded and returned a smile. Zhang Dashan immediately took charge of the other introductions as he called his companions over. Come, Brother Feng, let me introduce them to you. This is old Zhao's younger sister, Rui, you can address her as Sister Luo, just like me. This toy boy beside her. Ahem, I mean this handsome young man here is her husband, Tang Ren. As for this lady here, I must emphasize to you, this beautiful lady is Sun Yu, the future wife of old Xiao. Sun Yu was shocked by Zhang Dashan's straightforward introduction, and her pretty face blushed crimson from embarrassment. Hello, sister-in-law. Feng Wuhan and Little Five shouted in unison, their expressions very serious and their voices very loud. This caused Sun Yu's face to turn even redder, and she was so embarrassed that she would have hidden into any cracks in the ground had there been any ones big enough. I have to go backstage to get my makeup done. Brother, Xiao Luo, why don't you all follow Sister Rui? Please go in and find a seat. Having said so, she left almost as if she was trying to escape capture, and almost running into several people on her way backstage. Big face Zhang, look at what you have done, you scared Yu away. Xiao Rui admonished Zhang Dashan, giving him the evil eye. Well, how was I to know that the pretty lady Sun is so shy? Zhang Dashan spread his hands in a feigned gesture of innocence. Then he smiled cheekily and said in a more assertive tone, but judging from this situation, the pretty lady Sun doesn't mind at all. Old Xiao, congratulations! You've successfully obtained a Maserati and can drive all you want in the future. Xiao Luo gruffly kicked him on the butt and reprimanded him, speak properly, don't make such lewd jokes. 1. The Mid-Autumn Festival celebration was held on the 3rd floor of the hotel. There were 30 to 40 tables in all, and the attendees were all doctors and nurses of the hospital. The place was bustling with patrons milling about, and murmurs of continuous chatter filled the air. A serving of mooncakes was placed on each table along with several dishes. Upon taking a closer look, Xiao Luo realized that the mooncakes were manufactured by Luo's workshop. He felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart and smiled with satisfaction. Of course, Luo's workshop was also hosting its annual Midsummer's Festival celebration. Full authority was given to Su Guansong and Li Ziming to organize and host the event this year. He had heard that it was also a dinner party. It would be without any performances this year, but a lucky draw would be held at the end of the dinner, with the top prize being $10,000. This generated a lot of interest among their workers, and they looked forward to the event with great anticipation. Sister Luo, Tangren, don't you all feel that I am different from before? Zhang Dashan asked. He had been holding in the question for very long. After all, he had more than 800,000 fans on Weibo now. The live-streamed public trial had made him an internet sensation overnight. He felt like he already had celebrity status, and was disappointed with the reaction from the crowd present since he arrived. Even Xiao Rui had not mentioned anything about it till now. Xiao Rui and Tangren exchanged glances and then asked, a little puzzled with where he was bringing this to, different? What difference? Isn't your face as big as always? F***ck. Zhang Dashan almost cursed out loud, but he persisted, didn't you and Tangren watch the public trial that was all the rage recently? Tangren shook his head and replied bluntly, Brother Sean, other than work, I spend all my time preparing to sit for the medical practitioner's qualification certificate, and I have no time to watch television at all. Besides, I am not particularly interested in court affairs. I'd rather watch a few more episodes of Korean drama if I have any spare time. Xiao Rui agreed. Fine, it appears I've been casting pearls before swine. Zhang Dashan sighed with a hint of disappointment, expecting his newfound reputation to precede him. Xiao Rui was offended. She put down her chopsticks and glared at Zhang Dashan angrily. Zhang Dashan, who are you calling a swine? Zhang Dashan quickly doubled back on his words, then casually pointed at Feng Wuhan and Little Five, who were both digging into the food, and said with disdain, I said that they are swine, look at them, see how much they can eat, just like two greedy pigs. Brother Zhang, Little Five and I are innocent, we're not committing any crimes here. Feng Wuhan lifted his head and laughed obligingly. Innocent your *SS, I'm praising how sturdy you are when I compare you to swine, you bunch of illiterate people. Zhang Dashan continued to rebuke him in jest, then changed the topic. Oh yeah, Sister Luo, I must tell you something. Your brother, old Xiao, is not how he used to be. He may have been a loser in the past, but has now become a CEO and is among the most successful people around. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him, watch what you are saying. He wasn't about to keep a lid on his recent success, not his own sister. So he allowed Zhang Dashan to continue saying as he pleased. Am I not talking properly right now, can you not interrupt me? Zhang Dashan shot back. Big face Zhang, you haven't even started drinking any alcohol, why have you already started talking nonsense? Xiao Rui interjected, assuming that it was all a bad joke. Why don't you believe me? Am not telling the truth? Zhang Dashan couldn't help feeling irked. Out of sheer frustration, he suddenly thought to take out his phone and immediately searched for the video footage of the public trial. Well, after watching this clip, you will then know whether I am telling the truth. Xiao Rui and Tangren took the phone from Zhang Dashan, a little surprised with his conviction. They clicked on the clip and started watching. Brother Sean, why are you on the plaintiff's seat? You are the representative of Luo's workshop? Tangren said in surprise. Enjoying his moment of fame, Zhang Dashan had his hand on his chin, smoothing out a non-existent beard like a spiritual sage master that had left this dimension. Then, still stroking his beardless chin and acting the part, he squinted his eyes and said, continue watching, I will explain to you all after you've finished watching the whole clip. Xiao Luo quietly nibbled away at his food. He had noticed that besides establishing the fact that Xiao Luo was now the boss of Luo's workshop, Zhang Dashan was also busy bragging about his exploits in court. He couldn't help repeating every detail about his bold and impressive performance in court to Rui and Tangren. As expected, after watching the condensed version of the public trial video, Xiao Rui saw Zhang Dashan in a new light. Big face Zhang, you are quite capable. I'm surprised that you can be the representative of Luo's workshop and anger the lawyer of the other party so much that he lost his head and was kicked out by the presiding judge directly. I must give you a like, this time around. I only had to deal with Fu Heyu, easy peasy, haha, Zhang Dashan said as he gestured with a wave of his hand. Fu Heyu? Oh, you mean the guy that you angered so much that he cursed in court, was Fu Heyu? I heard that he's a top lawyer, at par with the likes of Ge Zhongtian. Tangren said with a feigned expression of shock. But to be honest, he had his doubts about the video clip's veracity, thinking it plausible that the sound and video feed had been edited with. In front of brother Sean, Fu Heyu is nothing. It doesn't matter what jade, too, they send, all of them must kneel on the ground and submit to me, haha. Zhang Dashan's conceit was thoroughly appeased that day. He sat confidently, looking smug, unconsciously shaking his legs in excitement, as he continued to revel in unending bluster. As to why he mentioned Fu Heyu? It was purely to brag about how he put down one of the top attorneys in the city. And he took particular pleasure in showing off in front of Tangren and Xiao Rui. Amid his ranting, a sharp, angry voice suddenly pierced the air. B*****, what bullsh** tea are you sprouting over there? He turned and saw that the voice belonged to a young man with a look of fury that matched his words. 1. In Chinese, driving a car is slang for making lewd jokes or sharing/creating obscene material, depending on the context. 2. You means jade in Chinese. He seemed to be a man of culture, wearing a smart suit and an expensive watch. His face was long and clean-shaven. He had layered, wavy hair with a soft natural bounce, making him seem somewhat artsy. Overall, he gave off the impression of having good taste. However, at this very moment, the man's countenance was anything but. He was bursting with rage. His eyes smoldering, he looked so fierce that he seemed like an enraged wild stallion. His anger was directed at no other than Zhang Dashan. Oh no, brother Sean, that is Fu Guisheng, a young brain surgeon from our hospital. He is also the nephew of the lawyer Fu Heyu, said Tangren. WTF, what were the chances of running into him? Zhang Dashan's face immediately turned apprehensive, then said in an accusing tone, Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? Had I known that Fu Heyu's nephew is here, I wouldn't have brought this topic up. Tangren tried to explain, feeling somewhat wronged. I was just going to tell you, but... He was totally focused on preparing for the exam for the medical practitioner's qualification certificate at the moment and wasn't keeping tabs with current affairs. He only knew Fu Heyu because of this man, Fu Guisheng. He had just joined the workforce after graduating from university and was still a houseman, so he had worked under Fu Guisheng for a while, and had only heard of Fu Heyu because of that. He really did intend to tell Zhang Dashan just now, but he didn't get the chance to do so. How was he to know that Fu Guisheng was sitting not far away and had by chance heard Zhang Dashan bragging? Seeing how things had turned out, Xiao Luo was left speechless. He rolled his eyes at Zhang Dashan and reprimanded, Can't you be more low-key next time? Well, I'm being low-key enough by not going on stage with a microphone and loudly announcing my glorious history in court. Zhang Dashan retorted in typical fashion. By now, the young doctor, Fu Guisheng, and a cohort of some 7 or 8 people from his table had already surrounded them, glaring at Zhang Dashan with deep animosity. What did you say just now? I dare you to repeat yourself. Fu Guisheng snarled at Zhang Dashan menacingly, seething with a look that could kill. Although Tangren still looked like a youngster, he had joined the workforce for more than 1 year and knew the ways of the world more or less. He immediately stood up and greeted the doctor with an apologetic smile. "Brother Fu, don't take it to heart. He has been drinking and is just talking nonsense." Yes, don't mind him, Dr. Fu. His personality is such, always boasting. Xiao Rui followed her husband, Tangren, standing up apologetically, and spoke with a smile. Then, she looked at Zhang Dashan and signaled for him to apologize. Although Zhang Dashan was fierce, he wasn't an unreasonable person. The other party was Fu Hui's nephew, and to put himself in that person's shoes, had he caught someone badmouthing his uncle, he wouldn't have been able to accept it as well. Besides, they were at the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration held by Xiao Rui's hospital, and it would be right to avoid trouble. He poured himself a glass of liquor and held it in his hand as he stood up. Turning to face Fu Guoxing, he said, "Brother, it is my fault, I shouldn't sprout nonsense. Consider this glass of liquor my apology." Having said so, he tilted his head back and finished the glass of liquor in one go. Fu Guoxing recognized the man in front of him as the one who embarrassed his uncle in court on that fateful day. The very D***keckhead that had personally ruined his uncle's reputation forever. If it was someone else, he might have just let it go, but it was none other than Zhang Dashan. How could he let the matter go? He said coldly, "Isn't one glass too little?" After he said that, the looks in the eyes of Feng Wuhan and Little Five, who had been eating up to that point, turned slightly cold. Xiao Luo paused slightly, and he glanced at the young doctor. Zhang Dashan had already apologized. If the other party intended to push his luck, Xiao Luo would not have let him have his way. Of course, he didn't show it and continued eating his meal as if nothing had happened. "Brother Fu, do let it go, he is my friend, don't," Tangren said. "Tangren, this has nothing to do with you, get out of the way." Before Tangren even finished his words, Fu Guoxing pushed Tangren to the side roughly. Tangren, being rather weak, fell to the ground. "Fu Guoxing, a gentleman uses his tongue but not his fists, how can you lay your hands on Tangren?" Xiao Rui reproached Fu Guoxing as she walked over and helped her husband, Tangren, up. Fu Guoxing ignored her and poured a new glass of liquor, holding it in front of Zhang Dashan, and demanded with an impudent tone, "Drink it." "Hey! You think you are somebody?" Feng Wuhan threw down his chopsticks and stood up, glaring at Fu Guoxing angrily. Zhang Dashan was his benefactor, and he relied on Zhang Dashan's help during the days when he was recovering from his wounds. He couldn't just sit by and watch Zhang Dashan get bullied. He looked every bit a gangster, and the 7 or 8 people around Fu Guoxing were taken aback slightly when he stood up. Zhang Dashan lifted his hand and motioned for Feng Wuhan to sit down. With a smile, he looked at Fu Guoxing and said, "Sure, I'll drink all the liquor on this table. It's mine anyway, and it's going to my stomach sooner or later." He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to cause trouble and ruin the pleasant atmosphere that was conducive for Xiao Luo and Sunyu to develop their relationship. But just as he reached out to take the glass of liquor, Fu Guoxing, with no warning at all, splashed the alcohol directly into his face. "I forgive you now." Satisfied, Fu Guoxing smiled darkly. He turned to go back to his seat. "Wait." A calm, steady voice called out. Fu Guoxing snorted, stopping to turn around. Just as he turned, he was greeted by a large bowl of liquor sloshed right into his face. He was totally soaked, intuitively blowing out from his airways as he struggled to keep composure. As a small volume of liquor invariably got taken in, Fu Guoxing couldn't help feeling like 2 worms were desperately trying to make their way up to his nostrils, making him cough uncontrollably. As he recovered, he took a good look and saw that it wasn't the man who had ridiculed his uncle that had drenched him, but the man who had been eating quietly beside Zhang Dashan. A man who bore a smooth face, thick eyebrows, statuesque features. It was none other than Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo looked at him calmly. I'm sorry, I poured the liquor by mistake. I thought it was a rubbish bin I was pouring into. Rubbish bin? Fu Guoxing was raging inside, and one side of his face twitched insidiously. This man was clearly insulting him. Shoal, you. Guoxing, what are you all doing? Just as Fu Guoxing was going to flip, a middle-aged man walked over, a glass in his hand. His hair was well oiled and combed back, to the extent that it was shiny. He had a large belly and a round face, his chin barely visible, but everything about him exuded the carriage of someone in a leadership role. Seeing the middle-aged man, Fu Guoxing immediately returned his vicious expression to a placid smile. Director, nothing much, it's just that. He gazed fleetingly over to Xiao Luo's table, and said with unbridled scorn, it seems that some irrelevant people have made their way into our hospital celebration. Wouldn't it be better if we asked them to leave? Of course, he didn't explain what was actually going on. He did not wish to make publicly known what had happened to his uncle, especially not to his superior in the hospital. Oh? Irrelevant people? The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Xiao Luo and his companions. Xiao Rui hurriedly went over to smooth things over. Director, they are all my friends. I knew that we'd not have enough people to fill the seats for tonight's celebration, so I invited them over to join in the fun. Ah, Rui, the celebration is just for the hospital employees, I'm sure you know that? The middle-aged man spoke in an authoritative tone. Xiao Rui continued to explain, Director, he is my brother by birth, they are not. The middle-aged man waved his hand and interrupted her. We can't have them here even if he's your brother. It's against the rules, and you should ask them to leave. Sister Luo, who is that started flaunting his authority. Zhang Dashan was seething. Fu Guoxing had splashed beer all over him over an altercation. His temper was not abated despite Xiao Luo immediately returning the deed and dousing the perpetrator with the drink he had in his hand. Zhang Dashan had a hot temper like Xiao Luo, and once angered, he would even dare to challenge the Jade Emperor. A middle-aged man stood close by observing them, and his countenance suddenly became dark. Xiao Rui, standing next to Zhang Dashan, sucked in her breath, and with a cold stare, whispered, he is the head of our department, big-faced Zhang. Can you not stop your nonsense? Xiao Luo shot a glance at Zhang Dashan, signaling him not to act rashly. The whole scene was turning out to be an embarrassment for his sister. Seeing that Zhang Dashan had now curbed his anger, Xiao Rui smiled sweetly and said to the middle-aged man, Director, please try to be accommodating. She was exercising her gender specialty, womanly wiles. The middle-aged man didn't seem to respond to her charms, and with a stern face, he said stiffly, No, this is a hospital gala. If everyone were to bring their relatives and friends as you did, wouldn't it turn into a mess? Rui, you're a senior member of the hospital, you should be taking the lead and setting an example for the others. Rules are rules. Oh, Director, it's not a big deal, can't you just turn a blind eye to this? Asked Xiao Rui. Say no more, tell them to leave immediately, the middle-aged man said firmly. Fu Guoxing, standing by his side, chimed in, Director, he is right. It is our hospital's mid-autumn gala. It's not for any stray cats or dogs to freely come in. Damn it, are you looking to die? On hearing this, Feng Wuhan blew up and grabbed Fu Guoxing by the collar, lifting both his feet off the ground. His shocking actions frightened the middle-aged man and everyone around them. You, what do you want? Let go of me. Fu Guoxing cried in panic. He could feel the strength in Feng Wuhan's large hands, wrapped around his collar like steel pliers. He tried hard to break free, but was unable to. What are you going to do if I don't let go? Do you want me to teach you how to speak like a human being? Feng Wuhan growled, tightened his grip on the collar, and lifted the poor man even higher. You. Fu Guoxing was indignant, but at the same time overcome with an overwhelming sense of fear. He didn't dare to make too much of a fuss, not when faced with such a fierce and robust thug like Feng Wuhan. Xiao Rui, look at the people you've invited. They're uncouth, and you can see that they're up to no good. Security, security, the middle-aged man said with contempt, calling for security to drive Xiao Luo and his friends out. He made his disappointment with Xiao Rui very clear. Director, please don't call the security. Aya, all this is just, Xiao Rui said, stomping her feet anxiously. Sister Rui, what's the matter? Everyone turned to the direction of the voice. There stood Sun Yu. She was close by when she had heard the commotion and promptly came over. She had just finished putting on her makeup and costume backstage. Accompanying her was another lady who was also wearing a similar costume. They were going to be performing on the same stage later that evening. Let go of him. Zhang Dashan hurriedly called out to Feng Wuhan to let go of Fu Guoxing. As colleagues and part of Xiao Luo's group, every word and action would be scrutinized by everyone present. He couldn't afford to let Xiao Luo's image suffer in Sun Yu's presence. Feng Wuhan nodded and did as he was told, then made his way back to his seat. Before sitting down, he shot Fu Guoxing a dark, threatening look. It meant that to convey that if he dared to insult them again, he would kill him. Little son, you're performing in the first program. What are you doing out here and not preparing yourself backstage? The middle-aged man asked, curiously. Fu Guoxing fixed his collar and attempted a charming smile. Yu, you're looking great in that costume. Sun Yu ignored Fu Guoxing and walked straight past him. She looked at Xiao Luo, then said to the middle-aged man, Director they are all both mine and Sister Rui's friends. I know it's against the rules to invite them, but I do hope Director he could help by accommodating them this time. On hearing this, both the middle-aged man and Fu Guoxing's expressions changed markedly. Not waiting for the middle-aged man to respond, Fu Guoxing laughed, Haha, you should have said so earlier they were friends of yours and Rui. We thought that they were just a bunch of gangsters here for free food and drinks. He smiled at the middle-aged man before continuing, Director it's just a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Since they are Yu's friends, what's wrong with letting them have a meal here, right? The middle-aged man shook his finger at Fu Guoxing without saying a word, and thought to himself, the person who was asking me to chase them out was you, now the one asking me to let them in is also you. Do you have any opinions at all? You really? After coughing a few times, he assumed the dignity of a director once again, and said in a friendly tone, since Guoxing said so, then stay. Rui, little son, they are your friends, so on behalf of the hospital, do welcome them well. Thank you, Director. Xiao Rui squinted her eyes and smiled, bowing to give thanks. The middle-aged man patted Sun Yu on the shoulders, turned, and left. However, Fu Guoxing did not leave. He kept ogling at Sun Yu, running his eyes all over her body with a creepy smile on his face. Old Xiao, from my 7 to 8 years of experience of picking up girls, this dirty little F***er has some not-so-proper ideas for pretty girl son, said Zhang Dashan, whispering into Xiao Luo's ears. Xiao Luo didn't answer him, but he did notice, and felt a little uncomfortable with it. The way Fu Guoxing stared at Sun Yu was a little disconcerting. Unless one were blind, it was clear to see that he was obsessed with Sun Yu. Otherwise, his attitude towards them wouldn't have changed so quickly. Ahem. Dr. Fu, don't you think you guys should return to your tables? Xiao Rui said, not hiding her disgust. Sun Yu was the girl that she had introduced to her brother, Xiao Luo. She had already regarded Sun Yu as her future sister-in-law, and Fu Guoxing's fawning gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Yu, please sit next to my brother. With that, she took Sun Yu and placed her beside Xiao Luo. With Sun Yu reseated at the other end of the table, there was no reason to stay on any longer. Fu Guixing then returned to his place, but kept turning his head over every so often. He couldn't help noting that the girl he adored was giving the person that he had splashed his beer on warm, loving smiles like the spring that came after winter. Something seemed off. He realized that Xiao Luo was his love rival. He felt a tightness in his chest, realizing that he had allowed his love rival to stay on. He seethed with resentment as he stared at the couple, gnashing his teeth incessantly. As he looked towards Sun Yu again, he told himself, now there is a girl that qualified to be my girlfriend. Then, he clenched his fists tightly, as he saw her looking at Xiao Luo with those affectionate eyes. It drove him mad with jealousy. F***ck. Fu Guixing was thoroughly distraught. He sat slumped in his chair with a dark and brooding face. Brother Fu, it looks like you have a serious competitor. Don't panic, wait until you show everyone what you've got on stage, then confess your feelings to her. The early bird catches the worm. Yes, exactly. We will coordinate with you from our table. Let the audience loudly shout, say yes, and Sun Yu will definitely agree. Then you can bring her home, share your pillow tonight. The men at the same table spoke words of encouragement one after another. Fu Guixing thought for a while, and realizing that what his friends were saying made sense, he drank the glass of wine in front of him and nodded, all right, we'll do just as you said. Pretty girl Sun, wow, your costume looks great. It shows off your slim waistline and makes you look terrific. Zhang Dashan said, in blatant flattery, then immediately asked, so, what's the name of the beautiful lady standing next to you? Please introduce her to everyone. Other than old Xiao, the rest of us are bachelors. Zhang Dashan wiped his face with a paper towel as he took on the role of creating an amicable atmosphere at the table. It's fine. I'll introduce myself instead. The girl cordially introduced herself, I am Hu Shuirong. I entered this hospital in the same batch as Yu. She didn't look as stunning as Sun Yu, but she was the sweet-looking and slender. That's a good name, like a lotus flower breaking the water surface. I'm Zhang Dashan, what a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Dashan said, standing up and extending his hand to Shuirong. Hu Shuirong shook his hand warmly and greeted him with a smile, hello, Brother Shan. The sound of Brother Shan pleased Zhang Dashan, appealing to his vanity and ego. He turned glancing over at Xiao Rui, conspicuously, then said sarcastically, look how polite she is. She's unlike some people who give unpleasant nicknames all the time. On hearing this, Xiao Luo and Sun Yu couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Xiao Rui reacted, Tien, the original phrase is an idiom that means slap the table and stand, by throwing a chopstick towards Zhang Dashan in mock anger, saying, big-faced Zhang, it's like you want to get whacked again, right? What are you trying to insinuate? Oh my, little sis, I'm just saying this in jest. You know how helpless I am when you act like this? Zhang Dashan said with a long, deliberate sigh, spreading out his hands. You. Xiao Rui stomped her feet in a tantrum. As she couldn't win the verbal joust with Zhang Dashan, she decided to turn to her brother for help. Brother, look at him, he's bullying your sister again. Xiao Luo smiled and looked towards Tangren. In such a situation, you should be looking to Tangren. On hearing his name called upon, Tangren put down the crab he was devouring, looking up with a dazed expression. Brother, what's wrong, what happened? Everyone at the table broke out laughing as they looked upon the bewildered look on his face. Xiao Rui pouted, sighing, look, I can't count on him at all. Afterward, she glared at Tangren and lamented how he was not up to her expectations. Continue eating your crab and don't speak if you don't have to. Oh, okay, wifey. Tangren responded. Without arguing, he buried his head into his crab once again. PSHH. Rui sneered. Sun Yu was amused at the way Tangren reacted and let out a soft chuckle. When Xiao Luo turned to her, she added, Brother Tang is so cute. Xiao Luo glanced over at Tang Ren, nodding in partial agreement, and said, yes, he is, but just a little. As he spoke, he noticed that Sun Yu was staring at him with her big, bright eyes, but he couldn't tell why. Brother Xiao Luo, you have something on your face. Don't move, I will help you to remove it, Sun Yu said, slowly moving closer to him and raising her hand towards his face. Xiao Luo kept very still. As she reached out, he detected a faint fragrance on Sun Yu's wrist. He quietly looked at Sun Yu. She looked extremely focused, and her breath smelled like flowers. At that moment, he felt relaxed. There was a sudden lull at the table. Everyone was watching Xiao Luo and Sun Yu with a smile on their faces, as if they were watching an intimate scene in a romance movie with anticipation. Strand of hair? Xiao Luo asked, eyeing the item pinched between Sun Yu's fingers. Yeah, looks like a girl's, Sun Yu said, giggling. Such a short strand of hair is definitely not from a woman. You're wrong, sister-in-law, Xiao Wu said, in defense of Xiao Luo. Zhang Dashan, Xiao Rui, and Hu Shuirong all glared at him, annoyed at his reaction. Gulp. Xiao Wu swallowed hard. He nervously looked at Feng Wuhan. Brother Feng, did I say something wrong? Feng Wuhan slapped him at the back of his head and chided him. Damn it, of course, you're in the wrong. Brother Xiao and sister-in-law are talking about love, why are you interrupting? Not only did you take my line, but you also took Brother Zhao's lines. Do you think your wings have sprouted and you can fly now? Even when you're eating, you can't shut your mouth. Xiao Wu looked to be almost in tears, not knowing how to react. Sun Yu blushed again. At this point, there was not much time left, and the gala was about to start. Being the first performance of the night, she rushed off backstage to prepare. As they were walking through the hotel lobby, she suddenly pulled at Hu Shuirong's arm, realizing she had left something behind. Wait, I haven't taken my bag. Hu Shuirong quickly returned to the table and retrieved the bag. But before she left, she took the opportunity to say to Xiao Luo, Yu is a good girl. If you love her, take her far away because nursing isn't an easy profession. She often has to stay up late, and even young girls can turn old very quickly. Having said that, she gave everyone a smile, turned, and left. Sister Shuirong is right, though the profession seems to be selfless and compassionate. Only they can understand how hard it is, isn't that right, Sister Luo? Zhang Dashan said, continuing where Hu Shuirong left off. Right, you are right. From the time you entered this hall, till now, it is the most factually accurate thing you've said. Damn it, even when you're drinking you have to mock me. Zhang Dashan stood up and clinked his glass with Xiao Rui, and they both took a shot, downing the drink right down the gullet. That's enough for now. Eat, or else my husband will finish everything on the table, Xiao Rui said jokingly to everyone. Zhang Dashan said without concern, how much can Tangren eat? Brother Feng, come, show her your appetite, it will scare her to death. Spurt. After hearing the phrase scare her to death, Xiao Rui, laughing, almost spurting out her drink all over the table. Luckily, she turned quickly and directed it to the floor next to her. Otherwise, the food on the table would have all gone to waste. Not long after, the gala performance commenced. Sun Yu and Hu Shuirong, along with 4 other girls, walked to the center of the stage and began dancing to the soft music. Xiao Luo didn't pay much heed to others. All his attention now solely focused on Sun Yu. Sun Yu danced beautifully to the music, moving smoothly with grace. Her slender form floated across the stage gently, her costume evoking images of shimmering butterflies as tiny petals floated down from above the entire scene. Her beauty was intoxicating. Ta-thump. Ta-thump. Xiao Luo could almost hear the sound of his heart beating faster. He sensed the blood rising to his head. He froze like an idiot just by watching Sun Yu dancing on stage. Brother, you're moved, aren't you? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take her, hee. Zhang Dashan had unknowingly crept next to him and urged him on. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him and said irritably, do I need you to teach me? Damn it. I'm just worried about you. Zhang Dashan said anxiously. Dancing elegantly, akin to how a swallow caresses its nest, yet swift like a magpie calling into the night. The beautiful troupe embraced the music in a dance that reflected its beauty and serenity, seeming to flow along with the wind. Sun Yu's group received enthusiastic cheers from the entire audience. When their performance ended, they received thunderous applause. Brother, that's not a bad performance by Yu, right? Xiao Rui said, glancing over at Xiao Luo with no other intentions. It's okay. Xiao Luo said, nodding as he replied. Xiao Rui's face beamed with a smile. It was as if he had just complimented her. Deep down, she knew that what he meant by okay was that it was excellent. I heard from her that you have a program as well. Xiao Luo asked curiously. I had one at the start, but I cancelled it in the end. Preparing for a program is cumbersome and tiring. I don't want to waste my free time on such things. Xiao Rui said, pouting, oh right, brother, I've mentioned this to you before, so you must pay heed. For a girl like Yu, who has such good qualities, not to mention that she's single, she has many suitors in the hospital. Fu Guoxing is one of them. He is, without a doubt, the most aggressive in his pursuits, and he gifts Yu with flowers once every 3 to 5 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dashan slapped his thighs and said, I've said this before, that guy definitely has some impure intentions about pretty girl Sun. If he dares to fight over sister-in-law with brother Xiao, then I'll kill him. Feng Wuhan said, fiercely exclaiming as he took a sip of his alcohol. He turned his head towards Fu Guoxing. Who gave someone like him the right to fight over a woman with old Xiao? Zhang Dashan said scorning. Brother Zhang is right. That troublemaker is vastly inferior to brother Xiao in all aspects. Xiao Wu said, waiting for the right time to jump into the conversation. Then, he took it upon himself to craft a plan for Xiao Luo. To be honest, there is no need for any fancy tricks such as gifting bouquets and jewelry when trying to woo a lady. My dad told me that during the ancient times, when a man fancies a lady, all he had to do was knock the lady unconscious with a bat and drag her back home to make love to her. Real love is all that is needed, no need for anything complicated or fake. Knocking someone unconscious with a bat and dragging them back? Xiao Luo held his laughter and did not say a word. On the other hand, Zhang Dashan started laughing until he was in tears. He had been continually raving over Xiao Wu's talents. At that moment, Xiao Luo noticed someone familiar. It was the boss of Yingtong Plastic Factory, Jiang Yongchen. A man with a cheerful disposition accompanied Jiang Yongchen. It was Director He, with whom they had the pleasure of meeting earlier. Rui, that person isn't a doctor in your hospital, right? Xiao Luo asked, wondering how Director He had righteously mentioned that no outsiders were allowed in the premises. In the end, he seemed to have broken the rule. As Xiao Rui traced Xiao Luo's line of sight, she also saw Jiang Yongchen. She explained, that is the boss of a plastics manufacturing firm that supplies our hospital with plastic syringes. That fatty without a chin, He Ruanliang, has received many rebates from the firm, so he treats them as if they were his ancestors. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and thought, so that's what it is. He also noticed that Xiao Rui had addressed her director as a fatty without a chin, which he thought was quite an apt description. Why are we talking about your director? What I want to ask is that why hasn't pretty girl Sun returned after finishing her performance? Zhang Dashan asked bellowing. Yu still needs to remove her makeup and change her clothes. Doesn't all that need time? Xiao Rui asked, placing both her hands on her hips and humming. Tisk, why is the eunuch more anxious than the emperor? Even my brother isn't rushing, so what are you in a hurry for? Zhang Dashan had no words to say in response. One by one the performances continued throughout the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed the event and agreed that the various acts, dances, comic sketches, and singing were exceptional. Sun Yu was back in her usual clothes, and she sat beside Xiao Luo after Xiao Rui gestured for her to sit over there. She had on a loose-fitting pastel yellow blouse along with a tight-fitting dark denim jean that gave off a lovely and youthful vibe, capturing joy with her beautiful, moving smile. Brother Xiao Luo, my uncle mentioned something strange to me, Sun Yu said, initiating a conversation. What's the weird thing he said? Xiao Luo asked. Taking advantage of the loud music playing, Sun Yu boldly exclaimed, he told me to hold on to you tightly. Her face immediately blushed a deep red after finishing her sentence. Xiao Luo fixed his attention on her, but she turned her head away due to embarrassment and pretended to be appreciating the performances. He smiled warmly and said, be my girlfriend. Sun Yu was taken aback. Her heartbeat went so fast that she couldn't catch her breath, racing as to how a little deer would leap wildly around. Was this a confession? Was Xiao Luo confessing to her? Her lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her cheeks were flushed. Xiao Luo took a deep breath and repeated, Sun Yu, be my. He had yet to finish when the MC on stage excitedly announced with a piercing voice, which drowned out what Xiao Luo had intended to say. Ladies and gentlemen, the finale that we were all anticipating is going to be here soon. This is brought to you by our most handsome and youngest neurologist, Dr. Fu, and he will be performing the song Being Your Man. Dr. Fu is multi-talented. Not only is he a core pillar of our hospital, but he also taught himself to play the piano. Having passed the Grade 7 examination of the Musicians Association, his musical talent is deemed to be extremely high. So let us welcome him with a round of applause. The male god of all the nurses in the hospital, Fu Guisheng. A loud round of applause echoed throughout the hall. There were even many female audiences that were shouting Dr. Fu loudly. The scene could be described as very lively. In the spotlight, Fu Guisheng held the microphone and walked onto the stage. At the same time, a piano was brought out by the backstage crew. What the heck, this kid can even play the piano? Zhang Dashan's face was full of contempt. He looked at Fu Guisheng and said, can you believe this? Feng Wuhan shook his head, no shit, I can't believe it. Zhang Dashan then turned towards Xiao Wu and said, do you believe this? If he can really play, then kill me by having someone flick my B*LLS till I die, Xiao Wu said firmly. Xiao Luo said softly, didn't any of you notice his hands just now? His nails are short, and the flesh of his fingertips doesn't exceed his fingertips. Also, his fingertips are round, and his palms are wide. These are all characteristics of a typical pianist. Furthermore, the sense of self-confidence exuding from him means that he can play. However, whether he passed the Grade 7 examination is another issue altogether. This certainly gave Xiao Wu a shock. If Fu Guisheng could play the piano, his B*LLS were about to get flicked till he died. Xiao Rui giggled and said, my brother has an acute observation, unlike you old brutes. I'll be honest with you, Fu Guisheng does indeed have a trick or two up his sleeves. His voice is kind of similar to Xianxia. It's gentle and nice, while his piano playing is also rather proficient. During past Mid-Autumn Festival galas, he played Chopin nocturnes, which moved the audience greatly. Thump. Xiao Wu's forehead hit the table hard, and he showed a lifeless expression. He thought to himself, why did I have nothing better to do than to go curse myself? At that moment, Fu Guisheng, who was on stage, put on a charming smile, and said a few words, before I begin my song, I would like to say a few words to a certain girl, and I want all of you here to be my witness. A man holding a bouquet of roses walked briskly onto the stage. Just the audience was wondering what was going on, Fu Guixing received the bouquet and got down on one knee. His deep gaze adoringly fixed on Sun Yu, who was seated below the stage. Yu, when I first laid my eyes on you, I was taken away by your beauty. From that moment forth, I had lost my soul, and you were the one who stole it away. I've been yearning to see you every day, and I dream of us walking together hand in hand into the sunset. I love you forever and ever, even until death. This emotionally charged confession amplified through the microphone and reverberated throughout the venue. The crowd reacted immediately. It turned out to be a confession of love. Many applauded with excitement when they saw the scene, some of the girls even screamed wildly without inhibition. They wished they were the target of Fu Guixing's affection. The atmosphere in the venue became highly charged. Striking while the iron was hot, Fu Guixing smiled with satisfaction at the response, and continued, Yu, I like you. Will you become the girlfriend of Fu Guixing and let me pamper and dote over you? I want to make you the happiest woman in the world. Sun Yu was stunned and was at a loss. She had never expected Fu Guixing would pull such a stunt. Giving their raucous support and encouragement, Fu Guixing's friends roared loudly in unison. Accept him, accept him. They quickly received support from others. After all, this was both a romantic and significant event, which the crowd had no reason not to join in to support this event. The noise quickly grew louder as wave upon wave of voices boomed across the venue, encouraging Sun Yu to accept the proposal. *CK him and his love-stealing act. That guy actually had such a cheap trick up his sleeve. Zhang Dashan was furious. Deep down, he knew how effective this trick could be, and many women out there would succumb to it. Truth be told, it was always going to be difficult with the crowd shouting, accept him, and a man giving confession his love in public. No matter how strong-willed a woman was, they would be overcome with emotions and accept the proposal with open arms, especially when the proposing party was successful and wealthy. Xiao Luo fumed and was absolutely disgusted. Shameless! She said out aloud. Feng Wuhan stood up in a loud voice and said, *CK his grandmother. He's obviously trying to steal sister-in-law away. Brother Xiao, wait, where is Brother Xiao? After recovering from the initial shock, they came back to their senses. The seat that Xiao had occupied was now empty, and he was nowhere to be seen. With Xiao Luo nowhere to be seen, Sun Yu's face gradually turned pale as she looked towards Fu Guixing's longing, affectionate eyes. As the cheering continued in good voice from the hospital staff, she was at a loss of what to do. To accept Fu Guixing was out of the question. She simply did not like him. The one she was deeply attracted to was Xiao Luo. But it seemed cruel to reject him in the presence of such a crowd and cause him to lose face. Nor did Sun Yu want to disappoint everyone during such a festive event. What should she do? Sun Yu panicked and was close to tears. The situation overwhelmed her, leaving her in a state of deep confusion. Even as she grappled with her conflicting emotions, a lingering melody began to serenade the moment, as if timed and choreographed to elicit her final response of affirmation. The rousing cheers suddenly came to a lull, and everyone's attention was drawn to a lone figure sitting in front of the piano. Nimble fingers danced gently across the black and white keys. A passionate melody played from the piano, echoing softly across the venue. The audience fell silent and listened in rapture. What piano piece is this? Why have I never heard it before? It's truly amazing. Oh, I can even feel my ears getting pregnant. Stop talking and listen quietly. In the crowd, music lovers whispered in admiration. Even the ordinary folk unfamiliar with the genre was enchanted by the music. It seemed to have come from the soul, evoking emotions both tranquil and joyful. Zhang Dashan and his companions were awestruck. They all sat in complete silence, staring at the stage, with mouths wide open. The lone figure at the piano was none other than his good brother, Xiao Luo. What the f***ck, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Old Xiao can actually play the piano. He muttered in shock. Xiao Rui echoed his thoughts, asking herself, when did my brother learn to play the piano? Tang Ren, Feng Wuhan, and Xiao Wu quickly came back to their senses and exclaimed excitedly, brother Xiao, is totally awesome. It was Xiao Luo. Sun Yu's emotions went from dazed to surprised, and then turned to absolute joy. She looked right into Xiao Luo's eyes and melted with deep affection. Fu Guoxing's face twitched uncontrollably. How could this have happened? He had been careful to orchestrate his performance around his confession of love for Sun Yu. He had meant to take full advantage of the cheering crowd, as he had planned with his friends. This would put her in a position that would make it difficult to reject his proposal. In fact, he had already pictured himself rolling around in bed with Sun Yu that very night. He was only just a step away, but still, just one step too far. As it turned out, it was like a violent stream of water, encountering an unmoving mountain. His scheme was thwarted, and all now seemed lost. What had irked Fu Guoxing most was that Xiao Luo had now taken the seat at the piano that was rightly his. When he first realized what had happened, he had immediately stormed towards the center stage. Then, as a lingering melody of bright and joyous notes gently resonating across the stage, Fu Guoxing was stopped dead in his tracks. As an accomplished pianist himself, he naturally understood the subtleties and nuances in the piece Xiao Luo was playing. The arrangement of the piece was nothing short of masterfully. This man was actually a very talented pianist. Fu Guoxing was in total shock. He couldn't believe it, and more than anything else, he couldn't accept it. What no one had known was that Xiao Luo had a natural talent for music. Aside from singing, he was proficient in many musical instruments, including the piano. As Xiao Luo sat at the piano, he carried himself elegantly with the style and cultured bearing of a professional pianist. He played with skill, and his nimble fingers evoked beautiful and bright-sounding notes from the keyboard. He was indeed a joy to watch and listen to. All who listened to his musical piece were transported to another dimension as the melody carried them through a musical journey of deep and personal emotions. The soulful sound of the introduction evoked, for some, old memories of their homeland and of long marches through wintry plains. As the music progressed, the tempo picked up, still slow but livelier, arousing images of cheer and revelry, of ripening fields in yellow and gold, and of newfound hope. It was so beautiful. Like pristine landscapes and fine vintage wine, it was at once both mesmerizing and intoxicating. No words could describe the magic and mystery of the musical composition that was played that night. As the music neared its end, it took on a more energetic tempo that seemed to send its listeners soaring through mountains. Then it slowed again, descending to reverberate through the earth and along its running rivers. Then, as it lifted once again, arousing emotions of joy and attainment, it finally flourished into a crescendo, evoking images of a brilliant burst of fireworks illuminating the night sky. Thunderous applause erupted when the music ended in a standing ovation by a very appreciative crowd. It was simply an auditory feast. After the music ended, the audience was in rapture, moved by the lyrical melodies and lingering notes of the virtuoso pianist. Their souls seemed to have been soothed by the tune. For a moment, the entire gala was in complete silence. You could hear the sound of a pin drop. Xiao Luo stood up, bowed to the crowd, and walked towards the dumbfounded host. He took the microphone from the host and, facing Sun Yu, loudly said, "Sun Yu, from today you are my woman." "WH. What?" Sun Yu was bowled over. She was trembling, half in absolute joy, and the other half in jitters. She felt a sense of breathlessness as she heard him speak those words. The pleasure had come all too suddenly, and she had been caught entirely off guard. Everyone else present was equally in a state of shock. What had just happened here? Why would two people confess their feelings to the same girl at the same time? No, this wasn't just a proposal to come together as one, nor was it merely a confession of love. It was an announcement, a straight-up, irrevocable declaration that Sun Yu was his woman. What the F***ck? Old Xiao is just F***king awesome, ha ha ha. Zhang Dashan said. He couldn't help himself, swearing was second nature to him. No embellishing or elegant words for him. There was nothing like a choice invective to get the point across. It was more direct, impactful, and efficient. Whoa, what the F***ck, no wonder he is my older brother Xiao. Nobody can match his courageous spirit, Feng Wuhan said in his usual straightforward manner. My brother is way too bossy, but I like it, hee hee. Xiao Rui said, smiling. Then, looking at Tang Ren, sitting right next to her, she reached out to pull his ear. Naggingly, she said, look. See how daring my brother is, why can't you be more like that? Tang Ren put his hand up to his ear, exclaiming in pain, wifey, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Let go, let go. If you don't, my ears will be ripped off. Xiao Rui let go, eyeing him with a look of resentment. Her look said it all, could her husband ever meet her expectations? You be ***starred. Yu is my woman, what are you doing here? Fu Guixing, now on stage, shouted angrily, snarling at Xiao Luo like a wild dog on a leash. Everyone, listen up. This person is not from our hospital. He is deliberately here to cause trouble. Indeed, we don't have such a person in our hospital. Dr. Fu's planned confession has been disrupted, because of him, everyone, quickly throw him out. Fu Guixing's cohort of rowdy friends was screaming with raised their fists from their table below. Fu Guixing's statement surprised everyone. Wasn't he from the hospital? Rising up from his table, Director He Ruanliang, being the man with the highest authority in the hospital, echoed in support, colleagues, this person is indeed not an employee of our hospital. I don't know what his purpose here is. He has disrupted and jeopardized Dr. Fu's romantic confession, and I urge everyone not to be bought over by his ability to play such fine music. We must stand by our colleague and support Dr. Fu. It was apparent that this fat man without a chin was standing on the side of Fu Guixing. The audience listened, and several nodded in agreement. A few of the grumpy male doctors suddenly stood up, pointing and shouting at Xiao Luo, still on the stage. Who the hell are you? What are you doing here, sneaking into our hospital's gala? Is it for free food and drinks? Why have you disrupted Dr. Fu's planned program? How could you do such a thing after he had confessed his feeling in public? You better give us a proper explanation. Don't think that a tramp such as you can get out of here so easily. You better get off the stage now. The stage isn't a place for losers like you. Xiao Luo had now become the target of the crowd's wrath and was heckled from every direction. Ignoring the din, he took to the microphone. Calmly, he looked directly at Sun Yu, standing just below the stage, then smiling softly he said, Sun Yu, as long as you nod and agree, I will take you away immediately. He wasn't concerned about anyone else's opinion, he was only interested in what Sun Yu had to say. Even if the whole world had objected, he would still take her away from all this. She only needed to give him the nod. Yu, quickly agree to my brother. Xiao Rui shouted eagerly. Zhang Dashan, Feng Wuhan, and Tang Ren all looked anxiously at Sun Yu. They anticipated that she would nod and agree with Xiao Luo very soon. Sun Yu felt like she were the happiest girl in the world. When she had first met Xiao Luo, he was a man of few words, the strong silent type. His handsome features had left an indelible impression in her heart. Later, when the two of them were eating roasted sweet potatoes and talking about their childhood, she realized that she had unconsciously fallen in love with this man. Every time she thought about moments she had shared with him, she would smile to herself, and at times, laugh dreamily. She often dreamed of him, snuggling up in his arms, and even holding his hand as they entered a wedding hall together. Right here, and right now, this man was reaching out to her and asking her to be his woman. It was as though she were drowning in a honey pot full of nectar. Beautiful and sweet. Sun Yu nodded in excitement, but before she could even begin to speak, a harsh voice rumbled next to her. Little son, have you thought about it clearly? Do you think you can rely on this man for the rest of your life? The statement was a blatant warning, demanding she exercises caution on her part. Sun Yu was taken aback. Turning around, she was met by a stern face. It was Director Xuanhuan. Director I. Sun Yu became hesitant. Xuanhuan's words seemed to have stirred her from her little fantasy. Her face now showed signs of doubt and confusion. Just then, Jiang Yongchen stepped onto the stage. Without saying a word, he walked up to Fu Guisheng, grabbed his microphone, smiling, and said, "Let's not bash anyone indiscriminately. Love is a fair game for all. Does it mean that just because Dr. Fu had confessed to Sun Yu, then others are not allowed to do so? This is being unreasonable. It should depend on the girl who is being wooed and how she decides on whom she is willing to follow. We have no authority to interfere with this. It's her right and freedom to choose." He walked up next to Xiao Luo. "You people still don't know who he is, right? Allow me to make a grand introduction. He is none other than the current boss of Luo's workshop. And the reason why he is here today is that I invited him. It has nothing to do with some of you have said about eating and drinking for free." "What? He is the boss of Luo's workshop?" Jiang Yongchuan's remarks had the effect of a bomb blowing up right there in the ballroom. Jaws dropped as they stared in disbelief at the tall, lithe figure of Xiao Luo on stage. If anyone were to put a name to the most famous company in Jiangqing, it would undoubtedly be Luo's workshop. Despite having been in the shadow of Wei Lei since its incorporation, Luo's workshop had suddenly risen and crushed its main competitor, all within a short time. It was rumored that the boss of Wei Lei, Feng Chonglei, was now under investigation for unfair business conduct. On top of that, he was also being charged for other shady business dealings. Several hotels that were under his name were caught conducting indecent business. He was now behind bars and was awaiting trial. He probably could not avoid spending a few years in jail. News of Feng Chonglei's fall from grace made more people curious about who, and what sort of person the boss of Luo's workshop was. How could he bring Luo's workshop back to life and immediately outperform a competitor as strong as Wei Lei? This very man was now present here, standing on stage. Such a young, courageous person, with the ability to play such beautiful music, this. Everyone was lost for words. They stood rooted to the floor. In their minds, they pictured Xiao Luo as a towering, immovable mountain that could not be passed. The few grumpy old male doctors who voiced their dissent earlier now became embarrassed and quickly sat down. Free food and drinks? Tramp? Loser? Their faces turned red instantly upon being told the name of that enigmatic young man on stage, Xiao Luo. Having consumed the prescription Xiao Luo had given him for a while, Jiang Yongchen found that his energy had returned. What made him even more ecstatic was that his little brother, who had for a time not responded to the fairer sex, had finally risen from its long slumber. Although it did not return as gloriously as it had when he was younger, he could at least enjoy the intimate company with a woman. He was very grateful to Xiao Luo and became an avid, loyal supporter of his. Therefore, when he saw that those people were creating a scene and were running their mouths off to spurn Xiao Luo, he decided to stand up and disclose Xiao Luo's identity. His purpose was to put a stop to their evil intentions. He was a partner of the hospital, and many esteemed doctors and leaders recognized him, so whatever he said would carry weight. The ones that were most shocked now were Xiao Rui and Tang Ren. My brother is the boss of Luo's workshop?" Xiao Rui looked at Zhang Dashan and asked in disbelief. Zhang Dashan shrugged, spread his arms out, and said, yeah, I said that before. You're the one who didn't believe it. Both of us brothers are working for him. Feng Wuhan and Xiao Wu nodded in unison. Oh my god, my brother is so powerful. Tang Ren was in disbelief. This was way beyond his imagination. He had never expected that he would have close connections with bosses having a net worth of hundreds of millions in this lifetime. After all, he was just an insignificant intern and had not even received his doctor's certification. He was a small fry. He did not expect that such a person, the boss of Luo's workshop, with a net worth of at least 7 to 8 billion, was his wife's brother. Sun Yu was stunned. She felt like she had lost the ability to control her actions and stood rooted to the ground where she stood. Her eyes stared at Xiao Luo, who was on stage. She murmured softly to herself, so he is actually the boss of Luo's workshop. This piece of sudden news took her by surprise and put her in a state of shock. She finally understood why her uncle had asked her to hold on to Xiao Luo, but Sun Yu's lips were trembling. She sat on her seat as though she had lost her soul. This wasn't good news for her. She imagined an ever-widening gap between her and Xiao Luo that would be too broad to bridge. She likened it to Xiao Luo being in the sky, and she on the ground. He was a young entrepreneur and a promising boss of a well-known company, while she was merely a nurse from a humble background, holding a monthly salary of 3,000. Suddenly, she felt embarrassed to be even associated with Xiao Luo due to the gap in identity and his social status. Beautiful Miss Sun Yu, would you be choosing Dr. Fu there or the young and promising President Xiao next to me? Jiang Yongchuan's booming voice brought her back to reality. All eyes fell on her at that moment. It felt like a gigantic, invisible wall had formed, and the pressure was crushing her. Hu Shuirong's eyes were filled with hope and anticipation, and she was unafraid to show her emotions. From the corner where she stood, she shouted excitedly to Sun Yu, Yu, choose Xiao Luo quickly. He can definitely take you out of this dirty hellhole. With all the attention on her, Sun Yu just sat in complete silence, staring blankly ahead. It seemed like Sun Yu was experiencing delayed stage fright as a result of having been on stage earlier. I will not choose either. She suddenly stood up and announced aloud, before turning and running out the door. Choosing neither? Jiang Yongchun was dumbfounded, Zhang Dashan was dumbfounded, Xiao Rui was even more so. She was shocked beyond disbelief. There was an unexpected end to an eventful evening. Who would have thought that Sun Yu would choose neither? What's going on here? Zhang Dashan asked. He looked at Xiao Rui, not understanding what had just happened. Xiao Rui snapped back, You're asking me? Then who should I ask? She had once asked Sun Yu about her feelings towards her brother in private before. From the way Sun Yu spoke, she was sure that Sun Yu liked her brother, but why would Sun Yu reject him so suddenly? She was puzzled. Xiao Luo was still staring at the door. Then he shook his head, put down the microphone, and walked straight off the stage. Jiang Yongchun stood on the stage, not knowing what to do for a while. He wanted to perform a good deed for Xiao Luo, but who knew it would turn out this way? His plan did not turn out as expected, and he had now embarrassed Xiao Luo as well. Jiang Yongchun, what is your business here? Xiao Luo suddenly stopped as he was walking past the man, turned around, and directed that cold, hard question at him. Then he walked off the stage without looking back. President Xiao, this. Jiang Yongchun really wanted to slap himself right then and there. What a situation he found himself in. Not only had he not gotten any merits, instead Xiao Luo now bore a grudge against him. Jiang Yongchun was dismayed and at a loss for words. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Rui asked as she looked at Xiao Luo walk towards her coldly. Xiao Luo patted her on the top of the head, smiled, and said, What could happen to me? Brother, don't be sad. Yu was probably not prepared for everything that went on in there. I can guarantee that she definitely likes you, Xiao said. Yeah, based on my 7 to 8 years of experience picking up girls, pretty girl Sun definitely has feelings for you. But I just can't figure out why she rejected you, Zhang said. As he thought about this, he was touching his chin once again, stroking his imaginary beard. Xiao Luo smiled but did not speak. He wasn't really disappointed. He just thought that Sun Yu seemed to be hiding something, especially after what Sun Yu's friend Hu Shuirong had said to them, take her far away. It seemed as though she was hinting something to him. For me, what Xiao Wu said was right. Don't overthink these hypothetical possibilities, just knock her unconscious and bring her back. Feng Wuhan blurted out his opinion with a firm conviction. Xiao Luo looked at him, speechless. Sun Yu walked to a secluded corner, then leaning against a tree, she cried. She cried like a child who was lost at night. Yu. Hu Shuirong, who had been chasing after her, called out when she spotted Sun Yu. Sun Yu began to sob. She tried to cover her pain with her hands, but those restraints were lost when Hu Shuirong rested her hands on her shoulders. She turned around, hugged Hu Shuirong and wept, Shuirong, what do I do, what should I do? Sob, sob, sob. Hu Shuirong's eyes turned red as well, and she stroked the back of her shoulders gently. Why don't you agree to go with him? I can tell that Xiao Luo is a good man. It's because he is too good, too outstanding, that's why I dare not promise him. You know, I am not a clean girl, if that thing, Tien, like an asthma attack, but the author seems to be hinting at something more serious and it's left vague, were to hit, I. Hu Shuirong could see the pain in her face and the inner struggle within. Sun Yu bit her lips hard and said, I don't deserve him at all. Don't be silly, this isn't your fault. It's all that B****'s fault. He has hurt you, and he hurt me too. I got stuck too deep, I cannot turn back anymore, but you're not the same. You must strengthen your resolve and push on. You can no longer be controlled by him, so be brave and go together with Xiao Luo. That man can save you. Hu Shuirong said, comforting her. Sun Yu shook her head and said, I don't dare to let him know. Do you want to continue being tortured by that bastard? Hu Shuirong's emotions were out of control at this point, he is just a beast. He has already harmed many young girls, I can no longer watch you get destroyed by him. So, I promise you, Xiao Luo, can take you away from all this. I want to think about it properly. Sun Yu lowered her head, her tears continued streaming down her face. It had been 7 days since the Mid-Autumn Gala. Since then, Xiao Luo had not contacted Sun Yu, nor did she take the initiative to contact him. In all honesty, he had fallen in love with that girl, but after her rejection, he had not been in the right frame of mind, hardly speaking much, unless necessary. Like Zhang Dashan, he had started to make a habit of watching blind dating programs in the evenings, while sitting on the sofa with a can of drink. His mind was cluttered with conflicting emotions. He wondered if there were unspeakable hardships that Sun Yu had suffered, or if it was that he didn't know how to woo a girl and make a girl happy. The former seemed unlikely, but if it was the latter, he would probably be learning from these blind dating programs. Old Xiao, good news. Fang Changlei was arrested for the prostitution racket in his hotels. He has been sentenced to 2 years and 8 months. Wei Lei is completely done for. Zhang Dashan said. He was sitting on the living room floor with Feng Wuhan and the rest of them, playing cards as they reported on the latest updates to Xiao Luo. Prostitution? Xiao Luo shook his head and chuckled softly, in that case, he is really done for, thanks to his own actions. Isn't it exactly like the saying on the net, no do, no die? That idiot Fang Changlei really is living proof of this phrase. Zhang Dashan slowly opened his 3 cards, and when he saw what they were, a twinkle gleamed in his eyes. All 3 cards were hearts, and it was a straight, that meant he held a straight flush. This would beat all the other suits. He then placed the cards on the floor in front of him, before calling his bet. Damn it, I call $500. Shouting loudly, he took out a 500 bill from his pocket and slammed it down loudly. Brother Zhang, you are too scary. We're only just starting the game, and you're playing so big, Xiao Luo said, his usual blank expression changing slightly. Exactly, our salary isn't as much as yours, so don't play this big. The others began to complain. Zhang Dashan retorted in a loud voice, stop talking nonsense, if you want to follow, then follow. If you don't want to follow, then fold your cards. It's as simple as that. Xiao Luo looked at his own cards, his eyebrows knitted together. He said, forget it. As he folded, the next three were still checking their cards in hand, then all three proceeded to place their hands face down, one after another. They were out of the game. Feng Wuhan, on the other hand, decided to start with a dark bet. He didn't even look at his cards, before matching Zhang Dashan's bet. It would seem he had placed his faith entirely on luck. Okay. I'll follow. Pada, he chimed as he put in his $500 bet. Hee, little guy, if you want to cross with me, it's okay. I'll bet 500 more, Zhang Dashan said, rolling up his sleeves and posturing like he was looking for a fight. Another $500 bet was duly placed. I will continue to follow. Feng Wuhan was in the chase. He bet another 500, loving the thrill and excitement. Old bro, you're too awesome. You're thinking of crossing swords with me without even looking at your cards? Just putting up a fight, brother. Even a bicycle can beat a motorbike, and just with a simple bet, who knows, a trolley can become a BMW. Feng Wuhan said, licking his lips and laughing. Don't end up losing your pants too. Zhang Dashan took 1,000 from his pocket and threw it down, 1,000. Looking at the red banknotes on the ground that were beginning to pile up like a small hill, Xiao Luo and the rest couldn't help but swallow hard. Their eyes were glued to the massive pile of cash. In their hearts, they wished that all that money was theirs. Feng Wuhan began to hesitate and considered if he wanted to check his cards first. Why are you dilly-dallying? I am asking if you will follow or not. Zhang Dashan had no fear. He held a straight flush, and it was a winning hand. He needn't be afraid. At that point, Xiao Luo came over and patted Zhang Dashan on his shoulders. Why are you playing so big? Are you treating my place like a casino? Old Xiao, it's just $2,000. It's not as if it's some big egg, it's just a small bet. I just felt like making small bets, you know? If you're not playing, then don't speak. Zhang Dashan said abruptly, then he pushed Xiao Luo away. Xiao Luo smiled, and as he walked away, he stepped close to Zhang Dashan's cards. With a slide of his feet, he swapped out Zhang Dashan's cards unnoticed. His movements were clean and precise. Having carried out the deed, he then promptly walked away, holding on to his drink as if nothing had happened. Feng Wuhan had to make a big decision, and he declared bravely, all right, *CK it, I'm going to risk it. 1,000, I want to see whose cards are bigger. He flipped his own 3 cards over. Damn it, a pair of 3s and the old K as the extra card. He frowned, looking exactly like an emoji. Ha ha ha, little guy, that's what you get for crossing me. Here, let me show you what your brother's big cards are. Zhang Dashan laughed endlessly. He picked up his cards from the floor and slammed them down with a forceful fling. 7, 8, 9, it's a straight flush. It's bigger than you imagined. On hearing Zhang Dashan declare his hand, Feng Wuhan and Xiao Luo leaned back, feeling depressed as the thrill of the chase suddenly left them. Then glancing at the open cards, they burst out in laughter. Brother Zhang, what you have isn't even a straight flush. It's a 689. Why, even the colors are different. Your high card is only 9. Zhang Dashan, still in his victory pose, turned to glance at them in surprise. Then, he looked down. What the? His cards really were 6-8-9. The 8 and 9 cards were both hearts, while the 6 card was a clubs. He stuttered, this, what the hell is going on, where's my 7 of hearts? Feng Wuhan, ignoring him completely, reached across for the money and grabbed it gleefully from the floor, hee. Brother Zhang, I'm sorry, but all this money is mine. Xiao was really heartbroken. If I had known earlier, he was scamming us. I wouldn't have folded my cards. Damn it, giving up like this, I really feel like going to eat sh*t. F*ck your sister, I really did have a 7-8-9 straight flush. I couldn't be wrong. You guys better hurry up, go to the toilet and eat your shit. I just pooped, and it's still piping hot. Aside from the dissatisfaction of losing that way, something else irked him, and he was utterly at a loss of how to explain it. In the end, he could only think of one possibility. Frightened, he ran out to where Xiao Luo seated and said fearfully, "There's a ghost here, old Xiao. Your rented house definitely has a ghost. It even changed my cards. Let's move out tomorrow, you have money now, so you don't have to squeeze yourself in here any longer." Looking at his pale, frightened face, Xiao Luo couldn't help but laugh. Chongshan Pavilion. Chu Yunxiong was walking beside Ge Zhongtian on the main road where their company office was located. They were breathing in the night air as they discussed all that had happened recently. Fang Changlei has been sentenced to jail for 2 years and 8 months. Now that Luo's workshop is in a stable position, they will be the leading company in Jiangqing's baking industry, Ge Zhongtian said. With a tone of concern in his voice, Chu Yunxiong said, "This Fang Changlei has been unlucky, however, while he has fallen, there is still another foe standing in the way of little Luo." "Boss Chu, are you talking about the Dragon Gang?" Ge Zhongtian asked, second-guessing his friend. Chu Yunxiong nodded. Even those hotels that were searched, they were Fang Changlei's in name only. Their real owner is actually Long Sankue. In addition to that, 30% of Wei Lei actually belongs to Long Sankue. With Fang Changlei's fall, it will have a direct impact on Long Sankue's interests. Knowing how petty Long Sankue is, one would not expect him to do nothing. Ge Zhongtian exhaled deeply. Yes, even if it has nothing to do with his interest, he would not let Xiao Luo go because Fang Changlei has helped him out of a predicament in his early years. Fang Changlei helped Long Sankue out? Chu Yunxiong smiled and said, "Those are merely rumors. Fang Changlei is merely Long Sankue's proxy. To put it another way, he is nothing more than Long Sankue's puppet. Losing a puppet won't hurt Long Sankue, but if his profits are threatened, he would not think twice taking action." "It appears that Xiao Luo is in big trouble again," Ge Zhongtian said, expressing his sympathy for Xiao Luo. "That might be true, but it's hard to say who's the one in big trouble," Chu Yunxiong said, smiling. As Xiao Luo was standing on the top floor of his home enjoying the night view, his phone rang. It was his sister, Xiao Rui. He picked up the call. "Rui. Brother, Sun Yu is not worthy of your affection. Don't contact her anymore. I must have been blind. I just can't believe that she's that kind of girl," Xiao Rui snarled. Xiao Luo could almost hear her grinding her teeth over the phone. Close by, Tang Ren could be heard whispering from the side, "Wife, don't jump to any conclusions. We might be wrong, or it might not be what we think it is." "What do you mean, it might not be what you think it is?" "She already went to the hotel with that fat man without a chin. Will you only believe it when you see them rolling around in the sheets?" Xiao Rui said. She was unable to control her emotions and lashed out at Tang Ren. Checking into a hotel with someone else? Xiao Luo's mood took a nosedive. He couldn't believe it, and even more than that, he couldn't accept it. "Sun, you couldn't possibly be that sort of girl." "Are you sure it's her, sister?" I'm 200% sure. I even secretly took a picture of them. I will send it to you later. Xiao Rui felt heartbroken at the unfortunate turn of events for her brother. She thought it was unjust. At the same time, she also blamed herself for encouraging them to be a couple. Brother, don't be sad, she's just a flirtatious woman. She's not worth your sorrow. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have introduced you to her, she said, hoping it would somehow make him feel better. Comment. Old Xiao, what's going on? Zhang Dashan asked, curiously. He had just stepped in to catch Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo nodded in response and replied quickly, I got it, and hung up. Unable to calm his heart down, he searched for Sun Yu's contact information on his contact list to call her, only to find that Sun Yu's handphone was switched off. Just then, a notification lit up on his WeChat, alerting him that he had received a new message. After clicking on it, it was the picture that Xiao Rui said she'd send over. The photo was taken outside the hotel, showing a man and woman about to enter the hotel. Although it was only a side view, one could tell at a glance that the woman was clearly Sun Yu. Looking at the picture, Xiao Luo laughed coldly. He squeezed the can in his left hand with all 5 fingers, compressing it until it made a clink sound. The remaining fluid squished out through the small opening at the top of the can onto the floor. Gulp. Zhang Dashan, who was standing beside him, found it hard to even swallow down his saliva. He could feel a chill coursing down his spine, then through his entire body. Xiao Luo had a cold, hard smile on his face, if one could call it a smile. But right now, Xiao Luo was in a murderous mood, and if looks could kill, Zhang Dashan felt he'd already been dead. Old Xiao, you. I'm going out. Saying that, Xiao Luo turned to leave, heading straight towards the corridor. Where are you going, old Xiao? Drive my car there. Zhang Dashan shouted after him. There's no need. A voice that was clearly repressing anger came reverberating back from the corridor, as Xiao Luo stormed off. Feng Wuhan and the rest of the blood brothers came out to check what was going on, hearing the loud voices. When they found out that Xiao Luo had gone out, they expressed their concerns. Feng Wuhan asked, It's already 10 p.m., where is brother Xiao going? God knows. Zhang Dashan sighed, he looked concerned. Feng Wuhan looked at his face, his brows knitted in deep worry. He couldn't help but thinking it, but he somehow thought Zhang Dashan resembled a crumpled old rag. He kept his thoughts to himself. Zhang Dashan touched the side of his face and suddenly said, Damn it, my eyelids keep twitching. It feels like something bad is going to happen soon. Why don't we follow him and take a look too? Feng Wuhan suggested. Follow your head. Didn't you see the look he had in his eyes earlier? It was as if he was going to kill someone. If you want to go, you can go yourself, but I'm not going. Zhang Dashan said. Recalling the murderous glint in Xiao Luo's eyes, he couldn't help but feel the chills run down his spine again. He turned around and walked back into the rented house. In his heart, he prayed silently, hoping that it was just his imagination and nothing more. Nothing was going to happen tonight. Murderous eyes? The 4 companions and Feng Wuhan looked at each other. They suddenly recalled the incident at the old warehouse at Jiangqing Pier the other night. They now pictured Xiao Luo in the fight against the members of the Dragon Gang. Bringing down his foes one slice at a time, it was like a bloodbath. He was ruthless and methodical, like a bloodthirsty death god. It was a vicious affair, bloody and horrifying. At the thought of this, the 5 trembled and immediately dropped the idea of going out to take a look. Xiao Luo had called for a taxi and was headed to the hotel shown in the picture. He tried his best to calm himself down, but no matter how hard, he found it hard to control his bitterness and rising rage. It was like he was in the eye of the storm, swirling chaos around him, and the wall was closing in. It was beginning to overwhelm him, and he found it harder to control. He had a strong urge to smash the world with a single punch. Comment. Hurry up. Big brother, this is the fastest I can go. Any faster and I'll get a speeding ticket, said the taxi driver as he looked through the rearview mirror. Xiao Luo swept aside those dissenting words, giving the man a dark stare with wolfish eyes. In a threatening voice, he shouted, I want you to drive faster. The angry, commanding voice made it hard for the taxi driver to disobey. The taxi driver got frightened and immediately increased his speed. The man was frozen in fear, and he couldn't help wondering if he was ferrying a dangerous criminal. With his mind in turmoil, he thought of calling the police, but later thought against it as he saw that Xiao Luo had an honorable bearing and certainly did not look like a ruthless gangster. He hesitantly took his hand off the emergency police button that was installed on his dashboard. He asked, Brother, did something urgent come up? Xiao Luo remained silent and didn't say anything. The taxi driver continued to question, Brother, there are no obstacles you cannot overcome in this world. Let's remain calm. When you reach my age, you will come to realize a lot of things. People come when they cry and cry when they leave. Eventually, we come from dust and to dust we will return. Think positively. Xiao Luo continued to remain silent. Ahead at the traffic light junction, the red light came on, and the taxi driver stopped the car immediately. Drive past. Xiao Luo said coldly. This shocked the driver. He turned around, Boss, it's the red light now. I want you to drive. Xiao Luo raised his voice menacingly. At this moment, the taxi driver was sure that he had come face to face with a gangster. He locked eyes with Xiao Luo, who returned the stare with eyes cold as frost. He had a strong feeling that if he had not followed Xiao Luo's instructions, he would die on the spot. Gritting his teeth, he geared up and floored the accelerator and rushed forward. The taxi's dangerous maneuver angered the other vehicles abiding the traffic rules and keeping within the speed limit. When it stopped, all the other drivers pulled down their windows and began scolding. I know your license plate number. So if you don't want to cause trouble, take your hand off the alarm button. The taxi driver's actions did not escape Xiao Luo's eyes. These words put fear into the taxi driver, and he immediately took his hand off, as if he was shocked by an electrical current. Brother, it's not easy being a taxi driver, you, don't make things difficult for me, said the taxi driver with a forlorn look. We came from dust, and to dust, we will return. Think positively, said Xiao Luo softly. The taxi driver was close to tears. He had uttered those words in goodwill, but he certainly did not mean for them to be applied to himself this night. Comment. An hour later, before arriving at his destination, the taxi driver was already prepared for the worst. Death did not seem such a bad thing, after all. The number of red lights he had beaten could no longer be counted with his 10 fingers. He was expecting to have to retake his driver's license, and on top of that, he would have to pay hefty fines on these offenses. It would just feel like going back to living a life in constant debt. Xiao Luo's phone rang. He took it out and saw Sun Yu's name. Suddenly, everything changed. It was like gushing torrents of water crashing through a crack in a dam wall. Xiao Luo was taken by a great sense of urgency, but somehow, he managed to restrain himself. Calming himself down, he answered the phone. Sun Yu donned a red hoodie and was sitting at the top of the hotel, looking out at the dimly lit urban city. The wind blew strong, and it was a very chilly night, yet she didn't feel the cold. Perhaps her heart had already frozen. Tears poured out from the corner of her eyes and rolled down her delicate face, their trails reflected in the moonlit night. She sat leaning against the wall, hugging her knees. She had her phone held against her right ear, waiting for a response. She was sobbing quietly like a lost child. Xiao Luo answered the phone. When he heard her crying voice, his anger and was immediately replaced by a grave sense of dread. He asked urgently, "Are you all right? What's with you?" Sun Yu spoke in between sobs, "Brother Xiao Luo, that day when you announced to everyone that I was your woman, I so badly wanted to say aloud that I liked you too. When we first met, I was already strongly drawn to your charm. I am deeply attracted to you. I like your easy smile, I like looking at you, and I like the times I've spent with you." Sun Yu didn't sound like her usual self. Her speech was giddy and incoherent, almost childlike. She was crying and laughing all at once. There was a touch of desolation in her sad voice. How I wish time could stop forever that night. On the night when we were eating roasted sweet potatoes together. You said to me that those times were best, remember? When we were kids with no troubles and no worries. Trying to touch fish in the stream, digging rat holes in the field, folding paper airplanes, and playing in the mud. I was always happy then. I still remember that nursery rhyme, "Brother Xiao Luo, let me sing it for you, if you're okay?" Without waiting for Xiao Luo's reply, she started singing softly, and her sweet voice was pleasant in his ears. You clap once, I clap once, frequent showers, frequent change of clothes. You clap twice, I clap twice, remember to bring a handkerchief every day. You clap thrice, I clap thrice, don't spit everywhere. You clap four, I clap four, kill the flies and the mosquitoes. You clap five, I clap five, exterminate bed bugs and mice. As she continued singing, tears began to flow down uncontrollably. The tears had long blurred her vision. She felt an emptiness within herself, she longed for a place where she could get away from all this. By this time, Xiao Luo had arrived at the hotel's entrance. As soon as the taxi stopped, he immediately pushed the car door open and rushed out. Shouting desperately into the phone, he asked, "Where are you?" "I am at home." Sun Yu smiled a vacant smile and then took the phone closer to her. "Brother Xiao Luo, I've wanted to tell you these last few days that, in fact, I love you." Beep, beep, beep. The cadence of the busy signal streaming out from Xiao Luo's receiver sent a sudden rush of panic through his very soul. Just then, there was a commotion from the crowd on the street. "Quick, look! Someone is jumping from the rooftop from above." Sharp piercing cries and screams of panic came from all directions. Xiao Luo turned towards the directions the crowd was facing, raising his head to scan the night. He focused his sight, and there, he saw a slight figure in a red hoodie, jumping off the roof of the hotel. For a while, she appeared to float in the air like a drifting crimson rose, then suddenly plunged towards the ground at an alarming speed. She was falling with her back to the ground, staring up to the heavens, with her arms apart, no signs of fear or struggle, like she had a sincere wish to meet with death. Sun Yu. Call it intuition, but Xiao Luo knew that was Sun Yu, even without seeing her face. There was not a second to spare. This was a matter of life and death. In a flash, he bounded over in several powerful leaps with muscular feline grace. As he landed on his chosen spot, he planted his feet firmly, bent his strong legs, and leaped forward, high towards the falling body as it neared its point of impact. Stretching fully, he got his arms to her, pulled her into him even as they were airborne. Rotating himself forward while keeping her tucked in his chest, the entangled bodies were thrown in a lateral direction, landing not far away from where she would have fallen. Xiao Luo broke the fall, rolling off his back, and the momentum caused him to rotate several times more. Sun Yu was flung from his grasp, landing not far away. But he had broken her fall, saving her from certain death. Without even reaching its terminal velocity, the impact still had a violent effect on Xiao Luo. His constitution of king of mercenaries' skill was unable to bear the load of such a force. Click. At the point of contact, Xiao Luo's arm had instantly been dislocated. It all happened in an instant. The pain flashed through the entire left arm, causing him to black out for a split second. Intuitively, his body reacted in the way he had visualized, pulling her body into his own, and rolling over as he hit the ground. Sun Yu, having been thrown from his grasp, fell a short away and remained unconscious. Fresh blood slowly flowed from where she lay. Xiao Luo picked himself up and limped over desperately. Endured the pain in his left arm, he picked her up and returned to the waiting taxi. Looking at Sun Yu covered in blood, the driver was in shock and turned pale. "Is this your friend? Drive." Xiao Luo couldn't keep calm and roared at the driver to move that very instant. Without further delay, the driver quickly put on his seatbelt and drove directly to the People's Hospital. They arrived within minutes. The strong smell of disinfectant permeated the hospital air. Sitting outside the trauma room, Xiao Luo stared at the dried blood stains from Sun Yu's injuries, still visible on the ground. He had reset his dislocated left arm himself. As long as he didn't exert any pressure, it would be fine. A few days of rest would suffice. With his hands on his head, he sat there a despondent figure. There was so much going through his mind at the moment. He kept recalling everything that happened since that night. From Hu Shuiron's reminder to Sun Yu's rejection, everything pointed towards a sinister intrigue that he needed to unravel. What kind of unspeakable suffering would make a girl choose to jump off the building to end her life? Xiao Luo couldn't understand any of it. He only knew that Huanliang was involved in this somehow. "Brother." After receiving the news, Xiao Rui and Tang Ren rushed over immediately. They were breathing hard by the time they got to him. "Brother, what happened exactly? Why did you try to commit suicide?" Xiao Rui asked anxiously. Xiao Luo did not answer her, but he immediately demanded of her, "Get Hu Shuirong over here." Despite not knowing what was going on, Tang Ren immediately replied, "I will get her." Then, he turned and immediately left. How could this be? How could this be? Xiao Rui looked at the closed door of the trauma room and muttered to herself. Her mind was in total confusion. Elsewhere, the site where Sun Yu had jumped off had been cordoned off by the Jingcha, specifically its investigation department. Team leader Gu, according to a certain taxi driver's account, the girl who jumped off the building has been sent to People's Hospital for treatment. He also responded to a situation in which a strange male passenger was ferried from Gong Village in Taihe District. The passenger's destination was this hotel. Also, the male passenger kept telling him to drive faster and even threatened him to run the red lights. He seemed to know the girl was going to jump off the building, and the girl was also taken to the hospital by the same male passenger. J member Wang Hanxian reported the situation to Gu Qianlin. Gong Village? Gu Qianlin raised her eyebrows in a dramatic arch. She was quite familiar with the name of that place. This was because the number one suspect of the September 12th incident, Xiao Luo, lived there. She then looked up at the hotel. It was a dozen floors high. She thought to herself, jumping from the top of this building would have made anyone minced meat. Could it be possible to save anyone? Have you checked the identity of the jumper? Her name is Sun Yu, a guest of this hotel. Wang Hanxian nodded and replied, she is a nurse in the People's Hospital. In addition, residual traces of crystal meth and other drugs were found in the room she stayed in. Crystal meth and other drugs? Gu Qianlin furrowed her brows intently. Drugs had always been the target of this country's crackdown. All law enforcement personnel were extremely sensitive to these words. That's correct. Wang Hanxian said. There was also a middle-aged man who had entered the room with her. The investigation team is looking for his information based on what we have picked out in the surveillance video. I believe there will be results soon. Something worth mentioning as well is that he has had sexual intercourse with the girl in the room. The woman who jumped off the building had likely exchanged her body for crystal meth and drugs from the middle-aged man. Hearing this, Gu Qianlin, who was familiar with similar cases, immediately assumed the reason for the girl's suicide by jumping off the building. The girl must have been addicted to drugs. Addicts usually appear to live a normal life and behave like the average person going about their daily lives, but once the drug craving kicks in, their torment would become unbearable. To satisfy their needs, they'd not only sell their bodies but would not hesitate to even break their arm in exchange for drugs, making the decision to commit suicide. This only showed how desperate the girl to break free from her drug addiction. Unfortunately, each time the drug-induced craving came, she would sink again. Each time she fell, she would experience a deeper sense of guilt and shame. It was a continuous path down a dark, living hell. No matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to break free from their habit. Her eyes teared slightly and turned reddish. She knew the struggle and despair this girl had to endure. Hu Shuirong had just happened to be on the clock when she heard the news of Sun Yu's attempted suicide. She made her way back to the trauma room as fast as she could. When she arrived at its entrance, she broke down and cried in grief, falling to her knees. Xiao Luo took a step up, looked coldly down on her from above, and said, "You should know the reason for this, now tell me." It wasn't a casual discussion with room for compromise nor a simple question. It was a command. Hu Shuirong looked up, disheveled, and answered with a hiss, "It's He Ruanliang." Xiao Rui's expression changed slightly. Tang Ren's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that his own boss, He Ruanliang, had something to do with Sun Yu's incident. Hu Shuirong lost her composure as tears ran down her face. Seething with hate and remorse, she cried, "He Ruanliang is not human, he's an animal. He tricked us, purposely got us addicted to drugs, and forced us to become his toys." Yu tried fighting back before, but every time her addiction kicked in, she couldn't help but beg him for more drugs. "He hurt Yu and me, and he also hurt many young girls in the hospital." What? The revelation was shocking, unbelievable. It stunned both Xiao Rui and Tang Ren. No wonder Sun Yu was willing to get a room with He Ruanliang at that hotel. No wonder Sun Yu started crying after a few words from He Ruanliang at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, rejecting Xiao Luo's proposal and running off. No wonder, these were the reasons for all her actions. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Xiao Luo lifted his head up, smiling darkly. He straightened his posture as he clenched his fists tight. He suddenly asked, "Where does He Ruanliang live?" Hu Shuirong's whole body trembled. She clearly saw the murderous intent in Xiao Luo's burning eyes. "You should have been to his place before, right?" Xiao Luo questioned coldly. Hu Shuirong nodded. "He has a house in Lishui Binjiang that he purchased without his wife's knowledge for." "What's the area code, building number, and floor number?" Xiao Luo interrupted her. "Area C, Building 9, 7th floor. Where do he and his wife live?" "Hongqi Park, Area B, Building 6, 3rd floor." Xiao Luo turned and walked away as soon as he received the two addresses. "Big brother, where are you going? Don't do reckless things." Xiao Rui called to him while her heart jumped out of her chest. Tang Ren added, "Let's call the police, let the JC handle this." "Don't worry, I'm just going out for a walk." Xiao Luo turned and gave them a smirk before leaving without a second word. Deep down, Xiao Rui was still concerned. If her brother broke the law because of Sun Yu, she would never be able to forgive herself. Gu Qinglin arrived outside of the trauma room not too long after Xiao Luo had left. After seeing Xiao Rui, the sister of Xiao Luo recorded on visitor's log, and recalling the evidence given by the cab driver earlier, her speculation was proven correct. That strange passenger was indeed Xiao Luo. "Where's your brother Xiao Luo?" Gu Qinglin asked Xiao Rui directly as she arrived. Xiao Rui was a little taken aback by the sudden question. She looked at her quizzically, wondering how this female cop knew who she was. Looking at the stern countenance of the JCs standing behind Gu Qinglin, she decided it would be best to cooperate. He just left." "Where did he go?" Gu Qinglin questioned in a hurry. He went out for a walk. Xiao Rui said. For a walk? Gu Qinglin didn't believe this excuse and asked, how did Xiao Luo act before he left? Anything strange, such as asking for the home address of the hospital director He Ruanliang? Xiao Rui and Tang Ren stood stunned in silence. Their minds raced as they questioned themselves about what exactly was going on. Why is the JC so familiar with their older brother, as if they were keeping a close eye on him? From the look of their eyes, Gu Qinglin got the answer she sought. She immediately issued an order to Wang Hanxian, inform headquarters to locate He Ruanliang's cell phone and find him as fast as they can. Understood. Wang Hanxian nodded and took out his phone as he turned around to carry out the order. As a precaution, Gu Qinglin had already dispatched the junior officers to head out to He Ruanliang's residence in Hongqi Park immediately and ordered them to protect He Ruanliang as soon as they find him. What's your brother's cell phone number? Gu Qinglin continued to ask. Xiao Rui quickly found Xiao Luo's number on her cell phone. She had to do what she could to prevent him from walking down the wrong path. Here it is. Gu Qinglin dialed the number on her cell phone only to receive a notification that the phone was turned off. Damn it. She shoved her phone back into her pocket and left in a huff. This was turning out to be a race between her and Xiao Luo to find He Ruanliang. Even though He Ruanliang deserved to die, he was still a key witness for their case. If they capture He Ruanliang before Xiao Luo finds him, they would have the evidence to destroy the entire illegal drug market within Jiangqing. But regardless of that fact, she could not let Xiao Luo ignore the law and kill a man on a whim. Wait. Xiao Rui rushed over to stop her, and said, my brother is a good man. If he did end up breaking the law, her voice trembled a little, as she suspected that her brother was already on the JC's blacklist. It was very likely that he had already broken the country's law in some way. So she pleaded in a desperate tone, I'm begging you all, please don't. Nobody is above the laws of the nation. Gu Qinglin interrupted her. Even though she sympathized with Xiao Rui, she was still a law enforcement official and could never act on personal sentiments and bias. She would not let anyone breaking the laws walk free. It was her sworn obligation and responsibility. Nothing could change her mind. Xiao Rui watched, slumped in despair, as she walked off with her team of JCs. Tang Ren walked up to her. She turned and hugged him tightly, and tears ran as she sobbed quietly. Oh. What should I do? If my brother really breaks the law, what am I supposed to do? Mom and Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma would all be upset and hurt. Don't worry, Big Brother will be okay, these JCs must be mistaken about the whole affair. Tang Ren patted her back in consolation and said out the first thing that he thought would console her. He was in a state of confusion and trepidation. He had not felt such a sense of dread and agony for some time. But he knew Xiao Rui needed him now, and he had to be strong for her sake. A man couldn't show his weakness in front of a woman, he was still a man, and a man couldn't show weakness in front of his woman, he used to be told. Captain Gu, we've tracked down He Ruanliang's cell phone through the GPS, and we've taken a man in. However, this person isn't He Ruanliang. Wang Hanxian updated Gu Qinglin on the cop car. Gu Qinglin raised an eyebrow, what do you mean? He's a petty thief. According to his account, he stole the phone from He Ruanliang at a bar. Wang Hanxian let out a stiff chuckle. What are the chances? Gu Qinglin clenched her teeth, that sure is a coincidence. I know, right? He just happened to steal it at a time when we're looking for He Ruanliang? It sure is hard to predict what will happen in this world of ours. Wang Hanxian said, by the way, we've discovered something else. He Ruanliang doesn't only have one property in the Hongqi Park, but also another house in Lishui Binjiang. He bought under his father's name. Apparently, his wife doesn't even know about this place, so I think it's very likely that's where he's keeping his drugs. Are teams 1 and 2 heading to Hongqi Park right now? Gu Qinglin asked, a serious look on her face. They're on their way. Then, we'll go to Lishui Binjiang. Gu Qinglin had a gut feeling that Huanliang wouldn't be returning to his home in Hongqi Park, and instead would head for Lishui Binjiang. She then ordered the driver, turn around. Midnight, 11 p.m. A white Mazda slowly rolled along into the Lishui Binjiang residential area. Most of the residents were already in bed at this hour, but a few homes had their lights on. Distant sounds of gay chatter and laughter from young men and women could be heard now and then, breaking the lull of the night. Huanliang driving alone, in a pleasant mood, humming along to the tune of the music playing in the vehicle. He glanced over at the bags of powdery substance on the passenger seat. A thin smile flashed across his thick face as he recalled his intimate evening. At this time, he had not realized yet that his handphone had been nicked. This thing sure is great. Ever since he got into selling meth, he had not had any problems with finding sweet, young girls to take advantage of. The hospital recruited several batches of young nurses annually. Among them, there were many single girls, young and delicate, and those meeting these criteria would be subjected to his philandering ways. One could say that he had single-handedly pruned down the flower of the nursing corps. If he failed to seduce these fair damsels either by favors rendered or coercion, he would simply resort to using a more backhanded option. He'd only need to spike their drinks during the hospital's social events, and gradually they'd become dependent on the drug without their knowledge. Usually, within a matter of 2 months, they will become toys in his hands. It was indeed that simple because no matter how strong-willed the victims were, they couldn't possibly deal with the horrific symptoms of withdrawal when the urge kicked in. A beautiful scenery is no match for a dream, as grasses are scented in the dream. Huanliang swayed his body as he drove along, feeling uninhibited and elated with living the good life. Of late, he'd hardly gone back home. He didn't miss seeing the aged face of his wife, or that ugly old hag, as he'd called her. Soon, the white Mazda arrived at its destination. It slowed down as it made its way into the underground parking garage. Being an upmarket residential area of Jiangqing, the residents of Lishui Binjiang were from the wealthy upper crust. The parking garage was filled with expensive luxury cars that cost hundreds of thousands. Huanliang's white Mazda seemed out of place in this pond of big fishes, but that would change soon, he thought to himself. Huanliang was looking around for his handphone after he had parked his car, but it was nowhere to be found. He stepped out of the car, stuck half of his body back in with his butt sticking out, and searched thoroughly again inside the vehicle, but still found nothing. He carefully retraced his activities that evening, and suddenly remembered that someone had bumped into him while he was casually moving about in the bar. He recalled even yelling at the stranger for walking into him. He only realized now that his phone might have been taken by that pocket picker then. *T. His pleasant mood immediately vanished in a puff. Huanliang yelled loudly in sheer frustration, kicking the tire of his car. He cursed the thief roundly, "Son of a b****, don't let me see you again. If I see you again, I'll kill you." He slammed the car door and pressed on his keys to lock his car. Click. 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 Just then, the lights inside the underground car park went off, one by one. Before he could even take another breath, the entire car park was in total darkness. Immediately, the emergency lights at the exits switched on automatically and glowed, allowing him to make his way around in the darkness. Yet the darkness was all-pervasive, with the few exit lights appearing like insignificant support actors in a 2-bit stage production. The unsteady glow they emitted made it feel like they could be snuffed out at any time. In the darkness, an eerie air seemed to permeate across the vast, expansive parking area. One gulp. Huanliang gulped again before getting some of his nerves back. He then cursed once more, this time in annoyance. "The electricity in this garage is having problems again. The service provider is really god********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* if I don't send a complaint to management tomorrow, I'm giving up my family name. He did not carry the composure of a hospital director right now, tossing away the facade, and revealing his true ugly nature. Xuanhuan. A voice suddenly rang out in the quiet darkness, echoing across the vast emptiness. That cold voice carried no emotions, it was cold and dark, seeming to have come from the underworld. Who are you? Xuanhuan jumped up in horror, turning his head towards the direction of the voice. In the dim light, he could make out a person wearing a gray coat, black pants, and white Converse shoes slowly walked towards him. He played with a knife in their right hand, casually twirling it as the blade reflected in the dim glow. A murderous intent. His hair stood on end, and a cold sweat broke as he felt an overpowering sense of danger coming from the approaching figure. Was he going to be murdered? Xuanhuan suddenly felt the temperature drop to a freezing point as he shook uncontrollably in fear. He called out to the approaching man in a shaking voice, Who are you? What are you planning on doing? He couldn't make out the person's face, still cloaked by the darkness. The figure in the gray coat remained silent, but he now picked up his pace. Breaking through the darkness, he charged. He came like a hungry wolf chasing down its prey. In fear, Xuanhuan lost his composure, rooted to where he stood and unable to find the courage to defend himself. The swift figure appeared before him like a phantom. Bang! With a mighty leap, the figure bounded towards Xuanhuan, twisting around midair, and just as he landed on his feet, his knife hand swept in an arch, plunging the blade deep into Xuanhuan's left shoulder. In his mind, he pictured a great gray wolf, leaping through the darkness and sinking its foul fangs deep into his flesh. Would he succumb to this mortal wound? Gash! Fresh, bright red blood poured out of his wound, as an excruciating pain shot across his entire left side. The shock sent bright flashes of light to his head, and momentarily he was blinded. Even before he could react, the force of his attacker's momentum threw him back a long way, crashing into the ground. Disorientated, Xuanhuan remained on the ground where he fell, the blade lodged in his shoulder. Crying in pain as he watched his assailant step slowly towards him. As the man came closer, Xuanhuan looked up, shaking. He tried to make out the man, then with eyes wide in fear and disbelief, his jaw dropped open as he recognized the face. It's you. Xiao Luo stood there, staring at Xuanhuan coldly without a word. His grim face did not hide his intentions. He now kneeled next to the prone figure, then grabbed the handle of the protruding knife. Xuanhuan gasped, trying to plead for his life. Xiao Luo stared directly into his eyes as he slowly rotated the blade, first clockwise, then counterclockwise. Arg! The pain shot through Xuanhuan, and it was excruciating and unbearable pain. He kicked around, trying to break away. Xiao Luo grabbed his other hand as Xuanhuan attempted to get to the knife and pull it out. His left arm was frozen entirely from the pain, he could not feel his arm any longer, just the burning pain of his flesh being ripped to shreds. As Xiao Luo paused, Xuanhuan begged for his life, Don't kill me, I can give you a lot of money, I can also give your Luo workshop a lot of business. He never imagined that the owner of the Luo workshop could be such a cold-hearted assassin. Had he known, he would never have laid even a finger on Sun Yu. Xiao Luo leaned close to his thick, sweaty face, and slowly spoke into his ears, I only want to skin you alive right now. He spoke softly, but every word conveyed his intention that this night would end with a horrible death for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan felt his soul leave him that very moment. His face was pale with terror, and grasping at the last strand of hope, he attempted to speak as calmly as he could, I'm part of the Dragon Gang, if you kill me, you'll be facing the wrath of our gang. You will no longer have a place in Jiangqing. The Dragon Gang again. Xiao Luo laughed. A cold, cynical laugh. Lying there in the dark, Xuanhuan's rotund form was a bleeding mess, his wide eyes with fear as sweat ran down his thick, chinless face. He stared at Xiao Luo's depraved smile in abject terror, to the point he dared not even breathe. Those 4 short words from Xiao Luo told him everything he needed to know about what was about to happen to him. Wasn't this the man who single-handedly confronted the Dragon Gang in the September 12th incident? Gang enforcer, Guo Jianghu, had led more than 100 of his fighters against Xiao Luo. But the Red Cudgel was defeated and killed along with all his gang members that fateful night. He had heard from an inside source he had in the JC that a single fighter had annihilated an entire group of gangsters in that incident. By some providence, he had been helped through certain actions taken by JC. Could the 12-9 incident have anything to do with this man? Random thoughts flashed through his mind without any logical reason as he shrank in fear from the ominous presence of his tormentor, Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo reached for the knife sticking out of He Ruanliang's left shoulder, gripped it tightly and yanked it out. As he did so, he said in that familiar cold voice, Long San Kuei gloats about his 3,000 fighters. I'll arrange for him 3,000 coffins. Without a further word, the blade came down and pierced He Ruanling's open palm, pinning it to the ground. Arg! The pain was unbearable. And the screams now unrestrained. Xiao Luo smiled cruelly. He once again withdrew the blade from the impaled palm. His attention wandered to other parts of He Ruanliang's shivering body, as the fat man whimpered. Xiao Luo wielded his blade like a surgeon's scalpel as he filleted the fleshy parts of his victim's torso, like a knife through butter. He Ruanliang lost control of all bodily functions, shamelessly discharging his fluids amid cries of pain and anguish. His screams echoed in the empty space. In a matter of minutes, He Ruanliang had turned into a bloody mess of flesh and blood. Strips of flesh hung like ribbons where his shirt had been ripped off. Blood flowed copiously from his open wounds. What was left of his garments was stained in a morbid red. A gaping mark was drawn across his forehead, revealing the white bone of his skull. The cut was deep and continued down to the right side of his chin, causing his face to appear like it was falling off to one side. He Ruanliang's body now twitched uncontrollably, as if in his last throes of death. His body was soon coming into a state of shock, and he only stared blankly at Xiao Luo. He was trying to speak. His mouth was opening and closing like a fish out of water, even as choked in his own blood. In his mind, he begging for his life. He couldn't have imagined he would die such a horrific death. Xiao Luo finally stood up. He looked down at He Ruanliang with no emotion, as if admiring a piece of fine art. Xiao Luo didn't plan on taking his life with a single strike, and he wanted to quietly watch this man suffer in pain and grow in despair before he finally died. He had no intention of giving this man a quick death. It would be a long and painful one. Bang! The high-pitched report of a handgun pierced the silence. A single bullet sped through the darkness and found its mark, hitting Xiao Luo on the rear of his left shoulder. The impact from the low-velocity round threw him forward, almost tripping him over. Within a split second, he had identified the direction of the shooter, and instinctively he immediately grabbed He Ruanliang off the ground. Xiao Luo pulled him up and held him like a human shield. Release him. Gu Qinglin held her piece in both hands aligned with her line of sight, as she quickly made her way over. She stood facing him now, in her shooting stance, her left foot slightly forward, dropping her cheeks close to her biceps, lining up the gun with her eyes. With a stern voice, she warned him not to make a move. Wang Hanxian was positioned just behind her, with 2 other JCs as backups. Xiao Luo now held his knife against He Ruanliang's neck and faced the rescuers. For a brief, tense moment, there was complete silence. The officers stared in horror at what they witnessed. They felt their palms get sweaty as an unexplainable sense of that they had come face to face with a beast. He helped me. As adrenaline surged through his body, He Ruanliang's instinct for survival returned. He called out weakly for help when he saw the JC team right in front of him. Did you hear us? Release him. Gu Qinglin repeated the order firmly. She wasn't sure if the perpetrator was Xiao Luo, but had a reasonable suspicion that it was. If he really was Xiao Luo, then she now had an ID on his real face. A chill shot through her spine as she looked at He Ruanliang, his face barely recognizable. He was soaked in blood, and his flesh virtually shredded. Whoever they were facing was a pro, an intelligent and steady, cold-blooded killer. He carried out his assault within such a short time, given that the JC was already en route to apprehend He Ruanliang. The fact that their opponent could react in such a short amount of time and held He Ruanliang hostage proved that this person was a real intelligent, cold-blooded, and calm killer. Even with her experience, Gu Qinglin felt goosebumps rise out of nowhere. Xiao Luo kept hid behind He Ruanliang's body as a shield. Gu Qinglin's arrival had messed up his plan, so he might have to leave the man behind. Without another word, Xiao Luo lifted He Ruanliang and carried him off like a beast towards another exit. He kept to the darkness as he made his way there. The pursuing JC team could see the knife pressed against He Ruanliang's neck as it glistened coldly under the dim light. Gu Qinglin followed closely, waiting for a chance to take a shot at Xiao Luo. The chance never came as Xiao Luo successfully reached the exit. The stalemate continued. He Ruanliang now felt the knife pressing on his neck and knew that Xiao Luo was about to take his life. In fear and horror, he called out again, in a coarse guttural voice, "And no, please don't. Stop it, I'm telling you to stop, do you hear me?" Gu Qinglin yelled. She could sense what would soon be happening. She cringed at the thought of a human life brutally taken, right in front of her. Then, the sound of a grunt. The knife mercilessly sliced through He Ruanliang's throat, and blood oozed out in an instant. Damn it! Gu Qinglin lost control of her emotions and immediately opened fire. Bang! 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 A volley of shots tore through the exit area. But Xiao Luo had already made his escape, and the bullets lodged harmlessly in the wall. When they arrived at the spot, He Ruanliang was already lying dead in a pool of blood, his eyes open, staring blankly at the wall. He's brutal. A cold-blooded murderer. Wang Hanxian said, staring chillingly at the corpse. Gu Qinglin was furious, clenching her teeth. She ordered, "Send a request to the headquarters immediately, get a warrant of arrest out for criminal suspect Xiao Luo." Committing a crime right before her eyes was not only an affront to her, but more so an insult to the law. He must be captured at all costs, he cannot escape the long arm of the law. Understood. Wang Hanxian nodded and acknowledged her order. Xiao Luo arrived at the pavilion on the mountains in the Guangming Park. Even though Gu Qinglin's shot wasn't life-threatening, the bullet had lodged deep in his shoulder, causing hemorrhage and massive trauma to the affected area. The loss of blood dramatically affected his physical and mental state. He slowly reached his hand back towards the injury and, clenching his teeth, pushed his finger into the wound, attempting to dig the slug out. A sharp pain flashed from the wound the moment his finger reached into the wound, his face twisted in anguish. After what seemed like a long, agonizing time, he finally managed to extract the bullet from his injury. He felt his legs giving and collapsed to the ground. The cold-blooded assassin rolled over and lay where he fell, his face a deathly pale. Ding! Detected severe injury on the host, life energy rapidly decreasing. The system will automatically deduct 100,000 healing points from the host account. An emotionless, digital notification from the genius system played inside his head. As Xiao Luo was about to lose consciousness, he could feel a burning sensation from the injury on his back. It felt like it was a fire. However, it didn't hurt nor itch, but instead, it gradually began to feel quite comfortable, like a large and warm hand gently placed on the injury. What? Deduct 100,000 points for healing treatment? Xiao Luo laughed incredulously as he questioned how the system could forcibly deduct points without even getting his approval. He felt the urge to scorn loud. Though, on the flip side, healing a gunshot wound for only the cost of 100,000 was quite a steal. It was way past midnight, and the mountains in the park were cold and silent. Even the path lights on the mountain trails were turned off to save energy. Xiao Luo laid on the stone bench inside the pavilion with his eyes closed, allowing the system's healing function to do its job. In the city, located a distance away, sounds of police sirens wailed as patrol cars drove by like a gust of wind. This didn't pose any threat to him because he had already had an escape plan even before he carried out his attack on Xuanhuan. The routes he planned to use would remain in the shadow of the Skynet system. The JC would not be able to track him from their surveillance cameras. His only worry had been the scar left by the bullet wound on his back. He was high on the list of Gu Qinglin's suspects. The shot she fired prevented him from killing Xuanliang outright, and it was also proof that he had been present at the scene of the crime. Gu Qinglin made the shot at his upper torso, safely away from the body's kill zone. By avoiding his vital organs, she clearly planned on keeping him alive. Will it leave a scar? Xiao Luo asked. The question was obviously directed towards the system that had already merged with his body. Ding. Injuries sustained by the host, including but not exclusive to bullet wounds, knife wounds, burns, and near-fatal injuries that do not pose a threat to the host's life, can trigger the automatic response of the healing function. Points will be deducted to initiate the healing process on the detected wounds. The healing function will result in a permanent recovery and will not leave any scars. A permanent recovery that leaves no marks? Xiao Luo couldn't help being sarcastic in responding to the notification. He remarked, "You say it like an advertisement." The system didn't respond as if it couldn't give a proper response to this kind of command. What happens if you have less than 100,000 points? Ding. The healing function will not be able to activate. Precisely as he expected. Xiao Luo stopped talking, losing the urge to continue the banter with the system's AI. Half an hour later, the treatment process was completed. Xiao Luo recovered fully, feeling energized once again. He moved his shoulder around and couldn't even feel a hint of pain. He reached over to his back and touched the spot where the bullet had penetrated. What was earlier an entry hole pouring with blood was now smooth as new. Even without seeing it with his own two eyes, he could confirm that no trace of a scar was left. Good. Xiao Luo gave high praise to the system. Just as he was getting ready to leave, he saw a couple making their way up the mountain. The man appeared to be leading the woman up the steep path, and then they headed towards the wooded area by the wayside. Not long after, he heard the coital sounds of soft moans and grunts from where the pair was last seen. They were clearly a young couple who had sneaked out in the middle of the night seeking temporary refuge to share a blissful moment. Xiao Luo didn't walk in their direction to watch them on purpose, but as his eyes had already grown accustomed to the darkness. There he saw two white bodies in an intimate embrace. They were bare of any items of clothing, and not fearing the night chill. Xiao Luo felt uncomfortable. He was no voyeur, unintentional or not, and turned around immediately. Before he left, he stealthily picked up the clothes the man had left close by and put it on himself. Along the way down, he tossed his gray coat in a nearby trash can. "Captain Gu, we have located Xiao Luo. He's in the public hospital in the Guangming area." The voice of a subordinate announced on the comm speaker. "In the hospital?" Gu Qinglin immediately responded, "Keep an eye on him, don't let him run, or you won't need to come to work tomorrow." Understood. The JC on the other end of the line realized the urgency of the matter and replied with clear affirmation. "Start up the engine, we're going to the public hospital." Gu Qinglin told the JC on the driver's seat. The driver immediately tossed his half-eaten cup noodles into the trash can outside the car, started up the engine, and sped towards the public hospital. "Captain Gu, this isn't right. Why is Xiao Luo in the hospital?" does he plan on turning himself in? Wang Hanxian scratched his head and couldn't think of a logical reason behind this. The police were actively searching the residences, and keeping a close eye on the hospital as well. Who knows what a cold-blooded killer like him is thinking? Either way, we need to capture him this time. Gu Qinglin said, clenching her jaws. Wang Hanxian nodded in agreement. Recalling the horrific scene of He Ruanliang's murder at the underground parking in Lishui Binjiang, he shivered. If the criminal really was Xiao Luo, they would be walking into a perilous situation. He was a ferocious beast and not to be trifled with. Back at the hospital, Sun Yu was still in the emergency room. Outside, a group of about 7 to 8 JCs held up their J guns and kept them pointed at the approaching figure. It was a tense moment, everyone remained on their toes. Xiao Luo held a paper cup in his hands and looked at them casually with no sign of panic on his face. As Xiao Rui, Tang Ren, and Hu Shuirong looked on, they froze in panic, hold their breaths in anticipation of what would occur. What happened? Why are these JCs pointing their guns at Xiao Luo? And why do these JCs look so nervous? A host of questions ran through their mind right there and then. They saw this man before them, standing upright, showing no fear, and standing there perfectly calm. While at the other end, a squad of armed JC, on full alert with their guards up, pointing their guns at him. He was like a mystery of secrets waiting to unfold. Xiao Luo shook his head, laughing softly to himself. He started to walk towards their direction. Don't move. The leader of the JC squad shouted aloud at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo shook the paper cup in his hands and said, "Don't worry, I'm just going to get a cup of water. It's in the corner, I won't leave your sights." As he spoke, he continued towards the water dispenser in the corner of the room, not waiting for a response from the JCs. The guns followed him as he moved past them. Some of the JCs had visible crops of sweat forming on their foreheads. From the information they received, Xiao Luo was a grade A, dangerous person. To get a perspective of the situation, a bank robber would be labeled as grade B. Therefore, the JC officers couldn't imagine just how dangerous this person before them was. Xiao Luo placed his paper cup under the hot water dispenser spout and turned it on. As the cup filled, the sound of dripping water broke the monotony of the tense, quiet moment. He filled the cup half full and then brought it to his mouth. It felt a little too hot, so he added some cold water. When it was just right, he began to take sips out of the cup casually. The JCs kept their eyes on him the whole time, looking on nervously. The squad leader felt a deep sense of fear at the sight of this man, casually sipping his cup of water, even when there were guns pointed directly at him. He thought of what kind of person would have the mental strength to remain so calm. He could feel an aura of invincibility around the man. Gu Qinglin arrived at the scene just as Xiao Luo finished the water in his cup. She had a fresh and neat look, and her slender body gave away hints of an active lifestyle. She kept her hair short and sassy, framing a pair of the loveliest light brown eyes. Gu Qinglin had a certain allure that drew eyes everywhere she went. "Officer Gu, what's with all the flashy act you guys are putting on?" Xiao Luo spoke calmly to Gu Qinglin, turned around as he placed the empty paper cup inside the trash can next to him. Gu Qinglin sneered in reply, "Xiao Luo, you don't need to pretend anymore. The person that killed He Ruanliang an hour ago in the underground garage of Lishui Binjiang was you. Admit it." "What? He Ruanliang was killed?" Listening in, the trio of Xiao Rui, Tang Ren, and Hu Shuirong were shocked. They just stared wide-eyed at Xiao Luo, unwilling to believe that he had killed He Ruanliang. Especially Xiao Rui. In her eyes, her brother was also an honest man that cared very much for his family. How could he possibly be the culprit? Her worst nightmare seemed to have come true and felt as if the whole world around her falling apart. Xiao Luo lifted a faint smile and said, "Officer Gu, as a JC, you should be careful of what you say or be held responsible for your own words." If you don't have evidence to prove that I am a murderer, I can sue you for defamation. Are you threatening me? Gu Qinglin was furious. You want evidence? Fine, can you take off your shirt and show us your back? The bullet wound on his back would be indisputable evidence. As long as she could confirm that he carried this wound, then Xiao Luo would indeed be the culprit that killed He Ruanliang. Is he trying to wiggle his way out with such threats? That won't work. She rated the arrest of Xiao Luo for his crimes as a more significant accomplishment, compared to losing her chance to completely destroy the entire drug market of Jiangqing. Xiao Luo kept silent. His face was hard and impassioned, he stared at her without a word. The cold silence created a rising tension that was felt by every single JC present. The tense atmosphere vanished as soon as Xiao Luo smiled. Of course, I can. Xiao Luo responded to Gu Qinglin's request, in a seemingly light-heartedly way, carefully unbuttoned his shirt, and turning to expose his back towards Gu Qinglin's team. He dropped his shirt down toward his waist and revealed his bare back before the entire group of JCs. They were stunned. No sign of any wounds showed on Xiao Luo's back. There's no injury. How is that possible? The person that spoke up was Gu Qinglin's assistant, Wang Hanqian. He said in disbelief, we certainly shot him, he can't possibly be unhurt. Gu Qinglin was taken aback. She was confident he was the man, and her confused look said it all. She even blinked a few times to make sure she wasn't dreaming, but there was still no wound to be found. She was absolutely dumbfounded. That's impossible, did I run into a ghost? She muttered under her breath as she walked towards Xiao Luo and unconsciously reached out to touch his back, then carefully studied the front of his body as well. There wasn't even a hint of scarring or any marks on him, let alone a bullet wound. She couldn't help noticing how clean and taut his skin appeared. Xiao Luo put his clothes back on and buttoned up his shirt. Well, I'm sad to inform you that the person you're looking for isn't me. He readjusted his collar after he had buttoned up his shirt and said in an exaggerated whisper, this is a hospital, we need to remain quiet. You should probably take your subordinates out of here soon. He walked around Gu Qinglin towards Xiao Rui as he spoke. Gu Qinglin refused to believe it. How was it not Xiao Luo? She lost it. Her instinct as a JC told her that there was no doubt, the cold-blooded killer was Xiao Luo. However, if it really was Xiao Luo, how was it possible that he didn't carry the bullet wound on him? There was no logical explanation. Captain Gu, it looks like we made a mistake, the killer isn't him. Wang Hanqian walked up to her and spoke to her quietly. He was, in a way, slightly relieved that he didn't see the wound on Xiao Luo's back. This meant they could clear Xiao Luo off the suspect list for the murder of He Ruanliang. It's not him? How could it possibly not be him? Gu Qinglin could almost feel herself go insane. She had been working in the force for 8 years now, and never had she been in a situation where her deductions and theories were so wrong. This had not only hurt her pride and confidence after such a long history of successfully solving cases, it even made her question her ability to carry on conducting future investigations. He Ruanliang, the only person that could give them enough evidence to bring down the entire Jiangqing's drug market, is dead. To add salt to injury, their investigation into the murderer had now faltered. Xiao Luo's relaxed silhouette walking away from her now was like a slap to her face. Gu Qinglin could feel her blood boiling as anger overcame her good sense. She clenched her fist tightly, and within a matter of seconds, the demure figure had reached Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo! Gu Qinglin screamed as she flew towards him without warning. She was onto him within seconds and threw her fist in a wide arch attacking his flank. Xiao Luo reacted instinctively, without even looking. Sensing the oncoming attack, he instantly leaped away as he elegantly swiveled around, keeping his opponent in his sight. In one seamless motion, he had swept his right foot across the air in complete balance and control, intending to parry the blow. Bang! The insole of his foot met with the deadly incoming fist, and like two roaring floods of water suddenly crashing, the fierce clash of through both the fighter's back. Xiao Luo's right leg felt slightly numbed as he fell to the ground after losing his balance. Gu Qinglin staggered a few steps back but stopped herself by stomping her right foot on the ground. Maintaining her composure, she settled into a low stance. She looked every bit like a ferocious predator, protecting her young. Turning to a row of heavy-duty plastic seats attached to the wall, she stepped forcefully down on a single chair. The retaining bolt flew off, and the chair broke free from the metal brace that held it in place. Clash! Gu Qinglin lifted the broken chair in the air with a flick of her right foot, then hollering out loud, kicked her right leg out once again with the force of her whole body behind her. She sent the chair hurtling towards Xiao Luo with incredible force. As the chair spun forcefully in its trajectory, it created a whooshing sound as it honed in towards its target. A display of speed, power, and unbridled force. Such was the outcome of Gu Qinglin's explosive anger. Wang Hanxian and the JCs watched in fascination and disbelief that a woman of her stature could generate such formidable force. Xiao Luo's expression hardened as he tracked the incoming flying object, then he released a high roundhouse kick. Fancy, sharp, and without hesitation. Xiao Luo's reaction was timed to perfection, sending the chair crashing into the wall of the hallway. Following up quickly, Gu Qinglin rushed in just behind the flying projectile. Leaping forward directly towards Xiao Luo, she fully extended her right knee outward to strike his upper section. That's enough. Xiao Luo had enough. A fierce aura formed around him as his anger rose. He shifted forward towards her left flank, breaking her momentum even as he struck out with his left arm. His striking hand, like cold steel, aimed at Gu Qinglin's neck. Vicious and merciless, unparalleled, and powerful. Slightly stunned, Gu Qianlin instinctively crossed her arms to block the incoming strike. Bam! Yet another dull thud resounded in the hallway as the impact exploded through her defense, in an instant sending powerful shock waves right through her body. Gu Qianlin's body flew backward uncontrollably, and a tingling sensation of numbness shot through both arms. Wang Hanxian and several other police members reacted quickly enough to catch her, preventing the embarrassment of falling to the ground. She was both angry and surprised. She had not expected Xiao Luo to be this strong. Even with a sneak attack, and imparting all her strength, she was unable to come out with yet a slight advantage. Whether it was his reaction speed, fighting instinct, or power, Xiao Luo's ability exceeded any of the Special Forces soldiers that she had known. He was a monster in human form. This brat assaulted a police officer. Hurry up and cuff him. Wang Zhangshuan barked out the orders, seeing that Gu Qianlin seemed to be bruised, quite severely. Yes, sir. A team of tough-looking police officers pulled out their handcuffs and closed in on Xiao Luo. Just a minute. Xiao Luo called out coldly, then pointed at a security camera fixed on the ceiling of the hallway. It's been recorded here who clearly attacked first. So unless you want to say that our police officers somehow have special privileges to assault citizens, I'd say that would be a bad idea. Hearing this, the police members all froze in their tracks, looking at each other in uncertainty, before turning to Gu Qianlin. They were waiting for her orders. Gu Qianlin waved a hand and motioned for them to back off. Then, she walked to stand in front of Xiao Luo, her beautiful eyes glaring at him with steely determination. Let me ask you, where were you an hour ago? Xiao Luo replied, taking a walk at the hospital. Gu Qianlin pressed on, why did you turn off your phone to take a walk? I wanted to be alone and did not want to be disturbed, Xiao Luo replied casually. Is that a problem? The corners of Gu Qianlin's mouth shivered slightly, then issued a cold warning. That's all the questions I have, but here's a phrase for you to keep in mind. The webs of the law might seem thin, but it never leaves anything out. Anyone who breaks the law will receive their due punishment, without exceptions. Got it, Xiao Luo said, nodding his head slightly. Xiao Luo fixed her eyes on him for a long while, before calling out fiercely, dismissed. Although in her heart, she was sure that Xiao Luo was the one who killed He Ruanliang, and on top of that was a suspect in the 912 incident, she didn't have sufficient evidence. Even if she arrested him, he couldn't be tried, so it would just be a waste of time and effort. Gu Qianlin only turned to leave after the rest of her subordinates had gone out, but after taking only a few steps, she stopped. Turning back around, she said to Xiao Luo, I forgot to tell you, you look absolutely terrible in those clothes. Saying that she left without a second glance. Xiao Luo let out a small humph and ignored the comment. Brother. Xiao Rui ran up and hugged Xiao Luo tightly. Tang Ren, on the other hand, stood haplessly without moving, still reeling from the shock from all that had just taken place. The police were pointing their guns, not at anyone else, but at his wife's brother. He really didn't know what to make of any of this. Brother, why were the police looking for you? Did you really kill He Ruanliang? Xiao Rui asked worriedly. Xiao Luo shook his head and patted her head and said convincingly, no, they've got the wrong person. He had no choice but to lie to put his sister at ease. Really? Xiao Rui was still a little skeptical. Xiao Luo gave her a gentle smile, when have I ever lied to you? I really just took a walk at the hospital and got some fresh air. Team Leader Gu, if the perpetrator isn't Xiao Luo, then whom could it be? What if it was He Ruanliang's associates looking to silence him? Outside the hospital, Wang Hanxian was giving voice to his own speculations. Gu Qianlin's eyebrows furrowed together as she gave him an unpleasant glare. Associates looking to silence him? My intuition tells me that the perpetrator has to be Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo? Wang Hanxian frowned, but he doesn't have any wounds on his body, doesn't that clear him of any suspicion? Even a bulletproof vest couldn't completely block out gunshots. After being shot, there had to be a bruise or wound somewhere on Xiao Luo's body. This was common knowledge. This was also precisely what Gu Qianlin couldn't figure out. She had definitely hit him, so why wasn't there a wound? 1. There was nothing to prove that Xiao Luo was the perpetrator, and on the face of the current evidence had cleared him of any suspicion. But her intuition and judgment as a police officer told her that the perpetrator had to be Xiao Luo. The contradiction that the two presented was making her head spin. Suddenly, she grabbed hold of Wang Hanxuan's collar and demanded, do you think there's any kind of medicine in this world that could instantly close a wound? What? Wang Hanxuan's mouth gaped open in shock. This question seemed a little childish. How could there be such miracle medicine in the world? What, your foot? Just answer the question. Gu Qianlin barked. Wang Hanxian quickly said, I've heard that there's a prescription of Yunnan Baiyao that could quickly stop bleeding to a wound, but the prescription's formula has been lost for a while now. The Yunnan Baiyao one can find in the market wouldn't have that effect. Gu Qianlin's eyes lit up, then could it be that Xiao Luo just happened to have that prescription? 1 inch gulp, Wang Hanxian swallowed hard, wondering if maybe his boss had been possessed by the devil. It seemed that she would not stop until the crime could be connected to Xiao Luo. He shook his head and said, that's impossible. And even with the prescription, there's no way the wound could close in such a short time, not to mention without a single scar. Hearing this, Gu Qianlin let him go reluctantly. She took one last look at the hospital behind them, then walked away. After 2 full days since the rescue, Sun Yu's condition had stabilized. The doctors had successfully pulled her back from the brink of death. Sun Yu's parents had also rushed from their hometown on the day of the accident. Upon seeing her daughter lying with an oxygen mask on the hospital bed, her face pale as a sheet, Mrs. Sun fainted right then and there. When Sun Jiannan arrived, his eyes also turned red, and he could not stop wiping tears from his face. After a week, Sun Yu's condition had stabilized entirely. However, the doctors had some bad news. Speaking in a concerned tone, he said, "The patient is already out of danger, and her body's condition has also stabilized. However, her intention to die is too strong. She doesn't want to wake up. We've done everything that we could do, but if the patient insists on dying, there's nothing we can do to help with that." "Why is it like this? What exactly did you experience?" In anguish, Mrs. Sun rushed into the sick room, tears pouring out, almost on the edge of swooning. Mr. Sun also wiped tears from his eyes and walked shakily into the room with grief. "You can't accept herself the way she is right now, and she also can't face Xiao Luo. She really just wants to die," Hu Shuirong was sobbing incessantly. As a victim herself, she understood very clearly what was going on in Sun Yu's head. Xiao Rui's eyes reddened and pressed herself into Tang Ren's arms, sobbing softly. Tang Ren didn't know what to say to comfort her, and just gently patted her back. In the sick room, Sun Yu laid recuperating on the hospital bed, had her eyes shut. Her face was chalky and pale, and even then, she appeared like a tranquil, sleeping beauty. The oxygen mask she had on did not, in any way, hide her exquisite beauty. Xiao Luo was sitting by the side of her bed, flipping through the pages of a pink-covered notebook, a page at a time. This was Sun Yu's secret diary that Mr. Sun and Mrs. Sun had found at her house. "I am finally heading off to the big city. I'm both so excited and exhilarated. Movie theaters, big shopping malls, beautiful parks, here I come. I came to Jiangqing filled with bright hopes for the future, but I didn't expect that this place would be so cold and vile. In the past half year, not a single good thing has happened to me. It is like I have been falling into a bottomless pit. I'm struggling, and I'm fighting back, but more and more I feel that I will never be able to get past this. Filth is gradually filling up my body and corroding my soul. It is like there are thousands and thousands of ants crawling across my body, tearing and biting at my skin, and causing me so much pain that I want to die. I want to be rid of the devil's control, and yet every time I yield to this torment, I sink deeper. This is worse than death." It was a large stack of paper, filled with the words of struggle, rebellion, and of drowning. Until, a page that is reached, where the ink seemed a little fresher. "I am very happy today. I've met a really cute guy, his name is Xiao Luo. He is Sister Rui's brother, and also my big benefactor. He is clean, handsome, mysterious, like a bright ray of sunlight that's now shining through my dark life. I feel that I'm falling in love with him. For him, I have to escape from the devil's control. I can do it, big benefactor, you have to wait for me." Big benefactor finally confessed to me, but why did he have to be the owner of Luo's workshop? He is so outstanding, and I am, on the other hand, so tarnished. Big benefactor, forgive me for rejecting you, but I don't deserve you. The feeling of being bitten by bugs is swelling back up. What should I do? Big benefactor, what should I do? The journal came to an abrupt stop here, leaving Xiao Luo in an unusually dour mood. He turned his head and looked at the ailing girl who was silently lying on the hospital bed. It was now clear to him that he was the main reason why Sun Yu had jumped off the building. If it was not for his rash confession and her knowledge of his true identity, even though she had not been able to escape from Yu Wanliang's grasp, she would not have come to the ultimate decision of suicide. Looking at her now, she seemed like a flower that was withering away, and Xiao Luo could not help the feeling of guilt. "I never thought that my presence would have brought you so much pain. I just knew that, whenever I was together with you, I felt no pressure. In my eyes, you will always be a beautiful, kind, and tender girl. The dance that you performed at the Mid-Autumn party. It was lively, charming, and elegant, and you were like an angel that had descended to earth. At that very moment, my heart was captured, and it belonged to you. I wanted the whole world to know that you were my woman." Xiao Luo, who was generally with a man of few words, suddenly flowed with expressions in that instant, as he sat alone with Sun Yu. They were all words from his heart. But there was no response from Sun Yu, not even with the slightest twitch of her fingertips. She had sunk into a state of suspended animation. While her bodily functions were all working well, her consciousness continued to die. This was a natural instinct of self-preservation in human beings. When faced with unbearable realities, choosing to fall unconscious, to lie in a coma forever. Everything happened because of me, so I should also be the one to finish everything. Xiao Luo closed his eyes, then came to a painful decision. The only way to save Sun Yu now was to have her forget about what happened in Jiangqing. Everything, including himself. Ding. Congratulations. You have redeemed the hypnotic master talent for 8,000 points. In his head, the system notification announced. Xiao Luo gently pressed on Sun Yu's forehead with his index finger between her eyebrows and closed his eyes. Clearing his mind, he began feeling out for Sun Yu's subconscious world, the ID. Forget this pain. Return to the bright hopes for the future that you had, movie theaters, big shopping malls, parks, they are still things you can look forward to. Everything that you have experienced was but a dream, and by the time the sun rises tomorrow, you will wake up from this dream. You will forget everything that happened in this dream. Those people and those events will slowly become blurry and blank, and your life will once again be filled with meaning. Xiao Luo used a deep, soulful voice to penetrate through Sun Yu's subconsciousness, causing significant parts of the memory in her subconsciousness to reform. This continued for a time, allowing her mind to slowly heal, removing those painful experiences of her past struggles. It was a long process. It was not until midnight that the hypnosis finally completed. Due to the long period of concentration, Xiao Luo was exhausted, feeling as if he had just recovered from an illness. He stood up, picked up Sun Yu's diary, and walked with slow, heavy steps to exit the sick room. It was like he had lost a part of his soul. President Xiao. Brother. In the corridor outside, Sun Jiannan, Xiao Rui, and Tang Ren hurried forward to support him. Xiao Luo waved a hand gesturing for them to not worry about him, then turned towards Mr. Sun and Mrs. Sun. When she wakes up tomorrow, transfer her to another hospital. Leave Jiangqing, don't let her come back here ever, and don't ever mention anything about Jiangqing. After saying that, he turned and left without a second glance. Zhang Dashan and Feng Wuheng were already waiting outside the hospital. Xiao Luo got into the car without saying a word. Adjusting his seat to lean farthest back, he laid down and closed his eyes. He was slowly recovering his strength, but at the same time, suffering through heart-wrenching grief. Although hypnosis would allow Sun Yu to forget about everything that happened in Jiangqing, she could also never meet anyone she had seen in Jiangqing again, especially him. Otherwise, the hypnosis would quickly lose its effect, and Sun Yu would once again remember everything. Which meant that they could never meet ever again. This goodbye was an eternal one. Lao Xiao, are you all right? Asked Zhang Dashan worriedly from the driver's seat. Xiao Luo said, drive. Where are we going? Anywhere. Zhang Dashan let out a long sigh. It was the first time that he had seen Xiao Luo in such a depressed mood. He knew that it had something to do with Sun Yu, but there was nothing he could do. After hearing about what happened to Sun Yu, he could only offer his support and sympathies. Brother, you have to get yourself together, Feng Wuheng advised from the back seat, frowning. Yeah, the Dragon Gang is running rampant right now. They keep coming to destroy our Luo's workshop storefront, you can't fall right now. Xiao's words were like an elixir shot right into Xiao Luo's veins, making him sit up with a jolt. What are our losses right now? Around 50 million. Although he didn't know what state Xiao Luo was in and what he was thinking, Zhang Dashan still reported the total losses truthfully. Madame Gu, Xiao Luo, went to Long Sankui's Yellow Skies Casino. As Zhang Dashan's white Corolla stopped at the Yellow Skies Casino's entrance, a black car behind them stopped not far away. The two plainclothes police officers in the vehicle immediately reported the situation to Gu Qianlin. To gather evidence of Xiao Luo's transgressions against the law, Gu Qianlin had placed him under strict surveillance, or as her subordinates put it, the dumbest and most straightforward method. This meant monitoring around the clock. Whenever Xiao Luo went or took action, a message would be passed to her immediately. Holding the handphone at the other end of the line, Gu Qianlin took a moment to ponder, before giving the order. Continue monitoring him, report to me at once if he does anything unusual. Yes, madam, came the reply. The officer nodded forcefully and hung up the call. However, the looks on both of their faces changed instantly as they saw that Xiao Luo and several men headed right their way after they alighted from their car. Had they been found out? The two exchanged glances and couldn't help noticing the shock in each other's eyes. As experienced plainclothes cops, tracking and monitoring suspects were necessary surveillance skills they had been practicing for a long time. They've never been detected by their targets so far. It was a first for them and was totally beyond their expectations. They could almost feel their hearts leaping out of their throats. Knock. 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 The knock on the car window resounded inside the vehicle. Both the cops turned to look, trying hard to appear disinterested only to see Xiao Luo's handsome, chiseled face staring indifferently at them. They did their best to appear nonchalant as he approached, as if unconcerned with the goings-on. The plainclothes cop sitting on the driver's seat warily rolled down the window and asked casually, "Is something the matter?" Xiao Luo said impassively, "You have been following us all the way from the hospital. Gu Qianlin sent you all, didn't she?" He pointed at the handphone in the hand of the plainclothes cop sitting in the passenger seat. "Call her, I'll have a word or two with her." His words seemed to carry a finality in its tone, as if something very terrible would happen if they refused. The two cops sat up straight, not even daring to breathe loudly. The plainclothes police sitting in the passenger seat quickly dialed Gu Qianlin's number and passed the mobile phone over to Xiao Luo's waiting hand. "Any new development? What's going on?" At the other end of the line, Gu Qianlin's spoke urgently. Xiao Luo replied, "Officer Gu, this is Xiao Luo." His voice stunned Gu Qianlin. Recovering immediately, Gu Qianlin asked, loudly, "What have you done to them?" "They are perfectly fine. I just want to tell you that their surveillance skills are about as bad as it gets," Xiao Luo said, coldly. His words made the two plainclothes cops lower their heads sheepishly, feeling immensely embarrassed. They had nothing to say, for the undeniable truth that they had been discovered. "You." Gu Qianlin gritted her teeth in anger. Xiao Luo snickered. "Officer Gu, you really are neglecting your duties. For the past days, the shops belonging to my Luo company have been smashed up by scoundrels one after another." He added contemptuously, "I don't see you arresting them and compensating my losses. Instead, you are fixated on me. What happened to the justice you told me about a few days ago?" "Xiao Luo, don't you dare stick labels on me as you please. There are clear divisions of responsibilities. There are other police departments in charge of the case involving your company's shops being smashed up. I am only responsible for my own," said Gu Qianlin. Xiao Luo laughed mockingly, saying, "Your duty is to monitor my actions? Madam Gu, you really must have a lot of time on your hands. Stop waffling. We both know why I am monitoring your actions. You don't need me to explain that to you," Gu Qianlin replied, irked. "It seems that there is no way to eliminate your suspicions of me," he said. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow and laughed lightly. "In that case, why don't you come over now? I'm preparing to make a scene at the Yellow Skies Casino. And without you, a police officer, to monitor my actions on site, I am worried that I might accidentally do something illegal." Without waiting for Gu Qianlin to reply, he hung up and threw the mobile phone back at the plainclothes cop sitting in the passenger seat. "Old Xiao, what are you trying to do? Asking the police to come and watch while you create trouble? Did your brain just short-circuit?" Zhang Dashan was both exasperated and puzzled over Xiao Luo's actions. He thought to himself, other people would get it over and done with when they smashed other shops. And they would be far gone by the time the police arrived, but no, instead you told the cops in advance. What the heck can we still do? Xiao Luo shook his head and said with a smile, do you know why I let you represent Luo Company in court? Zhang Dashan couldn't answer, and he didn't get why Xiao Luo suddenly changed the topic to the public trial, which he was very proud of. He nodded knowingly, humility not being his strong suit. I know, it is because I am someone you trust most. Other than that, there is one more thing of the utmost importance. Xiao Luo looked at him and said thoughtfully, it is to build your reputation so that others would have faith in you when you take over Luo Company in the future. Zhang Dashan was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Luo to make such plans for him. We have taken down Fang Changlei, and now we face Long Sankue. To deal with Long Sankue, we would need to use extreme measures for the most time. You will represent Luo Company's image in the future, and you mustn't be tainted by anything negative now. That is why I will be the one to carry out all these extreme measures, explained Xiao Luo. F***ck, what do you mean, you are casting me aside? Zhang Dashan caught on to the hidden meaning in Xiao Luo's words. Xiao Luo patted him on the shoulder. I'm not casting you aside, it is called task division. Just like how Long Sankue has retreated to the back line and never takes charge of anything other than specifying the representatives for each of the assets under him. I am doing the same here and assigning you to be the representative of Luo Company. You will be in charge of the company's affairs, and I will be in charge of the rest, understand? Understand my balls, what the heck, Zhang Dashan was getting emotional as he couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Luo was making arrangements for what would happen after his death. Before he could even finish his sentence, Xiao Luo kicked him in the crotch, making him double up from the agonizing pain. Zhang Dashan clutched at his groin, squeezing his thighs together, with a sorry expression on his face. He swore he heard a testicle pop. He shouted at Xiao Luo, F***cku, and your ancestors, why did you kick me in the B***lls? You said it yourself that you wanted to understand your B***lls, how is it my fault? Xiao Luo said in a deadpan as he cocked an eyebrow, as if what he had told justified his action. Then looking at Feng Wuhan, he said, Wuhan, from now on, you and Little Five are to monitor Rui and Tangren round the clock, do not let them out of sight. Bring the boys with you. If there is anything unusual, report to me immediately. He had learned this trick from Gu Qianlin very quickly. Since they were going to battle with Long Sankue, naturally, they must get rid of all the trouble back at home. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, leave it to us. Feng Wuhan promised, patting a hand on his chest. After giving the orders to Feng Wuhan, Xiao Luo returned his gaze to Zhang Dashan. Are you feeling better? Don't play dead on me, I didn't use much force. Your ass. Why don't you let me kick you and see? F***cur, I'm dying from the pain here. Zhang Dashan's face was a dark red, and he felt as if his nuts had been crushed. A black SUV drove towards them at high speed, then skidded a short distance in full control as its driver slammed on the brakes, stopping dead close to them. The door opened, and Gu Qianlin, dressed smartly, got out of the car. She's here, you all should leave first, Xiao Luo said to Zhang Dashan. You really want to cast me aside? Zhang Dashan said, on hearing his words. However, Zhang Dashan's expression did change, and at the same time, quickly turned sideways, just in case Xiao Luo sneaked another attack on him once more. F***ck, I have to give it to you, old Xiao. Dashan, always one to have the last word, said before leaving. Then turning to the Feng Wuhan, he added, Brother Feng, let's go, leave this B***starred to act all lovey-dovey with the policewoman. If his love affair ends up landing him in jail, I will immediately strike gongs, beat drums, and celebrate the incident by setting off firecrackers, F*ck. Zhang Dashan was really dispirited. He really wanted to fight alongside Xiao Luo. Even knowing what they were doing was illegal, they could just break the law and ride out to the sunset. He was that kind of a man. But Xiao Luo directly threatened him by kicking him in the B*LLS, and Zhang Dashan had no way of dealing with that. F*ck, it was too painful. Dressed in a white t-shirt and cropped skinny jeans, with a pair of white sports shoes to match, and an orangish-red cardigan draped over her, Gu Qianlin looked nothing like the fearsome, angry police inspector in her stiff uniform. Instead, she was trendy and had the fresh, raw beauty of a feminine young woman. Xiao Luo, what the heck are you trying to do? Gu Qianlin asked assertively as she headed towards Xiao Luo in quick, urgent strides. Giving her nonchalant shrug, Xiao Luo said, I'm worried that I might get beaten up after winning too much money, so I asked you to come over and protect me. Ask me to protect you, she repeated his words. What a joke. Gu Qianlin couldn't help a sneer, Pa. You still need someone to protect you? Xiao Luo replied, looking very serious, like he meant it, yes, I do. Having said so, he turned and walked into the Yellow Skies casino. Gu Qianlin stood contemplating. She had a bad feeling about this, as if being led into another of Xiao Luo's schemes. She glared at the two plainclothes cops in the black car, cringing as her eyes sending them angry messages, then turned and headed towards the Yellow Skies casino. What on earth is Xiao Luo up to? Xiao Luo exchanged cash for $5 million worth of chips and headed for the dice games area directly. You ask me to come and watch you gamble? Gu Qianlin snorted. Is there a problem? He replied. Xiao Luo eyes her with a raised brow. I didn't say that I was going to stir up trouble. If you feel bored, you can go, but I might start stirring up trouble immediately after you leave. Don't regret it if you miss getting the evidence. Gu Qianlin hissed through gritted teeth, enough of your tricks. Sooner or later, I will personally arrest and handcuff you. Officer Gu, why are you always prejudiced against me? Xiao Luo asked. I don't think I need to answer your question. If you really are a law-abiding citizen, I think we can be friends. But it's hard to ignore your murderous qualities, and they have given you away. I was in the Special Forces and had personally subdued many despicable criminals, so I am confident of my intuition and judgment. So, I am sure that I am not misjudging you. You have definitely killed before. Gu Qianlin looked at Xiao Luo with scathing eyes. Xiao Luo gave her a cynical smile. I have indeed killed someone before. Have you forgotten that I was the one who accidentally killed the mercenary you all were after? However, that does not constitute a crime, but on the contrary, I'd thought that the police should have awarded me a banner and prize money. Don't be so pleased with yourself. You will be monitored constantly until you give yourself away someday. Gu Qianlin snickered, coldly. Fine, I'll be waiting then. Xiao Luo replied, nodding with a slight smile. Before they knew it, the two were already standing in front of a gambling table. As always in casinos, the house was the dealer. Before casting the dice, the dealer would look at the gamblers around the table and wait for them to place their bets. Without a second thought, Xiao Luo bet all $5 million worth of his chips on big. Usual bets are worth 1,000 or 2, or at most 50,000. The fact that someone had suddenly put down such a large sum shocked not just the dealer and the gamblers gathered around them, but also Gu Qianlin. She had personally witnessed Xiao Luo pay for the chips with his card. What he threw down was not just the plastic chips they seemed to be, but actually $5 million. You are really betting that? She couldn't help asking. Surely, there isn't such a thing as a fake bet, he shot back. Gu Qianlin asked again, you're throwing down $5 million just like that? Xiao Luo nodded and repeated her words in affirmation, I'm throwing down $5 million, just like that. Sorry, I had forgotten that you are a big shot, and you are rich enough to be extravagant. Gu Qianlin retorted coldly in derision. She was determined that Xiao Luo was culpable of the unsolved crimes, and she could only feel enmity towards him. She was obsessed with finding the evidence that would finally expose him for what he was. Xiao Luo did not answer her. He turned, his gaze on the dealer who had already shaken the dice, and urged, "Why haven't you showed us the dice? What are you waiting for?" The croupier looked horrified. In Xiao Luo's mind, he looked as if he had eaten a pile of *T. On seeing Xiao Luo's face, he suddenly dared not to reveal the roll of the dice, as a deep sense of apprehension got to him. Xiao Luo's face was instantly recognizable as it was ingrained in all the croupier's minds. He had come here a while back and won 2 million with just a capital of $100,000. Whenever he bet on big, that would be the outcome, and the same goes for when he bet on small. To them, Xiao Luo was a freak. Now that Xiao Luo had placed 5 million in a single, the croupier was shaking so hard that his legs trembled. But, heckled by the gamblers around him, he had to reach out and lifted the top lid of the large bowl slowly. He was clinging on to a thin shred of hope and hoping that Xiao Luo wouldn't possibly make the correct judgment 100% of the time. However, it was one thing to not believe, but the truth was another matter altogether. After lifting the lid, the 3 dice showed 4, 5, 6. Big. Xiao Luo's 5 million had now become 10 million in the blink of an eye. The excited crowd began mumbling and gesturing around him, creating a deep, droning sound as more gathered to watch. It fed to the growing awe of the intrepid gambler. "Manager Gung, we are in trouble, that fella from the last time is here again." Upstairs, in the Yellow Skies Casino, a waiter burst into the manager's office, causing Gung Qiuxing, busy with a lady and fondling her all over, to startle and jump. Gung Qiuxing, enraged, picked up the ashtray on the table and threw it hard at the waiter. F***ck, why didn't you knock before coming it? The ashtray hit the waiter on the forehead, and he fell onto the floor, seeing stars. It was so throbbing with searing pain, and he almost teared up. "Baby, leave us for a moment, I need to deal with some matters first." Gung Qiuxing sniggered lewdly at the lady. "All right, manager." The lady kissed Gung Qiuxing on the cheeks, then adjusted her wide-open collar, drew up her knickers from around her thighs, straightened her dress, and walked out. When she passed by the waiter, she stomped her feet and snorted angrily to express her annoyance at him. As she did so, the poor waiter couldn't help thinking about how she gave off incredibly sexy vibes. Gung Qiuxing coughed dryly for a couple of times and glared darkly at the waiter lying on the floor after the door to the office closed. "Stop playing dead on the floor, get up now." The waiter hurriedly got off the floor, picked the ashtray, and put it onto Gung Qiuxing's table deferentially. Gung Qiuxing put a cigar in his mouth, lit it, inhaled deeply, and said, "Go on, what's the matter?" "Manager Gung, the fella who had won more than 2 million in our casino, is here again." At the moment, he had won almost 40 million, said the waiter. "What? 40 million? Gung Qiuxing shot up from his chair. The net profit of the casino over 3 months barely hit 40 million. How could he possibly remain calm? He quickly strode out of the office to the corridor and looked down from the balustrade. At a glance, he immediately recognized Xiao Luo, who had a crowd gathered around him. Many gamblers and onlookers were loudly cheering him on and calling him the god of gambling. F***ck, it really is him. I heard Master Long said that the gang had recently smashed up the shops belonging to Luo's company. From what I see, he intends to get his own back from our casino. What should we do, manager? This guy is a freak, whatever he bets, comes out. If we let him continue betting, our casino would go bankrupt over one night, the waiter said, his face anguished. Follow the old rules, change the dealer, and change the dice, faster, go. Geng Qiuxing was anxious and became even more nervous when he saw that the chips in front of Xiao Luo had piled up into a small mountain, and it was at least 50 million as far as he could tell. If they allowed him to continue winning, the casino would face severe cash flow constraints, making it challenging to maintain capital turnover in the short run. Master Long would not show him any pity after knowing about it. 345, big. When Xiao Luo won again. This time it was a $40 million bet on big, and he duly received an $80 million payout. As the stacks of chips continued to grow into skyscrapers in front of him, the excitement of the crowd had now turned into a carnival-like atmosphere with everyone enthusiastically shouting, "God of Gambling." The noise and commotion attracted more and more onlookers, and the table quickly became the center of attention. Gu Qianlin was in a state of total shock and awe. Winning 4 rounds in a row was simply just unbelievable. At the moment, the croupier found an excuse to take his leave, and another replaced him. The corner of Xiao Luo's mouth curled up in mockery. The old trick, again. Enough, I'll stop here today. Xiao Luo asked a casino employee to cash in the chips and bank in the money to his account. Wait, since you are so lucky, isn't it a pity to not continue playing for a couple more games? Geng Qiuxing dashed down at almost the speed of a 100-meter sprinter. $80 million were at stake. The casino was already making one hell of a loss. If the money was taken away just like that, Master Long would probably cut him up alive. So, it was definitely impossible for him to just stand aside and watch Xiao Luo leave. Can't I even stop if I don't feel like playing anymore? Xiao Luo laughed coldly. Of course, you can. I just feel that you can play a couple more games since you are so lucky. It's a suggestion, just a suggestion. Geng Qiuxing said with a smile. His face was all smiles, but his eyes were dark and gloomy. Officer Gu, what do you think? Xiao Luo turned to look at Gu Qianlin and asked with a smile. Officer? Police? Geng Qiuxing's expression changed slightly. With a cop here, it would really be quite hard for him to threaten Xiao Luo. But he couldn't just let Xiao Luo walk away with 80 million. He was conflicted and at a loss for a while, unable to decide on how to make his move. Gu Qianlin was a good reader of vocal and physical expressions. She was immediately aware of the warnings and threats within Geng Qiuxing's words and gaze. Now, she finally understood why Xiao Luo had asked her to come over, and it was purely to use her for protection. Although she hated the casino's shady methods, she wasn't so sure if she now hated Xiao Luo even more for playing her like a fool. Clearing her throat, she said, I think you can play a couple more games. Geng Qiuxing's expression relaxed, and he laughed sinisterly. This beautiful lady here is right. Surely it is unreasonable to stop since you are so lucky. Then, I'll play a couple more games. Xiao Luo shrugged indifferently and sat back down at the table. I'll stop when I have 100 million. Hearing his words, Geng Qiuxing laughed to himself, as he thought, you would be lucky enough to walk out of the casino with as much money as you came in with, and yet here you are, still wanting to make 100 million, in your F***king dreams. As the new croupier took his position on the table, Geng Qiuxing gave him a meaningful look. The croupier nodded in response, then deftly switched the 3 dice. Let's start. He smiled at Xiao Luo, then placed the lid over the bowl and prepared to start shaking. Wait. Xiao Luo directly reached out and grabbed the croupier's wrist. Before he could react, Xiao Luo had taken off the ring on the other man's finger. Xiao Luo then opened the dice-casting bowl and waved the ring over the 3 dice. As the ring moved, so did the dice, which would allow the croupier to alter the dice roll as he wished. Xiao Luo gave an innocent, inquiring smile. Pardon me for asking, is this considered cheating? The croupier's expression changed drastically, as a cold sweat broke out, and he couldn't believe that Xiao Luo saw through his trick. Meanwhile, the gamblers around them, seeing what had happened, reacted immediately. They now understood why they had lost most of the time in this casino. Recalling how much money they had lost in vain, their anger surged all at once. Cheaters, there are cheaters here. Be *starred, you *holes, return me my hard-earned money. Everyone come and see this, the casino has cheated us of our money. The crowd was furious. As more and more gamblers heard the commotion, they made their way over. After knowing what happened, they all joined the ranks of protesters against the casino. For a while, the shouts and protests were overwhelming. The offending croupier was beaten up outright by the crowd. A lot of the gamblers who had lost all of their cash and assets began smashing up everything in the casino. It started with only one person and quickly grew into a mob. Xiao Luo, you. Gu Qianlin had underestimated Xiao Luo. She knew that Xiao Luo had just intended to stir up some trouble in the casino, but now she realized he actually had a well-thought-out plan from the very start. The Dragon Gang had smashed up shops belonging to Luo's company, so he used the fury of the angry gamblers to achieve his goal of smashing up the Yellow Skies casino. And he got his vengeance without having to actually do it himself. I'm just letting everyone know the truth and help them quit gambling, Xiao Luo said in mock concern. Gu Qianlin knew that he could not be reasoned with. Watching hundreds of gamblers madly smashing up the premises and beating up the casino employees, she took out her phone to contact the headquarters to send a team immediately. However, a protester knocked into her in the chaos, causing her handphone to drop, right under the feet of the stampeding gamblers. Broken, it could no longer be used. Standing amid the mayhem, Deng Qiuxing was raging in a fury, his face ominous and dark. Xiao Luo had exposed the casino's hidden scams, and the casino's reputation would be destroyed, causing its business to plummet. How could he possibly stay calm with his casino being smashed up by angry gamblers? The casino is in trouble, send 40 to 50 men over. He made the call, and in less than 10 minutes, 5 vans screeched to the front entrance of the casino. A cohort of burly men armed with long knives, axes, and iron rods alighted from the vehicles. In an instant, the doors of the casino burst open, and the armed men charged into the massed crowd of protesters, hacking them down with no mercy. Officer Gu, the villains are here, do hurry and arrest them. Look at them, how ferocious they are, hacking away at people. Xiao Luo said to Gu Qianlin, flashing a sardonic smile to her face. Shut up. Gu Qianlin's thoughts were in a whirl. She had long since known that the Dragon Gang members were ruthless, but seeing it with her own eyes, her understanding of ruthless took on a whole new meaning. Hacking away relentlessly with their weapons, how could these people do it to unarmed folk? Stop hitting me, we dare not continue, we dare not continue. I'm sorry, please don't kill me. Stop, don't kill me. As the Dragon Gang hacked away, the gamblers in the casino cowered in fear and knelt down to beg for their lives. Everyone, King, get out and shut your mouth after getting out. Don't spread rumors, or I'll bury you all alive. Deng Qiuxing roared fiercely as he issued his threat. The gamblers were grateful to get away with their lives and promptly fled. It didn't take long before everyone cleared out, leaving only Xiao Luo, Gu Qianlin, and the fierce-looking members of the Dragon Gang in the casino. Little B** starred, don't you know what place this is? How dare you misbehave yourself here? I think you don't know how the devil looks like. Deng Qiuxing's expression was grotesque, and he bellowed in a cruel voice as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Luo alive. Xiao Luo didn't answer him, but said to Gu Qianlin, Officer Gu, surely you wouldn't stand aside and watch them hack me to death. Gu Qianlin knew that Xiao Luo had blatantly manipulated her, but at the moment, her sense of duty took precedence, and she suffered her angst in silence. She strode forward and pointed at Deng Qiuxing. I am a police officer Gu, hurry up and ask your men to put down their weapons and plead for leniency, or else. Else your head. Go and hack this B asterisk TCH and that little B asterisk start into a paste. Geng Qiuxing was raging with fury. I couldn't care less if she was a cop, they can just F asterisk king die. You bunch of SH asterisk T. As the Dragon Gang members swarmed towards them, Gu Qianlin rushed towards them in measured steps, and with a feint and a slap of her hand, she drove off the man at the front of the mob and skillfully snatched away his steel rod. Gu Qianlin was a former member of the Special Force and was highly trained and extremely skillful. As she quickly relieved the mobster of his iron pipe and was now armed for battle. She was fearless and brave as a lioness, but her responsibilities as a police officer discouraged her from being ruthless. Her techniques were flawless, and she sought only to knock her opponents back and disarm them, but they took the blows and kept coming back at her. The Dragon Gang members, however, were no mere street fighters. They were relentless and attacked her incessantly like a pack of jackals. Within a short time, they had gotten through her defenses several times and drew blood. Gu Qianlin has been stabbed and sustained lashes on her back and lower torso. She looked powerless in the face of the concerted attacks, like a cornered tiger fending off a wolf pack. Gu Qianlin's warning to the Dragon Gang to disarm had drawn all their attention and made her the sole target of their attack. No one took notice of Xiao Luo, who was seated at a nearby gaming table, somehow doing an excellent job of keeping him unnoticed. He was enjoying himself to a glass of orange juice he took from a tray left by the fleeing staff workers. He did not show any urgency nor inclination to go to Gu Qianlin's aid, seeming quite blasé about the goings-on. At this point, Gu Qianlin had sustained multiple wounds that were sapping her energy levels, and with it her fighting spirit. The exhaustion and pain were beginning to tell on her, and she couldn't help feeling a sense of regret for being merciful to the gang members at the start. How quickly they overpowered her with their ruthlessness and relentless attacks. She was faltering, and her resistance being overwhelmed. Her only option was to retreat to safer ground. Her clothes were now in shreds, and she was soaked in blood. Boom! 2 senior members of Dragon Gang broke through and struck squarely on her upper body. These two were well-trained pugilists and regularly practiced their combined techniques for close street combat. The power and force they could unleash with their coordinated attacks were unparalleled. Gu Qianlin stood no chance. Her body was thrown back in the air, crashing heavily on the ground. She was in extreme pain as if her body was broken. Officer Gu, do you need help? Xiao Luo put down the empty glass and walked up with a smile. Even in her state, Gu Qianlin was terribly infuriated. She only moved her eyes and stared at Xiao Luo, clenching her teeth. She was silent, but her eyes burned with extreme hate. Don't have to show mercy to these people. The situation you're in now is the result of mercy. I'm forced to attack now, and you'll be my best witness. Who else could prove my innocence, right? Xiao Luo smiled innocently. To Gu Qianlin's eyes, his smile just seemed inappropriate for a time like this. It looked creepy. Xiao Luo turned around and dropped his smiling countenance instantly. He took on a cold and ominous bearing as he faced the group of armed Dragon Gang members. It sent a shiver down their spines. It's this son of the bitch, what are you guys waiting for? Charge, slash him into pieces. Geng Qiuxing roared. His casino was as good as gone, and Lord Long would never him go. Having to lose his fingers would be considered a light punishment, and all he could for. But he was afraid that would not be the case, expecting worse punishments, and perhaps even slow death through decapitation, multiple stabs, or gunshots. As he thought about that, his hatred towards Xiao Luo grew, and he could not wait to witness Xiao Luo's death. The men from the Dragon Gang pounced on Xiao Luo murderously, and with flashing blades, they charged. Xiao Luo did not retreat and instead advanced towards the mob. In a flash, he was in the air, and before anyone could move, a man was sent flying off like a missile from a single kick. The man crashed on the floor, just before Geng Qiuxing. He let out a howl before fainting from the blow. The broadsword he wielded had fallen into Xiao Luo's hands. With sword in hand, Xiao Luo gave out a haughty, murderous aura as he stared at across the hall. The dragon gang took a step back. Kill him at once. Gung Qiuxing roared loudly with his fists clenching tight. 5 men with long knives charged in, their blades slashing towards Xiao Luo in a frenzied manner. Without any hesitation, Xiao Luo flicked his wrist and slashed horizontally with speed and balance. The slash was swift, sharp, and precise. The 5 men only sensed a flashing arch of light before their eyes, before they realized their right hands had been decapitated cleanly at the wrist. The stumps now left behind had turned a bright red as blood was spurting out before the pain could even reach their brains. Chopped off? These were their hands, how could it be possible? As with all fearsome fighters, the pain would not come immediately. The need to survive in a fight kept their minds numb to the pain and alert for new dangers. Then, after a moment, would the realization hit. Arg! They broke out in shrill screams of sheer pain, dropped to their knees, and holding on to the bloody stumps in agony. Xiao Luo intensified his attack, slashing the broadsword in precise attack patterns, without respite. He struck hard the nearest man in a single stroke, immediately putting him on the back foot. Taken by surprise at the speed of the attack, he raised his metal pipe to parry the next blow. Slash! The metal pipe was sliced into half. The broadsword came down hard and swift. As the blade cut through, it was brought across horizontally and cut through the man's right wrist. Just like that, another hand was taken. Spinning around, his sword in the high ready position, he charged into the mob as his blade slashed intricate patterns in all directions. Where he passed, hands were taken, and the sword had become a hand reaper. His techniques were flawless, and his execution fierce and unrelenting. Stronger than Gu Qinglin and undoubtedly more vicious, there could be no mercy in this fight. The mob from the dragon gang was beaten. They were retreating in disarray and cowering from his advance. There was no way to retaliate, so complete was his dominance. Gu Qianlin swallowed hard as her expression changed from anger to relief and then to terrified. She was first a pawn in Xiao Luo's scheme when he destroyed the reputation and the very survival of the casino. Then he allowed her to be the bait for the dragon gang's vengeance, where she nearly paid the price. Saving her at the 11th hour only for her remain incapacitated, leaving her able to observe but not able to act. He finally exacted his revenge on the dragon gang by making them pay a bloody price, and he had done that in front of her. He had deliberately made her a witness of his act of self-defense against the dragon gang mob. Step by careful step, he had cracked down on the casino, countered Long Sankui's aggressive attacks on Luo's workshop assets, and escaped from the jurisdiction of the law. Such shrewdness and scheming had her trembling, witnessing Xiao Luo slashing the dragon gang members like chopping cabbages, convinced her that Xiao Luo was that cold-blooded and cruel killer. 10 minutes later, there was not a single standing member of the dragon gang. They were all moaning on the ground in pain, their right hands were chopped off and lay scattered across the halls. It was a shocking scene, and even Gu Qianlin, who was used to seeing bloody scenes, was mortified. The only standing person was Gung Qiuxing, who was now pale with fear and rooted to his spot. Xiao Luo walked towards him with the blood-stained sword in hand. He looked just like an evil Azura, one, emerging from hell at this moment. You, I'm the dragon gang, Gung Qiuxing could not even complete a sentence. Rest assured, I won't do anything to you. If I harmed you, then wouldn't it be excessive self-defense? Xiao Luo gave a soft smile and turned towards Gu Qianlin. Am I right, Officer Gu? Gu Qianlin's entire body trembled, she was stunned by Xiao Luo's cruelty. 80 million. I've won 80 million here in total, and your casino cannot repudiate this sum. You have to transfer the money to my account, understand? Xiao Luo rested the sword on Gung Qiuxing's shoulder, suddenly, and said coldly. Understood, understood. Gung Qiuxin had lost his arrogance and kept nodding his head, nodding without stopping. Once the 80 million was banked into his account, Xiao Luo threw away the sword and said to Gung Qiuxin, "Tell this to Long Sankui on my behalf. It's time for a change of the black representative in Jiangqing." He patted Gung Qiuxin firmly on his shoulder, then turned around and walked towards Gu Qianlin. Gung Qiuxin was fear-stricken and had broken into a cold sweat. He remained standing, without moving an inch, his eyes were filled with despair. Gu Qianlin was covered in wounds. As she saw Xiao Luo approaching her, she snapped coldly, "You're a demon. I've just saved you, shouldn't you thank me?" Xiao Luo smiled. He then squatted down and reached out to give her a hand. "What do you want?" Gu Qianlin looking at him cautiously. "Bringing you to the hospital. You're the only eyewitness who could prove that I was forced to retaliate when faced with life-threatening dangers. On top of that, you are with the police force. So I have to ensure that you're safe and sound, if not I'd be in all sorts of trouble," Xiao Luo said softly. He helped her to get up without too much bother. "I'll surely bring you to justice." Gu Qianlin glared at Xiao Luo, she was feeling both ashamed and angry. "I shall wait for that." Xiao Luo still gave her the same response. "Boss," Xiao Luo stirred up some trouble, and a big fight broke out at Long Sankui's Yellow Skies Casino last night. All 53 of the Dragon Gang Inner Circle disciples had their one hand chopped off. Gung Qiuxin, the person in charge of Yellow Skies Casino, had himself escaped with 10 million of money in fear of Long Sankui's condemn. At the Chongshan house, Leng Zuo was reporting on the latest situation to Chu Yunxiong, who was seated comfortably with his friend, Gu Zhongtian, and playing a game of Go. Gu Zhongtian responded to the report with shock, chopping off 53 people's hands, and how would the police be willing to let him go then? What was Xiao Luo thinking? He has taken a path of self-destruction. Chu Yunxiong placed a stone thoughtfully and spoke softly, with a wizened smile, "Don't underestimate Xiao Luo. If he was daring enough to do that, he must have had ample preparation." Leng Zuo nodded. Gu Qianlin, the criminal investigation captain from Jiangqing headquarters, was with Xiao Luo. She has given evidence that Xiao Luo's act was in self-defense. Besides that, the closed-circuit television from the casino also recorded that a group of Dragon Gang members was hacking down the gamblers indiscriminately, and they eventually even threatened Gu Qianlin's life. It was Xiao Luo who came to her rescue at the critical moment. Jiangqing headquarters had issued a pennant of honor to Xiao Luo in gratitude of his service to the police force. As Leng Zuo finished speaking, he felt elated at the news but, at the same time, felt a deep sense of horror. His expression turned out to an awkward one, seeming to laugh and cry both at once. He truly admired Xiao Luo from the bottom of his heart. Dragon Gang had a fearsome reputation. They had been smashing up a few outlets of Luo's workshop, in retribution for his actions that incurred considerable losses to their organization. But as it turned out, Xiao Luo had just wrecked a profitable casino operation run by Long Sankui, and in the process, even chopped off the hands of 53 elite Dragon Gang enforcers. He exacted his revenge, by way of blood and iron, in protest of Long Sankui's excesses. He was indeed one fearless hero who was not afraid of anything. Haha, bravo, if Xiao Luo had been born in the 30s a century ago, he'd definitely be an ambitious and famous hero of those troubled times. He has the courage, strategy, and even the ability to carry out his schemes without flaws. Chu Yunxiong praised Xiao Luo generously, smiling, and then he sighed and continued, "But he's too visible and exposed, and this could trip him over. There are not many experts around him whom he can count on, and with his current ability, it is difficult to match up to Long Sankui. But he has done exceptionally well to take down Yellow Skies Casino. However, I disagree with his approach. Long Sankui is a short-tempered, vicious man, and the Yellow Skies Casino was his jewel in the crown. With his prime asset destroyed and his pride trampled on, his revenge would come violently and strike across the board like a tsunami. Xiao Luo will not be able to face it at all. Having just recovered, Luo's workshop will crumble again under the weight of Long Sankui's vengeance. Yes, Long Sankui is not easy to deal with, and he never acts with his own hands. In Jiangqing, he's the living king of the hell. If he wants someone dead by midnight, that person would never live till dawn. As Xiao Long had now annoyed him, he can't possibly be living much longer. Gu Zhongtian sympathized with Xiao Luo. Chu Yunxiong did not say anything but played another stone slowly with deliberate thought. Gu Zhongtian studied the board and said with a surprise, "Triple ko? It's a draw then." "Yes, let's count it as a draw." Chu Yunxiong laughed shrewdly, "I'll be the peacemaker this time." Upon hearing that, Gu Zhongtian lifted his head up and looked into his eyes. Chu Yunxiong's words may be signaling his intention to support Xiao Luo, may it not? How could it be possible to quell Long Sankui's anger? It was nightfall, and the outskirts of Jiangqing was in dead silence. 3 black cars drove by and came to a halt in an open area free of vegetation. Their headlights exposed a light mist hanging over the ground and cast long shadows as they hit the nearby brush. "Lord Long, I dare not any more, never ever again, please spare my lowly life." A middle-aged man, tied up with thick ropes and was roughly bundled out of the first car by a few big men. His greasy hair was disheveled, and his face bruised from beatings. It was Geng Qiuxing, Yellow Sky's casino's manager, who had absconded. He was no longer in high spirits, but now resembled a drowning dog, all beaten up and in a sorry plight. He was kowtowing repeatedly to the black limousine, positioned between the other 2 vehicles. He kept banging his forehead to the ground in deep reverence, even in penance, and each kowtow accompanied by a dull thud as it struck the hard ground. His forehead was soiled with dirt and dead grass, and the skin on his forehead was scarred with abrasions, bleeding profusely. Standing beside him, 2 large, hard-looking men who were digging a hole with shovels. They had no expression on their faces. "Geng Qiuxing, Lord Long treated you fairly well and allowed you to manage the Yellow Skies casino. Instead, you ran away with 10 million of his money in the end. Ha, you've great courage." A blonde-haired individual spoke to Geng Qiuxing as he stepped out the car. He appeared to be around 30 years old and was dressed in a white jacket and trousers. He looked cruel, with brows that seemed perpetually raised, and creases on his forehead that added to his vicious countenance. "De Yuan, based on our past friendships, please help me with Lord Long, please help me with Lord Long." Geng Qiuxing begged, his hands clasping onto his thigh. De Yuan laughed, then put on a cold, dark expression. F***ck off. He kicked Geng Qiuxing squarely in the face. A tooth flew out of his mouth as his head spun around from the force of the kick. Blood burst from his bruised mouth and poured profusely down his chin. As he lay prone, the dark, viscous fluid dripped steadily to the ground. Geng Qiuxing fell to the feet of another man with a hook nose, wearing a black suit and his hair in a buzz cut. "Hey, Lang." Geng Qiuxing looked at him pleadingly and called out his name in a hoarse, croaking voice. Hei Lang glanced at him nonchalantly and hummed lightly, then kicked him to the next man, just like De Yuan did before. The third man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a hair parted in the middle. His spectacles did not hide the cold and venomous look of his viper eyes. He was a frightening sight. He grabbed Geng Qiuxing's hair tightly and lifted his head up. "I, Lung Bao, hate those who betray Lord Long the most." He delivered a powerful kick that sent Geng Qiuxing sprawling to his side. Then a man in a neat suit, with his shiny hair combed sleekly back, walked up, and as he adjusted his tie, he spat at Geng Qiuxing, "Trash." Grabbing a dagger from an underling, he grabbed Geng Qiuxing's hair, lifting his face up. And without any mercy, he slowly shoved the blade into Geng Qiuxing's left cheek all the way through until it protruded out from his right cheek. He released the dagger and left it there, making Gung Qiuxing's face look just like meat on a skewer. Arg! Arg! Gung Qiuxing screamed and shook uncontrollably. He just kept screaming in a weird, throaty howl. There was blood pouring out from his mouth, it was all over his face, his whole body now soaked in blood. Han Mian, this stab was painful to watch even for me. The yellow-haired De Yuan joked, sniggering heartily. The man in suit wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said, a trash like this deserves such punishment. Anyone from the underworld society would instantly recognize that these 4 men were the infamous 4 protectors of the Dragon Gang, De Yuan, He Lang, Lin Bao, and Han Mian. They were the most capable of the men under Long San Kui. During the Dragon Gang's rise to prominence in the early years, these 4 had rendered him exceptional services time and time again. They were highly trained and skillful pugilists, with extraordinary martial strengths. Gung Qiuxing had been tortured dreadfully. He groaned in anguish, as deep, gurgling sounds emitted from his throat. A hole, about 2 meters deep and 1 meter wide, had been dug, and De Yuan kicked him directly into the waiting hole. At that moment, the car door of the sedan in the middle opened. A gentleman dressed like someone from Shanghai in the 1930s walked out of the car. He was about the same age as Chu Yunxiong and wore a pocket watch hanging from the front of his chest. Judging by his demeanor, at first glance, he seemed more like an accomplished magnate than the bandit chief who would kill and plunder. He had salt and pepper hair and was slightly plump and rounded in shape. Wearing a vintage jade ring on his left index finger, the man leaned on a dragon-headed stick and walked toward Gung Qiuxing in the company of a young woman. The 4 protectors of the Dragon Gang saluted him in deference and addressed him as Master Long. In the hole, Gung Qiuxing stirred when he saw Long San Kui getting out of the car. Unable to utter any words coherently with his damaged mouth, he pleaded with his eyes and beseeched Long San Kui to let him live. Frowning, Long San Kui made a face of regret like an elder who was disheartened by the actions of one from the younger generation. He let out a deep sigh and said, Qiuxing, I'm very disappointed in you. Gung Qiuxing heard him, and his face was awash with despair. Crying like a child, he knew he wouldn't be able to survive this. Long San Kui knelt down, stretched out his large hand and patted Gung Qiuxing on his head, then putting on a sad smile he said, Don't blame me. Go to die peacefully. Rest assured, I will send your families to you to have a reunion very soon so that you won't feel lonely. Long San Kui stood up, waved his hand to the 2 men who were holding the shovels, and uttered 2 words in a muted voice, bury him. Yes. 2 men nodded in response. They started to fill the hole with dirt and were burying Gung Qiuxing alive. The sound of Gung Qiuxing struggling in panic grew louder as the hole began filling up shovel by shovel. It stopped abruptly when the dirt was high enough to cover his head, leaving only his forehead visible. Eventually, his entire body was buried under the ground with a small mound on top. The 2 men from the Dragon Gang pressed down and compacted the earth tightly with their shovels, leaving behind a low mound that looked like an unmarked grave. The ordinary gang members of the Dragon Gang that witnessed it were shaken by the gruesome act of burying someone alive. The 4 protectors, however, didn't even frown. On the contrary, their faces were lit up with excitement as they each looked on with a cruel grin. Master Long, you can let me handle that young guy named Xiao. I will go chop off his head tonight. Cupping his fist in the other hand before the chest, De Yuan asked for instructions. Long San Kui shook his hand and said, We can't make a move on him yet. The 4 protectors were all stunned. De Yuan asked immediately, Why? Long San Kui waited a moment before he continued, Based on our investigation, he is very likely to be the backstage manipulator. It was he who caused our enforcers to die at the hands of the police. He even seemed to be related to the destruction of our beggar's lair, the hideout controlled by Baldy. This guy is our sworn enemy. All you're saying is bullsh*t. Long Sankue knocked his stick harshly on the ground and bellowed, "He smashed my Yellow Skies casino. I only wished that I could tear him to pieces alive myself." Much to my surprise, however, Chu Yunxiong is determined to protect him. Chu Yunxiong? Hearing the name, the look on the four protectors changed. As the representative of the circle of officials, Chu Yunxiong had significant influence. In Jiangqing, Chu Yunxiong was the de facto overlord. They realized that the situation was not as straightforward anymore since Chu Yunxiong was now involved in it. Chu Yunxiong should just mind his own business. It doesn't seem he is abiding by the society's rules if he chooses to poke his nose into our dragon gang's affairs. Leng Bao spoke quietly. Long Sankue uttered a soft snort and said, "He has a bigger fist. Of course, he will do whatever he wants." Pondering for a while, he continued, "He has set up a banquet at the Maple Leaf Hotel tomorrow night and invited me to attend. It appears that he wants me to reconcile with that young hooligan. De Yuan, Leng Bao, you two go with me tomorrow night. Remember, take your cues from reading my face." "Yes, Lord Long." De Yuan and Leng Bao bowed slightly. When there is someone I desire to kill, even Chu Yunxiong won't be able to change his fate. Long Sankue squinted with a vicious expression. His eyes were brimmed with menace. The morning sun rose slowly above the horizon and woke the city up from its repose. Zhang Dashan put on his suit and prepared to go to work at the Luo's workshop. He had taken over from Xiao Luo and was now shouldering the responsibility of making executive decisions for the Luo's workshop. Of course, when it came to matters of importance, he would still consult Xiao Luo, the real head of the Luo's workshop. Try to go out as little as possible these next few days. Eat, sleep, and do whatever you need to do inside the company compound. I'm afraid the people from the Dragon Gang might attempt to harm you. Sitting on the couch and playing with his laptop, Xiao Luo reminded Zhang Dashan. F***ck off. Stop worrying about me. You should pay more attention to your own security. Zhang Dashan replied, somewhat annoyed. Xiao Luo raised his head and shot him a glance, said, "Don't worry. I dare to provoke Long Sankue because I'm confident I'm able to protect myself. The most important thing is Rui, Tangren, and your safety. Long Sankue will try all means to tackle the people around me since he can't deal with me. Therefore, you had better listen to me and stay in the company compound. Don't come home for the time being. I really don't know where you got the courage and confidence. But I believe in you, and I will wait for you to crush Long Sankue under your feet." Zhang Dashan started to understand Xiao Luo's burden. He wasn't able to help him in any way and could only hide inside like a mouse. Xiao Luo nodded and smiled at him. "I'm going to work now. By the way, you can drive my crappy car for now. Do whatever you want with it. It would be best if you can scrap it. I don't have any outrageous demands. I'm only expecting you to buy a new sports car and when you decide to return it." Zhang Dashan said to Xiao Luo, indulging in a bout of wishful thinking. Xiao Luo scowled at him and said, F***ck off. Hee, Zhang Dashan took to his heels. Just then, Xiao Luo's phone rang with a new message notification. He picked it up and saw that it was from Sun Jianan and had a video attachment. He clicked the play icon. The video panned the balcony of a hospital ward. On the terrace, Sun Yu, awoken, was sitting in a wheelchair and basking in the warmth of the sun. She appeared to have fully regained her faculties. Wearing a hospital gown, she looked as beautiful as an angel when the sunshine poured over her bright face, smiling like a blooming flower. Xiao Luo beamed with a gratified smile. Looking at Sun Yu in the video, he said to himself, "You can start afresh now. A brand new life now. Even though I'm no longer in your world, I will be most contented as long as you can live a happy life. Farewell, Sun Yu." As he ended his words, his voice broke with emotions. he turned off the video and put his phone down. All that he had shared with Sun Yu would now be sealed and stored as his most cherished memories. Today was the beginning of her new life. As for Xiao Luo, it was the start of another journey. Now he could put aside all other thoughts and deal with the Dragon Gang in a fight to the finish. Xiao Luo took 2 eggs out of the fridge and fried them on a skillet. And breakfast was made. He knew he couldn't deal with the Dragon Gang all by himself. He had to get help from somewhere. The most potent and capable force in the Hua Nation was the government. That would mean leveraging on the government's resources was the most effective and straightforward way to combat and suppress underworld organizations like the Dragon Gang. Xiao Luo immediately browsed the official websites of police stations in every district in Jiangqing. To his pleasant surprise, a small police substation in the Guangming district happened to be recruiting auxiliary police officers. Age, education, background. Xiao Luo met all the requirements from the job description. He submitted his resume immediately and was ready to take on a new role. After submitting his resume, Xiao Luo suddenly detected anomalies with certain activities on the internet. He launched his Tor browser, typed in a series of codes, and entered the dark web. He stiffened when he realized the internet gateway and all major networks of Hua Nation were being subject to massive cyber attacks from several foreign hackers. At the headquarters of the National Security Agency of Hua Nation, everyone was strenuously typing on their keyboards with unprecedented urgency. The clamor of hurried voices echoed across the large room incessantly. Everybody in the room was on edge. The southern internet battlefront is in a critical condition. Request for reinforcement. A distressed voice screamed out a cryptic warning. This was a smokeless and borderless war. And the Hua Nation never lacked in enemies. The opposing states wouldn't dare to provoke Hua Nation in the open. Nonetheless, they had been building an army of black hat hackers to sabotage and attack the Hua Nation. With the pervasive adoption of the internet, the inherent risks of cyber attacks were always a thing waiting to happen. As soon as hostiles breached the network center and its gateways, the banking, transportation, national security, and all other infrastructure systems of Hua Nation would be compromised. This would lead to a breakdown. The country could not run, its security would be compromised, ultimately leading to complete chaos. It was not hard to imagine. Bank accounts suddenly being depleted, traffic lights switched randomly, and worst of all, unauthorized launching of missiles. The impact was devastating. The unsuspecting population would continue with their daily lives, working hard for their tomorrows and persevering for their dreams, not realizing that a grave threat was looming. The executives of the NSA looked overwhelmed and were breaking out in a cold sweat. They were swamped and reeling from the offensive. All of a sudden, an excited shout pierced the air. Bailing showed up. Bailing? On hearing that name, the head of NSA breathed a sigh of relief and was almost excited to tears. Who was Bailing? No one knew, and the NSA only assigned a gender, by virtue of name. She was a white hat hacker that went by the handle Bailing. She surfaced unexpectedly 3 years ago and helped NSA fend off an attack by a foreign entity. For the past 3 years, whenever hostile powers from overseas launched attacks on Hua Nation, Bailing had always shown up at the 11th hour and beat them off. Bailing was hailed as the protector of Hua Nation. Bailing's arrival signified doomsday for the attackers. This put the entire NSA back in an exalted mood. Jiangqing, Hua University. Bai Ling sat in the study room in the library. Her fingers were clicking away on the keyboards of the laptop in front of her. The corners of her lips lifted into a playful smile, a mischievous girl discovering something funny and exciting. Her white fingers were like little dragons dancing and serpents slithering. Sometimes they moved with overwhelming speed of a fierce tiger dashed down from the top of the mountain, yet sometimes they sauntered, meandering in a tranquil garden. She had accessed the NSA, and their firewalls were quickly reconfigured to block the intrusions. Traffic was rerouted away from key nodes, malware identified and isolated, and this continued in a constant cat-and-mouse as she tried to stay a step ahead of the attackers. Bai Ling, what are you doing? Qiyu took a peek. She craned her head over in curiosity, and all she saw was a screen full of codes, looking like DOS commands in the first few seconds when a computer boots up. As she kept typing, lines upon lines of codes filled her screen, as if being printed out by a printer. I'm just coding. Bai Ling turned her head and smiled at Qiyu. Coding? Pursing her lips, Qiyu was not entirely convinced. She said, all right. I will leave you to it. I'm going to continue cursing the pretentious D*ck. She picked up the doll in front of her again, stuck a piece of paper with Xiao Luo's name on the doll's chest, then began to mumble in indignation, pretentious D*ck, I hope you can't find a girlfriend all your life. You will have a flat tire if you drive, your phone will ring loudly if you're in an important meeting, you will be stuck in a traffic jam if you're pressed for time. All the bad luck will keep pestering you. Bai Ling was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh at Qiyu's curse. Ever since Xiao Luo left without saying goodbye, she found her best friend had been acting strangely. Besides shouting pretentious D*ck in her dreams from time to time, she had given up on her penchant for sweet things, and occasionally would use a voodoo doll to put a jinx on Xiao Luo. There was no way that she would believe Qiyu did not like Xiao Luo. But she couldn't be distracted now. The hostile forces were launching a massive cyber attack on Hua Nation, and the consequences would be dire if she didn't stay focused. Looks like these guys have been well prepared this time. Bai Ling's expression turned grave. The blush on her cheeks made her look like a delicate porcelain doll. She had rerouted a large portion of the attack to secondary firewalls within the NSA architecture, but the intrusions were overwhelming. She now deployed a library of tools and protocols that she had developed for remotely setting up virtual firewalls. As she now battled the black hats, she kept setting up these new firewalls, one after the other. Yet time and again, she was overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the attacks. As fast as she could set up firewalls, the intruders would breach them. She was one girl against a well-organized, concerted effort manned by an army of top-notch hackers. The NSA did not stand a chance, and unbelievably left it to her to withstand the offensive alone. The headquarters of NSA. The NSA experts were at their wits' end. Their computers were compromised, and they were shut out of the battle. They could only monitor the situation helplessly. These here were the elites in the field of information technology, yet they found no way to counter the massive cyber attacks. They were forced to depend on a mysterious master hacker, Bai Ling, to defend Hua Nation's honor. It wasn't just embarrassing, it's shameful. And yet, they were too busy to be ashamed of themselves. This virtual war was bearing upon the very foundation of the society and nation, and something had to be done. Under these grave circumstances, they did the only thing possible, they rooted for Bai Ling in silence. The situation, in reality, was turning a dark turn. The firewalls created by Bai Ling were breached by wave after wave of relentless attacks across the entire network. The speed with which she could set up firewalls could not match their breaching speed of the intrusions. As this trend continued, it was only a matter of time before Bai Ling would lose the rearguard action. The nervous tension returned to the executives of the NSA. Even though Bai Ling was not an employee of NSA, she was acknowledged as a computer genius. They couldn't think of anyone else capable of warding off this attack if Bai Ling failed. Was the eve of chaos upon them? Many were now preparing for the worst. The very foundations of their society would be devastated. Life, as they knew, would soon cease to exist. Armageddon cometh. Xiao Luo put down his unfinished drink and muttered to himself, "Let me help you guys." Before his voice even faded, his 10 fingers were dancing on the keyboard as a pianist would, the piano. A string of codes was quickly sent into the dark virtual battlefield. Inside the study room of the library of Huaya University, A sheen of sweat reflected off Bai Ling's forehead and nose. She had been typing rapidly for quite some time and felt extremely tired. Her fingers were sore and tingling, as though they could turn numb at any minute. She was wholly absorbed in the ongoing battle. There could be no distractions in her mind, not even for a split second. As it stood, she was already staring defeat in the face. Despite her best efforts to stop the attack, the opposing forces were breaking through, bearing down menacingly across a broad front this time. The coordinated strike of their 4 top-class hackers could best be described as an unstoppable tsunami. Bai Ling suffered one defeat after another, steadily losing grounds. Her desperate rearguard action was to no avail. Her face grew grim, and she bit on the lips so hard that her delicate, red lips looked about to bleed. It's over. Bai Ling has lost. In the headquarters of the NSA, everyone gasped with shock and anxiety. They could not accept that their enigmatic protector of Hua Nation had finally met with failure this time. In the study room of Huaya University's library, Bai Ling stopped coding. She was utterly devastated and demoralized. She stared blankly in a stupor, unable to come to terms with what had just happened. Her face looked a deathly white as if her soul had left her. She was defeated. She couldn't believe she really lost, not just the battle, but the war. She had worked hard over the last 3 years specifically to prevent such an attack. Studying the attack patterns by opposing hackers, developing new tools and bots, testing her betas, enhancements. She had worked out simulations for future attacks and defense strategies strenuously and had been making continuous progress. All this effort just so that she could have the ability to help her nation ward off the never-ending cyber attacks from hostile foreign powers. She was raised with the idea of loving and serving her country, and she had taken it to heart. As soon as she realized she was especially gifted in information technology, she felt duty-bound to protect the internet frontier of Hua Nation. No one in the non-virtual, real world knew that she had been the key player in helping Hua Nation overcome more than a dozen cyber crises. Each of these attacks would have brought about catastrophic consequences. No one knew, not even her best friend, Qiyu. She led a double life, and she enjoyed it. She was the proverbial silent profession, a covert life of never seeking glory for herself and never seeking public attention. Only she would know about each event, and these would be secrets she would cherish dearly for the rest of her life. But in this life, there was only her. There was no one else she could depend on, no one else to seek solace from. When the defeat came, she felt a deep sense of, not just frustration, but emptiness. A void. Her dreams were now dashed, and she was feeling lost. Bai Ling of Hua Nation has been finally defeated. From now on, Hua Nation will become our back garden where we can stroll in whenever we want. Ha ha ha. Somewhere on the globe, a group of blonde-haired men was in celebration. Everyone was exhilarated and shouting in excitement. Someone even popped a bottle of champagne. Breaching the internet of Hua Nation meant that they would have access to its networks, which means access to all of the country's information. She was entirely now at their mercy. It wasn't just the loss of hundreds of billions from the treasury and trade, but infrastructure, communications, and even defense would immediately be compromised. This was a disaster of biblical proportions. As she sat staring blankly, she noticed a series of codes appearing rapidly on her screen. The unstoppable incoming flow of digital traffic through the main gateway seemed to have stalled. Packets of malicious data designed to corrupt and steal were being identified and neutralized across the networks. Bai Ling switched to a graphic interface. A new firewall appeared to have been set up very quickly and acted like a deep chasm halted the hackers' offensive. What happened? Astonished, the group of hackers stopped their celebration and immediately started to analyze the event before launching another round of attack against the newly identified firewall. They switched to graphics. An army of bots zeroed in on the new firewall, finding ways in through its defenses. wanton and savage destruction everywhere. Much to their disbelief, the firewall had been written with a different set of codes, and their frenzied attack was only able to tear a small corner open. The moment they finally broke it through, another firewall rose up in front of them, blaring with red alarm and preventing them from advancing. 1 inch what the F***ck? The hackers' eyes widened in consternation. Not discouraged, they clenched their teeth and continued their attack. The headquarters of the NSA of Hua Nation was in dead silence. The mood was despondent. Everyone looked dispirited and had their heads lowered. Suddenly, a heart-stirring cry broke out and broke the lull. It's not breached yet. A new firewall appeared and stopped those bastards outside of the border. The excited voice was infectious, and very soon, everyone was alive again. Everybody was either looking at the main screen or focused on the computers in front of them. They were speechless. The executives of NSA were glued to their computers, cheering on incoherently. Haha. God bless Hua Nation. God truly blesses Hua Nation. A middle-aged man in a suit jumped up excitedly, crying out, "Look at those bastards. Don't they look like the zombies who were blocked by the walnut in Plants vs. Zombies?" A wave of laughter filled the room upon hearing his comment. It was indeed an apt analogy. Nevertheless, the room quieted down again quickly. The foreign hackers had not given up yet. Gnawing at the firewall that blocked them, unlike the walnut in the game, they were still persisting like a horde of zombies with a single-minded purpose of finding fresh blood and meat. This doesn't seem like to be Bailing's firewall. Yes, the key feature of Bailing's firewall is its ability to be rebuilt speedily. But the current firewall takes a much longer time for reconstruction. But it's unique for its sturdiness, and that has made it difficult for the attackers to penetrate the wall. This can only mean one thing: someone else has joined in the battle. The computer experts in the hall instantly spotted the new firewall's uniqueness and exchanged their thoughts and opinions. They finally concluded that it could not be Bailing but someone else who was defending Hua Nation against the hostile foreign hackers this time round. What? There was another person? The news was passed on to the executives of the NSA, and it immediately caused quite a stir. Did it mean that there was another computer genius, besides Bailing, that was hiding in Hua Nation? Most of the people present were shocked, several were excited, and some also felt personally responsible. They blamed themselves for failing to do justice to such talented people. No effort had been made to find gifted people and to nurture them so far. They came to deeply regret this, while at the same time wondered how many more geniuses were neglected in Hua Nation. After convening a special meeting, the senior officials of the NSA reached a unanimous decision to consent to a mission to locate, support, and nurture these brilliant minds hidden among the population of Hua Nation. They would form the core of a future virtual space force that will defend the country for the next decades. 5 minutes later, rousing cheers and applause broke out from the hall. Retreated. The B***stars have retreated. We won. Those bastards finally realized they couldn't move forward even an inch more when they went against the third firewall. Good job. How awesome. In the study room of Huayi University's library, Bai Ling's wide-eyed expression said it all. She continued to stare at the computer screen in disbelief. All the codes from attackers vanished in a flash. She imagined an impregnable firewall, composed of new lines of codes, was standing in between like the Great Wall. As she checked the networks, Bai Ling couldn't find any bugs or loopholes, at least not from the first look. Who is this person? Bai Ling was in awe and admiration for whoever had achieved this. It was overwhelming. She saw clearly how this person intercepted the fierce attackers with only 3 firewalls. The walls served collectively as a defense in depth. As the first wall breached, the second would be formed before the opposing force could break through. As the second wall faltered, the third wall was raised to prevent further breaches. How was it possible for a human's brain to figure out the millions upon millions of permutations needed to set up those firewalls, and code instructions to instantly locate and fix the breaches in the firewalls in such a short time? Besides her deep admiration for this expert, Bai Ling's own ego, as a hacker, had also taken a blow. Overcome with curiosity, and impatient to wait even a moment longer, she sent the person a message. "Who are you?" Xiao Luo received the question and countered with the same question, "Who are you?" "Bailing." "Bailing?" Xiao Luo chuckled. He thought for a moment, then typed on the keyboard and replied, "Mia." The only reason he called himself Mia was that it was his generational name. This was based on the Xiao family's genealogical tree, and Xiao Luo's generation happened to have Mia as their name. "Mia?" A voice exclaimed in surprise from among a group of executives at the headquarters of the NSA. If it was indeed another person, that would mean that there was another computer genius besides Bai Ling in Hua Nation, Mia. Bailing was burning with curiosity about the enigmatic Mia, who had repelled the massive cyber attacks launched by hostile foreign forces. She typed and asked, "What's your real name?" Xiao Luo smiled and replied, "Is Bailing your real name?" He didn't say anything else and logged out of his browser after responding to Bai Ling. "You rascal. How dare you drop out of our conversation like this?" Determined, Bai Ling immediately keyed in several more codes, trying to trace Mia's IP address. But a firewall instantly appeared and blocked her access. This same firewall that was used to thwart the massive cyber attacks on the national internet gateway. She couldn't find any backdoors to force her way through his security measures. "I can't believe I can't bypass the firewall." Pursing her lips, Bai Ling kept trying to get around the firewall when she realized that people from the NSA were spying on her activities. She typed a line of words in vexation, "What are you looking at? Mind I don't infect all of your computers with a virus." Then, she wiped out her digital footprint and went offline immediately. The group of executives at the NSA was amused by her antics. A middle-aged man, bespectacled and dressed in a business suit, spoke up first. "This is obviously the temperament of a little girl. I bet you, Bailing couldn't be more than 24 years of age." "Chief, we already know that. After 2 years of investigation, our agent's findings have determined that Bailing is currently a student at Huaya University. Her real name is Bai Ling, and she's only 21 years old. I believe the 2 agents we sent out should confirm if she is the one involved in this battle." The person speaking was one of the 6 who were present in the room that day. The others smiled derisively and couldn't help thinking to themselves how brazen the chief was. He only made the statement about her age after their agents had already known Bailing was a college girl. Wasn't he the wise man here? ERRM. The chief motioned for everyone to get back to the topic of discussion and assumed a more serious expression, saying, "Bailing's ability has been long known to us all. She is definitely a computer genius and one of the best in our Hua Nation. Now Mia is a new find and appears to be someone even more proficient than Bailing. Both of them are invaluable assets to us. We must locate these 2 talents. With them, those foreign aggressors would never be able to breach our defenses again." They all nodded in agreement. "It seems to me that Bailing is very interested in Mia. If we can confirm Bai Ling from Huaya University is Bailing, I think we can possibly find Mia through her. She is the only one who is capable of finding Mia." Another person said matter-of-factly. He was merely making an assumption, yet no one disputed his opinion, as they would be in no position to trace me if even Bailing couldn't do it. Xiao Luo had not expected to attract the attention of the NSA. He only got involved after detecting some anomalies when he submitted an application form on the government website. But ended up getting involved in an internet battle and easily beat back a massive cyber attack launched by the foreign agents. Otherwise, he would never have got involved. After all, he honestly didn't want to be in the spotlight. After passing the screening test of the police substation at Guangming District that afternoon, he waited for a few hours before he finally sat before the interviewers. A cliched but ever-popular question was asked: why do you want to be a policeman? The auxiliary police reserves were also addressed as police officers, however, their primary role was to provide assistance to the regular police force, and they would remain under the command and supervision of real police officers. To combat crime and protect justice. Xiao Luo answered with a smile. He did not believe that, of course. But these statements were necessary given his plan to get into the police force. As Xiao Luo expected, the two policemen who were interviewing him exchanged looks, nodded, then made a checkmark on his form. After the interview, a political appraisal would be conducted to vet the candidate's family background and examined if the person had taken part in any antisocial, disruptive activities in the past. Xiao Luo would then be called up for the auxiliary police officer training once he passed this political appraisal. This would take at least 5 days, and would then be followed the final physical test. Wouldn't it indeed be a form of justice for him to crack down on illegal groups like the Dragon Gang after putting on his police uniform? Maple Leaf Hotel, at night. It was already 8:00 at night when Xiao Luo arrived. He couldn't refuse Chu Yunxiong's kindness and good intentions. Besides, he had 5 more days to go before he could confirm if he'd been accepted for the auxiliary police officer training. It was not too bad of an idea to call a truce with the Dragon Gang during this time. Welcome. Wearing scarlet kipayos, several stunning women were in the lobby of the hotel waiting to usher arriving guests. They were a picture of charm and grace. Their gestures, posture, and even how they walked were exquisite and, along with the posh interior, provided the hotel with a more sophisticated and classy ambience. Are you Mr. Xiao Luo? Shortly after Xiao Luo walked in and looked around, a slender woman welcomed him with a warm smile as if she was expecting him. Xiao Luo nodded and answered, I am. Mr. Chu has been waiting for you. Please follow me. The slender woman extended her left hand and led him forward. Xiao Luo took the elevator and arrived on the 3rd floor, where the slender woman brought him to the front of a wing room. She opened the door, bowed slightly to Xiao Luo, then turned around and made her way back to the lobby. Here comes Luo. Sit. Chu Yunxiong was seated comfortably, having a conversation and drinking tea. He looked a modest and unassuming man. The person he was talking to was none other than Long Sankue, head of the Dragon Gang. Leng Zue and Ling Yu stood respectfully on either side of Chu Yunxiong, while De Yuan and Leng Bao stationed themselves just behind Long Sankue. The two camps, black and white, were strikingly different yet were drinking tea in harmony. It was quite a rare scene. Hello, Mr. Chu. Xiao Luo greeted Chu Yunxiong, walked in, and closed the door behind him. Long Sankue pointed his chubby finger at Xiao Luo and looked over to Chu Yunxiong, said, Mr. Chu, this is the rascal you want to protect? Such an effeminate boy would have the guts and ability to chop off my 53 people's hands? I don't believe it. De Yuan, standing behind Long Sankue, stared at Xiao Luo with cruel, vicious eyes. He suddenly rushed out like a ferocious beast, striking without warning. De Yuan moved with incredible speed and dexterity, flowing into his attack with graceful, yet deceptive movements. As he opened up Xiao Luo's defense, his exceedingly flexible body bent into an uncanny arc and delivered a swift kick towards Xiao Luo's face, with deadly force. Xiao Luo kept his eyes fixed on his opponent and quickly shifted his body to his right. Leaning back, he shot his hand and struck at De Yuan's ankle. The seemingly light tap transferred a penetrating force that made De Yuan lose balance. Xiao Luo immediately pivoted on his left leg, then snapped his right leg across, striking De Yuan on his arm like an iron whip. Staggering back several steps, De Yuan steadied himself against the wall. The quick exchange left several marks on the wooden floor. A testament to the inner power both opponents had called upon. Mr. Long, please control your subordinates. I don't want to leave the floor bloody and disturb Mr. Chu's tranquil mood. Xiao Luo spoke coldly. His words passed on a hidden warning to Di Yuan and kept him at bay. D*mn rascal, you really know your stuff. Long Sankue waved his hand and motioned Di Yuan to step back. He then rolled up his left sleeve and grunted irritably, making Mr. Chu and me wait. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the stature to be so unrestrained and arrogant in front of me? You were still sucking on your mom's T*ts when I started to make my living. Xiao Luo remained silent. He had taken notice of Chu Yunxiong's subtle gesture and his meaningful wink signaling for him to restrain himself for now. He walked towards the table, smiled courteously, and took a seat beside Chu Yunxiong. The moment Xiao Luo sat down, Long Sankue turned to Chu Yunxiong, saying, Mr. Chu, let's not to mince words. I know this D*mn rascal once protected your dear daughter. You intervened and mediated on his behalf, because you owe him a favor. He said it in a seemingly harmless yet, in fact, menacing way. Having made his point, he continued, but he cut off the hands of 53 disciples of mine and totally destroyed my Yellow Skies casino, which I managed painstakingly for many years. This kind of debt can't be written off by a few words. Chu Yunxiong put his teacup down and smiled calmly, said, So what does Mr. Long think we should do? Long Sankue shot an angry glance at Xiao Luo and said in a threatening voice, It's easy. He chopped off my disciple's hands, so now I want to cut off his right hand. He smashed my Yellow Skies casino, so I will have to ask him to compensate for all of my losses. That is all. If you really wish to cut off his hand, wouldn't I have set up the banquet tonight in vain? Chu Yunxiong answered with a sardonic smile, looking right into the eyes of Long Sankue. Long Sankue backed off slightly, still wary of Chu Yunxiong. Although Chu Yunxiong might seem to be a gentle, harmless type, he had a reputation of being a brutal operator in his heydays. He'd use any means necessary to achieve his goals, and he was not one to trifle with, even to this day. Long Sankue considered himself above everything and everybody here in Jiangqing, but not Chu Yunxiong. Aggrieved by the stance Chu Yunxiong had taken, Long Sankue now vented his anger at Xiao Luo. You little rascal, you're truly a nasty son of B*tch. I would kill you now, if not for the due respect I'm giving to Mr. Chu's feelings. In Jiangqing, I can destroy you as easy as squishing a bug. Long Sankue's expression changed abruptly into an angry scowl. He grabbed the bottle of wine in front of him to smash it over Xiao Luo's head. Xiao Luo promptly raised his arm to parry, and the bottle exploded dramatically into myriad pieces, spilling its contents all over the floor. Ha, you'd *mn rascal. How dare you block my blow? Long Sankue bellowed in his rage. Xiao Luo looked sternly at Long Sankue, his lips pressed tightly together into a thinly veiled smile, but his eyes remained cold. In an instant, he had a bottle of wine in his hand and smashed it on Long Sankue's head. Long Sankue still retained his reflexes even with his age, quickly raising both his hand up to protect himself. Crash! The wine bottle broke against his arm, and both its shards and the spilling wine fell upon Long Sankue's garments. Xiao Luo laughed and said, Mr. Long, is one bottle enough? Do you need another one? Wah! Leng Zhua and Ling Yu gasped in shock. They thought to themselves, this young guy is really fearless. He is definitely the only person in Jiangqing who would dare to smash a bottle of wine over Long Sankue's head. You rascal, do you want to die? Leng Bao and De Yuan yelled out, snapping out of their momentary shock, and with fierce looks and their teeth gnashing, ready to rush in to strike Xiao Luo. Long Sankue waved his hand and stopped his bodyguards. His eyes stared steadily at Xiao Luo, but could not stop his eyelids from twitching nervously. Suddenly, he burst into a loud laugh and said, "Plucky youngster. This D*MN rascal truly has B*LLS. He quickly turned to look at Chu Yunxiong and said, "You see, Mr. Chu, did you see that? This rascal doesn't have a conciliatory attitude at all. It's not about the fact that he doesn't give face to me, he doesn't respect you." He was implying that while Chu Yunxiong was willing to protect Xiao Luo, yet he had not shown the due respect at all, in appreciation of the favor. Chu Yunxiong's kindness was instead taken for granted. "Luo?" Chu Yunxiong called out gently, his wizen eyebrows knitted together. He also sensed that Xiao Luo didn't appear to be interested in making peace. It almost seemed like he came here intentionally to pick a fight with Long Sankuei for purposes only known to himself. Chu Yunxiong started to question if he was meddling unnecessarily. "Mr. Chu, I have already accepted your proposal for conciliation by showing up here tonight. Mr. Long displayed his hostility to me explicitly from the moment I got here. But now this villain is making charges against his victim. Isn't he the one who really does not respect you?" said Xiao Luo. "What a glib tongue. Why would I be here if I don't respect Mr. Chu?" Long Sankuei pounded on the table and roared in rage. Chu Yunxiong, seizing the opportunity, quickly articulated, "Since both of you have come here to make peace, why don't you show some good faith? Mr. Long, please alter your previous demand a little bit." His commanding tone left little room for any discussion. Long Sankuei felt cornered, and the corner of his mouth again twitched nervously. He was not ready to have Chu Yunxiong saving Xiao Luo from right under his nose. As he turned the matter over in his mind, he happened to see 2 bottles of Matai on the table. His eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly said, "Okay, Mr. Chu. I will do this favor for you. He can keep his hand and money, as long as he can drink up these 2 bottles of Matai right now. I guarantee you that I will write off all the grievances between us once and for all." Leng Zhua and Leng Yu turned pale after hearing Long Sankui's words. Matai was a powerful spirit with an alcohol level of 53% proof. Even drinking half the bottle would land a person in the hospital, needing to flush the gut to prevent alcohol poisoning. How would Xiao Luo be able to finish 2 entire bottles? How was this making peace at all? He clearly wanted Xiao Luo to die this very night. Chu Yunxiong's face darkened. He said, "Mr. Long, is your request in good faith?" "Correct. This is indeed my good faith. He mutilated my people and smashed up my casino. Mr. Chu, I would have to say you're biased if you cannot even see the fairness in my request," Long Sankuei said, pressing the point with a mirthless smirk. His play had put Chu Yunxiong on the back foot. Granted, his stature might fall a little short in comparison with Chu Yunxiong, but he was still a mafia head and controlled the entire underworld of the Jiangqing. He was confident that Chu Yunxiong would not dare to start a war with him, especially not over this rascal. After all, they were not young anymore, and there were many other factors to consider. Mr. Long has an excellent point. It's just 2 bottles of Matai. I will drink them up. Xiao Luo stood up and duly opened the caps of the Matai. Raising his head back, he started to chug the baijiu directly from the bottle. Ding! Congratulations! The host has mastered the I Jing Jing system, redeeming 100,000 points from host account. The digital voice chimed in Xiao Luo's head. The balance had now plummeted to a little over 2,000 after spending 100,000 points. Xiao Luo felt a warmth running through his bones and internal passages as qi energy circulated throughout his body, rebuilding the cells. A surging wave washed through as the inner force sequestered the baijiu that had been consumed, preventing it from being absorbed into his vital organs. Seeing Xiao Luo gulping down the baijiu, everyone in the room was amazed. This D*MN rascal is really bold enough to drink it all? Long Sankuei was in a stupor, then an insidious smile slowly formed on his face. So what that Chu Yunxiong was protecting him. He could still have the youngster die a violent death right here and now. Who could believe that Xiao Luo would still be standing even after drinking 2 bottles of Matai Baijiu? How could he now fend off an attack from his 2 henchmen? Leng Bao and De Yuan couldn't help sneering. Turned out, he is just an arrogant fool. Chu Yunxiong remained still and was anxious for Xiao Luo, but he didn't have any excuse to stop it. As soon as a whole bottle of Matai was downed, Xiao Luo started to work on the next one. Long Sankui looked on, surprised that even after consuming large amounts of the alcohol, he was not showing any signs of succumbing to the potent baijiu. What was going on? Xiao Luo quickly finished the second as well and placed the empty bottle on the table, wiped off traces of baijiu from the corner of his mouth, and exhaled a deep breath in delight, said, "Good liquor." The entire wing room was in dead silence, one could almost hear a pin drop. Both Long Sankui and Chu Yunxiong were amazed as they stared in disbelief at Xiao Luo. If they had not witnessed it themselves, they would never believe that a man could drink 2 bottles of Matai Baijiu with a 53% alcohol content, consecutively. Besides alcohol intoxication, his stomach would have been literally burnt through by the alcohol, making it impossible for him to remain standing. It's indeed a good liquor. I've never tasted such delicious liquor in my entire life. Xiao Luo glanced at Long Sankui meaningfully, aware of his devious scheme. His words had infuriated Long Sankui to the extent of spitting out blood. If he had not detected the intense fragrance of the potent drink from the 2 empty bottles before him, he would have thought that Xiao Luo just had 2 bottles of water. F***ck, what the hell? Long Sankui was incensed and slammed hard on the table. Initially, he thought he could take on Xiao Luo with 2 bottles of liquor easily, but they did not seem to affect him after he comfortably poured them down his gullet. This was a monumental slap in his face for Long Sankui, especially as Xiao Luo praised the liquor's quality. He felt his cheeks burn like they were on fire. "You rotten shoal. You truly are a freak." Chu Yunxiong smiled softly. "Boss Long, Xiao Luo had drunk 2 bottles of Matai as you asked, so is the hatred between you and him considered?" He did not finish the line and expected Long Sankui to get his meaning. "Sure, I'm keeping my word, the resentment between this rotten shoal is considered over and done with. My dragon gang will never lay a finger on him." Long Sankui tilted his head slightly in acknowledgement, then turned back to Leng Bao and De Yuan abruptly, and said coldly, "Leng Bao, De Yuan, you both are expelled from Dragon Gang from this day on. Cut every tie and connection you have with the Dragon Gang, and from here on, everything you do has nothing to do with me, do you hear that?" Upon hearing those words, both Leng Bao and De Yuan were stunned. Expelled and to cut all ties with Dragon Gang? This couldn't be happening. "Lord Long, what have we done wrong? Why'd you expel us from Dragon Gang?" De Yuan bellowed loudly, deeply agitated. He could not accept the fact that he had been expelled from Dragon Gang. He had been serving the gang loyally for so many years, how was he expelled so suddenly? "De Yuan, let's go." Leng Bao dragged out De Yuan forcefully, as he was losing his composure. "Why the f***ck you dragged me? Lord Long's gone nuts, he actually expelled us from Dragon Gang, and you're not questioning him." De Yuan roared continuously. Leng Bao adjusted his glasses, looking over its frame with his chilling, viper-like eyes. "Don't you see? Lord Long did not want to let the show off, but he had already given his word to Chu Yunxiong that Dragon Gang would not lay a finger on Xiao. If you still cannot make sense of it by now, you're truly an idiot." Since leaving the room, De Yuan's face has been contorted with rage. But after hearing those words, he suddenly felt like he had dispelled the clouds and seen the blue sky. The cold, insidious smirk returned to its rightful place in his countenance, as he merrily remarked, "He is a sage. Lord Long's move is unfathomable. So now that we're not part of Dragon Gang anymore, naturally, we could lay our fingers on that Xiao, ha ha ha." Lung Bao nodded and simply stared impassively in silence. In the wing room, Chu Yunxiong looked hard at Long Sankue and said coldly, "Boss Long, this is an excellent play by you." Long Sankue sighed in mock innocence, "Boss Chu, you are really joking, there's nothing such as a play here. Those brats had violated the rules set by me, and they must be expelled from Dragon Gang. This is Dragon Gang's affair, Boss Chu, you are not going to interfere, right?" His tone was enigmatic as he postured to leave, saying, "All right, since we're done with the talking, I should be leaving. We meet again, Boss Chu." With that, he finished gulping down the cup of tea before him and stood up. He held up his dragon-headed walking stick and stopped briefly beside Xiao Luo, giving him a pat on his shoulder. "You rotten shoal, a storm may arise from a clear sky, and a man's fate remains uncertain like the weather. Take good care of yourself, haha." As he finished speaking, he laughed aloud and left the wing room. Chu Yunxiong finished drinking the last cup of tea and asked in genuine concern, "Xiao Luo, do you need some medication for a hangover?" "Oh, no need." Xiao Luo shook his head. Fortified by the system's Jing, the potency FO the Matai was effectively sequestered and released slowly, avoiding any damage to his vital organs. This did not go as expected. Long Sankue had only pretended to obey. Chu Yunxiong held the teacup tightly, squeezing it between his thumb and index finger. Had Long Sankue dared to fool him in his younger days, he would have been strong-armed into accepting or faced destruction. However, things were different now. Many people were relying on him for their jobs. His daughter, Chu Yu, was the most important thing to him now, and he would ignore everything else for her sake. His wish was to give her a peaceful and harmonious life. As they say, the virtue is 1 span tall, and the devil is 10. Long Sankue is exceptionally cunning, but I'm very thankful to Boss Chu for everything you've done for me today. Xiao Luo smiled, understanding his disappointment. "You should be more careful from here on. Both Leng Bao and De Yuan are extremely skillful fighters." Xiao Luo nodded. "By the way, I came here for another important matter today." He took out a bank card from his pocket as he spoke, passing it to Chu Yunxiong. "This is the money I owed to you. Everything's inside, including bank interest. The password is 888888. Xiao Luo smiled. Standing close by, both Leng Zue and Leng Yu were shocked, but kept their composure. The deadline was supposed to be in 1 year, but Xiao Luo had cleared the debt of 600 million in under 3 months. Although they knew Luo's workshop's operation was in full swing and had captured a large chunk of the market in Jiangqing, they were still surprised that he could return such a large sum to their boss in so short a time. "Xiao Luo, I now realize that I have greatly underestimated your capability," Chu Yunxiong said, equally stunned as he stared at Xiao Luo. "I'm just lucky." Xiao Luo returned the compliment with a polite smile. Frankly, aside from Luo's workshop's business performance, the other factors that allowed him to settle his debt so quickly were the indemnity from Feng Changlian, the 80 million he had just won at Yellow Skies Casino. Perhaps it was the age difference, but Xiao Luo felt cautious when it came to communicating with Chu Yunxiong. He had always kept a respectful distance from Chu Yunxiong, or perhaps it was his pride that made him not want to owe a favor to a big shot such as Chu Yunxiong. He did not feel that he would cross paths with Chu Yunxiong too often in the future. Xiao Luo drove Zhang Dashan's white Corolla towards home after he left the Maple Leaf Hotel. The Jing he had just redeemed felt a little different than what he understood it to be. According to the system notification, Jing would give him full immunity to all toxins. Its inner power presence was endless, and he could sense it like a rushing river. He only needed to clench his fist lightly, he could feel a powerful force gushing out. How strong could I be now? To find his answer, Xiao Luo increased the pressure of his grip on the steering wheel lightly, and the aluminum-constructed steering wheel immediately shrunk and deformed. His 10 fingers were stuck deep within. Even mentally prepared for it, he was still taken aback by his newfound strength. He hardly applied all of his power, about 10 to 20%. Even then, he easily deformed the steering wheel by merely squeezing into it. As the car belonged to Zhang Dashan, it would be pretty embarrassing to return it with its steering wheel in such a state, so he immediately went looking for a car workshop to replace the damaged part. When the car slowed down, arriving at the junction, all seemed well. Then unexpectedly and without any warning, a huge truck sped over from its right, colliding with the white Corolla Xiao Luo in a horrendous crash. With force equivalent to the weight of a mountain, the accident would surely be fatal. Bang! Amid a deafening blast, the white Corolla was smashed entirely, its middle section caving in like cardboard. Glass fragments shattered into 1,000 pieces littering the crash site. The car was thrown about 40 meters from the point of impact, rolling several times before coming to a rest. A path of destruction was strewn with debris along where the vehicle was thrown. On the empty street, the badly damaged car laid on its side, with its horn wailing incessantly in mourning, piercing through the quiet of the night. The truck came to a stop, and both its doors opened. 2 men alighted, hopping down from it. De Yuan, blonde-haired, and Leng Bao, bespectacled, walked towards the white Corolla. De Yuan looked at his compatriot with a cruel smile on his face. That rascal should be dead, right? Yes, not far from it, even if he isn't, Leng Bao said solemnly while subconsciously adjusting his spectacles. Well, who cares? I'll go give that rascal another stab. De Yuan chuckled savagely as he unsheathed a dagger from his waist and strode purposefully towards the broken Corolla. As De Yuan approached, a loud report came from the crumpled vehicle, just as its right front door flew open, thrust by a tremendous force. Xiao Luo emerged, grabbed the window frame with both hands, climbed out, and carefully hopped to the ground. He was bleeding profusely from cuts inflicted by the shattered glasses, and soaked in blood. He's not dead yet, De Yuan said, with a look of surprise on his face. Almost immediately, he began to laugh excitedly. This is great. I can flex my muscles now, he. From afar, Leng Bao intuitively sensed something amiss and warned, do not underestimate your enemies. Relax, that rascal could barely even stand, to kill him will be a piece of cake, De Yuan replied with a maniacal laugh. It was true that Xiao Luo was severely injured, and would be in no state to resist. The truck's impact was devastating, and the force it had generated at that point should have killed anyone in the vehicle. If he hadn't redeemed the I Jing Jing skill from the system, he would have died instantly. As it turned out, I Jing had shielded his heart and vessels with his inner power in the nick of time. As he stood there watching De Yuan approach, his inner power began circulating rapidly. His intent to kill began rising like a colossal tide. Like a cornered beast, he gave De Yuan a deadly gaze, as he said word by word, "You will die." A raging fury had manifested as he drew himself to his full height. He had only one thing in mind. Die? Even garbage like you dares to say that? De Yuan flexed his lithe, muscular frame and entered into an attacking stance. In a series of quick, measured steps, he advanced toward Xiao Luo at a good speed. Before reaching striking distance, he suddenly lunged forward, his dagger slicing the air to strike the flank before he pulled it back and thrust the pointed tip of the blade to his opponent's throat in one swift motion. As the blade was about to pierce its intended mark, a hand appeared out of nowhere. It gripped his hand above the thumb with strong, vice-like fingers. De Yuan's striking hand pushed upwards to his left, bringing his right arm across his face, and exposing his upper body to a counter-strike. When it came, the blow hit like a sled hammer as it pummeled into De Yuan's chest. Kaboom! The deadly force reverberated through De Yuan's crumbling body, in waves of excruciating pain. Ngghh! De Yuan was thrown back, flying through the air uncontrollably, before crashing to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stared hard at Xiao Luo. But De Yuan was no ordinary street fighter and retained his fighting mettle. The trained pugilist had quite some moves in his repertoire, and his mind was already working out steps to defeat his opponent. He slowed his breath and blocked out the pain. He shifted his center of gravity and raised himself steadily on one knee. As he attempted to rise, he spat out another mouthful of blood, and an unbearable pain followed, emanating from his chest. He glanced down to his chest, his eyes widened, shocked at what he saw. Several ribs were protruding out, and his chest had collapsed inwards. Blood that was oozing out from his open wound, soaking his shirt red. From the bloody cavity, he could almost see his own heart thumping rapidly. De Yuan was horrified. He had practiced martial arts all his life and had cultivated his inner power to protect his body. How could his body be broken with a single punch? Was this even possible? De Yuan, be careful. Leng Bao cried out in panic. De Yuan lifted his head, only in time to see Xiao Luo moving in swiftly, on the balls of his feet, bounding forward a distance of more than 10 meters. Landing within striking distance, his weight was transferred to his left leg. He then executed a quick skip to channel the energy, to a frontal snap kick, extending the same leg upwards right into De Yuan's exposed chin. Swift, violent, without mercy. De Yuan could almost feel the force smash into his brain, turning it to a slurry. His ears were buzzing, and before he could even shriek, he lost consciousness. He crashed into the ground some 20 to 30 meters away. Blood oozed out from his nostrils and mouth. His chin was shattered. His left eyeball was dangling out from his eye socket due to the tremendous impact, lolling from side to side against his cheek as he lay on his side. He didn't look human anymore. Aya! Leng Bao gasped in terror as he stared at the bloody mess that was De Yuan. From the moment Xiao Luo began until the moment De Yuan was felled, everything happened in less than 10 breaths. Leng Bao did not even get the chance to help him. It's your turn now. His voice was clear and cold, devoid of emotion, coming from the depths of the netherworld. Blood was dripping down from Xiao Luo's face, and his clothes were all torn, but he exuded a fighting intent that was ever so intense. In his burning eagerness to fight, the flames smoldering in his eyes appeared dark and sinister. Leng Bao trembled in fear. He saw before him a ruthless beast from head to toe. He wasn't someone that could be fathomed, still possessing such immense powers when he should have died in the crash. He did not answer the call of battle. After a quick moment of thought, he turned around, lifted De Yuan's corpse, and hastily left the scene, succumbing to the call to retreat. Xiao Luo gasped as he looked at Leng Bao scamper away. When he was no longer in sight, he closed his eyes and slumped onto the ground in a pile. Even with Yi Jing, he still sustained substantial injuries after being hit by a truck traveling at more than 90 miles per hour. His organs and blood vessels were shielded by his inner power, but the wounds inflicted on his outer body were severe. Pieces of glass fragments like parasites embedded in his flesh shimmered against the street light. Xiao Luo regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and realized that he was in the hospital. He wanted to move, but felt as if his limbs were strained. It was at that moment that he realized that there were bandages wrapped all around his body. The white bandage wrapped was around him made him look like a mummy. At that moment, a man with a large body and chubby face walked in with a bowl of ravioli. When he saw that, Xiao Luo had awakened, struggling on the sickbed, and he was shocked. He quickly put down his ravioli and went forward to calm him down. "Brother, you shouldn't be moving. You got more than 100 glass fragments removed from your body. The doctors went around the clock to stitch your wounds up. If you move, they'll crack open easily, and you'll have to suffer again." "Who are you?" asked Xiao Luo. "Me?" The chubby-faced man was startled. Then, he grinned. "I'm Lei Feng, remember? I saw you lying unconsciously by the road. Nobody dared to save you, so I called 120 to get you to the hospital. I even took care of you for a whole day and night. Who could I possibly be if not Lei Feng? Lei Feng? Xiao Luo looked at the man from top to bottom. He was much chubbier than Zhang Dashan. There were evident signs of aging on his skin, especially the 3 conspicuous lines of wrinkles on his forehead. He put the man's age at around 45 years. Putting aside his thoughts, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, old brother. Addressing him as old brother was common courtesy, but little did he expect the reaction when the man heard him. He flew into a rage and said, "What old brother? You are the old brother. Your whole family is an old brother. Let me ask you, how old are you?" Xiao Luo was confused. After some thought, he replied, 26. You're 26? I'm just 22. You're 22? Xiao Luo consciously kept his eyes from opening wide in surprise. He could not believe that this man, with the appearance of a middle-aged man in his 40s, was still this young. You don't believe me? The man fumbled for his identity card, and finally, getting it out from the inner pocket of his shirt, held it in front of Xiao Luo's eyes. See for yourself, am I 22? Xiao Luo got a good look at his identity card. He was really 22. He also had rather bumpkinish, yet down-to-earth name, Lu Taigua. 1. See it now? Don't just simply call someone old brother. You are 4 years older than me. I should be the one calling you old brother, Lu Taigua said with a snort of contempt, keeping his ID back in his pocket. Xiao Luo was unsure whether to cry or laugh. When he looked at Lu Taigua's overly mature appearance, he had to doubt whether his birth date was altered 20 years forward when he applied for his ID. Knock. 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 A nurse appeared at the door, followed by 2 police officers alongside her. The one on the bed is the car owner that was sent to our hospital after the car crash last night, the nurse introduced to the cops. The cops nodded, then stepped towards the bed. The male officer saluted Xiao Luo. Good day, sir. Are you the owner of the car, C0019, Zhang Dashan? No. I'm his friend, Xiao Luo answered honestly. The other female cop hurriedly recorded the information. The male cop asked again, what is your name? Xiao Luo. Can you still remember what happened yesterday? The 2 cops asked more than 10 questions, consecutively. The scene of the car crash last night was at the blind spot of the surveillance cameras. They were unable to observe the entire incident through surveillance footage, hence, they could only question the people involved. Besides, based on their preliminary deduction, this car crash wasn't as simple as it looked. The truck that opened up its throttle from the incident yesterday was reported as scrap 1 year ago. Someone had deliberately fixed it to be used in the accident. Thank you for cooperating with us. The 2 police officers once again saluted Xiao Luo. My friend, I heard you said that the car accident last night was premeditated. What in the name of heavens is going on? Lu Taigua asked, curiously. It's nothing. Don't ponder on it. We'll investigate it thoroughly, the male cop said. The other female cop echoed with a gentle smile, rest assured. We will definitely arrest the wrongdoers. Are you his father? Uncle, your son is already past 20, but you still look so young. You are really blessed. As a woman, she was naturally better than the opposite gender when it came to comforting words. She was smiling pleasantly, and her words of comfort were from the depths of her heart. However, for Lu Taigua, this wasn't comforting at all, this was blatant humiliation. Lu Taigua was once again piqued. What blessed? You are the one who is blessed. Your whole family is blessed. Since when did I have such an old son? Maybe you can make one for me. As he continued, he again took out his ID to show it to the female cop. Look clearly, I'm only 22, don't think that you can just simply call other people uncle, because you are a cop. You are humiliating me as a person, you know? Upon citing the ID and getting a clear look at Lu Tiegua's date of birth, the female cop got really embarrassed. Her face immediately flushed liver red. She quickly apologized, sorry, I misunderstood. Oomph. Lu Tiegua angrily returned his identity card to his pocket. Xiao Luo was amused. He couldn't remember the last time he was mistaken for being the son of someone else. At that moment, the male cop asked, Mr. Lu, what is your relationship with Mr. Xiao? We're totally unrelated. I'm just a passerby. I sent him to the hospital as I saw him lying unconscious on the ground. Lu Tiegua raised his chin to the left and snorted, oh yeah, since Uncle Cop and Auntie Cop is already here, there will be no need for Lei Feng to remain. He turned to Xiao Luo, old brother, the ravioli I bought you is on the table. Eat it while it's still hot. If it isn't convenient for you to do it yourself, ask Uncle Cop and Auntie Cop to feed you. You know, they are government servants. They should do this kind of stuff. I'm leaving, so bye. He had intentionally emphasized the words uncle and auntie. He was obviously just being sarcastic. Then, he turned away without looking back. He was in a mood of melancholy. He got called old brother because his face looked like it was in a hurry to age, and what's worst, he got mistaken as the father of a 26-year-old man. What the hell was going on in his life? The two cops took on an awkward expression, but they were thinking, well, you looked old, how could you blame us? Zhang Dashan rushed over as soon as he received the news. His rough voice preceded his entrance. Xiao Luo, old Xiao. He pushed the door open. When he saw Xiao Luo, who was on the bed wrapped like a mummy, he ran over hurriedly, are you Xiao Luo? Who else can I be? Xiao Luo replied brusquely. What the *CK, which quack wrapped you up like this? Aside from your mouth, nose, and eyes, you are all wrapped up. How to P and *T like this? Zhang Dashan put down his briefcase, making a point to daringly yell the word quack inside the hospital. Shut up and pay up my medical bills, Xiao Luo said in mock anger. What's the hurry? Let me ask you, did the Dragon Gang did this? Asked Zhang Dashan. Xiao Luo nodded. *CK. I really want those bastards dead. Zhang Dashan gritted his teeth. Enough, just take care of Luo's workshop for me, alright? Don't worry about the other stuff. Xiao Luo advised him, knowing he meant every word of it. Then he was reminded of Feng Wuhan and his companions, consider Feng Wuhan and rest working for me. You mustn't mistreat them in terms of wages. When I finally destroy the Dragon Gang, you have to recruit them back to the company and give them a chance to train and improve themselves. Only in that way can they be given high posts when Luo's workshop expands to the other cities. Old Xiao, you better settle these things yourself after you get better. Your priority now should be to take care of your injuries. Saying that, Zhang Dashan took his briefcase and went to settle his medical expenses. Funnily, Xiao Luo suddenly thought of Lu Tiegua, who had brought him to the hospital. If he were to let Zhang Dashan know that there was someone with a bigger and chubbier face than him, he should feel very comforted. Then his mind wandered to yesterday's car crash. A cold glint emerged within Xiao Luo's eyes. De Yuan was dead, and Leng Bao, who got away, had now made his way into his must-kill list. 1. Tiegua, meaning metal pot. In the dimly lit room, De Yuan laid face up on the ground. His bloodied face was white as a sheet, and he was dead. Han Mian and He Lang stood at the side with solemn looks on their faces. They were incensed, deep in anguish. Compared to the other two, Leng Bao appeared relatively calmer. He hadn't recovered from the fact that De Yuan was kicked to death by Xiao Luo. When he remembered Xiao Luo's eyes brimming in a fury and on the warpath, and dark, unspoken emotion returned to haunt him. Long Xuanhuan was sitting on the master's chair, holding a cane, shaped like a dragon's head with his right hand, and playing with two Baoding balls, one, with his left. With aging eyes that were glowing like the stars in winter, he glared at Ling Bao. He was kicked to death by that kid? Ling Bao wanted to answer no, but the fact was yes. He nodded, yes. What the F***ck? Is that kid really so extraordinary? Long Xuanhuan clenched his left hand. The two Baoding balls made of metal shriveled and deformed instantly like two clumps of plasticine being squeezed together. Ling Bao adjusted his spectacles, then said, "We hit him with a truck." Even the car he was driving broke apart, but he was unscathed. Master Long, I suspect that he's a past master in martial arts with a, not at all weak, inner power. Bullsh**. Even if his inner power is strong, he would still have suffered some serious injuries under the circumstance. Hence, the purpose of him wrapping up his fight with De Yuan rapidly was to startle you. If you weren't startled back then, killing him will be like a cakewalk. Long Xuanhuan quickly deduced Xiao Luo's thoughts during the incident, in a blink of an eye. Ling Bao was slightly stunned. If what Master Long said was true, didn't he just miss a great chance to kill Xiao Luo? After he carefully retraced the incident in his memory, he did indeed find some credence to the idea. When Xiao Luo confronted him, his intent to fight was intense, but he was covered in blood and was clearly not in good physical state. He was most probably an arrow at the end of its flight. Having thought about that, he immediately knelt on one knee. I beseech your forgiveness, Master Long. Forgive you? Ha! Get 10 of our greatest men and scour every hospital. The kid must be tending to his wounds in one of them. If you find him, chop him into 8 pieces at once. Long Xuanhuan forcefully bashed the ground with his cane. This is your chance to redeem yourself. Treasure it. Yes. Ling Bao nodded reverently, while his eyes hidden underneath his glasses emanated the cold glare of a venomous viper. Xiao Luo was bandaged from head to toe. This was his 4th day in the hospital. His Yi was circulating unceasingly, and his wounds were healing at an accelerated rate. His king of mercenaries physique was equally potent. Under their combined effects, his injuries were treated entirely. Zhang Dashan didn't stay in the office like he ordered him to do. On this day, he came to visit Xiao Luo again. When he pushed the door open, he was astounded. He had witnessed something unbelievable. Crackling noises came from Xiao Luo, who was lying on the sickbed wrapped up like a mummy. Along with those sounds, the white bandages started to burst apart, and Xiao Luo came out from his cocoon like a butterfly who had completed metamorphosis. When he saw Xiao Luo jumping down from the sickbed and all the bandages on his body falling off him like goose feathers, Zhang Dashan plopped his buttocks down on the ground out of sheer shock. For him, nothing in this world couldn't be described with F***kin hell. If there were to be something that couldn't, he would just describe it with 2 of them. Xiao Luo was standing next to the bed, naked. Every inch of his skin was as fair and tender, like a baby under the baptism of Yi Jing. There were no scars on his body. His lines were distinct, just like a masterly carved sculpture. Mother ***, can you not point your dick at me? Zhang Dashan calmed himself down and stood up, patting the dust off his buttocks. Now, he was almost immune to the incredible tales that had happened around Xiao Luo. Not to mention all of Xiao Luo's wounds healing within 3 to 4 days, it would have been acceptable for him even if Xiao Luo jacked off and shot down an airplane from the sky. His good old brother, Xiao Luo, could never be conjectured with common logic. Xiao Luo moved away from the sickbed unhurriedly and put on a jumpsuit. Why did you come again? Didn't I ask you to stay in the company compound while I deal with the dragon gang? The heck, old Xiao. I'm not even this kind to my own girlfriend. Fools never know when they are well off, you know? Zhang Dashan said disdainfully. Xiao Luo buttoned up one by one. He glanced at him. You ever had a girlfriend? This directly pricked on Zhang Dashan's pain. His face flushed instantly. You wanna rub it in, huh? Fine, fine. I'm not coming ever again. I'll just stay in the office with the ladies, alright? Kin hell. He left mumbling to himself. As night fell, the neon lights turned Jiangqing into a sleepless city. Leng Bao was very dispirited. In the last 4 days, he had deployed the men assigned to him to every single hospital in Jiangqing City, but had failed to find any patient by the name of Xiao Luo. Who would have expected that Xiao Luo was registered under the name of Lu Taigua? Naturally, they wouldn't have gotten anywhere bandying the name of Xiao Luo. He was sitting in the car and was feeling anxious, as if in need of a drug fix. When his men came back reporting to him that Xiao Luo was not in any of the hospitals that he had sent them to, he couldn't tolerate it any longer. He punched the car window, shattering the glass. At that moment, his phone rang. It from an unknown number. He adjusted his spectacles, forcing himself to calm down. He picked up his phone and answered the call. Who's speaking? I'm Xiao Luo. On his phone, a chilling voice sounded. Leng Bao immediately sat upright. How did you get my contact? This isn't important. You have been busy looking for me. Don't you want to know where I am? Xiao Luo said coldly. Where are you? Look up. Leng Bao reacted by raising his head at once. His pupils dilated, adjusting to the darkened skies, and through the sunroof, he saw a car rolling off the adjacent building, more than 10-story high. It seemed to linger in the air for a while, then plummeted quickly, accelerating in speed with the momentum. Damn it! He broke into a cold sweat, momentarily frozen in the clutches of death. Leng Bao was terrified, pale with fear. He instantly regained his senses, and immediately tried to get out. But it was too late. Even as his hand was on the door handle, the falling car plunged straight into the roof of his vehicle, with unimaginable force. Boom! A thunderous boom followed, shaking the ground around it, and the black car was gone, pulverized and crushed in an instant. All 4 wheels collapsed, its tires blown, and debris blasted in every direction, sending a wave of terror to all standing close by. Leng Bao, trapped inside, was instantly squashed into minced meat. His blood seeped out along the gaps of the car door and dripped onto the ground. The surrounding Dragon Gang members were stunned at what they had just witnessed. Their eyes fixated at the ghastly scene as they trembled. Then, coming out of their stupor, they called Long Sankue and reported, stuttering, Master Long, Protector Lung is dead. Watching the scene from the top of the building, Xiao Luo dusted off his hands, turned, and walked away, like a trivial task had just been completed. A tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. Footnotes. 1. Baoding balls, metallic spheres, developed to gently stimulate the muscles, nerves, and acupressure points of the fingers, hands, and forearms. On the night on the 5th day, Xiao Luo received a call from the Ren Village police station located in the Guanming district. The caller had informed him to report himself at the branch station at 8 a.m. on the next day. He was to participate in a medical examination and would commence the special training program alongside other recruited police trainees. The special training program would last for half a month, and it would be entirely based on military training. All activities would be carried out at the branch station's training base, and all trainees would be isolated from all communication with the outside world. How very troublesome. Xiao Luo furrowed his brows. Initially, he thought he could assume the role right after the medical examination, but it seemed that he was overthinking. But it couldn't be helped. Dealing with the Dragon Gang didn't mean killing all their members. He would only become the Chinese government's primary target if he did that. He reminded himself that his goal was to annihilate all of the dragon gang's business. A night of silence. Xiao Luo woke up at 5 a.m., packed his clothes, and embarked on his journey to the Guangming District branch station. It was already 7 a.m. when he arrived at the branch station. After eating breakfast at a roadside stall, he walked into the police station. In the police station compound, Xiao Luo saw many prospective auxiliary policemen taking part in the medical examination and special training like him. There were both men and women, totaling about 20 people. Upon arrival, they presented their name seals and turned in their communication devices and personal belongings. 2 officers in uniforms were standing on the stage. They looked at their watches from time to time and regularly checked on the number of people who had arrived. How many haven't arrived? 1. It's almost 8, right? Yes, soon. Eliminate that person when the time passes 8 o'clock. People without the most basic concept of time aren't suited to be in the auxiliary police force. The 2 were having a serious conversation, and everyone could hear them clearly. The trainees expressed sympathy for that unlucky person. That person would have gone through a long process before this and was actually going to be disqualified from becoming an auxiliary police officer just because he was late for 1 minute. He would definitely be so remorseful that his intestines would turn green. Bro, where are you from? What's your name? Hello pretty ladies, did you both come together? What are your names? We'll become colleagues after this, just so you know. Seizing this opportunity, those with extroverted personalities became active, getting to know everyone by their names. Ahem, alright, time's up, queue up in 2 lines, and... Once 8 o'clock struck, the middle-aged officer with a square jawline raised his voice and shouted, but was interrupted by a loud duck-like voice. Wait. There's another one here. A man with a round face, average height, chubby cheeks, and enormous ears came rushing in from the station's entrance wearing a large-sized white shirt and jeans with a boot cut. He was gasping for air and perspiring profusely all over. Lu Taigua? Xiao Luo was startled. This man was the very same person who sent him to the hospital a few days ago, Lu Taigua. It seemed that Jiangqing City was pretty small for the 2 to have met again so soon. He initially thought of searching for him via his connections to thank him properly. However, it seemed like it wouldn't now be necessary. And you are? The officer with a square jawline looked at him from head to toe and asked. Lu Taigua saluted him. Sir, I am Lu Taigua, an auxiliary reserve policeman who came to attend the medical examination and special training. Is he really a recruit? The officer with a square jawline pointed at Lu Taigua and looked suspiciously at the other officer. The other officer looked at the name list, then nodded. His name is on the list. With that being said, he took out Lu Taigua's resume and passed it to the officer with a square jawline. After the officer with a square jawline compared the photo on Lu Taigua's resume with the person standing in front of him, he immediately frowned. Why does your photo not resemble you at all? Huh? Oh, it is because I was smiling in the photo. It will be the same if I smile. Lu Taigua smiled immediately. His eyes squinted into 2 lines, resembling that of a Maitreya statue. But this, it doesn't feel right either. The man on the photo doesn't look so mature like you. The officer with a square jawline remained unconvinced. Lu Taigua quickly explained, I do indeed look older, but my information is absolutely real, especially that photo of me. It is me, 100%. I just beautified myself with May to pick, 1, smoothened my skin, and added a magenta filter to make my appearance fit in better with my real age. Pfft. A girl couldn't contain her laughter anymore. Uncle, are you sure that you're here to become an auxiliary policeman, not a comedian? Her sentence instantly tickled everyone and brought on waves of laughter. Lu Taigua was annoyed. He had faced the same thing repeatedly, and it really annoyed him a lot. He took out his identity card and said to the crowd seriously, I am only 22 years old. I am not an uncle. I am still a young lad. The crowd laughed even louder. Even the officer with a square jawline, who had always kept a serious face, couldn't help but chuckle for a moment. He immediately regained his composure afterward and shouted, Enough, stop laughing. You will all be colleagues in the future. Mocking at your own colleagues isn't a noble thing to do. Lu Taigua was so touched that he almost teared up. He thought, they are definitely fine servants of our society. They know what's right. Lu Taigua, queue up in line, the officer with a square jawline shouted at him. Yes, sir. Lu Taigua moved to the end of the first queue. As soon as he got into position, he shrieked in bewilderment. Then, he pulled Xiao Luo's arm in front of him. Old brother, why are you here? Wait, how did you get discharged so quickly? You were still being wrapped up like a mummy a few days ago. You know about my elder brother being hospitalized? Xiao Luo turned around and asked, feigning to be surprised. Your elder brother? Lu Taigua was confused. He thought, are they not the same person? Yeah, the one in the hospital is Xuanhuan, my elder brother. I'm Xiao Luo, Xiao Luo smiled. Lu Taigua shook his head resolutely, that can't be, he told the cops that he was Xiao Luo the last time around, not Xuanhuan. Xiao Luo sighed. He pointed at his head and said whisperingly, the car accident F** cat up his brain. He doesn't know how to differentiate his name and my name anymore. Oh. Lu Taigua nodded in acknowledgement of the explanation. So, they were brothers. That would explain why they look so similar to each other. Then, he asked out of concern, is your brother all right? Yeah, he's fine. He was transferred to another hospital in another city. He should be able to recover in less than 2 months, said Xiao Luo. Ah, that's great, Lu Taigua sighed out of relief. Xiao Luo reached out his hands, hello, brother Taigua. My name is Xiao Luo. Turning 20 this year. Lu Taigua seemed like a middle-aged man to Xiao Luo, no matter which angle he looked at him from, so he couldn't just bring himself call him by his name. Besides, Lu Taigua had saved his life, it was appropriate for Xiao Luo to address him as brother. However, Xiao Luo emphasized that he was 20 to avoid Lu Taigua from acting like a baby in front of him. Nice to meet you, Lu Taigua chuckled. Oh yeah, brother Taigua, how did you know that my brother is in the hospital? Do you know my brother? Xiao Luo asked. Ah, it's because. Lu Taigua was about to tell him the truth, but then he stopped himself abruptly recalling the phrase, do good deeds, without leaving a name. He therefore put on a sagely look and said, Buddha said, I mustn't say anything, hee hee. Xiao Luo almost lost it and nearly cracked up. He was trying so hard to contain his laughter and his shoulders from shaking. Footnotes. 1. Mei2Pic, an image editing software commonly used in mainland China. After the medical examination, Xiao Luo and the rest of the trainees were transferred to the training base of the Guangming District Branch Station. The base was located at a remote location at the foot of the mountain in the Guangming District. Although it was a training ground for the auxiliary police trainees to improve their physical condition, it looked more like a military camp. Wow, this is awesome. Look, there's a shooting range over there. Yeah, there's also an obstacle course. OMG, this place is lit. I think this training ground costs tens of millions to build. When these auxiliary policemen trainees who were participating in the special training program entered the training camp, they were naturally inquisitive about everything there. The mud pools, sand pits, running fields, everything there got their hearts racing. Scenes of special forces training like those on television appeared in their minds. Thrilling and invigorating, everything was just so exciting for them. I think we'll shed a layer of skin here. Lu Taigua murmured quietly. He was the only person who wasn't too enthusiastic about the camp. After changing into their uniforms at the training camp's dormitory, they regathered at the training grounds. When they arrived at the ground, there were already 2 men in black singlets, camouflage trousers, and black boots standing inside the training grounds. The 2 were tall and buffed. Both were over 1.8 meters tall, tanned, had eyes that looked like a torch, and one of them was even wearing sunglasses. They seemed extremely grim by appearance. The one wearing sunglasses had a toothpick in his mouth. He was standing upright with his arms firmly behind his back. He stepped forward and introduced to the crowd, "Let me first introduce myself. Surname, Yan, name, Wang. I am your instructor from today onward, in charge of your special training across a 15-day duration." Yan Wang? The king of hell? The crowd gossiped among each other as they were curious about their instructor's name. Silence. Yan Wang shouted, "Shout, report, before you say anything, and you may only speak when I allow you to do so, do you hear me?" "We heard you." The crowd responded in unison. "In the future, answer me with only yes or no, I don't wish to hear any other answers." There was an air of strength and manliness in Yan Wang's voice. "Yes, sir," the crowd answered in concert. "Good. I believe we will have a great time together." Yan Wang looked at everyone with his glistening eyes. He was stern, ruthless, and distant. "Deputy?" "Yes, sir." The other man stepped forward and shouted with his chest out and head high. "Let them move their muscles and bones," said Yan Wang. "Yes, sir." The deputy instructor turned to the crowd, "Everyone, turn right and start running. Go along the perimeter of the training ground. Do not stop until I give you the order to do so." Everyone abided by his orders and began jogging. When they left, Yan Wang shook his head. The requirements for auxiliary police trainees are really getting lower these days. Just look at them, they are as unrefined as homemade soup. None of them have a military background, and none of them are trained with that iron discipline. They are just some regular townsfolks. Making them competent for maintaining public security with just half a month of hasty training? If this isn't a joke, what is? Deputy Instructor Feng Zixiao offered his opinion. "Now, all stations are in short of active policemen. Besides, with Jiangqing's continuous development and construction, our urban area is getting larger, so naturally, the demand for policemen is constantly rising. The higher-ups are also forced to recruit regular civilians because of that. Even if that's the case, this isn't the proper way to recruit candidates. The requirements are too low. It will drag down the overall quality of the auxiliary policemen, and proper law enforcement cannot be carried out. Have they not learned from the lessons of the past few years?" Yan Wang was very dissatisfied with the higher-ups. Feng Zixiao sighed, "You're right." However, he took out a girl's information sheet from his file and handed it to Yan Wang. "I don't know about the others, but this girl is definitely qualified in all aspects." "Gu Qianxue?" Yan Wang looked at the name on the resume. Feng Zixiao nodded and explained, "She is the sister of Gu Qianlin, head of the primary task force of Jiangqing district. Influenced by her sister, she vowed to become a police officer. What makes her different from her sister is that she became the disciple of the lone graybeard at Mount Tianshan when she was only 10 years of age and has honed a good set of skills. After she left the mountain, she often followed Gu Qianlin to the large training grounds. Her marksmanship is top-notch, and her accuracy with rifles and guns cannot be questioned. Listening to what you said, I do feel that we have ourselves a treasure. Indeed, Gu Qianxue's achievements will definitely be greater than her sister's in the future." Yan Wang flashed a toothy smile as his eyes settled on the well-limbed and elegant girl running at the front of the group. Her expression was solemn. She had a pretty face, though she seemed somewhat aloof. Along with her attractive and confident demeanor, she had fair skin, her body was slender, her countenance was cold yet delicate, and her eyes were deep and gorgeous. Although she was dressed in a camouflage uniform just like the others, her appealing disposition made her stand out from the crowd, just like a white swan amidst a flock of ordinary ducks. Just when can we stop? My legs are falling off. I know, right? We've just started, and these instructors are already making it so hard, I think they want us to die. That's true, what we see on television is all fake. There is no thrill or excitement here. If it goes on like this, I'll collapse for sure. After running for 5 laps, the trainees were beginning to lose their intensity and presence of minds from the fatigue. Everyone was absolutely drained and struggling to carry on. They all had their eyes fixed on Feng Zixiao. At this point, they were earnestly longing for him to shout the word stop. Xiao Luo, on the other hand, wasn't feeling any discomfort. But to be less conspicuous, he had been running unhurriedly beside Lu Taigua. Lu Taigua was struggling and was unable to speak. He was totally exhausted and was panting like a dog, lolling his tongue out and desperately gasping for air. Run, speed up. Just look at yourselves, even a girl is ahead of you, don't you guys feel ashamed? Go faster, and do not stop. Whoever stops will get points docked off immediately. Xianxia yelled and press on. It was only after hearing him that the crowd realized the person running at the front was a girl. Many male trainees, with masculine pride at stake, were gritting their teeth as they motivated themselves by shouting aloud that they would surpass her. But each time when they were just about to overtake her, she would always hasten up and keep the lead. After several attempts, everyone was discouraged and gave up. At the same time, they all wondered, just who is this girl? Why does she have such great stamina? Xiao Luo was quite surprised as well. After carefully observing her, he discovered that her breathing was very stable. After running for 5 to 6 laps, she was hardly breaking a sweat, unlike the other trainees who already had their uniforms soaked to the skin. It looks like she had trained at this level before, and definitely not just casually, Xiao Luo evaluated in his heart. I can't go on. Lu Tigua's lips were trembling and turning pale as he gradually slowed down to almost a halt. These were the signs of exhaustion. Without saying a word, Xiao Luo supported him with his arms. Brother Taigua, you better don't stay up late so frequently. It's not good for your health. When Xiao Luo first saw Lu Taigua, he could already tell that his body was frail and that his old appearance was probably caused by him frequently staying up late. His frailness would not usually show, but all would be exposed during grueling and intensive activities. Even the other girls were still holding on, but Lu Taigua, on the other hand, could no longer persist. Feng Zixiao only called in the auxiliary police trainees after 20 laps. They were all in sheer exhaustion, sprawling on the ground and gasping heavily for air. When the run ended, several of the girls even collapsed and were immediately sent to the dispensary. It was all in all an eventful start to the special training program. But, such was the effect he intended, it was to put the fear of God into every new recruit. However, what had come as an incredible surprise to both him and Yan Wang was that other than Gu Qianxue, there was unexpectedly one other, and he happened to be standing right there now, showing no signs of exhaustion. He was looking perfectly fine. What's the background of this fella? Yan Wang turned to Feng Zixiao, taking off his sunglasses and pointing at Xiao Luo. Feng Zixiao hurriedly flipped through the trainee profiles he had on hand and soon found what he was looking for. He handed it to Yan Wang and answered, "This person's name is Xiao Luo. His information sheet doesn't reveal too much about his background. He is from the Xi province and worked for the Huahai Group Company, Ltd., until a few months ago. He's just a normal wage earner who has traveled south. If so, his physical fitness is impressive, huh? Interesting. It seems that this group of trainees may not be so boring after all." Yan Wang took a look at Xiao Luo's information sheet, and a conniving smile flashed on his face. At the same time, Gu Qianxue had also been sizing Xiao Luo up. She was observing him with her curious, bright eyes, keen to know how Xiao Luo was able to push through the run, just like she did. She wondered if he had been through the kind of training that she had, but after a short while, she decided not to speculate too much. Still looking somewhat contemplative, she pouted slightly and shifted her gaze elsewhere. For the next 3 consecutive days, the trainees were subjected to a regime of harsh physical fitness sessions. The strenuous and physically testing drills took its toll on everyone. At the end of each day, they had their hands on their knees, panting for breath, and their thighs were numb with soreness. Their legs were so sore that they even needed to hold on to something to squat down for a release, making every visit to the toilet a challenging process fraught with difficulty and pain. They had now lost their passion and the thrill for the military training they had so looked forward to. It now felt like purgatory itself. Besides their daily physical fitness training, they had to study and memorize the regulations and guidelines on how police officers should conduct themselves. To add to their woes, Yan Wang would regularly quiz them on how they should handle a variety of situations as members of the auxiliary police force. Those unable to answer would immediately be subject to corporal punishment. For the men, this would mean a well-aimed kick up their rear, and for the ladies, a set of 15 sit-ups. Usually, when the trainees got the answer wrong, Yan Wang would press them again for another answer, and if they got the next answer wrong as well, they would be punished for both. Earlier, poor Lu Taigua had failed to answer 10 consecutive questions correctly, and as a result, his buttocks almost burst from Yan Wang's vicious kicks. The pain had been unbearable, and he held out miserably a couple of times with tears in his eyes. There was nothing Xiao Luo could do about it as well, such were the demands of special training. Surely, he couldn't rush to the front and send Yan Wang flying with a blow, though he wished it at times. After the first few days, everyone had come to know about how ferocious and sadistic Yan Wang could be. He really was as ruthless as his namesake from Hell, 1. His name had now become synonymous with unpleasant things, and was commonly paired with swear words in the trainees' daily speech at the camp. As an example, they would say something like, "If I did indeed badmouth you, may I end up with a significant other exactly like that d***keckhead Yan Wang in the future." After 5 days, everyone had gradually acclimatized to the high-intensity physical training with, and before they knew it, they were to report to the gym. There were many regular police officers in singlets and shorts working out in the gym, and they looked robust, buffed up, and fit. As they filed in, they heard Yan Wang shouting at Feng Zixiao, "Get up!" Feng Zixiao nodded and stepped up to the ring. Holding the ropes with both hands, he jumped over with both feet and landed into the ring like a swift swallow, his actions agile and graceful. As soon as he entered the arena, Feng Zixiao took off the instructor's uniform, revealing the black singlet and black shorts beneath. His muscles were well defined and evenly distributed all over his body, and he certainly cut a heroic figure. Although he was 1.8 meters tall, he didn't seem skinny. On the contrary, he was broad and strong and exuded a formidable aura. Combat is one of your core lessons. Learning combative skills ensures that you all are capable of defeating criminals when you run into them. So today, I will teach you all how to fight your enemies. Yan Wang's steely voice rang out. With his thumb, he pointed at Feng Zixiao on the arena, a cheeky smile on his face. Who here thinks that they are capable enough, can go up and practice with him? If you can exchange 10 blows with him, you can have the day off and go have fun. Sir, can we go outside to have fun? It was Lu Taigua who asked in a loud voice. Of course, said Yan Wang with a laugh. Lu Taigua's eyes sparkled, and he replied, all right, I'll be the first to try. Xiao Luo extended a hand and put it on his shoulder, shaking his head and motioning him not to go, because he was totally no match for Feng Zixiao. Brother, don't stop me. My video game addiction is acting up, it's too uncomfortable, and I haven't been sleeping for the past few days. For the sake of my dream of playing PUBG, I've decided to go and try. 10 blows, I should be able to withstand it, said Lu Taigua. Xiao Luo didn't attempt to stop him any further. After hanging out with Lu Taigua over the last few days, he had found the reason behind Lu Taigua's aged appearance. Lu Taigua loved to stay up late to play games and smoke. These had been his habits for some time now, so naturally, they took a toll on him. As everyone looked on, Lu Taigua walked into the ring. He gave a Buddha-like smile and bowed to Feng Zixiao. Instructor Feng, please be kind on me. Feng Zixiao returned a smile. Sure. As soon as he said so, he shifted forward, the balls of his feet gliding over the ring floor, and dashed towards Lu Taigua as swiftly as a gust of wind. His right leg swept across from the trickiest angle imaginable, aiming right at Lu Taigua's face. Boom! Lu Taigua didn't even have any time to react. He felt like his face had been struck viciously by a thick metal whip. He spun on the spot twice before falling to the ground. His head was rested on the floor, and his ears were ringing. He had lost all sense of direction as his face stung from the searing pain. Wah! Everyone drew in a deep breath. Knocking out someone with a single kick was just unbelievable. Xiao Luo laughed silently to himself. He had expected this to be the outcome. Don't think that this is cruel. Instructor Feng has deliberately let him off easy, but the ruthless criminals you meet in reality will not hold back at all. If you don't want to sacrifice yourself on the job, train properly and learn the skills well, said Xuanhuan beside them with a reprimanding tone. Inspired by his words, several of the more confident trainees challenged Feng Zixiao, but none of them lasted 10 blows. The one that persevered the longest endured a mere 5 blows. After everyone's ambition was humbled, their opinion of Feng Zixiao was one of awe and respect, and they were wary. How could he even be human? He was clearly a machine designed for combat. It's too embarrassing, I'm the only one who didn't even last 1 blow. Lu Taigua said dejectedly, holding his hand to his cheek, and still feeling an intense burning sensation. It's not embarrassing, there's no point for the pot to call the kettle black, you don't have to feel ashamed because of this. Xiao Luo spoke up to comfort him. Lu Taigua nodded. Any more challengers? Xuanhuan asked loudly as he scanned the crowd with an intense gaze. Whoever caught his gaze quickly lowered their heads. That creature in the ring was a monster, who would dare to go up there? This alone is enough to intimidate you all? If so, when you start work and run into fearsome criminals, surely you would pee in your pants out of fright. Xuanhuan's voice was loud, and his cocky words echoed in the gym. The cops who were practicing boxing and using the various fitness equipment couldn't help but snicker. 1. Xuanhuan, the principal leader of the 10 Kings of Hell, overseer of the underworld, and presiding over the judgment of the dead. Pee in their pants out of fright? Even though those words stung, none of the auxiliary police trainees couldn't think of any rebuttal, and they simply looked down, their faces red from shame. Let me try. A steady and pleasant voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the direction the voice came from. Gu Qianshua's long hair fell to her shoulders loosely. Against the light in the gym, her skin seemed to glow healthily. With easy steps, she walked towards the ring. Her pretty face wore no makeup, but her cheeks were shiny and reddish, and she exuded a vibrant beauty. This was something that Xuanhuan was anticipating, and it showed on his face. Although it was only a combat training lesson, he badly wanted to find out about Gu Qianshua's true capabilities. Besides Gu Qianshua, Xuanhuan was especially keen to discover more about another trainee, Xiao Luo. By carefully observing him over the past days, he noted that Xiao Luo seemed to be deliberately hiding his capabilities. It made him even more curious to know what Xiao Luo was made of. What he had observed was indeed true. Xiao Luo's only objective was to obtain a job as a nondescript auxiliary police officer and had decided that he would only put in a performance sufficient to get him through the training, without drawing too much attention to himself. He had maintained a low-key presence and only did what was absolutely necessary. As she approached the ring, Xianxia stepped up and leaped over the ropes in a single motion, landing lightly on the ring floor with feline grace. Why do I have a feeling that she may just beat Instructor Feng? I have that feeling too. It is clear that she is of no ordinary talent from the way she leaped into the ring. Yeah, she's skilled in the martial arts, like those kung fu masters who move around lightly in those television dramas. All the trainees had their eyes glued to the ring, holding their breaths in anticipation. They all felt that Xianxia could spring a surprise here. Oh, she is indeed pretty. Both her and her elder sister, Xianlin, are so beautiful, a pair of attractive siblings. Lu Taigua said, his mind veering towards inappropriate thoughts. Her elder sister is Xianlin? Xiao Luo was shocked. Lu Taigua winked. Yeah, her elder sister is Xianlin, the chief overseeing the whole of Jiangqing. Everyone has already known about it for a long time. Did you finally get access to the internet? This came as a surprise to Xiao Luo, and he didn't really know how to react. He hadn't paid much attention to the goings-on ever since he came to the training camp. He found it interesting that the girl standing there in the ring was Xianlin's younger sister. Upon closer inspection, she did indeed look rather like Xianlin. But compared to her sister, Xianxia looked more innocent, which would be expecting, seeing that she's only just starting out in life. No matter where I go, I seem to constantly run into Xianlin one way or the other. Could this be my fate? Xiao Luo thought to himself and shook his head in resignation. Xianlin had put Xiao Luo under constant surveillance, and this had caused him unending consternation. This annoyed him so much that he decided to use the Dragon Gang to teach her a lesson at the Yellow Skies Casino not too long ago. At the moment, she was probably recuperating and wouldn't be harassing him for a while. But he clearly did not expect that her younger sister, Xianxia, would suddenly show up and become an auxiliary police officer just like him. What a coincidence. Cheered on by the rousing crowd of trainees looking on, Xianxia stood in a relaxed, high stance as wide as her shoulders, evenly balanced with her left foot forward. She kept sight on and moved lightly across the floor, silently closing the distance with Feng Zixiao. Both opponents were sizing each other up, finding the right time to strike. Feng Zixian put his weight forward to draw a reaction, and just at that instant, Xianxia brought her back foot across 180 degrees, keeping low in a wide stance. In a flash, she struck out with her right leg, channeling power from her core and sending a brutal kick towards Feng Zixian's left flank. Feng Zixiao had been through countless fights, but he felt a considerable pressure in this bout. He had lost his focus, and his timing, and caught flat-footed, quickly moved into the kick to minimize its impact. He positioned himself to parry with both palms, aiming for just below her knee to avoid the full force. Pow! Th kick came in a whistling gust of wind, swift and powerful. Feng Zixian was a fraction too slow, and the kick burst into him with a sickening thud, sending him staggering back to the ropes. She had beaten Instructor Feng with one kick. Her fellow trainees were shocked, not expecting Xianxia, gentle and demure, to possess such skill and power. The regular officers working out in the gym stopped what they were doing to watch the fight. They were quite surprised, and not to mention amazed. Yan Wang was taken aback, but still pleasantly surprised. He looked on with a thin smile on his lips. Interesting indeed. Feng Zixiao swung his arms around, circulating his blood flow to rid the numbness from the kick. He had learned not to take this girl lightly in the slightest. He acknowledged her move. You are indeed the disciple of old man Dugu, you are decently skilled, let's continue. Feng Zixiao assumed a low attacking stance, feinted a kick with his front foot, before prancing forward and throwing his back leg into a roundhouse kick. As she stepped back, he suddenly pulled on his leg into his chest and spun a full circle in a somersault, then unleashed a vicious kick downwards into Gu Qianxue. She did not anticipate the move. She stepped to her right and parried the forceful kick with open palms. Boom! Two tremendous forces slammed into each other, and the brutal impact threw both fighters back. Recovering quickly, the combatants immediately advanced to meet each other, both employing very different fighting styles. Gu Qianxue moved lightly and struck with her palms, and Feng Zixian relied on his strength techniques, smiting with heavy balled fists. As palms met fists, a storm brewed as gusts of wind swirled accompanying each blow. They are both masters of inner power. Xiao Luo was slightly surprised. Had he not redeemed the Yijing, he would never have realized that the fight between Gu Qianxue and Feng Zixiao involved the use of inner power. Even an instructor at the training camp of a local police station was a master of inner power. Would this mean that the country still had countless expert masters who had hidden their identities? Gu Qianxue's fellow trainees were stunned to silence. They already had a measure of how skillful Feng Zixiao was when they faced him earlier. He was a combat machine whose every single blow could easily take a man down. But even as they watched, Gu Qianxue, a fellow trainee, had shown everyone she could best him. It was simply unimaginable. Boom! 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 The bout continued, as Gu Qianxue and Feng Zixiao exchanged more than 10 blows in a short space of time. The gym was shaking as the sound of the blows reverberated from the ring. Suddenly, Gu Qianxue gave out a piercing scream. For a brief instant, time stood still. A raging force seemed to emerge from within her slender frame, and instantly, the battle recommenced. Her open palm attacks, combined with deadly kicks, appeared like a whirl of arms and legs. They came relentlessly at Feng Zixiao, and he was overwhelmed and pushed back. Feng Zixiao twirled his massive arms in an intricate pattern of circles in front of his frame, effectively blocking off the scathing attack, but one strike got through his defense. He was struck in his chest. Boom! It felt like a speeding truck had crashed into him, and his whole body was thrown backward. The force was so great that he would have flown off the floor, had it not been for the ropes to arrest his fall. But, Gu Qianxue did not stop there. In a single, swift motion, she had bounded forward and executed a kick aimed directly at Feng Zixiao's left temple. It was swift, strong, and of unparalleled force. When Feng Zixiao collected himself, he realized that Gu Qianxue's right leg had stopped short to the left of his head, no more than 10 centimeters away. The deadly kick blew a strong gust of wind into his face. He remained still as a shiver ran down his spine. This counts as a win for me? Gu Qianxue asked sweetly, her cheeks blushing, and she once again looked pretty and innocent. Feng Zixiao had lost face. He had underestimated Gu Qianxue's ability, despite knowing of her skills in combat. He had thought that as she was still a girl, there was no way she could defeat him, regardless of how skilled she was. But in the end, he was proven wrong and paid the price for his arrogance. Besides the trainees, the regular officers training at the gym had also watched the bout. The shame was quite a burden to bear as Feng Zixiao tried to salvage what pride he had left. Clap. 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 Yan Wan clapped, and with a smile on his face, he said to Gu Qianxue, "Not bad, you have won indeed, you can relax for the rest of the day." Gu Qianxue smiled, retracted her slender, long leg from Feng Zixiao's head, and casually leaped down from the ring. She then gathered her things without saying a word and headed off to go get some rest. How impressive. Yeah, she really is Gu Qianling's younger sister, her capabilities are equally strong. She is definitely among the most outstanding in our batch of auxiliary police cadets. She would certainly emerge in the first place from the training. The group of auxiliary police cadets in training looked up to Gu Qianxue, not just with respect, but also fear. Not only did she exchange more than 10 blows with Instructor Feng, the combat machine, she also irrefutably defeated the combat instructor. This really was a terrifying fact that made her feared among her fellow trainees. I feel like she could kill me with a single blow. Lu Taigua put his hands to his blushing face and said sheepishly. Xiao Luo laughed but didn't make any comments. In his mind, he also appreciated Gu Qianxua's skills and thought her capabilities were indeed noteworthy. Is there anyone else who wants the day off? Their attention returned back to training when Yan Wang asked again loudly in his steely voice. No one dared to answer. The cadets did not possess the skills of Gu Qianxua, and going up to the combat training area was as good as getting beaten up. None of them could withstand 10 blows from Feng Zixiao. Yan Wang's gaze landed on Xiao Luo, and he asked him with an encouraging smile, Xiao Luo, why don't you give it a try? Some distance away, Gu Qianxua, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks. She turned slightly, looking towards Xiao Luo, as her bright eyes seemed to be anticipating something. The rest of the cadets all looked at Xiao Luo, their faces looking puzzled. Why did Instructor Yan ask him specifically? I also don't understand. Had Instructor Yan not shouted his name, I wouldn't even know that this person was in our batch of auxiliary police. Shoo! Don't discuss our colleagues behind their backs. Some were discussing softly and whispering to each other, while others were advising them not to talk. Xiao Luo himself didn't expect Yan Wang to call him out. He took a step forward and answered, Sir, I won't be able to take 10 blows from Instructor Feng. There was no need for him to showcase himself in the arena, it was meaningless to him. Oh? Do you not have confidence in yourself? Yan Wang looked at Xiao Luo, and said in his steely tone rather teasingly, My intuition tells me that you can do it. Go up and give it a try. Xiao Luo didn't answer him, but simply shook his head. What a coward and a wimp. The rest have all gone up and tried, but you fear for your life. Are you sure you are here to become an auxiliary police officer? Yan Wang's expression turned serious. Sir, one must have a good understanding of oneself, there is no need to try pointless stuff. Xiao Luo answered, showing little interest in proving himself. Yan Wang laughed coldly. If you don't even dare to try, what is the difference between you and a piece of salted fish? Xiao Luo, stop being evasive, if you are a man, come up and fight me. From the arena, Feng Zixiao also spoke, attempting to agitate him. Xiao Luo said, Sir, I don't want to fight, is that all right? All right. Yan Wang said somewhat regretfully, Never mind then since you are not willing to fight. He put his sunglasses back on and turned. However, at this moment, Yan Wang suddenly acted. He turned abruptly, his tense body rushing forward, like an arrow let loose and an eagle escaping its cage. Taking 5 quick steps, Yan Wang launched himself into the air, leaping a distance of 4 or 5 meters, and landing next to Xiao Luo. He swung his clenched fist, aiming it directly at Xiao Luo's face. It happened so quickly, and everyone could only watch with gaping mouths. It was a combination of speed and force. The punch was strong and forceful, accompanied by a whistling gust of wind. If someone were to be struck by it, one could only imagine how severe the injury would be. Careful! Lu Taigua was alarmed by the speed and force of the attack and shouted a warning. At the same time, Xiao Luo had not expected Yan Wang to suddenly attack. He had no room to maneuver, and his only option was to cross his arms before his face in a hurry to protect his head. Yan Wang's punch landed squarely on where his arms crossed each other. Boom! The blow landed with a terrifying force. Xiao Luo's expression changed slightly, and he was knocked forcefully backward like a cannonball, almost slamming against the wall of the gym. There, Xiao Luo knelt on the floor on one knee. Many people couldn't make sense of what they had just seen, as some stood wide-eyed in shock, while others were rubbing their eyes in disbelief. As they realized that beyond doubt that Xiao Luo had really been thrown back for 4 or 5 meters by a single punch from Yan Wang, they were then genuinely stunned. Old Yan. In the arena, Feng Zixiao's expression was one of confusion. He was not against trying to gauge the actual capabilities of Xiao Luo, but the punch that was thrown was too forceful. Yan Wang had even used his inner strength. So how could Xiao Luo withstand it? Meanwhile, seeing that Xiao Luo was on the ground on one knee, kneeling in silence, Yan Wang frowned and muttered to himself, "Could it be that I've misread you?" Just as he said that, Xiao Luo suddenly wiped the dust off his arm and stood up. He was fine? The expressions of all the auxiliary police cadets in training changed. From where she stood, Gu Qianxue also looked surprised. "Do you really want to know my capabilities so badly?" A dark and cold voice rang out. Xiao Luo said coldly, looking at Yan Wang as he lifted his head. His hitherto cultured and calm countenance suddenly took on a different air. He now looked grim and cold. He never wanted to be too visible among his peers, but that didn't mean that he didn't dare to speak out when pushed to the limit. Yan Wang's punch was unnecessarily forceful, so hefty was the blow that it could have broken the ribs of anyone else. So what if this man was an instructor? Xiao Luo's temper was now flaring, and in such a condition, he would fight back even if his opponent was the king of heaven or someone of the highest authority. Yan Wang's expression changed, shocked by the dark and cold aura that Xiao Luo now exuded. Then he smiled slightly. "Indeed I do. I hope that you can go all out to defeat me." "You sure?" Xiao Luo laughed coldly. "Very sure. I have been staying at this training camp for too long, and I haven't met a decent opponent for a long time. I hope that you can give me a pleasant surprise." Yan Wang removed his sunglasses and threw them aside. He had a deep suspicion that Xiao Luo was a beast, and his punch was intentionally meant to anger him. As the hunter, he felt an inexplicable sense of excitement rather than fear. "I'll satisfy you." Xiao Luo snorted in reply, then straightening his body. He took 4 or 5 quick steps towards his opponent, his feet stomping on the floor violently, then leaped high into the air in his own unique style. He seemed to be moving at the speed of light. His sudden outburst and aggressive posture had surprised everyone present, and they all exchanged looks of shock. Boom! Xiao Luo delivered a powerful punch with overwhelming force that bore down on Yan Wang like a mountain. It was incredibly powerful and forceful. Seeing the incoming strike, Yan Wang's expression changed drastically, and he immediately moved backward to avoid Xiao Luo's heavy punch. His fist struck downward, slicing through layers of air, barely missing Yan Wang's chin, then slammed into the floor with great force. To the onlookers, it appeared like a shooting star striking earth. His fist struck in a loud crash. The impact threw debris into a cloud of dust and sand, spewing over everyone. The force of the blow pushed Yan Wang back 4 or 5 steps before he could steady himself. He took a good look at Xiao Luo, totally stunned. Xiao Luo's fist had smashed through the tiled floor, punching a hole the size of a bowl on the floor. Gulp. Yan Wang swallowed hard, a look of terror etched on his face. He thought to himself, what the f***ck, is he really human? Lu Taigua and everyone else stared, with their eyes and mouths wide open in utter amazement. Gu Qianxue looked equally shocked. She didn't expect Xiao Luo to be this powerful. His punch having missed the target, Xiao Luo lifted his head, his eyes trained on Yan Wang like a predatory beast. Yan Wang broke out in cold sweat. He had stayed in Shaolin Temple for some time and learned a set of boxing moves involving inner power. Even with his skills, he was sure that he was no match for Xiao Luo, so he quickly extended a hand to stop the fight. Laughing, he said, all right, that's enough. I already have a preliminary understanding of your capabilities. Don't you want to understand it further? Xiao Luo looked at him coldly. Hearing those words, Yan Wang's face flushed red in anger, but he couldn't afford to lose face with other trainees around. So he forced himself to stay calm, coughed dryly once, and said resolutely, "No need, I have gained complete insight of your capabilities." At #Yen. What was his background? A monster? Yan Wang cursed to himself as he witnessed Xiao Luo's forceful attack that was as powerful as a tiger and wolf. He had not expected this when he tested Xiao Luo, and it had shocked him deeply. Yan Wang regarded himself as skillful, but wasn't a match for Xiao Luo, who had displayed extreme strength and skill. If he really did have to fight with Xiao Luo, he would obviously find himself in a compromising situation. His dignity as an instructor would have suffered considerably. At this moment, he suddenly wished that he had not done this. Staying in the training camp for too long had made him feel invincible, and he looked down on the people outside the academy. This attitude had caused him to almost embarrass himself on his own territory. Xiao Luo gave him a way out by not being overly aggressive. He had vented out much of his anger through that single punch he had thrown out. Since he had already revealed his strength, there was no further need to display his talents. He turned away and left the gym. Nobody stopped him as his show of strength and skill deserved him a day off. Gulp. Only after he had left for some time did the group of auxiliary police reserves recover, blinking as they emerged from their stupor, their eyes still wide opened in awe, and swallowing their saliva with great difficulty. So awesome. He's not just awesome, he's like a beast. It's terrifying, he smashed the floor to pieces with just one blow. Everyone looked at each other, still horrified as they recovered from their state of shock. Who would have thought that the unassuming guy whose performance had always been mediocre would turn out to be so fierce? Even Yan Wang had not dared to continue the fight and sought a peaceful settlement. They could not make sense of how such a terrifying, explosive force could be unleashed from such a slim and lithe figure. Even Lu Taigua, a colleague who was close to Xiao Luo, broke into a cold sweat. As he watched Xiao Luo leaving, he murmured to himself, "This brother's too fierce." After he left the gym, he looked out in the distance, scanning the surrounding landscape. Ahead of him, he could see the tall buildings rising from a nearby town. 1 or 2 kilometers away. The mountain behind the training camp was about 600 meters above sea level. The air blowing down from the mountain was refreshing, making him feel relaxed and joyful. Xiao Luo was goofing around when he decided to visit Xiao Rui. She was living nearby at the Guanming district. "Hey!" someone whispered. He turned around and saw Gu Qianxue as she approached him, stepping lightly along the path. She had long, flowing hair that reminded him of a waterfall. She stopped about 3 to 4 meters away from him and stared at him curiously with her bright, shiny, without blinking. Xiao Luo looked around and realized there was nobody around, so he pointed at himself and asked, "Are you calling me?" Gu Qianxue nodded, "You were amazing, I want to spar with you." Xiao Luo, stunned, smiled apologetically, "Sorry. I'm not in the mood for this." He started to walk off as he said those words. Gu Qianxue blinked, then dashed in front of him, spreading her arms wide apart to block him. She remained silent as she gazed at him. Xiao Luo shook his head and laughed, "Why must you spar with me?" "It's because you're strong and skillful." Gu Qianxue answered, sounding serious. "I am strong and skillful?" Xiao Luo wanted to laugh as her reason made no sense. Are all martial artists this competitive? He thought to himself. Yan Wang acted like this, so did this little girl. Hence he came up with a convenient excuse to dismiss her. "I'm in a rush, next time." "When's the next time?" Gu Qianxue asked directly. "Next time is next time, maybe in the afternoon, or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. I'll inform you if I'm free." Although Xiao Luo did not favor Gu Qianlin, he did not want to give the wrong impression of himself to Gu Qianxue, the girl before him. It was hard to give her the cold shoulder, especially with her pair of unusually bright and lovely eyes, that lent to her appearance of inexperience and innocence. He started walking back to the training camp dormitory after he had spoken. With Yan Wang's permission, he was finally allowed to retrieve his personal belongings. He took off his training suit, changed into his own clothes, and then prepared to leave the camp. However, he had underestimated Gu Qianshua's persistence. She was right there in her camouflage suit, waiting for him again, as he exited the dormitory building. She stood there, tall and upright, looking like a soldier. With a fresh face, she stared at him, coolly with an unflinching calm. Xiao Luo chose to ignore her, walking directly towards the training camp gate. And, as he strode away, Gu Qianxia also followed closely, just like a little tail behind him. She kept her distance at about 4 to 5 meters, and whenever she saw Xiao Luo stopping, she would stop too. After a while, Xiao Luo could not help but ask her, "Why are you following me?" Gu Qianxia remained silent for a moment and then spoke out, sounding quite adamant, "I felt that you were avoiding me and did not want to spar with me at all." "You could even realize that? What a good job you have done." Xiao Luo couldn't ignore the irony and intentionally spoke in a serious tone. "Sparring requires a good physical condition. After I have recovered to a better condition, I'll spar with you. Can you stop following me now?" Gu Qianxua shook her head and said, "No. You're lying." Xiao Luo was feeling a little awkward as nobody ever could determine if he was lying or telling the truth by reading the inflections in his tone and nuances of his facial expression. How could this little girl tell? "How'd you know that I'm lying?" "By feeling." Gu Qianxua uttered the two words softly. Xiao Luo was speechless, then spoke affirmatively, "I can honestly tell you that your feelings are wrong." Upon saying that, he turned away and left. However, Gu Qianxua was still trailing behind him and had been doing so ever since he left the training camp. She acted like a stubborn little wolf pup that had its eyes on its prey. Xiao Luo stopped again, and feeling a little helpless, he said, "What do you want from me?" "To spar with you." Gu Qianxua still said the same thing. "Out here?" Xiao Luo finally gave in to the little girl. It would make sense to spar in the camp, but to spar on the main road with this many busy cars passing would make people think that they were both nuts. But Gu Qianxua nodded excitedly and said, "Yes." Xiao Luo felt himself crumbling inside. Gu Qianxua resembled a blank sheet paper, but a very stubborn blank sheet of paper. He couldn't reprimand her loudly even if he wanted to, it wouldn't change anything. So, he finally thought of a way to deal with her. "Okay, I accept your request. Do you want to spar? It doesn't have to be martial arts, we could compete for something else. Let's compete for speed now." He pointed at the N-shaped building a fair distance away, and said, "If you reach there first, I'll spar with you, in terms of martial arts. If you lose, then stop pestering me and go back to the camp immediately, okay?" Gu Qianxua glared at that building and carefully thought about it, then nodded and said, "Fine." Xiao Luo got into the running position, ready to start. "Let's start." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qianxua, without wasting a second, rushed out towards that building like a gush of wind. As she ran past Xiao Luo, he caught a whiff of her fragrance. She was agile like a swallow, swift yet elegant. 2-inch she's just too gullible. Then it dawned on Xiao Luo, and it surprised him somewhat. It wasn't just silliness, Gu Qianxua was really like an innocent child, untainted by the ways of the world. She could be easily fooled by a simple trick. He flagged down a taxi and then left in the opposite direction. Arriving at the People's Hospital of Guangming region, Xiao Luo met Xuanhuan and his companions. "Brother Xiao." The 5 of them greeted him respectfully. "Has Dragon Gang been trying to create trouble for Rui recently?" Xiao Luo asked. "Not Dragon Gang, but a reckless Fuerdai, one, has been going after her like a salonpa," Feng Wuhan said. Xiao Luo frowned, feared I? His sister was already married to Tang Ren, and as a married woman, anyone who was after her was surely up to no good. Feng Wuhan nodded, glancing at the hospital entrance. Yup, I've confirmed that his name is Hua Haifeng. He got into a car accident recently, from driving recklessly. He has been recuperating at the premium VIP ward and has almost recovered fully, but he insisted on staying on in the hospital. He harasses Ms. Rui daily. He had yet to know that the person who had offered 20,000 to them to teach Xiao Luo a lesson was actually Hua Haifeng. He was indeed the real employer behind all these. Hua Haifeng. Xiao Luo smirked, a cold smile as if he was about to face his enemy on a narrow road. He did not hold any grudges against Hua Haifeng for stealing Zhao Mingqi from him, as it was Zhao Mingqi's choice. However, Hua Haifeng had his sights on his sister now, and he was literally probing at his reverse scale, too. Got it. Good job for now. Xiao Luo gave a pat on Feng Wuhan's shoulder. It was not an easy task to guard someone day and night. In fact, it was a long and tedious task, and would adversely affect one's sleep quality, among other things. Brother Zhao's too polite. Feng Wuhan, embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and said graciously. All around today, so you guys can go out to relax. Come back again tonight at 8 p.m. Xiao Luo smiled. Got it, hee. Feng Wuhan and his team of 4 had a twinkle in their eyes when they heard Xiao Luo say those words. It was indeed a time-intensive and challenging job, so having a day off to relax was exciting news. At the hospital, a man, looking like a modern-day Casanova dressed in fancy clothes, was strolling casually along the corridor with a bouquet. He had a high forehead, and the sparkling diamond ring on his finger flashed so bright, it almost blinded the nurses as he walked past them. It was a brilliant piece of jewelry, and women who knew about such things naturally knew its worth. As for its bearer, he must come from a wealthy family. Leather wallet from Saint Laurent, trousers from diesel black gold, shoes from Ferragamo, all these items would cost more than 10,000, and any girl who had the good fortune to date this man would surely have inexhaustible amounts of money to splurge. Several nurses were whispering among themselves, their eyes were gleaming as if they have discovered a mountain of gold. To junior nurses working their way up from the bottom of the pile, such a dream of a man was no less than a Prince Charming living in a grand palace. And if that prince fancied them, why, they would be transformed into distinguished princesses immediately. However, what they did not realize was that this man was a scourge to countless girls with such sweet dreams, a heartless predator who had already despoiled the morals of many a fair maiden. He was none other than Hua Haifeng, the son of Huahai Corporation's chairman. There was a man who looked to be in his 50s walking beside Hua Haifeng. His name was Guanzhong, and he was the chamberlain of the Hua family. He was dressed in a gentleman's suit. After Hua Haifeng was injured, the chairman of Huahai Corporation sent him to look after Hua Haifeng personally. Guanzhong was greatly disappointed with his young master. Where previously, he used to fancy pretty girls whose cherries were ripe for the picking. These days, his tastes favored married women. He let out a long sigh and cautioned him, "Young master, you should learn to grow up. The Huahai Corporation's bound to fall to you someday. But before that, you must prepare yourself to possess enough ability to carry the weight of its responsibilities. You better shut up, my pops is not even bothering me, why are you so nosy? Do you really think being the chamberlain gives you the authority to manage everything in my life? You better always remember that you're nothing but a dog of the Hua family. You're a dog that dares to interfere in its owner's business. Is your brain having a stroke?" Hua Haifeng shot back viciously. Guanzhong wanted to explain, but had he decided it was best to remain silent. Hua Haifeng completely ignored him as he approached the nurse's desk, where Xiao Rui worked. Women in nursing outfits are sexy, they really make me want to conquer them. He stared at Xiao Rui sitting at the nurse's desk. She was busy at work with her head lowered. Watching her lewdly, Hua Haifeng could not help himself and swallowed his saliva. He smoothed out his attire quickly, then acting the perfect gentleman, he walked up to her. "We meet again, Rui, my fair lady. These flowers are for you." His handsome face exuded with passionate fervor. The nurses that were close by looked on in envy, and perhaps a tinge of jealousy. A few of them even bit their lips so hard they were literally bleeding. Xiao Rui looked up and said coldly, "Give the flower to someone else, I don't want my husband to misunderstand." She might have been attracted to the likes of Hua Haifeng when she was younger, but she was now no longer one of those innocent and demure little girls. She could tell that Hua Haifeng was a wolf in sheep's skin just by a single look. The unfortunate woman that fell prey to his ways would definitely be exploited thoroughly. If she hadn't been constrained by the fact that he was a patient there, she would have told him to get the F***ck out. "These flowers represent my gratitude to you. When I was confined to my hospital bed, you were the shining light into my dimming world and allowed me to find the hope of living again. You're not just my angel in white, but the healer of my soul, so please accept this token of my gratitude towards you." Hua Haifeng was exceptional when it came to flattering girls, and as he said those, the nurses and female patients swooned. They even began to feel jealous and envious to the point of hating Xiao Rui. They wished that it was them that Hua Haifeng was showing his gratitude to. Xiao Rui looked at him disdainfully and said, "I'm a nurse, it's my job to look after the patients, you don't have to be thankful. I still have some work to do, you should get going. Please don't interfere with my work here. If Ms. Rui agrees to dine with me tonight, then I'll leave. The dinner will be a gesture of my gratitude, I hope you won't misunderstand." Hua Haifeng said. "You better get." Xiao Rui's pretty brows furrowed in chagrin, and she almost shouted, "Get lost," but quickly realizing that she needed to keep her excellent image as a nurse, she forcefully shut herself up. "Honey." At this moment, Tang Ren finally got the opportunity to leave his department after hearing that someone was harassing his wife. When he got there, he understood the situation immediately, seeing the roses in Hua Haifeng's hand. He grabbed the flower with a smile and replied politely, "You're here to thank my wife, right? Then I shall receive your gratitude on behalf of my wife." The flower's pretty fresh and fragrant." "Really, hubby?" Xiao Rui purposely leaned towards Tang Ren teasingly, wrapping her arms around his affectionately. She did not think that Hua Haifeng could be so thick-skinned to continue harassing her after seeing this. But of course, she had underestimated how persistent Hua Haifeng was. His mind was already twisted. It was at the point where he took pleasure and felt a sense of accomplishment by snatching what belonged to others. The more affection Xiao Rui showed towards Tang Ren, the more he wanted to obtain Xiao Rui excitingly. 1. Fuerdai, a Chinese term for the children of the Nouveau Riche in China. 2. Reverse scale. In Chinese mythology, dragons have one scale growing in the opposite direction to all the others. Touching the reverse scale is a figurative expression of something forbidden to touch, and meaning offending the emperor or a man in power. Hua Haifeng shot a sneering glance at Tang Ren, not in anger or animosity, but with unconcealed disdain. He then spoke politely, "Miss Rui is a fairy who should enjoy a true man's love and affection. A fairy should set herself high above the masses, rather than attending to other people in this place filled with the smell of disinfectant. I may not be brilliant, nor do I have hundreds of millions of dollars to burn, but my financial situation is not insignificant." Turning to Rui, he declared, "Ms. Rui, I can offer you a brand new life if you're so kind as to let me. You won't have to rush to get to work in time every morning, won't be a punch bag for patients, and you definitely won't need to stay in rented shabby rooms that cost a few $100 every month. You will own your house and buy whatever you want. You will never need to consider the price when you shop in the mall. And your bank balance will never be less than 7 digits. He painted Xiao an enchanting, dreamlike life any girl would die for. The young nurses who heard his intoxicating words weakened at their knees, wishing they were the ones to whom Hua Haifeng was declaring his love. They would accept him in a heartbeat. As mild-tempered as Tang Ren was, he couldn't accept that Hua Haifeng was professing his love to his woman in front of him. Without so much as even a glimpse at Tang Ren, Hua Haifeng continued to pursue her with a wanton smile. I wonder if Miss Rui would live a life like that. He then stretched out his right hand like a gentleman inviting his partner for a dance, and said, Miss Rui, you only have to nod slightly and give me your hand, life will open a new door for you. What's wrong with you? Seducing another man's wife. Have you no shame? Furious, Tang Ren roared at Hua Haifeng and raised his hand to push Hua Haifeng away. In an instant, Guanzhong appeared like a ghost in front of Tang Ren, even before he could lay a hand on Hua Haifeng. His weathered fingers stretched out and grabbed Tang Ren's wrist like a pair of iron pliers. Tang Ren's face twisted in pain, and he immediately held in agony as Guanzhong locked him with a firm hold. What are you doing? Let him go. Did you hear me, you old fool? Let go of my husband. Xiao Rui shrieked, her pretty face turning pale with anguish. Hua Haifeng, a born philanderer, quickly took advantage of the opportunity to grab Xiao Rui in his arms tightly as she rushed forward. He said to her, Miss Rui, this man doesn't deserve you at all. He will never be able to give you the life you want. Leave him and be with me. I will make your dreams come true. Even if you wanted the moon in the sky, I would figure out a way to get it for you. Hua, you bastard, what are you doing? Let me go. Xiao Rui struggled with all her strength and still couldn't get away Hua Haifeng's embrace. However, every rose has thorns, and with all her might, she stepped hard on Hua Haifeng's foot. Hua Haifeng screamed and jumped back in pain. Xiao Rui didn't stop there. She dashed towards him, raised her right knee, and promptly slammed up on Hua Haifeng's crotch. "Io!" The watching crowd winched along with Hua Haifeng, almost like they felt the excruciating pain exploding in their groin areas. An image of breaking eggs and shattered eggshell flashed through their heads. It's too agonizing to picture. Hua Haifeng clutched at his crotch, his legs squeezed together, and his body bent in sheer agony. With his face as red as a pig's liver, Hua Haifeng stomped his feet and shrieked in a screeching high pitch, F***UCK. Young master. Guanzhong released Tang Ren and ran towards Hua Haifeng. Hua Haifeng pushed him away frenziedly. He raised his head and pointed at Xiao Rui, yelling, Guanzhong, take this B***TCH. She dared to kick my balls. I'm going to torture her to death. Hua Haifeng had lost his refined and courteous demeanor, and his gentleman's bearing was no more. Crying in absolute pain, his true colors were revealed. Bulging blue veins throbbed on the side of his forehead, stared hard at Xiao Rui as if he wanted to kill her. Yes, young master. Following the order like a good soldier driven by blind loyalty, Guanzhong raised his leathery hands, preparing to strike at Xiao Rui. The tips of his fingers were as sharp as blades, and they would leave frightening streaks where they hit. He turned and looked at Xiao Rui with no visible emotions. Xiao Rui's face was as pale as a ghost, feeling as if she was about to be attacked by a beast. She broke out in a cold sweat froze with fear. Don't touch my wife. Shouting and yelling, Tang Ren threw himself at Guanzhong, completely disregarding his own safety. A hand was raised, and a man was down. Without even a blink, Tang Ren was knocked out cold by Guanzhong. Hia! Right at that moment, a high-pitched screech pierced the air, coming from the distant hallway. Like a flash of lightning striking through the air, it was onto them in a split second. Appearing like a wraith, it spun like a shadow through the air, and without any warning of a foot flew at Guanzhong's neck, with a swift and deadly intent. The sudden attack took Guanzhong by surprise. The menacing presence and the fierce strike of his unexpected opponent had put him under tremendous pressure. He moved backward quickly. His left hand turned and clenched into a fist. From a low stance, he threw his fist wide, in an arch, towards his opponent's flank. Bang! His fist came into direct collision with a powerful and precisely timed kick, so forceful that it crashed through and plowed into the waiting body. The impact reverberated through Guanzhong, like an angry tsunami. He was thrown in the air, appearing like a kite with a broken string. A mouthful of blood sprayed in an arch. He was landed hard on the floor with bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. The darting figure spun in the air and landed on the ground nimbly. It was a handsome young man. He wore a grim and cold expression. "Brother?" Xiao Rui was surprised to see Xiao Luo, and immediately felt safe again and overcome with an intense feeling of joy. After helping Tang Ren get up, she flew into Xiao Luo's arms, soft and demure, like a beautiful butterfly. Tang Ren's shoulder was still aching from Guanzhong's blow. He walked over to Xiao Luo and called him brother affectionately. All the onlookers in the room stared, wide-eyed, in astonishment. The scene they'd just witnessed was heart-stirring, as if they were watching a wuxia TV drama. The racing pace, spinning, and kicking, everything happened in a flash. How amazing it was! Adding a twist to the plot, the person even turned out to be Xiao Rui's brother. Xiao Luo rubbed Xiao Rui's on the top of the head affectionately, grinned, and said, "I haven't seen you in days. You seem to be even prettier." "Jerk. You're mocking me again," Xiao Rui said while pouting her lips. Xiao Luo? Hua Haifeng stared at Xiao Luo, aghast and dumbfounded. The pain in his groin started to wear off, and he slowly stood up straight. Xiao Luo's eyes glared at him coldly. A menacing look was pulsing deep inside his eyes, like flame. He said, "Hua Haifeng, how dare you dally with my sister? It looks like you are really tired of living." Guanzhong sensed the threat in Xiao Luo's tone. Disregarding his pain, he struggled to get up and came before Xiao Luo. Cupping one hand over the other, in front of his chest, he bowed low to Xiao Luo and said deferentially, "Mr. Xiao, I'm ignorant and have no wisdom. I could only wish you would be lenient and give the wrongdoer a way out. I can promise that Hua Haifeng will never show up in front of Miss Rui's ever again." Cold sweat rolled down Guanzhong's forehead. He had practiced martial arts for many years, and never had he experienced such a strong aura of death on anyone until today. His ominous presence made his soul tremble in fear. Adding to the fact that he was defeated with only one move, he realized that this man was an out-and-out killer. A menacing force was crashing through the hallway like raging waves. It was an overpowering, otherworldly force that emanated from Xiao Luo. It was not visible or tangible in any way, but could be sensed swirling around, formless yet omnipresent. Everyone in the room felt the suddenly turn cold dramatically, and they shuddered in fear. Even though Hua Haifeng was frightened and terrified by Xiao Luo, he was still the crown prince of the formidable Hua Hai Corporation and had been raised like an imperial heir to inherit the business empire. He had always been insolent and impertinent as a child. Although he had Guanzhong, a martial arts master, he mostly counted on his father. Their wealth made them untouchable, and they were adept at securing personal gains. In his eyes, Xiao Luo looked nothing more than a catfish struggling in the slush at the bottom of the society. He had no reason to fear him. "Xiao Luo, I have been looking for you for a long time." "What a surprise. This, Xiao Rui, is your sister." "I wouldn't fight for that B***tch Xiaomingqi if I knew you have such a pretty sister. Your sister here is much hotter than that B***tch. Hua Haifeng, shut the F***ck up." Guanzhong's face suddenly red with rage. He raised his hand and slapped Hua Haifeng on his face for making that offensive remark to Xiao Luo. Twack! It was a harsh, heavy slap, and it echoed right across the hallway, loud and clear. Hua Haifeng spun back and crashed against the wall, the distinct wheels of 5 fingers visible on his face. Hua Haifeng's eyes widened. He covered his throbbing face and glared at Guanzhong in anger, said, "Guanzhong, you're F***king crazy." He couldn't believe he was slapped by his steward. Guanzhong ignored his young master, whom he couldn't help thinking was as stupid as a pig. He turned to Xiao Luo and made a profoundly courteous gesture, said, "Mr. Xiao, please spare his life. He only used some bad language, he doesn't deserve to die." Guanzhong's tone was sincere and earnest. He was running out of options. Xiao Luo's fighting spirit had sapped his vigor even as Xiao Luo's menacing force was manifested. Even though Xiao Luo might not kill his young master outright in front of all these people, Guanzhong still feared for Hua Haifeng's life. After today, who would have the ability to protect him from here on now that he is on Xiao Luo's list? Xiao Luo looked at him casually and said, "Okay. I will let today's incident go if one of his legs is disabled." Xiao Luo's voice was rigid and cold, full of murderous intent. Hua Haifeng was stunned upon hearing Xiao Luo's remark. He snarled like a crazy dog, "Xiao, who do you think you are? You're only a D***MN catfish at the bottom of the society. How dare you even think about breaking my leg? Believe it or not, I can put you in prison for a lifetime with one phone call." Everyone now saw Hua Haifeng in his true colors. The fawning girls who were fooled by his glamorous facade earlier now showed nothing but disgust on their faces. Guanzhong still paid no heed to Hua Haifeng. He said with an awkward expression, "This. Don't have the heart to do it?" Xiao Luo uttered a snort with a disdainful look and said, "Then it looks like I have to do it on my own." Xiao Luo was aware that laying a hand to Hua Haifeng would bring him trouble down the road. But the young fool had crossed the line, threatening and causing harm to Xiao Rui and Tang Ren. Xiao Luo could never allow Hua Haifeng to walk out of this unscathed. Looking at Xiao Luo moving closer and closer, Guanzhong broke out into a cold sweat and clenched his jaw firmly. He had to quickly weigh the advantages and disadvantages. "There is no need to trouble yourself, Mr. Xiao." Guanzhong made up his mind. He instantly turned around and bounded towards Hua Haifeng. As Hua Haifeng watched with startled eyes, Guanzhong's right hand chopped on his left shin like a cleaver. Crack! Arg! The sickening sound of breaking bone was immediately accompanied by a shrill, gut-wrenching cry of pain, making everyone's hair stand on end. The blow had caused Hua Haifeng's left shin to collapse inward into a V, snapping the shin bone in two. Guanzhong now looked toward Xiao Luo as though waiting for his ruling. "You've acted ruthlessly enough to save your master's life. I will let this one slide. If this happens again, I guarantee that you will regret that you have ever been born." Xiao Luo said to Guanzhong coldly, then roared, "F***ck off. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your mercy." Guanzhong returned a courteous gesture with his hands, then carried the shrieking Hua Haifeng on his shoulders and left the place swiftly as though they were granted a pardon. Although his leg was broken, Hua Haifeng would be able to recover. If he was treated promptly, he wouldn't even suffer any long-term effects. Guanzhong was very confident of his own skill. He broke the shin bone cleanly to prevent any complications, so the treatment wouldn't be too complicated. After Guanzhong and Hua Haifeng left, everyone stared in awe at the slender figure standing in the middle of the hallway. They couldn't believe that the arrogant and nasty Guanzhong would fear him so much that he even chose to break his own master's leg. Who on earth was this person? It was a question emerging in everybody's mind that very instant. With Hit's ability to evoke such intense fear, this man was definitely not someone ordinary. Xiao Rui and Tang Ren were also dumbstrucken. They were more convinced now that their brother Xiao Luo was as mysterious as he was powerful. For example, they learned that Sun Yu totally forgot everything that happened in Jiangqing. Her memory of it had been totally erased. Even her drug addiction had disappeared too. They knew this wasn't due to the doctors, because of the dramatic change in Sun Yu only happened after their brother Xiao Luo spending a night in Sun Yu's ward. They couldn't believe that it had nothing to do with their elder brother, Xiao Luo. Guanzhong carried Hua Haifeng directly into their company car. Howling the whole time, Hua Haifeng was furious and could not forgive Guanzhong for breaking his leg. "Young master, just put up with it for a little while longer. I will take you to the hospital immediately. King dead dog. I will ask my dad to cut you into pieces when I meet him." Hua Haifeng scratched and pounded Guanzhong like a crazy old woman and didn't stop yelling, "You dared to break my leg. I will bury your whole family alive." That Xiao Luo was too terrifying. I have never met anyone who could manifest such a lethal force. You would probably have died in his hands if I didn't do this. Guanzhong explained with patience and sincerity. He was genuinely distressed for having to break Hua Haifeng's leg. "Haha. Is that right? Looks like I have to thank you now. I would never harm you no matter what I do." Guanzhong was like an old, kindly father giving guidance to his son. He was paying attention to the road as he drove and didn't see Hua Haifeng stealthily taking out a knife. The blade, about 10 inches long, gleamed coldly under the glow of the street lights outside. Hua Haifeng sneered viciously with these words, "Old Guan, I can't thank you enough." The knife in his hand was thrust into Guanzhong's chest, the blood spurted out, soaking Guanzhong's shirt. "Young master, you." Guanzhong slammed on the brakes and tried to control the car while enduring the pain to avoid the vehicle turning over sideways. Hua Haifeng's angry face looked deranged. His leg had been broken by someone that he had always considered to be a lackey. The deep humiliation made him lose all his senses. "I was thanking you." "What, old dog? You don't like my way of appreciation?" As he spoke, he stabbed Guanzhong a few more times. Guanzhong's chest was a bloody mess as blood poured out from stab wounds to his heart. It was a fatal attack even for a master of inner force. Close to death now, Guanzhong managed to bring the car to a halt safely. With his bulging eyes, and with his last breath, he grabbed Hua Haifeng by the hand and said, "Child. I'm not a dog. I'm your father." Hua Haifeng was stunned and then cursed, "T. My dad is Hua Guaming." There was only the tenderness of a father's gaze in Guanzhong's eyes, not a shred of resentment. He looked at Hua Haifeng with dull, opaque eyes as exhaled a deep, long sigh. "Your mother and I were childhood sweethearts. Hua Guaming took her away from me. I was not ready to accept the reality, therefore, I hid my identity and went to the Hua family to be the family steward. I am your biological father. For the past 20 years, did you not feel my love for you? Stop spewing nonsense, you worthless dog. Do you want to trick me? No way." Hua Haifeng screamed furiously in rage. "Kid, you can go back home and ask your mother. She will tell you the truth." "I don't believe it. Don't believe it. You are Ting me. My dad is Hua Guaming, president of the Huahai Corporation. How could a lowly dog like you be my father?" Hua Haifeng was hysterical. He couldn't accept how he had now fallen from being the crown prince of the mighty Huahai Corporation to be a butler's son, not to mention an illegitimate son. How ridiculous and ironic. He lunged with his knife at Guanzhong like a deranged madman and stabbed a dozen bloody holes on Guanzhong's chest. Bleeding from his mouth and nose, Guanzhong started to convulse. Hua Haifeng came back to his senses and realized he had killed someone. Panic-stricken, he pushed the car door open and ran out limping with his broken left leg. A bitter smile formed on Guanzhong's anguished face. He was killed by his own son. Could it really be karma? He slammed the accelerator to the floor. The fancy business car darted forward like a sharp arrow and crashed into a tanker parked by the roadside. With a deafening explosion, the two vehicles were engulfed in flames. Destroying the evidence was the last thing he could do for his son. He couldn't let the cause of his death to hang over Hua Haifeng. Hua Haifeng hadn't walked too far away. He was startled by the sudden sound of an explosion and fell to the ground. Maybe he could really felt the connection with his father. Perhaps he was only frightened. Tears welled from his eyes as he watched the raging flames shooting up into the air. Xiao Luo spent the whole day with Xiao Rui and Tang Ren. They ate and drank and had a good time. Although Xiao Rui asked Xiao Luo about certain things, he didn't reveal too much. He only told her, anything at any time would not change the fact that I am your brother. These words were very sufficient to reassure Xiao Rui and Tang Ren. It was almost 9 o'clock at night when he returned to the training camp. Yan Wang and Feng Zixiao got hold of him and asked him with great urgency, Xiao Luo, where is Gu Qianxue? Xiao Luo frowned a little and thought to himself, this young girl was not back yet? As Xiao Luo expected, Feng Zixiao continued to say, the guard saw you went out with her today. Why are you the only one who came back? An angry look showed on Yan Wang's face. He asked straightforwardly, did you sell her, you little rascal? How could that be possible? Xiao Luo smiled bitterly, then related the story to the two training officers without reservation. Yan Wang pointed at Xiao Luo right away and said in a disappointed voice, you're in big trouble. Gu Qianxue moved to Mount Tianshan to be a formal apprentice of a teacher and only came out when she was 20 years old. It was clearly written on her file that she has no sense of direction and can't find her way in a busy city. She is definitely lost. Is that real? Xiao Luo was stunned. He would have created a big mess if that was true. Thinking of Gu Qianxue's innocent face, Xiao Luo couldn't stand idly by. He turned around and ran out of the gate of the training camp. Where are you going? Yan Wang shouted behind him. To find her and bring her back. Without looking back, Xiao Luo ran out of the door and caught a cab to get to that N-shaped building. He planned to start his search for Gu Qianxue at the building in the center. Let's not stand here in a daze. Notify all the patrolling officers and ask them to help find Gu Qianxue. If anything happened to her, not only will Gu Qianlin make us feel sorry for it, the lone graybeard in Mount Tianshan would also tear us to pieces, Yan Wang said to Feng Zixiao in anxiety. Yes. Feng Zixiao left to follow the order. F***ck, why is everything so crappy every day? Yan Wang knitted his brows tightly in deep thought. He truly regretted that he granted the free-to-leave privilege to Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxue. When Xiao Luo arrived at the N-shaped building by cab, he immediately saw Gu Qianxue, who was sitting on the marble stairs at the entrance to the door of the building. A fountain was situated right in front of the steps. An array of colored lights had been switched on, and they lit up the water sprays in the hues of the rainbow. Xiao Luo paid the fare and got out of the car before walking toward Gu Qianxue. Wearing the camouflage training suit, she huddled to herself with her head lowered and her eyes staring still at the floor at the front. As beautiful as she was with jade-like skin and delicate eyes, she looked like a runaway kid, lonely and helpless. Gu Qianxue raised her head when she saw a pair of foot appeared on the floor that she had been staring at. Her bright eyes were stiff for a moment, before gleaming with anger when she discovered it was Xiao Luo. Biting her rosy lips, she grumbled, "You lied to me." She might be naive and unsophisticated, but not stupid. She knew Xiao Luo lied to her to get rid of her. Before her voice faded, she leaped upward like a small and pretty snow leopard and struck at Xiao Luo's shoulder with her hand. An unimaginably powerful impact surged from her seemingly soft palm. Xiao Luo was caught off guard. Bang! He staggered backward several steps like he had been struck by a thunderbolt. His left shoulder was in excruciating pain. Before he realized what was happening, Gu Qianxue advancing towards him again. Every movement she made contained formidable offensive techniques. The most astounding thing was how fast her attack was. Xiao Luo understood it was his fault, so he was merely dodging without fighting back. He tried to persuade Gu Qianxue while ducking her punches, "Stop. Stop hitting me. Training Officer Yan and Feng are looking for you. You and I should go back as soon as possible." Why would Gu Qianxue listen to Xiao Luo? He tricked her into coming here and made her sit here like an idiot all day, without even one familiar face around. Right now, she only knew that she hated him with all her heart and wanted to strike him down. However, Xiao Luo was able to evade all the punches except the first blow that was thrown at him unexpectedly. This infuriated her, but she was at a loss of what to do next. "Xiao Luo, can you not dodge?" Her words made Xiao Luo chuckle. Was she asking him to stand still for her to aim? That was some wishful thinking. Gu Qianxue finally stopped after 10 more minutes. She sat back on the marble stairs and only spoke after a while, "Xiao Luo, I'm hungry." Rumbling. With impeccable timing, her stomach started protesting too, right after she spoke. With blushed cheeks, the young girl looked at Xiao Luo coyly. She looked at him with an unyielding stare, like an upset child who had to bend to an adult's will. Xiao Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was attacking him just seconds ago. Now she told him she was hungry and probably was expecting him to treat her to a meal. It was pretty awkward, no matter how he thought about it. Xiao Luo reported back to Yan Wang and Feng Zixiao, who were at the training camp, that Gu Qianxue was with him. Then he took Gu Qianxue to a hot pot restaurant. The young girl didn't even glance at the vegetables on the menu and only ordered meat. It made Xiao Luo feel like the two of them shared some common interest after all. They were both meat lovers. After boiling a plate of shaved meat, Gu Qianxue started to eat straight away. She blinked her bright eyes and asked, "Xiao Luo, what kind of meat is this?" "Shaved lamb meat," Xiao Luo said. "This is not lamb. I had lamb in the Mount Tianshan. It doesn't taste like this." Gu Qianxue took it very seriously. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, there was so much shaved meat in hot pot restaurants. They claimed those were pork, beef, or lamb. But as long as it was edible, who would care what kind of meat it really was? He changed the subject and said, "By the way, why didn't you go back to the training camp after finding out I played a trick on you?" Gu Qianxue didn't respond straight away. She lowered her head and put some meat in her mouth with a fork. After a while, she said to Xiao Luo, without raising her head, "I don't remember the way back." It turned out she really didn't have any sense of direction. Xiao Luo exhaled a sigh. How could such a directionally challenged person be an auxiliary police officer? He couldn't help but start to feel suspicious about Gu Qianxue. He then said, "You could have called your sister with your phone." "No way. She would definitely come to take me back if she knew I signed up to be an auxiliary police officer. Even if you can't tell your sister, you could have asked the police for help. They would certainly take you back as soon as you tell them you're in the training camp," said Xiao Luo. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Gu Qianlin raised her head and took a brief look at him. A trace of disdain seemed to appear in her sparkling eyes. She said, "We are the police officers." Xiao Luo was speechless. The auxiliary police were indeed part of the police. There was nothing wrong with what she said. After the short conversation, Gu Qianxue continued to bury her head in the food. Starving, she didn't have the psychological burden of a pretty girl who was afraid of displaying such poor table manners. She gulped down meat and chugged water with the style of the martial ladies in ancient times. Even though Xiao Luo had already taken dinner, looking at Gu Qianxue devouring food gave him an appetite once more. He picked up the chopsticks and was about to taste a slice of beef in the hot pot. However, as he was about to put it to consume it, the slice of beef was snatched by Gu Qianxue, leaving him with a pair of empty chopsticks. She then duly brought to her own mouth that already looked oily from the food. She started to chew the beef with relish. She glared at Xiao Luo and said, "These are all mine. You're not allowed to eat." "What?" Xiao Luo furrowed his brows and thought, this young girl had gone too far. I treated her with hot pot, yet she has hoarded all the food and wouldn't even allow me a slice of meat. How was this reasonable? He was not in the mood to give in to her ways and picked another slice from the steaming hot pot using his chopsticks. Nevertheless, the chopsticks in Gu Qianshue's hand once again pouched the meat he picked like a snake springing at the prey. Prepared, Xiao Luo dodged immediately and made Gu Qianxue come away empty-handed. Gu Qianshue's knitted thin arched brows as she twisted wrist, and once again, the chopsticks in her hand shot at the piece of meat. The back and forth between them looked like the typical chopstick fighting scene that was frequently shown in wuxia TV shows. Offense and defense. Advance and retreat. Sometimes, the slice of beef would be flipped up in the air while their chopsticks fighting against each other. One pair would snatch the meat again when it fell, only to be retrieved by the other. It was an excellent spectacle of skill. Many guests and waiters craned their necks to watch. Look! A chopstick war. How exciting! Who would think the actions in wuxia TV shows are not entirely nonsense at all? Could this be a performance of the hot pot restaurant for entertainment? When Gu Qianxue grabbed hold of the beef and put it in her mouth, the whole restaurant burst into thunderous applause. Awesome! Shouts of cheers went up as well. Gu Qianxue rolled her eyes at Xiao Luo and said in a rude and unreasonable tone, "You're not a match for me. Don't waste your time." What? Xiao Luo had never been dismissed like this in his life. He replied angrily, "Don't think you won that previous exchange. It was only because I didn't want to lower myself to your level in front of so many people." Gu Qianxue ignored him and continued to eat the meat. The cloud of steam of the hot pot rose up to her face and made her naturally rosy cheeks even more ruddy. The two left the hot pot restaurant after 1.5 hours. Xiao Luo was at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. This little girl had a much better appetite than ordinary women. The hot pot cost him over $300, and he didn't get to eat even a slice of meat. Gu Qianxue finished all the food, leaving him to only several cups of tea. "Do you eat this much for every meal on the Mount Tianshan?" Xiao Luo asked curiously. "Master said that a martial arts practitioner has to have a good stomach." Gu Qianxue answered. After being treated by Xiao Luo for dinner, she was not as cold towards Xiao Luo as before. "What do you usually eat on the mountain?" "Meat." Gu Qianxue thought for a while and added, "Snow deer meat. There is a lot of snow deer in Mount Tianshan. I heard that you spent 10 years on Mount Tianshan. Have you ever attended any school?" Xiao Luo asked. Gu Qianxue stared blankly in front of her, then clicked her tongue and said, "There is a school in the city at the foot of Mount Tianshan." "All right." Xiao Luo felt a little bit of awkwardness between them. He was the only one who was asking questions while she never initiated anything and immediately ended the conversation with a dead-end reply. He had to find a new subject just to keep the conversation going, which made it quite difficult for him to continue. In the meantime, he couldn't help but sigh that he had actually met someone as cold as snow and with no idea how to hold a conversation with others. He thought he was terrible enough himself. They finally went back to the training camp. Yan Wang was fuming in anger, yelling at Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxue, "Do you really think the training camp is your home where you can come and go whenever you want? Do you know? You two are the worst auxiliary police candidates that I have ever trained. Motherf ****. Go run 10 laps, no, 20 laps as your punishment." You're not allowed to go to sleep before finishing your laps. The intended punishment was 10 laps. But Yan Wang suddenly remembered that both Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxue had physical training before, so he doubled it, knowing 10 laps would be too easy for them. The two didn't explain themselves, nor did they complain, they just started to run on the track. They were running fast, maintaining the sprinting speed of the average trainee. Yan Wang and Feng Zixiao were left open-mouthed when they realized that Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxue only took 20 minutes to finish the course. Those 20 laps were enough to break any other ordinary trainees. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. They didn't seem to be pressured at all, as if they were running for fun. After the laps, they walked back to their dorms without saying a word to Yan Wang. Was my punishment too light? Yan Wang took off his sunglasses and stood there, staring at them, wide-eyed, in astonishment. It's not that your punishment was too light. It's because these two are too sick. Feng Zixiao gulped. Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxue's physical condition was much better than his, despite his credentials of being ex-special forces. He could only gasp in admiration. Motherf ****. Yan Wang was beginning to feel his authority as the resident training officer slip. Thanks to these two, it was taking a devastating blow. He convinced himself that he needed to take action to restore his status. Thin streaks of clouds floated across the blue sky, as the sunlight spread a welcome warmth to the ground below. In the training camp for the auxiliary police, Xiao Luo and the others formed a 2-rank deep line and were maintaining a standing position. Yan Wang and Feng Zixiao stood at the head of the team. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, Yan Wang had on a stern expression. Feng Zixiao, on the other hand, was thoroughly inspecting the trainees in front of him with his gentle eyes. It's always this F***ing way. Lu Taigua muttered to himself. Xiao Luo nodded with a smile and answered in agreement, indeed. What are you whispering about over there? Repeat it out loud. Yan Wang looked in their direction and questioned reprovingly in a harsh voice. Lu Taigua was startled a little, then squared his shoulders, and threw back his head, said, Sir. I was saying Officer Yan and Officer Feng are very handsome. Xiao Luo, what about you? Sir. I answered, they really are handsome. Xiao Luo also went against his conscience and lied. Don't think that I won't punish you guys just because you told the truth. Go. Run 5 laps before you come back. Yan Wang ordered, looking very serious. Lu Taigua regretted not being able to keep his mouth shut. He frowned and shot Xiao Luo a glance, trying to tell him that he was sorry for implicating him in this. Then he started to run around the training ground. Xiao Luo didn't mind at all. Running 5 laps was barely an effort for him. The other auxiliary police trainees couldn't help but snigger quietly. They thought Lu Taigua and Xiao Luo deserved the punishment. Yan Wang barked out another order, all of you, turn right. 5 laps of physical training. Run. The auxiliary police trainees turned pale with shock, surprised that they had to be punished with a 5-lap run. What are you standing there for? How are you going to start the training for today without limbering up and stretching at all? Run now. I will start to kick your butts otherwise. Yan Wang shouted, meaning every word he said. The group had no choice but to break into their run, doing it with a degree of reluctance. After they ran away, Yan Wang took out his phone from pocket and looked at himself with the selfie camera. Rubbing his stubbly beard on his chin, he said to himself, Motherf ****, how could I become more handsome? Don't I look like this all the time? Standing by his side, Feng Zixiao took a deep breath and rolled his eyes. The auxiliary police trainees were all visibly excited when a row of firearms was brought up. Both men and women were curious about these high-powered weapons and eagerly anticipating learning to use them. Of course, Gu Qianxue and Xiao Luo were not among those. Because of her sister Gu Qianlin, Gu Qianxue had experience with firearms a long time ago. Xiao Luo, having the king of mercenaries constitution, and not only had the skills of mercenaries, but also a thorough knowledge of firearms. He could say without exaggeration that he knew about weapons like the palm of his hand. You probably have guessed the content of today's lesson. You're right. It's firearms. Yan Wang's loud and clear voice rang out, "You will be assigned a gun when you're on duty. You will make a laughing stock of yourself if you don't even know how to use it." He picked up a black handgun and showed it to the auxiliary police trainees, asked, "Anyone knows what kind of a gun this is?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one was able to answer. After all, as trainees, they had no previous knowledge about guns. It's a QSC-92 pistol. It has a polymer grip, and the magazine holds either 15 9mm rounds or 25.8mm rounds. The effective firing range is 50 meters. Gu Qianxue spoke in a soft voice. Yan Wang looked at her in appreciation and nodded, said, "Correct. This is indeed a QSC-92 pistol." The design started in 1987 and was officially submitted for production in 1994. The design for QSC-92-5.8 mm and its ammunition was finished in 2000. Most of our police force is using this type of gun. Yan Wang put down the QSC-92 and picked up another gun that had a shorter barrel. He looked directly at Xiao Luo and asked, "Xiao Luo, do you know what this gun is?" Xiao Luo shook his head and answered, "Sir, I don't know." He really didn't know. The king of mercenaries' constitution only gave him knowledge of famous foreign firearms. The native guns of Hua Nation were nameless in his eyes. They were all the same to him anyway. Ignorant and incompetent. Yan Wang scolded Xiao Luo, venting out his disappointment. He then looked at Gu Qianxue, said, "Gu Qianxue, what about you?" Gu Qianxue's keen eyes shot a glance at the gun, and with an indifferent tone, she said, "Type 77 pistol. It utilizes a striker-fired single-action firing mechanism. The user can single-handedly chamber a cartridge by pulling the trigger guard back or use the traditional manual safety that exists above the left grip panel on the frame. It uses a single stacked 9-round magazine, and the effective firing range is 50 meters. Everyone was astounded by Gu Qianxue's answer and gasped in admiration. Not only did she know the type of each handgun, but she could also describe their functions and features. She was like a walking encyclopedia. Did you hear her clearly? She's right. This is a Type 77 pistol. Same as the QSC-92, it's in widespread use across the country by our police force. Yan Wang put down the handgun and walked to a line of rifles, said, "We have gone through these two kinds of the pistol. Now let's talk about this Type 79 submachine gun. It was designed in 1979 and went into production in 1983. The rate of fire is 1,000 rounds/minute. What does that mean? It means it can shoot 1,000 bullets in a minute. Wouldn't a person be smashed by the bullets? Yes. 1,000 rounds per minute. How frightening. The power of destruction is unimaginable." The trainees kept taking in large breaths of air every time a new weapon was introduced. It was hard to believe that this was the first time they saw these weapons up close, where before, they could only see them on TV. Yan Wang was satisfied that he could intimidate the trainees. He looked at Xiao Luo and asked him sternly, "Xiao Luo, you tell us the other specifications of this submachine gun." "Sir, I don't know." Xiao Luo answered. Illiterate and uneducated. Can you show at least a little bit of promise? Yan Wang admonished him like a school teacher in ancient times. Xiao Luo was speechless. He was sure that Yan Wang was bearing grudges against him because he scared Yan Wang with a punch in the gym the day before. Otherwise, Yan Wang had no reason to embarrass him in front of others. Lu Taigua showed some sympathy, however. Gu Qianxue, you tell us. Yan Wang's eyes glanced at Gu Qianxue. Type 79 submachine gun. The caliber is 7.62 millimeters. The gun with an empty cartridge weighs 1.75 kilograms. It has a 20-round box magazine and an effective firing range of 200 m. Gu Qianxue replied clearly with everything she knew. Look. You're worse than a girl. Xiao Luo, you truly disappoint me. Yan Wang wouldn't let Xiao Luo off so quickly. Xiao Luo remained silent. It was just words. Words couldn't hurt, he kept telling himself. After introducing the firearms, Yan Wang threw another question. What should you do if the enemy is pointing a gun at close range? Lu Taigua immediately raised his hand in excitement and said, I know. If the bad guy is pointing a gun at us, we should quickly block the muzzle with our fingers. In this way, the bullets can't get out and will explode inside the barrel and hurt the bad guy instead. Everyone laughed out loud upon hearing his answer. If that would work, maybe pigs could fly too. Feng Zixia was also amused. He failed to maintain his somber look and uttered a chuckle. Yan Wang's face was impassive. He bawled out, Motherf *Ker, Lu Taigua, are you king nuts? Blocking the muzzle with your fingers? Is your head full of *T? As expected, Lu Taigua was given a few kicks in the butt by Yan Wang. It hurt so much that his eyes teared. Deep down, he still wasn't convinced. He thought to himself, in those special forces movies, they always said that plugging the muzzle with your fingers could cause the enemy's pistol to explode. Xiao Luo was speechless when he heard Lu Taigua say that. Of course, a finger would never prevent the bullet from discharging. To begin with, keeping a tight seal on the gun barrel itself would be a big problem. The recoil from a fired gun would be immense. Even if the finger could fit into the muzzle and plug it up completely, it could never keep the integrity of the seal intact after the trigger had been pulled. Hence, blocking a muzzle with a finger was impractical, and it was also, theoretically, not possible. Many people have an inexplicable fear of firing a gun, but as auxiliary polices, you must overcome this fear. Yan Wang told the crowd solemnly, now, each of you will come forward one at a time and fire the gun. For the male auxiliary polices, although they were some trainees who were quite afraid in their first attempt to fire a gun, they just gritted their teeth and went ahead with it. Naturally, they wouldn't be scared anymore after that. But things were a little different for the female auxiliary polices. They were beyond terrified. Some even had both of their hands trembling after they picked up the gun. Fortunately, under Gu Qianxue's aid and guidance, they finally pulled the trigger for the first time. Isn't it just firing a gun? What is there to be afraid of? Watch me. It was now Lu Taigua's turn. He strode forward, picked up the gun with one hand, aimed at a distant target in a way that he thought was very cool, and was ready to pull the trigger. However, Yan Wang immediately stepped forward and snatched the pistol away from his hands, then giving him a kick. He berated Jiao Taigua, you'd *MN redneck Lu Taigua. Who allowed you to hold a gun with one hand? Didn't I make myself clear enough just now? The recoil force from firing a gun is too massive. You have to hold the gun firmly with both hands. UF *Kin ignored my words like passing wind? Sir, what are you trying to say, huh? Are you dumb or what, huh? Are you dumb or what? Yan Wang was infuriated, castigating, and going at him even as he ran for his life. It was so exasperating. He had already told everyone to hold the gun with both hands, but what did Lu Taigua decide to do? He picked it up with one hand right away. He was so annoyed that his soul had literally left his body, wishing that he could rip Lu Taigua's butt apart. Bang! A loud gunshot echoed across the firing range. As if the rays of hope suddenly shone down upon him, Lu Taigua, being pursued by Yan Wang, quickly pointed at Gu Qianxue and shouted, "Sir, look, she's using one hand. The both of you are different. You wish to learn how to run without even knowing how to walk? Are you dumb or what? And what you said earlier? Plugging the muzzle with your finger? If asterisk kin wish I could stuff your brain into a toilet bowl." Yan Wang scolded. Bang! Yet another ear-piercing shot. Lu Taigua was exhilarated. He pointed at Xiao Luo and said, "Sir, look." Xiao Luo used one hand as well. To save himself from Yan Wang's butt-whacking, he betrayed Xiao Luo without much hesitation. He thought, Yan Wang hates Xiao Luo. Now that he had violated the rules, I can seize this opportunity and get Yan Wang to unleash his fury on him instead. As expected, a look of spite and glee washed over Yan Wang's face. He spared Lu Taigua for now and zeroed in for Xiao Luo. "Xiao Luo, I have already said, use both hands to hold the gun when shooting. Did you hear me or not? Firing with one hand? Who do you think you are? Stallone in The Expendables?" He dashed forward and hurled his leg at Xiao Luo's butt. But how could Xiao Luo accept such a punishment? He leaned on one side and blocked Yan Wang's foot with his thigh. "Sir, I didn't see you say anything to Gu Qianxue when she fired the gun with one hand. Why must Lu Taigua and I be punished for the same feat? Your biasness and treatment is too obvious, is it not?" Xiao Luo said. He hadn't wished to be conspicuous initially, but he really couldn't bear to see Lu Taigua being treated so harshly, so the only thing he could do was to divert Yan Wang's attention to himself. But at the same time, he couldn't accept being kicked in the butt by Yan Wang, and that was why he alluded to Gu Qianxue. "Have I done that?" Yan Wang sneered while facing the crowd. He questioned, "Have I ever treated any one of you differently?" Persuaded by his authority, the auxiliary police trainees nodded in support. One man even took a big step forward and said in a pretentious and overbearing tone, "Report, sir. You are fair to all of us. No discrepancy has ever taken place." "You heard him?" Looking at Xiao Luo, Yan Wang said haughtily. Xiao Luo turned around and asked, "You guys didn't see Gu Qianxue firing the gun with one hand?" Gu Qianxue didn't fire the gun with one hand. She used both hands while pulling the trigger. It was still the same man that said this with his chin up and chest out. The other trainees shook their heads, implying that they didn't see it. What a flatterer! Lu Taigua muttered to himself. But then he remembered, his name was Ma Pinjin, which literally means flatterer. He really did live up to his name. "Ma Pinjin, rejoin the unit." Yan Wang shouted to the man. "Yes, sir." Ma Pinjin responded loudly and clearly, took a step backward, and returned to his line. Then, he put his hands behind his back and assumed a standing position. "Xiao Luo, do you have anything else to say?" Yan Wang said teasingly. Xiao Luo shook his head in resignation. He was speechless. He finally knew the man was lying through his teeth. Just then, Gu Qianxue stepped up. "Report. I fired the gun with one hand just now." When she said that, Yan Wang froze. Feng Zixiao, from a short distance away, put his hand on his forehead. He thought, Wang is so gonna get embarrassed. Yan Wang took off his sunglasses and stared at her. "Gu Qianxue, are sure that you're telling the truth?" Gu Qianxue nodded. "Yes, sir. I fired the gun with one hand." She didn't know how to take a hint. For her, one was one, and two were two. She was even confused about why everybody had said she fired the gun with both hands. She was dead sure that she used only one hand. Xiao Luo smiled. "You heard her, sir? Fucking redneck. You wanna go against me, is it? Gu Qianxue has been trained by her sister. Her proficiency with the gun is on par with mine, so I allowed her to use only one hand. But who do you think you are to fire a gun with one hand? Are you qualified to do so? Yan Wang criticized him loudly. For Gu Qianxue, he was willing to overlook anything for the sake of Gu Qianlin. There was also the fact that Gu Qianxue herself was an attractive belle. As for Xiao Luo, he couldn't get himself to like him no matter how he tried. I think I am. Xiao Luo had to say that. His pride would not allow him to be knocked down by Yan Wang. Yang Wang was so infuriated that he began laughing sardonically. I've seen imposters, but I've never seen a greater one than you. Yeah, Xiao Luo, stop boasting about your abilities. Hurry up and apologize to Officer Yan and beg for forgiveness, Ma Pinjin piped in, true to form and once again performing his specialty. Xiao Luo ignored him. He looked at Yan Wang and asked, I wonder what I should do for you to recognize that I'm qualified enough? Xiao Luo, very bold you are. Do you think you are invincible, because you some petty skills? Yan Wang said chillingly, fine then. You want me to recognize you? I'll give you a chance. Yan Wang disassembled the handgun into separate parts, then looked at Xiao Luo. Assembling a gun is a basic requirement. If you can assemble this gun, I will recognize that you are qualified to fire a gun with one hand. Assembling a gun? The auxiliary police trainees looked on, wide-eyed. They were all recruited from civilian society, and they knew very little about firearms. Besides, they have never handled a real gun by themselves. Assembling a toy gun may still be possible for them, but a real gun? That would be cracking up as an international joke. It would be absolutely impossible. Is there a time limit? Xiao Luo asked. Upon hearing this, the crowd was somewhat surprised and thought scornfully, this guy really wants to challenge assembling a gun? He's hoping for too much, isn't he? Ma Pinjin coughed and said, Xiao Luo, stop fooling around. Just hurry up and apologize to Officer Yan, and don't embarrass yourself. This is a real gun. You think it's a toy for kids or something? It can't be assembled that easily. Can you stop talking? The one who said that was Gu Qianxue. Every word Ma Pinjin said made her cringe, and she felt so annoyed that she knit her tattooed brows. The stature that Gu Qianxue held had been evident to everyone for a while now. Although she was a great beauty, her prowess was not lesser than that of Yan Wang's. Ma Pinjin shut his mouth immediately, embarrassed. Are you sure you want to take up the challenge? Yan Wang asked Xiao Luo as he squinted his eyes. Yes, sir. Xiao Luo nodded. To avoid being kicked in the butt and lectured by Yan Wang, he had no other choice. Fine. You may begin now. There's no time restriction. As long as you could assemble the gun, I will overlook the fact that you fired the gun with one hand. Yan Wang's face was full of contempt. He had validated multiple times that Xiao Luo was someone born to a family of farmers in the Shi province. His excellent physical abilities might have been nurtured by some past master living a reclusive life. However, he would know absolutely nothing about firearms, and there was no way he could ever reassemble the gun. Without saying a word, Xiao Luo picked up the separate parts with both hands and began assembling them together. The action, barrel, and frame, these parts were put together at rapid speed. Yan Wang's trainees looked on in disbelief as they saw Xiao Luo take all three parts in his hands and assemble them together correctly, all in one motion. Were they to do in his place, they would resort to the conventional method, which would take 3 steps. In other words, Xiao Luo's single-step assembly was equivalent to their 3-stepped process. Whoosh! Before anyone present could even react, the crowning moment arrived, when the magazine was slotted into the receiver, all done seamlessly and elegantly. A wholly assembled pistol was duly placed on the table. The total time taken to complete the task was no more than 10 seconds. Xiao Luo's actions were like flowing clouds and water. He worked so fast that they couldn't even keep up with their eyes. The group of trainees stood there, startled. Their brains were empty. In their minds, they asked themselves, he's done with it? How is that possible? Ma Pinjin felt his face burning with envy, as if a palm had forcibly slapped him across his face. Unbelievable! Feng Zixiao said in astonishment. He couldn't believe that Xiao Luo really did know how to assemble a gun and even do it at such astonishing speed. Yan Wang was spellbound. He thought to himself, what in the world am I witnessing? That kid has actually got it done. What were you doing before you came here? He looked at Xiao Luo, still unable to believe what he had just seen. It's clearly written inside my personal file. I'm unemployed. I came to serve as an auxiliary police officer for a stable life, Xiao Luo said faintly. Unemployed? Yang Wang was always skeptical about his identity. Xiao Luo, I want to compete with you in gun assembly, Gu Qianxia said out of the blue. She was determined to get the first place, and Xiao Luo would undoubtedly hinder her path towards that achievement. Xiao Luo looked at her and said earnestly, this won't be tested in the assessment. He had seen through Gu Qianxia's mind for some time now. She had the attitude of a straight-A student, so she definitely wished to get number one in everything. After some thought, Gu Qianxia felt that he was right, and she said, then, let's shoot. Stop fooling around. Xiao Luo rejected her challenge without hesitation. He wasn't keen to mess around with this little girl. However, just at that moment, Yan Wang meddled in, Xiao Luo, I want you to compete with Gu Qianxia in a shooting contest. This is an order. Xiao Luo really cursed at him under his breath. But he was the instructor, and an order was an order, so he had no choice but to follow it. Each one of you will fire 10 shots. Whoever obtains a higher score wins. Yan Wang decided to make things more exciting and went on to lay out the rules for the contest, and, since this is a contest, it shall have its rewards and punishment. On second thought, forget about the reward. The loser will be responsible for cleaning the public toilet at the dormitory for 1 whole week. He wanted to brutally bring Xiao Luo down every chance he got, and he would resort to any means at his disposal. Feng Zixiao whispered by his ears to remind him, there's less than a week before the special training ends. Until the special training ends then, Yang Wang said. The rules of the contest Yan Meng set made it difficult for Xiao Luo to go easy on her even if he wished to. Besides, he couldn't bear having to clean the toilet even more, and that helped him make up his mind in the end. Yan Wang is obviously gunning for Xiao Luo, Lu Taigua sighed in sympathy for his friend Xiao Luo. Gu Qianxia went to the shooting range, picked up a QSC-92 pistol, and accurately shot at the 10 targets at 30 meters away. Bam! 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 10 consecutive gunshots, clean, precise, and without hesitation. Using her inner power, she shot with only one hand, not even considering the use of both to ensure the best possible results. Feng Zixiao walked downrange to check the targets, and despite being mentally prepared for it, he was still shocked when he confirmed the results. 100 points. When Feng Zixiao announced the results, the crowd went silent. What in the world? She scored a 100 points? That meant that every bullet she fired landed right in the bullseye, 10 points for each shot. They looked at Gu Qianxia in telling reverence, absolutely convinced of her talent and abilities. Even Yan Wang couldn't help staring in admiration, even wiping sweat off his brow. To say that she pierced a willow leaf with an arrow from the distance of 100 paces was not be an exaggeration, because that was what she was capable of. Gu Qianxia winked cheekily, her bright eyes fixed on Xiao Luo, and she said, it's your turn. Is there even a need to continue this competition? In his heart, Lu Taigua cried out miserably for Xiao Luo. There were 10 points for every single shot, so there was no way that Gu Qianxia could lose this contest. The others reacted similarly, and even Ma Pinjin found his voice again, Xiao Luo, you better admit defeat, there's no need. He stopped abruptly, as Xiao Luo raised the gun and pointed the barrel directly at him with clearly murderous intentions. Xiao Luo, what are you doing? Redneck. Put the gun down. Yan Wang and Feng Zixiao broke out in cold sweat. If an incident were to happen inside the training camp, they would have to bear all the consequences. Xiao Luo sneered when he heard Yan Wang's warning, then turned the gun the other direction, firing 10 consecutive shots at the newly set up targets. He shot with one hand just like Gu Qianxue, seeming like he was shooting to kill. Bam! 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 After 10 shots, he pushed back the safety lever of the gun and placed it down in front of him. Instructor Feng, please report my score, Xiao Luo said faintly. Feng Zixiao ran over to check the targets. When he had a look at them, he was beyond amazed. His eyes opened so widely that his eyeballs nearly popped off. Like Gu Qianwei, Xiao Luo had hit the bullseye dead center with every shot, none were even a little bit off the mark. Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's result is. Stop repeating yourself, are you a parrot? Hurry up and announce his results. Yan Wang shouted impatiently. Xiao Luo's also scores 100 points, Feng Zixiao said, finally getting it out from his mouth. What? 100 points too? Yan Wang thought he was hallucinating or having hearing problems. Gu Qianxue getting a result of 100 points was entirely possible, but what was going on with Xiao Luo? How could a mediocre lad born in an average family from Xi province get 10 consecutive hits without a hint of nerves? It wasn't just Yan Meng, even the auxiliary police trainees were wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Feng, are you mistaken? Yan Wang asked. I've checked the targets again and again. I confirm that Xiao Luo's total score is 100. Every shot he fired hit the targets on the dime. There is absolutely no mistake, Feng Zixiao said in affirmation. In the lull that followed, only the sound of whispering winds could be heard at the shooting range. Everyone silently looked at Xiao Luo like he was an alien. After the tie with Ji Qianxue in the shooting contest, the two competed in many other events, including obstacle racing, rock climbing, among a host of other things. The auxiliary police trainees were impressed, and even Yan Wang and Feng Zixiao were profoundly taken by the capabilities that these two had shown. Whether negotiating the hazards effortlessly in the obstacle race or climbing rock structures of 7 to 8 meters with the supreme ease of a seasoned free solo climber, these two were literally monsters. Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxue were irrefutably the most capable trainees to ever attend the auxiliary police training camp. In fact, half a month of special training couldn't be considered long. Strictly speaking, it was really short. After completing the final assessment, the group would now be bidding farewell to a place that would hold the memories of their very first days in the force. It would forever remind them of their trials and tribulations, friendships, and perhaps even of the scent of bare earth and toiling sweat. Although they had despised this place over the last 2 weeks, when they were finally about to leave for good, an inexplicable feeling of sadness surged. When you leave this place, please do not resent Feng and me. We trained you strictly because we want to secure you in your path of being an auxiliary police officer. After all, everyone only gets to live once. Therefore, your life is extremely precious. As you leave on both feet, I don't wish to hear any one of you becoming a martyr in the future. Yes, being a martyr is glorious, but the most important thing is to stay alive. Yan Wang's solemn voice was comforting and caring. This was the first time everyone heard his voice in such a pleasant way. It was not ear-piercing at all, and it even had a sense of empathy. Sir, I can't bear to leave you, sir. Lu Taigua stepped up and wanted to give Yan Wang a farewell hug. Yang Wang ticked him off, with absolutely no kindness. He scolded, Lu Taigua, lowest score in the assessment, the person I'm most disgusted with is you. Scram as far as you can, and don't tell people that I'm your instructor, I cannot afford to be embarrassed like that. He promptly delivered a final kick up his posterior to make sure the message stayed in his mind for good measure. Ha ha ha. The newly minted auxiliary police officers couldn't help bursting into laughter, seeing Lu Taigua falling on his buttocks as he tried to avoid the incoming bum ripper. After laughing, however, their emotions returned and got the better of them. They couldn't bear to leave the training camp, just like Lu Taigua. They couldn't bear to be parted from Yang Wang, Feng Zixiao, and everybody else. A female officer had red eyes, and choking, she cried, "Officer Yan, Officer Feng, we will come back and visit you in the future. Yeah, we will come back once we have the time. This place will forever be our home. Officer Yan, Officer Feng, please take care of yourselves." The others echoed. Xiao Luo was also feeling some inexplicable frets at this moment. He turned around to find Gu Qianxia staring and winking at him with her bright eyes. As a courtesy, he returned her with a smile. But Gu Qianxia, for some reason, changed her countenance, making a grimace by puffing up her cheeks like a pufferfish. Enough, stop being sentimental. Get your asses out of this place and report yourselves at your assigned police stations. Yan Wang was issuing an immediate eviction order. If he were to let the nostalgia go on, he was afraid that he would lose his own composure. Get moving. The group of auxiliary police officers marched smartly towards the training camp's entrance, with the visions of their future and memories of the training camp in their minds. They would soon begin their career as auxiliary police officers. Salute. When they were before the gates, Yan Wang's loud and penetrating voice came from behind them. The crowd turned around, only to see Yan Wang and Feng Zixiao standing firmly on their feet and giving them a standard salute. Under the sun, they were like two range poles, standing firm against the wind with a passionate sense of patriotism. Strive forward with courage, fight relentlessly against crime, never retreat, for justice will reign. The group subconsciously shouted the training camp slogan. Xiao Luo and Lu Taigua were assigned to the Liren police substation, together with another loathsome figure, Ma Pinjin. Upon leaving the training camp, a black SUV drove over and stopped right in front of Gu Qianxia. The door opened, and Gu Qianlin in police uniform came down from the car. Qianlin. Gu Qianxia was like a child that has done something wrong, lowering her head and dodging Gu Qianlin's eyes. Get in the car. Gu Qianlin's face was sullen. Evidently, she wasn't entirely happy about her sister becoming an auxiliary police officer. Let me say goodbye to someone, and I'll leave with you. Fine, I'm giving you 3 minutes, Gu Qianlin said faintly. Gu Qianxia nodded, turned around, and ran towards Xiao Luo. Initially, Xiao Luo thought he could avoid Gu Qianlin, but when he saw Gu Qianxia running towards him, he knew that it was inevitable. To his expectations, Gu Qianlin, seeing that it was him, walked briskly towards him as well. She was understandably surprised. Xiao Luo, why are you here? She spoke before Gu Qianxia in a questioning tone. Gu Qianxia blinked her gorgeous eyes. You guys know each other? I think you can say that we are old acquaintances. Xiao Luo smiled, then greeted Gu Qianlin. It's been a while, Officer Gu. Gu Qianlin nearly went berserk looking at his innocent display. That man played her like a fiddle at Yellow Sky's casino, landing her in the hospital for weeks. It was impossible to say that she doesn't despise him. What are you doing here? Gu Qianlin wished to see Xiao Luo through. Xiao Luo said with a smile, I guess you should have noticed that your sister and I are wearing the same uniform, which means that I'm also an auxiliary police officer. You? An auxiliary police officer? Gu Qianlin sneered. Boss of Luo's workshop, a net worth of $6 to $7 billion, becoming an auxiliary police officer? Are you sure that this isn't a joke? Xiao Luo nodded. Yep, I suddenly gained interest in fighting crime. Right after saying that, he wished Gu Qianxia farewell, then left with Lu Taigua, as there was no need for him to get entangled with Gu Qianlin at this venue. Gu Qianlin figured everything out in a snap. Xiao Luo intended to deal with the Dragon Gang. Mafias, like the Dragon Gang, had always been the target of police prosecution. But the way they carry out their crimes were very seclusive and well-planned. The organization's modus operandi ensured that core members of the Dragon Gang would never participate in the action directly themselves. And even if they did, the tactics they adopted would not leave behind any trail that could implicate them. All this while, the police have been powerless against the Dragon Gang. She had also recently acquired intel on the deaths of the Dragon Gang's two protectors, Lin Bao and De Yuan, that occurred half a month ago. De Yuan's death was still unknown, while Lin Bao was smashed to death by a plunging car that fell from above a building more than 10 stories high. What puzzled her was that there weren't any pathways allowing a vehicle to be driven to the roof. The question of how that car that got up there was still an unsolved mystery. In her mind, the prime suspect was Xiao Luo, but she couldn't imagine how he managed to accomplish such a feat. Xiao Luo, I'll go find you when I have time. Gu Qianxia shouted at Xiao Luo's back. You are not allowed to find him. Gu Qianlin warned. Gu Qianxia gazed her dazzling eyes at her sister and asked, in bewilderment, but why? He's a demon that kills without even blinking his eyes, only that we can't prove that yet. Once we get evidence, we will arrest him for sure. I don't care about what bonds you have with him since training camp, but from now on, you must make a clean break with him. But he doesn't seem like a bad guy. Gu Qianxia wanted to speak in Xiao Luo's defense, but under Gu Qianlin's unbending gaze, her voice grew softer, first to a whisper, then complete silence. Good, I can see great potential in you guys. Work hard and earn merits for yourselves. When the time comes, I will apply for you to serve as official police officers. Inside the Liren police substation, a man in his 30s, a smile on his face, was speaking to Xiao Luo, Lu Taigua, and Ma Pinjin. The three of them were here reporting for duty. The man was the head of the Liren police substation, Feng Yuqi. He was tall, sturdy, had a macho look, and exuded a strong sense of integrity. Including himself, there were only some 20 people in the entire police station. There were less than 5 regular policemen, while the rest were all auxiliary police officers. The regular policemen that were deployed to this station were all older in age. They did not have the desire to go further in their careers. They were prepared to spend their remaining days as a police officer in this place, then retire, and enjoy their old age. Report, sir. We do not condone evil, and we will fight crime until the end. Ma Pinjin expressed his vow, with an emphatic voice. Lu Taigua wasn't willing to be outdone. He added, yes, we are resolute in fighting to the end against crime. Xiao Luo kept quiet. He wasn't too interested in uttering such clichés and in buttering up the chief. Now that he was already an auxiliary policeman, he could begin striking at the Dragon Gang. It is very great for you to have such determination, but if you want to fight crime as a cop, you mustn't be afraid of doing things. For those who are against the law, arrest those you should and educate them if necessary. Never forget that the country is our strongest supporter, and absolutely nothing can be more important than our nation, Feng Yuqi said with comfort. Yes, sir. Ma Pinjin responded loudly. As newcomers, they were all assigned an older auxiliary policeman to mentor them. The auxiliary policeman assigned to mentor Xiao Luo was a man in his 30s, Xuanhuan. He had already been in this place for some 6 to 7 years, and one could say that he was an expert in matters such as power distribution in this area, and the figures mustn't be provoked. When night fell, Xuanhuan and Xiao Luo went to patrol the area they were responsible for on their motorcycles. As a newcomer to Liren, he felt it necessary to appraise Xiao Luo of the area they were responsible for. The biggest force in the Guanming district is the Dragon Gang. Their businesses are scattered throughout almost the entire Guanming district. Casinos, hotels, entertainment cities, brothels, and many more. This area we are responsible for is the Dragon Gang's red light district, operated by the Dragon Gang's protector, Han Mian. If I'm not mistaken, prostitution is forbidden in our country. Since you know that such a red light district exists, why don't you just sweep it clean? Xiao Luo asked, with a frown. Xuanhuan sighed, in this world when there's light, there will be darkness. Without darkness, how can there be light? This is just like our relationship with these dark forces. Justice and evil have coexisted since the beginning of time. No place in this world can justice prevail purely. Likewise, no place on earth is pure evil. I shouldn't be saying this as a cop, but this is the truth. What I want to say is that, don't even think of vanquishing evil. In my opinion, our responsibility as policemen is to maintain the balance between justice and evil. No matter us, or them, whoever that breaks the balance should be punished. I don't understand. Xiao Luo didn't expect that being an auxiliary policeman was also an art. Xuanhuan smiled and patted his shoulders, exhorting Xiao Luo earnestly, you just have to remember that these red light districts aren't to be messed with. Just turn a blind eye at them, and only then, you can be an auxiliary policeman in peace. I got it. Xiao Luo nodded, playing along with the older man. But the sole reason he became an auxiliary policeman was to destroy the Dragon Gang. Since the Dragon Gang was running a red light district in this area, this would be an excellent opportunity to go after them, naturally. To prevent Xiao Luo from inadvertently causing any trouble, Xuanhuan brought him to one of Dragon Gang's red light streets. The so-called red light district wasn't really a place that had red lights. On the contrary, it was a dimly lit alley a few hundred meters long. The place was filthy, messy, and simply awful. Litter was strewn everywhere, and on both sides of the alley, prostitutes paraded their wares with flamboyant makeup every other distant, exhibiting their thighs on a cold night wearing miniskirts, while their hourglass figures incited lustful reverie. This is one of them. I'll bring you to the other two locations. We auxiliary policemen shouldn't be messing around at these three places, leave that the regulars. Xuanhuan continued his tutorage. Xiao Luo lifted his eyebrows and followed him to the next red light district. However, as they were about to depart, he heard a hapless shriek of woe coming from behind him. From where he heard the loud commotion, a woman came running out from the street. Although she had heavy makeup on her face, he could tell that she was still young, perhaps about 20 years in age. She fell to the ground. There was a massive footprint on her back. Obviously, she was kicked to the ground by someone, and her pretty face was crumpled in pain. 5 bulky men strode angrily after her, cursing, and lifted her from the ground. One of them took on a cruel expression, punching her in her stomach, then grabbed her hair as he shouted, "You can dare to run, girl? Do you know what this place is? When you come to this place, you need to serve your customers and earn money for me. Take this tch away." The woman held in agony, desperately calling out for help. It was a tragic cry that pierced one's soul. "Let's go, stop looking," Xuanhuan sighed helplessly. Xiao Luo said, "That girl is obviously being forced to do so." Forcing a fine girl into prostitution is a serious crime even during ancient times. "Hausa, are you sure that we shouldn't be interfering?" Xuanhuan stared at him. "Interfere? How should we do that? If we interfere, the next ones who'd suffer might be our family. But someone has to stand up to them." Xiao Luo got down his motorcycle. From controlling child beggars, to deliberately torturing children into an unbearable state to gain sympathy, to forcing young girls into prostitution, everything the Dragon Gang had done made him bristle with anger. He never thought of himself as a nice person, but what Sun Yu had gone through fired up his determination to go against the Dragon Gang. He refused to believe that he couldn't vanquish this evil force. "Xiao Luo." Xuanhuan wanted to stop him, but was too late. He could only follow him to prevent him from messing things up to a state of no return. Xiao Luo shouted at the 5 bulky men, "Release her at once." The 5 men turned to look at him, strangely. Seemingly seeing a ray of hope, the girl cried for help. A particularly muscular man with a scar on his face said chillingly, "Hey kid, you have no business here, you better stay out of this." After he noticed Xiao Luo's auxiliary police uniform, he snorted in contempt, "So you are an auxiliary policeman. Kid, you must be new, right? Didn't the one that took you here tell you to keep an eye shut?" "My apologies. I'm a cop. You are suspected of persecuting women for prostitution, and I hereby arrest you in accordance with the law. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say shall become evidence in court." Xiao Luo took out some handcuffs. When the 5 men heard him, they cracked up. The scarred man laughed sarcastically, "Hey kid, you watched too many movies, don't you? Rights to remain silent? You sound like AF** king fool. Are you doing a movie or what? Ha ha ha." The others broke out in tears. "I will repeat, release her at once," Xiao Luo said coldly. "Ha, another little hothead punk. Hey kid, you know to spell the word death?" The scarred man squinted his eyes and looked at Xiao Luo. The scar on his face was like a centipede, adding a touch of gruesomeness to his fearsome bearing. At the same time, one of his underlings blew a whistle with his fingers. The whistle served as a flare being fired into the skies. Suddenly, a host of burly men emerged from both sides of the alley, holding metal bars and wooden cudgels in their hands. They surged over like a tide of darkness, quickly surrounding Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's expression changed immediately. He quickly pleaded with a skittish smile, "Scar, this is his first day on the job, he doesn't know the rules yet." "Hausa, I really don't know what rules we could possibly have here. We are cops, and fighting illegal crime is our duty," Xiao Luo snorted. "Xiao Luo, are you for real or what? We are just auxiliary policemen, and we don't even have a proper weapon with us. Our main job is dealing with civil disputes. These things are not within the scope of our supervision." Xuanhuan continuously signaled him with his eyes. Their opponent was numerous in numbers, while they were only 2. If this conflict were to go on, they would definitely be getting the shorter end of the stick. Even if they had intended to interfere, the correct procedure would have been to leave this place first, call to inform the substation, then wait for the substation to send some other people. And as to whether the girl could be saved if they had done that, it would remain a mystery. Auxiliary policeman is also a cop. They are forcing a girl into prostitution right in front of us, and there certainly are more of those dirty deals going on behind our backs. Xiao Luo's expression dimmed as he shouted at the scarred man, "Last warning, release her now, or I will bring all of you back to the substation." "What do you mean by you will bring us all back? You mean your tiny substation is so big, can fit us all?" a sloppy-looking man said casually while whistling. The others all laughed out loudly. "Hey, little auxiliary policeman. If you could bring any one of us away, I will accept your surname," the scarred man said arrogantly with his nose lifted. "Fine then, your surname will be Xiao after this," Xiao Luo said faintly. As soon as he ended his words, he greeted the scarred man's face with his fist, instantly smashing his nose. The scarred man fell to the ground. He touched the blood that was oozing out from his nostrils and roared, "F***ck, kill him." The battle horn was thus sounded. Xiao Luo smirked. Don't mention these 40 to 50 people before him, he had no fear even if there were 100 of them. Anyone who was struck by his fist, feet, elbows, joints, were knocked down instantly, twitching and shrieking in pain. He would dispatch anyone that came within range of his fist and feet. Simple, efficient, and brutal. Elegant footwork or dodging wasn't necessary at all when dealing with such incompetent scumbags. The dull sound of fists on flesh echoed through the alley, accompanied by the rising and falling moans. Xuanhuan gawked in horror, forgetting to even move his legs. He couldn't believe that Xiao Luo had such brutal power and skill within him. He single-handedly put these 40 to 50 dragon gang members on the ground with only his pairs of hands and legs. He was literally a raging beast. Now that Xiao Luo had Jing, he could, in fact, not use his hands at all. He could just as easily dash around randomly like a raging bull and instantly knock down 5 to 6 people. A total rout without any suspense. After about 10 minutes, no one was left standing in the alley. Xiao Luo reached out his hands, grabbed the scarred man by his collar, and pulled him closer. The scarred man was suddenly as timid as a mouse. He said, "Don't forget that you are a cop. Cops can't simply hit people. I see that you have a scar on your face, and I thought you were vicious. Turns out that you're just garbage," Xiao Luo said chillingly, as he dropped him to the ground. His words triggered something in the scarred man. When Xiao Luo turned around and was walking to the girl, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a knife from his pocket. "Go to hell, you be **starred. With a bellowing roar, he dashed at Xiao Luo and viciously stabbed his back. However, as if he had eyes behind his back, Xiao Luo turned, pivoting with his left leg, then forcefully thrust his right leg and slammed it into the scarred man's chest. Bam! The impact sent a devastating force surging instantly through his body, and the scarred man could feel his internal organs trembling as he flew backward, spitting blood. Then he collapsed from the intense pain. Xuanhuan was in a stupor. His face was pale with fear, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Xiao Luo ignored him and went to the girl, inquiring her name, age, hometown, and the reason she was forced into prostitution. She was still quivering in fear, but felt reassured by Xiao Luo's presence and the uniform of an auxiliary police officer. She answered the questions one by one. She was from Shan province. After graduating from high school, she went looking for a job as she didn't gain admittance to any university. She came to Jiangqing via her middleman, but little did she know that her middleman was a nefarious pimp. After arriving at Jiangqing City, she was placed under his control. To force her into servitude and destroy her will to resist, 5 to 6 men raped her day and night, even going as far as to beat her with electric batons. Later on, she was brought to this filthy alley to serve customers. "Hausa, don't you feel anything after listening to her?" Xiao Luo turned around and asked Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan smiled bitterly. Anyone would have been infuriated listening to the girl's miserable experience, but he also had his own family. As an auxiliary policeman, how would he dare to fight against a colossal monster like the Dragon Gang? Xiao Luo turned back to the girl. "Aside from you, are there any others who are being threatened? No one is willing to become a toy for men. We were all threatened from the very beginning. But after going through despair and struggle, many of them could no longer resist and succumb to their fate." The next day, the Liren police substation was bustling with noise. The reason was that Xiao Luo had arrested 20 brothel patrons, 35 people who were controlling the business, and 45 prostitutes who were forced into the trade but whose will to resist still remained. "Brother, are you going against the heavens here?" Lu Taigua gulped as he was shocked by Xiao Luo's astonishing work. Xiao Luo shrugged his shoulders slightly and spread his hands in a silent reply, then followed his instructor went to Feng Yuqi's office. Before Feng Yuqi could speak, the instructor reprimanded Xiao Luo without giving him a chance to explain himself. He was in a sullen mood, and it showed on his face. "Xiao Luo, what the hell you think you're doing? Who told you to meddle with that area?" "Instructor, could you please answer my question before I answer yours?" "Speak. What is our duty as a cop?" Xiao Luo asked. The instructor snorted. "The police have to maintain social order, protect our citizens' safely, freedom and legal assets, and prevent, stop, and punish illegal and criminal activities." "All right then, I saw a lady being forced into prostitution last night. As a policeman, do you think I should interfere? Xiao Luo said coldly. Although it was the dragon gang he was dealing with, he didn't feel that what he did yesterday was wrong. You. The instructor was infuriated. You are an auxiliary policeman, not a criminal policeman, nor a regular police officer. You just have to inform the station, and we will send someone to handle it. It would have been too late by the time the station actually sent someone. The girl that was crying for help would have already been locked up in someplace long before that, Xiao Luo retorted. I think Xiao Luo will definitely be disciplined for this. He has arrested so many people, and they're all at once. Our lockup is almost full. Besides, the instructor's face was so icy and serious a while ago. He's probably berating Xiao Luo inside right now. Ma Pijin said to Lu Taigua outside. They're all criminals who broke the law. Why can't he arrest them? Lu Taigua uttered with a snort, speaking up for Xiao Luo. Ma Pijin crossed his arms firmly in front of his chest, unwilling to accept any other opinion. He then explained to Lu Taigua, like someone with vast experience offering earnest advice, it's not that he can't arrest them. It's that he shouldn't overstep his role and create trouble. The district station should be the one to deal with this kind of criminal activity, where so many people are involved. Our substation is only a small place on a lower level. The main responsibility for us is to solve the ordinary civil dispute. It's not our part to crack down on serious crime. Lu Taigua snorted lightly in disagreement and didn't bother to respond. Ma Pijin continued to speak, you just wait and see. Xiao Luo will certainly pay for his action. This could even be the end of his career with the auxiliary police. What a hothead. He's crazy about gaining some honor but doesn't realize he has to follow the rules to do the business. Ma Pijin was gloating, and it certainly did not sound like he sympathized with or pitied Xiao Luo. He could hardly bear the sight of Xiao Luo. He hated his personality and was envious of his excellence during training camp. And now, he couldn't wait to see Xiao Luo being punished for his faux pas or better yet, even expelled from the force. Spite, such was often the outcome of envy and jealousy. Inside the office of Feng Yuqi, the station chief, the instructor was infuriated. He couldn't believe Xiao Luo would have the gall to speak in such a way, not to mention those nasty insinuations. His ears turned red as he was lost for words. When I came to report for duty the day before yesterday, the station chief told us himself that a policeman shouldn't be afraid of trouble. Anyone afraid of trouble shouldn't join the police force. I took it seriously and acted strictly by that principle. Now the instructor is criticizing me for provoking people in that filthy place. Does that mean the instructor doesn't agree with the station chief's opinion? PHFFT. Feng Yuqi was sitting on the chair, listening as they laid out their arguments and drinking tea as he did so. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, he almost spurted out his tea and was momentarily stumped. He composed himself quickly and said, "Smartass, it turns out you've been waiting to use my words against me." You're right. I did say that a police officer should not be afraid of trouble. But who would think you are so reckless as to dare encroach into the district station's jurisdiction? The instructor nodded sternly as if he finally caught Xiao Luo's vulnerable point. He echoed instantly, exactly. Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Overstepping your authority. You're only a mere auxiliary police officer. Who gave you the power to make arrests? And who gave you the right to talk to your supervisors in this way? Xiao Luo was not in a mood to argue further with such a self-righteous and petty official. He decided to remain silent and only offered a deadpan look to anything more the instructor had to say. Xiao Luo, you can leave for now, Feng Yuqi said firmly, but not in a harsh way. Yes. Xiao Luo saluted his chief, turned around, and left the room. He didn't even glance at the instructor on the way out. Old Feng, look at this youngster. He shows no respect for elders and superiors. So haughty and arrogant. Irked, the instructor seemed to be blowing off steams through his nose like an agitated bull before a fight. Feng Yuqi casually sipped on his tea, laughing, and he said, I actually find this young man interesting. Brother Xiao, how did it go? What did the station chief and the instructor have to say? Lu Taigua hurried forward, concerned, as soon as Xiao Luo came out. Standing close by, Ma Pijin sneered, what else could they say? They definitely told him off and put him in his place with a stern warning. It's not like they were going to reward him. Xiao Luo glared coldly at Ma Pijin, then said in a calm but threatening tone, you better hold your tongue unless you want me to introduce my knuckles to your teeth. You're a lout. Ma Pijin did worry that Xiao Luo would actually beat him up. He threw a quick comment before promptly removing himself from harm's way. Lu Taigua looked at Ma Pijin slinking away, and with a look of disgust and said to Xiao Luo, he is just an annoying *SS kisser. You don't need to be bothered by him. This kind of person is no different from those fat flies that can be found on smelly piles of *T. Xiao Luo smiled. Needless to say, he wasn't paying any attention to Ma Pijin, and only threatened him to get under his skin. By the way, what on earth did the station chief and the instructor say? They didn't say they're going to punish you, did they? Lu Taigua asked with grave concern. Xiao Luo curled up his lips and said, don't worry, Brother Gua. Everything is fine. As he was speaking, he couldn't help noticing that a rude, boorish woman scolding the police officer who was questioning her at his desk. Take out your evidence if you have any. If you don't have any proof to show I stole anything, you better let me go immediately. Otherwise, I will get a lawyer and sue you for unlawful custody. Behaving with unbearable insolence, her harsh voice was so loud and disturbing that it could be heard from all corners of the entire substation. After catching a glimpse of Xiao Luo staring at her, she immediately thumped on the table and yelled up a storm, D*MN, you auxiliary police. What are you looking like? Have you never seen a beautiful woman like me? Xiao Luo frowned, turning to Lu Taigua, who was next to him, and asked, what's the deal with this woman? She stole a wallet. The surveillance camera caught footage of her. But they couldn't find the wallet that she took. You see, even old Zhang is too afraid to speak loudly. This woman is so difficult to deal with. Lu Taigua whispered to Xiao Luo. The old Zhang Lu Taigua referred to as the police officer who was questioning the woman. He was counting down his days to retirement and didn't care to make any slips that would affect his pension. In such a situation, he would instead let the guilty ones go rather than risk making a wrongfully arrest. Turns out to be a female thief. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows, feeling a pang of disappointment, frustrated by the ways of the world. The woman thought she could escape from the charge of theft if she behaved churlishly, to add to her fierce and unreasonable personality. She was quite sure that Xiao Luo was a newcomer who could be pushed around. She had noticed that he was only a young auxiliary police officer, fair in complexion, and had a face she had never seen before. Picking up from where she left off moments ago, she vented her anger directly on Xiao Luo and said, Hey, I was talking to you, you damn auxiliary police. Don't you pretend to be deaf. How did a suckling of a boy like you become a police officer? Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to police forces with your stupid look? Hey, still playing dead and pretending you can't hear me? *CK your mother and all of your families. Xiao Luo was viciously cursed with such venom for merely taking a glance at her. Many other auxiliary police officers in the substation were furious at the treatment he got. Only Ma Pijin took great pleasure and satisfaction from watching the commotion. But Xiao Luo was no pushover. He walked straight up to the woman and stared down at her from a height. His cold, chiseled face filled with disdain. He said, Are you a shrew yelling abuse in the street? Unfortunately, this is not the street, It's the police station. You better behave yourself. Otherwise. Otherwise, what? Are you going to lynch me? The woman suddenly shot up from her chair, screaming at the top of her lungs, her expression uncouth and ill-bred. You'd *MN auxiliary police, I'm setting myself against you right now. If you can't find evidence to prove that I stole the wallet, I will definitely hire lawyers to sue you and your *TTY police station. You really think I wouldn't do anything to you? Xiao Luo said in a cold voice. The woman felt an anxious fear creeping upon her. But she was emboldened and confident that the young auxiliary officer in front of her wouldn't dare to lay his hands on her. She climbed on her chair and stared eye to eye at Xiao Luo angrily, and sneered, "Good. Come on. Hit me. You're *king bastard if you dare." Standing on her chair, the woman only rose a little taller than Xiao Luo. She placed her hands aggressively on the hips and cursed at Xiao Luo like a furious witch. The words she spewed were filled with foul invectives and disgusting, inappropriate references to his entire ancestral line. All in all, she was quite a nasty piece of work. Enough. You're in a police station. I can charge you with insulting police officers if you keep going like this. Old Zhang let out a dry cough and reminded her. The woman became even more aggressive and said, "Insulting police officers? Stop talking to me in this bureaucratic tone. How dare this *MN auxiliary police call himself a police officer? He's no more than a fart in my eyes." Xiao Luo smiled and turned around without saying a further word. Thinking Xiao Luo had given in, the woman was puffed up with arrogance and got carried away. She screamed even louder at Xiao Luo, *MN auxiliary police, why did you leave? Come back here. Didn't you say you're going to hit me? Come on. You bastard, son of a *TCH. If you don't have the guts. Bending slightly, Xiao Luo picked up the chair next to him, turned around, and smashed it right into the frenzied woman. Bang! It all happened in a split second. The vile and incessant curses came to an abrupt stop. The despicable woman with the foul mouth was thrown back several meters, landing hard on the floor. An expression of panic and fear appeared on her wide-eyed face. She let out a blood-curdling scream pointing at the blood in her mouth. For a second, everyone froze in the police station lobby. They looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief, with shock in their eyes. They never thought Xiao Luo would pick up a chair and attack a woman in a police station. But despite the excessive reaction, for the most part, the officers actually felt a sense of delight. She had it coming, and they wished they could have given it to her as well. Attack. Police brutality. Almost beat me to death. Coming out of her stupor, the woman realized what just happened and started rolling on the ground and acting hysterically. Xiao Luo strode toward her and looked down on her with piercing, cold eyes. You. What are you going to do? I can sue you, you. The woman shrunk in terror. She could see now that the auxiliary police officer standing in front of her was not someone to be trifled with. He had a cold, devil-like face when angered. Didn't you say I don't have the guts to hit you? I'm going to hit you now, just to show it to you. As Xiao Luo reached out to slowly pick up another chair, his wicked smile convinced the woman what was about to happen next. Could he be planning on teaching this woman another lesson? Everyone in the room shuddered at the thought. The look of unbridled anger on Xiao Luo's face frightened them. Old Zhang sensed the situation was turning nasty and hurried to stop Xiao Luo. He said, "Xiao Luo. It's enough. Don't ruin your career over this kind of woman. Old Zhang, just pretend you didn't see anything." Xiao Luo forced a smile at the man. The smile was quite disturbing in other people's eyes. Ma Pijin stood up at that moment. He pointed at Xiao Luo and said harshly, "Xiao Luo, you have done enough. Do you really think the police station is your house where you can do whatever you want? Ma Pijin was waging a tit-for-tat against Xiao Luo. Standing on the legal and moral high ground this time, he admonished Xiao Luo forcefully. Finding in Ma Pijin a straw to clutch at, she dramatically appealed for his help. Officer, please stop him. This man is crazy. Don't worry, lady. We won't let him run wild. Ma Pijin promised that to her in all sincerity. He then continued to chide Xiao Luo again. Xiao Luo, you need to stop your abuse right now. Otherwise, I will arrest you and hold you responsible according to the law even though we're colleagues. Ass kisser, I usually don't bother to pay attention to you. I now find you aggravating. Xiao Luo forced out a cruel laugh, then deliberately stepped on the woman's hand. Although he didn't apply much pressure, the hard sole of his leather shoe made the woman scream like a pig before slaughter. Ai! You. Intimidated, Ma Pijin broke out into a cold sweat. He immediately thought about instigating everyone in the room to berate Xiao Luo. He shouted, Xiao Luo deliberately broke the law. Let's hurry to stop him. We can't let him keep committing crimes. To his chagrin, no one responded to him. All the police officers who were looking on simply went back to whatever they were doing before. Answering the phone, writing reports, pretending that they did not hear or see anything. You all. Ma Pijin felt wronged by his colleagues, and not a little embarrassed as well. He wondered why everyone shut their eyes to it when Xiao Luo was clearly doing something wrong. Fine. I will go find the station chief since you all too afraid to act. Ma Pijin said defiantly and ran straight to the station chief's office. After a few minutes, the chief's door swung open, and Ma Pijin walked out, disheartened. Not only Feng Yuqi did not support him, but he was also given an earful by the chief. Do you have to bother me for this kind of trivial matter? What the hell do I need you all for? Feng Yuqi made clear where he stood. Ma Pijin didn't understand what he did wrong. Why did everyone choose to side with that lout, Xiao Luo? Hit a snag? Lu Taigua asked with a chuckle. Ma Pijin pulled a long face and glared angrily. With the size of our station, how could it be possible that the station chief didn't know what was happening outside his office? Ass kisser, your cleverness indeed overreached itself. Lu Taigua said to Ma Pijin. Oh, by the way, I need to tell you, the wallet that the woman stole was found. It was hidden inside of her bra and fell out when Brother Xiao Luo grabbed her feet upside down and shook her a little. With the surveillance footage and the stolen goods, the woman's theft charge is now substantiated. Lu Taigua piped in further, with his hands together under his chin, tapping on his fingers and smiling with glee. What? She really was a thief? Ma Pijin felt devastated and demoralized at the same time when he heard it from Lu Taigua. He turned his head and watched the woman in the chair. She looked dejected and was now making a truthful account to old Zhang about what happened. As for Xiao Luo, he stuck his hands in the pockets and walked toward Ma Pijin. Almost in reflex, Ma Pijin jumped out of the way for Xiao Luo, with eyes full of fright. Brother Xiao, tell me. How on earth did you find out the wallet was hidden in the woman's bra? Lu Taigua was fawning and expressing his deep admiration for Xiao Luo. He had found the wallet that even old Zhang, with his seniority and experience, couldn't. For anyone looking, it would seem like he was infatuated. I didn't know in the beginning. I only realized it when I hit the woman with the chair. Xiao Luo answered honestly. Even though he used a chair, it still felt different when the chair hit on the woman's chest. Ha ha ha. You're so awesome. I couldn't admire you enough. Lu Taigua burst out a roar with laughter. He then said, Congratulations. Let's play video games tonight. The boy is quite good. Feng Yuqi had understood what had just happened as he watched through the blinds in his office. His praise was naturally for Xiao Luo's action. The instructor scorned dismissively, "He's quite good?" What a typical hothead would strike a blow at a single word of disagreement. This kind of fearless characters will probably get us into trouble someday. You can't only look at one side of things. Everything needs to be considered from both sides. Feng Yuqi rested his chin on the back of his hands and said with a smile, "This Xiao Luo is a double-edged sword. If we can use him properly, he will be a natural enemy against crime. Didn't the district station say we're negligent and have far less achievement compared to other substations? I was very concerned and was just looking into that. By good fortune, this youngster, Xiao Luo, has come right in time." "Station Chief, are you saying you want to put Xiao Luo in a key frontline position?" The instructor looked surprised. Feng Yuqi only responded with a mysterious smile. The instructor gulped. He had worked with Feng Yuqi for too long, not to realize what Feng Yuqi had meant. But putting the hothead Xiao Luo in a frontline position? It was so reckless and irresponsible. How was he not afraid that the youngster would make a huge mess? Xiao Luo returned home and turned on his computer. He couldn't help but shake his head when he realized his internet firewall was being hacked. It was that hacker bailing again. For the past few weeks, this bailing had been persistent, relentlessly trying to crack his firewall and obtain information from his computer. He typed a message right way, "You really want to break into my computer that badly?" "Yes." In the women's dorm of Huaya University, Bai Ling replied with pure determination. She then thought for a moment and sent another message, "Yeah, I want to know you." Xiao Luo smiled softly and typed to reply, "We already know each other, don't we?" "No, I meant in real life. Let's wait till you crack my firewall." After typing the last sentence, Xiao Luo shut down his laptop and went to the bathroom to shower. He had full confidence in his firewall security and decided to use it to reject Bailing's request. Bai Ling bit on her lips in annoyance. Xiao Luo's words stirred up her desire to take him on his challenge. Now she had no choice but to break into his computer. 3 days later, a bombshell was dropped at the Liren police substation. Feng Yuqi had made an exception and submitted an application for Xiao Luo to become a regular police officer. Through the connections he had, the application was approved by the district station within a short time, which meant Xiao Luo was no longer auxiliary police, but a full-fledged police officer. Ma Pijin was beside himself with jealousy on finding out about this. Many people envied Xiao Luo as well. They knew the process for auxiliary police to become a permanent police officer on regular payroll was fraught with difficulty. Some people didn't have the opportunity to apply even after working for several years. On the contrary, Xiao Luo had already achieved it only 4 days after arriving at the station. It was simply unbelievable. Haha. I'm really excited for brother Xiao Luo. Somehow, he became a permanent police officer. I can follow him and have a good time from now on. Lu Taigua congratulated Xiao Luo loudly on purpose while being next to Ma Pijin. With a resentful face, Ma Pijin smashed his fist on the table, said, "Xiao Luo must have pulled some strings. Otherwise, there is no way that he would be put on regular payroll so fast. These kinds of people who abuse connections are so shameless. Look, *SS kisser, you still don't get it. Brother Xiao Luo was promoted for his ability. Why don't you arrest dozens of criminals if you're so capable? I guarantee the station chief would break every rule and have you promoted as well." Lu Taigua felt absolutely delighted and derived great satisfaction from looking at Ma Pijin's frustrated and angry face. "Lu Taigua, why are you always going against me?" Ma Pijin asked in an offended tone. "No one is going against you. You are doing this to yourself. We all came from the same training camp. Why are you always so jealous of Xiao Luo's achievement? As we were all classmates at the training camp, isn't his promotion beneficial for all of us? Why can't you understand this? Lu Taigua answered, feeling annoyed. Ma Pijin sneered, it's not that I don't understand this. I just don't want to advance, by nepotism as Xiao Luo did. You're sick. Very sick. Lu Taigua had had enough of Ma Pijin, but before he left, he said, I remind you one more time. Xiao Luo was promoted for his ability. The nepotism you mentioned is only in your head. It's a fiction of your imagination. Ma Pijin ground his teeth and tried hard to contain his anger. He just couldn't accept the fact that Xiao Luo was an official police officer now. Do you know why I promoted you? Inside the station chief's office, Feng Yuqi looked at Xiao Luo straight in the eyes, but it was a look associated with the high expectations of one appreciating a precious treasure. I don't know. I hope the station chief can tell me. Xiao Luo shook his head and answered candidly. He certainly didn't anticipate anything good, instead, he was wondering if the station would punish him for the incident at the yard. Much to his surprise, not only was he not censured, he was rewarded with a promotion. It was beyond all expectations. Because you're resolute and dare to stand up to your opponents, I want you to be the sword of our station and crack down on those filthy criminal activities, said Feng Yuqi. Xiao Luo was astounded by Feng Yuqi's words. He didn't realize Feng Yuqi was such a forthright station chief who was bold and decisive in action. He had promoted Xiao Luo precisely to grant him more authority and afford him the freedom to carry out his future mission. Chief, do you mean it? I already promoted you. Is that not enough to show my seriousness? Feng Yuqi took out a red book from his drawer and handed it to Xiao Luo, said, take it and have a look. I prepared this for you as well. Xiao Luo didn't need to open it at all. The yellow characters were printed clearly on the cover, firearm license. With this firearm license, he would be allowed to carry a weapon when he went out for patrols or other police missions. Of course, carrying a gun did not mean he could act recklessly. The usage of the weapon and the number of ammunition rounds discharged were strictly controlled and monitored. And he would have to prepare a detailed report any time he fired the gun. Besides this, you can pick 3 auxiliary police officers to be your direct subordinates to assist you. Xiao Luo, you go out there and do a good job. I have confidence in you. Feng Yuqi said keenly, and his eyes showed he meant it. Yes, sir. I will never waste station chief's trust and guidance. Holding up his head and pushing out his chest, Xiao Luo answered in a clear, firm voice. He initially felt that he was hamstrung in the role of auxiliary police. He had finally gotten what he wished for since Feng Yuqi had freed him from those restraints, and now gave him the latitude to carry out his job. Station chief, to be honest, I'm feeling quite restless. What if Xiao Luo really brings back trouble now that we have given the authority to him? After Xiao Luo left, the instructor was troubled and asked Feng Yuqi in an anxious voice. Feng Yuqi casually poured a cup of hot tea, sat down and took a sip, said, You're too cautious and have too many fears. How are you going to fight the criminals this way? I admire Xiao Luo's style. He's like a fierce tiger. A tiger locked in a cage can't achieve anything. We can only appreciate its value once we set it free. I have had enough of waiting all these years. It's time for us to put more pressure on those B***stards. Can Xiao Luo do it? Those are a bunch of vicious killers. If we took any action, all of our families will be threatened by them. A fearful look was in the instructor's eyes. Being a police officer didn't mean he was not afraid of anything. They had to compromise all this time, for the sake of their family's safety, when dealing with very influential and powerful criminals. Feng Yuqi slammed down the lid of the teacup. With a strong sense of justice, he raised his head and said, Sometimes, we have to choose to gamble. He stood up and walked to the window. A smile formed on the corner of his mouth as he looked at the scene outside. The weather is changing. The instructor widened his eyes and looked at the broad back of Feng Yuqi. Only now did he realize how determined Feng Yuqi was about striking out at the Dragon Gang. As instructed by the police chief, Xiao Luo was to pick 3 auxiliary policemen to make up his team, and he picked Lu Taigua, Yi Qiu, and Wang Lihu. He hadn't planned on pulling Lu Taigua into this, not since he owed Lu Taigua a favor, and he really did not want to put him in any danger. But in the end, Lu Taigua insisted, and Xiao Luo couldn't dissuade him from being a part of the team. As for the other 2, Yi Qiu and Wang Lihu were both born troublemakers, and that was well known among the police officers in the station. They had worked for 2 years, but yet a promotion was nowhere in sight for them. It wasn't because they did not have the necessary skills and experience, but rather because they would often get into trouble. For instance, they were supposed to mediate a dispute between city patrol officers and melon farmers. Not only did they fail to resolve the conflict, they even sided with the melon farmers and beat up the city patrol officers. In another incident, Yi Qiu and Wang Lihu chased an alleged thief that got away. However, after they caught him, they didn't question him at all, before hitting him with sticks and knocked out 2 teeth. Later investigations then revealed that the person was, in fact, not a thief at all. A couple happened to have a fight, and the wife lied to the police about her husband being a thief for them to catch him. Therefore, people in the substation put a label on Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu, thugs in uniforms. Xiao Luo chose them because he took a fancy to their character of daring to stand up to criminals, or to anyone else for that matter. He did not want to rope in chicken-hearted cowards, but instead, tusked beasts who was not afraid to tear up the enemy. As it turned out, Yi Qiu and Wang Lihu deeply resented that a fresh auxiliary police officer had gotten the chance to become a regular officer in next to no time. In addition to that, they also despised Xiao Luo because Ma Pijin had been planting the seeds of discontent among his colleagues to convince them that Xiao Luo was only promoted because of his connections. First, prove you have the ability to be our boss. Otherwise, I would rather spend my time hanging around in the station than being a lackey behind your *SS. Wang Lihu was standing with his legs spread apart and spoke gruffly to Xiao Luo in the police substation yard. There was not a shred of respect in his eyes, only resentment. He was a tall and sturdy fellow, 6 feet tall and weighing more than 200 pounds, and had stubble on his jaw. Standing in the yard, he looked every bit a conceited and arrogant thug in uniform. Yi Qiu also turned up his nose at Xiao Luo and echoed Wang Lihu's stand. He spoke with a squeaky voice, "That's right. People who don't have a kill or 2 don't deserve to be our boss." He had a smaller build and a thin, angular face. His oily skin was shiny under the sunshine. Wang Lihu, Yi Qiu, this is the appointment made by the station, so don't you try to pick holes in this on purpose. Bring it to the station chief if you have any disagreement. Lu Taigua spoke up for Xiao Luo. We're not like someone who has a deep background. How dare we bring anything up with the station chief? Yi Qiu squeaked, making insinuations. You. Lu Taigua was annoyed. He was genuinely happy for Xiao Luo for his promotion. However, people in the station had been gossiping in recent days about how Xiao Luo only became a permanent officer because of his connection. He could hardly contain his anger for these rumors. Looking at Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu, Xiao Luo smiled slightly and said, "I can see that you 2 are not convinced." Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu exchanged a look and answered in chorus, "Of course we're not. You sound very confident. I bet you both have some skills. Tell me, what can you do?" Xiao Luo didn't want to waste words on them. He chose the easiest and the most straightforward way. He would beat them to submission if he had to. Everyone, stop now. Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu are not willing to take orders from Xiao Luo and are messing with him outside right now. An auxiliary police officer rushed into the office and described the scene in the yard with his loud voice. Even an idiot would know this would happen. Those two are well-known troublemakers in the station. Xiao Luo was asking for trouble when he picked them to work for him. Wang Lihu is endowed with extraordinary strength. He can easily lift a pig that weighs hundreds of pounds. Even 5 people couldn't hold him down when he throws his weight about. How would he possibly succumb to Xiao Luo? Yes, that Yi Qiu is not an easy one to deal with either. He used to practice hawk's claw boxing. His hands can tear skin effortlessly, almost better than knives. They're all martial arts practitioners. Some people sighed, some sympathized with Xiao Luo, while some thought he had it coming and were gloating. Many people were jealous of Xiao Luo being promoted so soon and would have loved to see Xiao Luo being humiliated in public. Ma Pijin, for example, had to keep himself from dancing around to express his joy. He stood up with relish and shouted to the crowd, "Let's go. Let's go out and have a look. Xiao Luo is a skinny guy. I hope he won't be crushed by Wang Lihu's fist." His words were filled with mockery and derision. Maybe he wanted to witness Xiao Luo being embarrassed so badly that he forgot that Xiao Luo had once fought off Yan Wang back in the training camp. Soon after, the crowd went outside and became the audience by the side. Xiao Luo had already learned about what Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu could do from their remarks. He pointed at Wang Lihu and said casually, "Make a decision. Do you want a match on strength or boxing?" Wang Lihu was taken by surprise initially. He snorted and said, "Let's compete in strength. I'm afraid I may beat you to death if we tried boxing." "Good. Let's compete in strength, as you said," Xiao Luo said with an indifferent shrug. "You're overestimating yourself." Wang Lihu sneered, then strode to a police motorcycle, parked in the yard. He lowered his body in a horse-riding stance. With his left hand grabbing on the handlebars and the right hand on the rear shock absorber, he took a deep breath and let out a deep howl. The muscles on his entire body were taut, and the veins were bulging. The motorcycle was slowly hefted above the ground. With another roar, the whole bike was lifted over his head. At that moment, he looked mighty and fierce. Everyone at the station was dumbstricken. Even though they already knew Wang Lihu had great strength, they were still shocked now that they had seen it with their own eyes. It was not a typical motorcycle, but a police patrol motorcycle, which weighed more than 500 pounds. Even one person could hardly help it stand up if it fell on the side. Yet Wang Lihu had lifted it over his head. How could they not be astonished by it? "Awesome!" Ma Pijin applauded and cheered for Wang Lihu in great excitement. Other people started to applaud following Ma Pijin's lead. Wang Lihu's performance indeed deserved such applause. Born with extraordinary strength. It's such a pity Wang Lihu didn't join the national weightlifting team. Watching from the office on the second floor, Feng Yuqi couldn't help joking about it. The instructor shook his head and said in frustration, "You need to care more about Xiao Luo. He's asking for trouble by competing in strength with Wang Lihu. Don't be so sure." Xiao Luo read Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu's files before he selected and knew about them already. He must have a way to subdue them since he insisted on picking them on his team. "Have a little patience and wait and see." Feng Yuqi laughed. He was still very confident about Xiao Luo. "Hiya." The instructor exhaled a long sigh. He really didn't understand why the station chief trusted Xiao Luo so much. Bang! Wang Lihu put down the patrol motorcycle with a loud bang, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. "It's your turn now." Wang Lihu turned around and looked at Xiao Luo. He spoke to him with a confident smile as he dusted his hands off. Yi Qiu also shot Xiao Luo a mocking look and sneered, "Xiao Luo, I would quit if I were you. The game is not worth the candle if you pulled your back." Xiao Luo didn't respond. He gave them a soft smile and walked directly to the same motorcycle. He can't be thinking that he can lift the motorcycle too, can he? Someone said in suspicion. With his build? Stop joking around. Another person snickered. Xiao Luo stretched out his hand and pushed the motorcycle gently as if he was estimating its weight. Wang Lihu couldn't help but ridiculed, I was flattering you when I said you overestimated yourself. You're simply a sham who is going to make a fool of yourself. Xiao Luo didn't pay attention to him. He shook his head at the motorcycle and turned away. Looks like you have some self-awareness after all. You know when to give up. The grin on Wang Lihu's face was even broader. He said, since you quit, why don't you talk to the station chief and pick someone else? I have no intention of being your. His voice ceased all of a sudden, and the smile on his face froze. He was left aghast with his mouth open. Everyone else on the spot was staggered and couldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes. Because Xiao Luo lifted the front of the police car parked in the yard with one hand. Not only that, but he also held the chassis with his left hand and grabbed the front bumper with his right hand. Using the strength from his shoulder, he raised the entire police car up in the air. If Wang Lihu was powerful and fierce before, at this moment, Xiao Luo was imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers. How could this be possible? Ma Pijin's face was filled with astonishment. Lu Taigua was knocked sideways. He mumbled to himself, oh my god. Brother Xiao Luo is beyond words, he lifted a car that weighs at least 2 or 3 tons. Feng Yuqi and the instructor were dumbfounded as well in the office on the second floor. The stupefaction dried their mouths. They gulped down saliva involuntarily. The entire yard of the police substation was silenced in shock. Bang! The police car was put down by Xiao Luo and smashed hard on the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. The loud sound brought people back from the daze. They now looked at Xiao Luo in awe and veneration. Monster! That was people's assessment of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo turned his head to look at Wang Lihu and asked in a gentle voice, are you persuaded? Wang Lihu ground his teeth and clenched his fists. He would have tried to lift the car himself before if he had anticipated Xiao Luo to have such powerful strength. However, he would be reaching his limit even if he could actually uplift the car. There was no way for him to do it as effortlessly as Xiao Luo did. I'm not persuaded. Yi Qiu suddenly launched his attack with an angry roar. He rushed forward at full speed and reached Xiao Luo in a split second. He stomped the left foot on the ground and stopped abruptly. Using the forward momentum, his hands became claws, and his 10 fingers struck at Xiao Luo's chest with incomparable power. With a slashing sound, Xiao Luo's uniform was torn apart like a tattered rag, almost as if he was attacked by a hungry wolf. Fortunately, Xiao Luo backed up in time and wasn't injured physically. It was only his innerwear that was exposed. Even so, it made the onlookers at the scene gasped in dismay. They thought that Yi Qiu indeed reached the acme of perfection of the hawk's claw boxing. Even without long fingernails, his fingertips were still sharp like knives. How frightening. Yi Qiu, why did you make a sneak attack? Lu Taigua criticized him loudly. However, nothing could register in Yi Qiu's brain right now. Growling and snarling in a frenzy, he bounded into the air again and thrashed toward Xiao Luo with his hands. With the whistling wind, his blade-like fingers fiercely streaked across the air. Xiao Luo was moving back while fighting against Yi Qiu. From an outsider's view, he was the underdog in the race and was suppressed by Yi Qiu. While in fact, he was observing Yi Qiu's hawk's claw boxing technique. One of the advantages of Yi Jing was that it allowed the practitioner to learn and copy other types of martial arts. After studying for about 5 minutes, Xiao Luo stopped retreating. He moved forward for the first time, jumped up and flipped in the air. Under great risk, he dodged Yi Qiu's savage fingers as he landed on tiptoe. He instantly leaned forward with his right hand forming a stiff claw, and grasped on Yi Qiu's hand as fast as a flash of lightning. The tips of Xiao Luo's fingers dug in Yi Qiu's hand and held it in a vice-like grip. He then yanked Yi Qiu's arm across harshly, throwing him off his balance. Ah! Yi Qiu howled in pain, his arms shivering. You lost. Xiao Luo gazed at him emotionlessly. The table was turned so fast that the people around them didn't have time to react. Where did you learn the hawk's claw boxing style? Even suffering excruciating pain, Yi Qiu was still astounded that he had been defeated by his own boxing style. It was a type of kung fu handed down from the Yi family's ancestors. How could Xiao Luo know it too? I just learned it from you. Xiao Luo gave an honest answer. Did he learn it just now? Did he master the Yi family's hawk's claw boxing in a few minutes? Yi Qiu had practiced studiously for more than 20 years. There was no way Yi Qiu would believe that. He was certain Xiao Luo was talking nonsense. Being the troublemakers in the station, he and Wang Lihu had enjoyed unshakable Freemasonry. Right now, he didn't care about anything else anymore. He turned his head and shouted at Wang Lihu, Laohu, what are you waiting for? Come, help me. Ha! Wang Lihu bellowed and rushed toward Xiao Luo, waving his giant fists. Xiao Luo kicked Yi Qiu out of the way. His right hand flattened and blocked Wang Lihu's blow. He smiled while shaking his head, said, Aren't you proud of your strength? Even a random martial practitioner could have fended off this punch. Wang Lihu looked at his fist in a daze. He knew perfectly about his strength. Even 20% of it was enough to knock ordinary people out. He immediately stepped back from Xiao Luo and spoke in an insolent voice, I was worried you won't be able to take it. Since you aren't satisfied with my hit, I will spare no effort now. Just to my liking. Xiao Luo looked at him calmly, and a smile remained on his face. Arf! Bellowing like a beast, Wang Lihu exerted his strength and stomped on the ground. The strength of his entire body surged toward his right fist and propelled a strike. Xiao Luo's pupils dilated. The power in Wang Lihu's fist made him excited as if his blood was boiling. I will stop you now. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Luo roared and greeted Wang Lihu with his own fist. Bang! The fists crashed together. Wang Lihu's fist was stopped. The force gushed back to him like a raging river. His shaking body flung away violently as if he was hit by a train. He didn't stop until hitting the wall of the yard. Xiao Luo, on the contrary, maintained his posture, unwavering and upright like a pine tree. The yard was so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone stared at Xiao Luo's slender figure in a stupor. At that moment, Xiao Luo was magnificent and untouchable in their minds. He did not have a massive build, nor was he ripping with muscles, and yet exhibited such tremendous strength and power, which was literally beyond human. The crowd in Liren police substation yard just stared wide-eyed at Xiao Luo, who stood upright, oblivious to his own superhuman feat. Everyone was awestruck and could barely recover from the tremendous shock. A completely one-sided victory, this, Xiao Luo, he. The instructor watching from the second-floor office was trembling and was in such a state of disbelief that he was mumbling incoherently. I've said, he's a fierce tiger. Feng Yuqi said with great excitement. In the yard, Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu acknowledged their defeat, and from here on would not think to ever look down on Xiao Luo anymore. As practitioners of the martial arts, they walked up to show their respect towards Xiao Luo, knelt down with one knee, and bowed with their fists clenched against each other. Boss, I, Wang Lihu, will follow you anywhere and everywhere, you have my service at your command. I, Yi Qiu, will do the same. I hope, boss, that you will be magnanimous and not mind our past wrongdoings. Please forgive our disrespect just now. Both of them were straightforward fellows. As Xiao Luo had thoroughly won them over with his supreme display of power and skills. With such capabilities, he was a worthy man to follow. You guys got your C's hooped and are finally convinced now? Lu Taigua came over and laughed at them. Yeah, we're convinced, totally convinced. Both Wang Lihu and Yiqiu blushed and said awkwardly. Xiao Luo smiled and said, get up and clean yourselves up, then follow me for patrol. Roger. They got up and saluted smartly with their heads up and backs straight. Liren was a small town in the Guangming district. Although it was small in size, it was very prosperous. It could even be compared to an affluent provincial city. This was largely a result of Jiangqing's enormous commitment to its economic development. Liren's burgeoning success could be attributed to the multiple large-scale industrial areas close to its borders. The boom of its industrial parks had attracted countless people from all over the world. And this attracted all sorts of people, not only professionals and skilled workers, but undesirable elements of society also made their way there. This had heightened the need for more visible public security presence as incidents of street crime and gang fights became commonplace. Xiao Luo had known that Dragon Gang's primary operations in this area were the red light districts. There were 3 such areas, and all were located close to the industrial zones. It was good business sense, as many of their employees had sizable disposal incomes and could easily afford social escort services. Splurging 100 yuan or 2 for a night of fun would not put a dent in their wallets. He had only recently cracked down on one of the red light districts by himself, so there were 2 left behind for him to clean up. Xiao Luo parked his motorbike at a sentry post with a clear view of the commercial street, now milling with a crowd of people seeking the thrills of nightlife. He had no business there during the day, as that street would only be filled with people scurrying hither and thither on business errands. However, after dark, its true colors would emerge and that street would be transformed into something very different. There were flyers on the floor, post-it notes on walls, even the power supply boxes, and they were all little advertisements for sexual services. Xiao Luo looked at the small stream that had now turned into a filthy, disgusting sewer and frowned. Everyone was trying every possible way to get themselves a place in a big city, but they were only drawn to its beautiful facade, neglecting its dark, ugly side. Ding. 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 The familiar sound of a monotonous ringtone brought him out of his contemplation. Xiao Luo took the phone from his pocket and checked. It was Zhang Dashan. He accepted the call by swiping right. What's up, Dashan? You motherfu *cur, can't I call you even if I've no issues? I haven't heard from you for a couple of days, can you be more aware that you should give me a call every other day? You haven't been keeping in contact with me for so long, I almost thought that Dragon Gang had cut you to pieces already. Zhang Dashan snapped. Xiao Luo frowned, spit it out. If there's a problem, let me know, if not, I'm hanging up. I'm busy and not free to chit-chat now. It was a rule in the station that a policeman on duty was not allowed to speak on the phone. Being suited in his police uniform to deal with Dragon Gang, he felt that obliged to obey the rules. What the *ck are you busy with? I'm in charge of Luo's workshop, so what else do you have to be busy with? I'm hanging. Don't. I have something serious to talk about. Can you cut the crap? Xiao Luo wished that he could kick him up the posterior, and said impatiently, so what's going on, spit it out. Zhang Dashan cleared his throat and said, what else could it be? It's your very own romantic debt, Sis Huang is here for you. Xiao Luo frowned even harder, then asked irritably, who's Sis Huang? You better stop giving me bullshit. I ain't giving you bullshit, it's Huang Ruoren from Huaya University. The girl who was almost raped by the 5 gangsters, you've forgotten? Zhang Dashan cautioned. Huang Ruoren. Xiao Luo suddenly remembered, and had he not been reminded by Zhang Dashan, he would have forgotten entirely about the bunch of people from Huaya University. Why'd she look for me? Wait, how did she know my location? F***ck, she saw me. I'm sort of a role model for juniors now since the public trial clip had gone viral, and Sis Huang had watched that clip. So, she came straight to the headquarters of Luo's workshop. To be honest, Sis Huang had visited a few times, but was stopped by the security guard every time. She even tried trespassing. I happened to run into her today, by coincidence, as I passed by the company's gate. If not, I wouldn't have known that Sis Huang came all the way to the company to find me. Hearing that gave Xiao Luo a headache. When he had appointed Zhang Dashan as Luo's workshop spokesperson, he had overlooked the fact that Huang Ruoren had seen Zhang Dashan before. He had already put Huaya University behind him, but now it seemed that they were back in his life. So what should I do? She's now waiting in the guest room and won't leave until she gets your whereabouts. Zhang Dashan said, unsure how he should handle this. Tell her I've left Jiangqing. King won't work. She already asked about your hometown address. It seems like she wouldn't quit easily until she finds you. You're usually so good with your crap, that you could even hoodwink the deceased. Why can't you do it now? Xiao Luo yelled. Zhang Dashan could not help himself, and answered, Bro, you're really being a dick here. Sis Huang is completely sincere, and you want me to fool her? It pains me to even think about it. F***cku. Xiao Luo knew where Zhang Dashan was going with this. Believe it, the television soap operas had always contained scenes of the hero saving the beauty, and she ended up repaying her debt of honor by marrying him. Do you really think that these were all just fiction? In my opinion, Sis Huang came to repay her debt and wants to bear your children. Zhang Dashan said. Bear my children? It was so thought-provoking that Xiao Luo broke into laughter. I'm not gonna argue with you, you help me settle Huang Ruoren, that's it. He hung up immediately as he spotted Lu Taiguo rushing over to him with an anxious look on his face. He obviously had something urgent to report. He put the phone back and asked, Brother Gua, what's going on? There are two rich women with their bodyguards embroiled a quarrel in the department store. It's getting out of the hand, and they're almost close to a fight. Lao Hu and Hosey are trying to mediate, but it's no use. Lu Taiguo was panting heavily from his run and was trying to report everything in a single breath. The Lao Hu and Hosey he had referred to were none other than Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu. Let's go, take a look. Xiao Luo frowned as he rode on his motorbike with Lu Taiguo riding pillion. They headed towards the department store. As they entered the department store, they could hear a commotion coming from the two well-dressed ladies, just as Lu Taiguo had described. They both had bodyguards with them and were insulting each other with their fingers pointing aggressively at each other. They quarreled loudly without any regard of those around them and would have started fighting if Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu had not intervened in the argument. Boss. Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu came over immediately. So, what's going on? Xiao Luo asked. Actually, it's not even a big issue, they knocked into each other accidentally. The woman in yellow had accidentally bumped into the one in green and her purse fell to the ground, then they started arguing. Yi Qiu said. These women must be bored to death. Xiao Luo shook his head and decided to let them be. He intended to be the bad cop and let them continue fighting. The lady in green snapped coldly, I'm giving you one last chance, apologize right now, and pick up the purse. Then we'll call it a day, if not. If not, what? Do you actually think that I'm afraid of you? The lady in yellow said fearlessly, you have bodyguards, so do I. If you want to fight, I'll fight you the end. At that very moment, a cohort of some 30-plus fierce-looking men walked through the front entrance. The one leading them had silver hair, and he shouted fiercely, who the F***case bullying our sister-in-law, you must be getting tired of living. His loud shout immediately drew everyone's attention. They're from Dragon Gang, let's get outta here immediately. Don't look at them, beware of getting into a mess with these troublemakers. Many of customers knew about the background of these men, and their expressions changed suddenly. They quickly urged their companions to leave the premises as soon as they could. The lady in yellow suddenly felt threatened upon seeing the situation change, especially after knowing that the men were from Dragon Gang. Her earlier bravado immediately turned into meek humbleness. It's just a small incident, right? Do you even need so much backup? Okay, I'm sorry. She bent over and picked up the expensive purse from the floor, then presented it to the lady in green respectfully with both hands. My husband runs a textile mill nearby, perhaps we can make acquaintance? The lady in green smirked. Bitch, now you want to make acquaintance, huh? She grabbed her purse and had no plans to let the lady in yellow off so easily. Just keep up with your arrogance, why don't you keep behaving like AB*TCH? Weren't you being so rude to me just now? I'll give you two choices now, you either kneel down and lick my heels or be stripped naked and paraded around the mall. You. The lady in yellow clenched her teeth in a rage. Who are you trying to yell at? So do you want to lick our sister-in-law's heels or have us strip you naked? Choose now. The cocky youngster with the silver hair yelled at the lady dressed in yellow, pointing his finger at her. The lady in yellow would not choose either option as they both were too humiliating. She stared at the lady in green with menace and retorted, you better don't cross the line. I am crossing the line, what can you do about that? The lady in green laughed, then ordered with a cold voice, go, strip this bitch naked at once. Roger, sister-in-law. The silver-haired youngster answered and waved his hand forward, and all 30 odd of them made for the lady in yellow. The bodyguards of the lady in yellow did not stand idly by, of course, and the 5 braced themselves and rushed up to fight. The mall was in chaos with display racks toppled, and products, of all shapes and sizes, strewn all over the floor. Screaming could be heard everywhere. Bang! The piercing sound of a gunshot got everyone's attention, and they all stopped immediately. Several female workers at the mall even squatted down fearfully on hearing the shot fired. The silver-haired youngster and the 2 ladies turned and looked towards the direction of the gunshot. They saw a young, handsome but grim-faced man in a police uniform approaching them. He put the gun back in its holster on his waist, with white smoke still wisping thinly out the muzzle. Xiao Luo stood before them and asked coldly, you guys seem to have totally ignored the police's presence. If both parties were equally balanced in strength, he would not have intervened. However, with Dragon Gang was now involved, he had an obligation to do so. And he did not intend to do so half-heartedly. The silver-haired youngster was initially taken aback, but seeing it was just a cop on the beat, he looked at Xiao Luo as if looking at a fool and said, Sir, that was impressive. You even fired a gun, who were you trying to scare? The lady in green seethed, and wanting to show off to the lady in yellow how easily she could scorn the police, she sneered, such a puny and unimportant local policeman like you would dare to mind our business. Are you too bored with your life? Xiao Luo answered impassively, I understand the situation, and this matter's not that serious. It's simply a misunderstanding, and you don't have to resolve it in such an extreme way. On top of that, this lady had already apologized, you should be more reasonable. The lady in yellow realized that Xiao Luo was supporting her, so she looked on him kindly. You, ride your motorbike and go patrol somewhere else, don't be nosy here, or else I'll make sure you regret your decision. The lady in green said coldly. Xiao Luo shook his head, don't try to challenge a policeman's authority. Humph, you, a policeman? In my eyes, only the federal investigators deserve the title of police. A local policeman like you better not pretend to be one. The lady in green said disdainfully. Xiao Luo smiled and accentuated his tone, I advise you to call it a day, dismiss your people, and I can take it as nothing happened. The lady in green spat on Xiao Luo's shoes, raised her head, and smirked at him, is your brain full of sh*t? Can't you understand my words? Very well. Xiao Luo smiled, took the handcuffs from his waist, stepped up to the lady in green, and quickly cuffed both her hands. She was shocked, not expecting anyone would dare lay a hand on her. Her expression changed suddenly, and she yelled at the top of her voice, "Son of a b*tch, what are you trying to do? You are arrested, under the charge of contempt of a police officer." Xiao Luo had her cuffed up and then dragged her out. "Boy, how about you try arresting the rest of us?" The silver-haired youngster and his men blocked Xiao Luo's way and surrounded him completely. They had formed a human wall that had encircled Xiao Luo and the lady within. Wang Lihu, Yi Qiu, and Lu Taigua wanted to help out but held back when they noticed Xiao Luo's eyes staring at them. Dealing with Dragon Gang had become like a hobby to him, and had now brought on some excitement, a welcome change from the drudgery that came along with performing his patrol duties. "Let go of our sister-in-law." The group of Dragon Gang retainers roared and cursed at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo would not let go, and instead, he merely smiled at them. "You better King let go of her, are you deaf?" The silver-haired youngster was in a rage and threw a furious punch at Xiao Luo. However, he froze immediately after raising his fist, as the black, cold muzzle of a gun was pointing directly at his forehead in a flash of a second. The muzzle was still warm from its previous discharge, and it reeked of gunpowder and metal. The youngster with the silver hair trembled and broke into a cold sweat. Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes slightly as he calmly gazed at the silver-haired young man. "Obstruction of justice is a crime as well, so hurry up and ask your men to back off." Gulp. Being held at gunpoint, the silver-haired young man couldn't help but roughly swallow. Cold sweat cascaded down his body. He quickly calmed down. From what he remembered, he had never met a cop who would actually pull the trigger. They all merely used a gun to intimidate people and dared not even put their finger on the trigger. Thinking of that, disdain appeared on his face. Furthermore, it was a good opportunity to build a tough reputation in front of his subordinates. He immediately and recklessly said to Xiao Luo, "Do you think you're badass just because you have a gun? Pull the trigger, I dare you. Do you have the King courage to do it?" Dumbass cops unholstering their guns at any opportunity. They never change their method of intimidating people. "Pull the trigger if you dare, dumbass." The other people all had mocking smiles on their faces. Someone even blew a large bubble with the bubblegum he was chewing and completely disregarded Xiao Luo, a community police officer. Xiao Luo calmly smiled and pointed his gun downwards. Without thinking, he pulled the trigger. He was aiming at the thigh of the silver-haired young man. Bang! With a piercing gunshot, the silver-haired young man's thigh was penetrated by the bullet. It quickly formed a bloody hole. Blood gushed out. It was so painful that he howled as he fell to the ground. It was too painful. Along with his thigh being penetrated, his femur had snapped due to the bullet's violent impact. Hiss. The expression of everyone present froze. They each took in a deep, cold breath. They hadn't expected it in the slightest that Xiao Luo would pull the trigger. Was this man, who had pulled the trigger as he pleased, really a cop? Xiao Luo's cold gaze scanned over the others. "I have just joined the police force. I don't know who you all are and have no intention of finding out. If you dare to hinder me from performing my duties any further, I will send all of you to the police station. Now, get out of the way." His final yell shocked the group of minor gangsters so much that their bodies trembled. They instinctively made way for him. Other than being shocked by Xiao Luo's fierce stance, they were more wary of his identity as a newbie cop. *CK, no wonder he dared to pull the trigger. He is just a total newbie. Anyone who dared to speak up would definitely be shot like their superior. Wang Lihu, handcuff this fella here with his hair dyed silver and take him back to the police station. Xiao Luo shouted at Wang Lihu. Yes, sir. Wang Lihu loudly replied. It's satisfying to work with our head guy. I haven't felt so at ease in a long time. After Lu Taigua spoke to Yi Qiu, he immediately ran forward and handcuffed the silver-haired young man. The silver-haired young man had been shot once and could hardly bear the pain. After Wang Lihu handcuffed him and helped him up, to not lose face in front of his subordinates, he glared at Xiao Luo angrily and yelled, I have taken note of your serial number. Just wait and see. I will kill your whole family. His unharmed right leg viciously kicked Xiao Luo. He swore to God that he was only doing that action without any actual intention of kicking Xiao Luo. He just wanted to make himself look tough and unafraid of the cops, that was all. Without warning, Xiao Luo shot his thigh again. Bang! The burning bullet dug right into the silver-haired young man's thigh, creating another bloody hole. The intense pain caused the silver-haired young man to shriek at the top of his lungs. The two shots had crippled both of the silver-haired young man's legs and completely shocked everyone. Everyone now knew how vicious Xiao Luo was. At the moment, no one dared to look at Xiao Luo with contempt anymore. How can he be a cop? He was clearly more vicious than them, and they were involved in gangs. The silver-haired young man lifted his head and looked at Xiao Luo in fear. I am already handcuffed, you. He had already been subdued, so why did Xiao Luo shoot him again? It was not at all in line with the regulations regarding the police department's usage of guns. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow and innocently said, Sorry, I'm a newbie. The gun accidentally discharged when my hand trembled. If you continue to behave aggressively, I feel that my gun may accidentally discharge again. Accidental discharge? F***CKU. The silver-haired young man wanted to cry. He wanted to curse loudly even more, but he dared not. Even though Xiao Luo was smiling, he knew that the man in front of him was not like other cops. Xiao Luo was able to pull the trigger seemingly without worrying about the rules or anything else. The young man even believed that Xiao Luo was even capable of killing him with a single shot. Xiao Luo turned and looked at the lady in green. One look from him scared the woman so much that her body started to tremble. Madam, can you now follow me back to the police station without causing any trouble? He asked. The lady in green dared not say no. Her voice trembled as she said, I will definitely hire a lawyer and sue you. Please, go ahead. It is your right. Xiao Luo smiled slightly and asked Lu Taigua and Yi Qiu to come over and take the woman back to the police station. Before leaving, he turned to the 30-plus, low-level gangsters of the Dragon Gang and said, Oh right, my name is Xiao Luo. Tell Han Main, yes, I think he is called Han Mian, tell him that I will be coming to arrest him soon, so he should hurry up if he has any unfinished business. He left the mall without looking back. The 30-plus, low-level gangsters of the Dragon Gang stood stunned where they stood. Han Mian was none other than the Lord Protector of the Dragon Gang. How dare Xiao Luo directly address him by the name? What on earth was the background of this fella? The lady in yellow was secretly relieved that she was the weaker party. Otherwise, it would have been her men who had gotten shot. Of course, she didn't know the past affairs between Xiao Luo and the Dragon Gang. If she had known, she wouldn't have thought of it that way. Regardless of whether the Dragon Gang was the weaker party or the stronger one, Xiao Luo would target them. He's quite an interesting cop. I wonder how long he will stay interesting, she murmured as she watched Xiao Luo leave. Oh no, this Xiao Luo has caused us trouble. After learning that Xiao Luo fired his gun in the mall, the instructor barged into the chief's office as agitated as a cat on hot bricks. Chill, I've already heard about it. It's not that serious. Our country's laws clearly state that when another police officer, guard, the person or target being protected, or the law enforcement officer is attacked, damaged, or under urgent danger of being attacked or damaged, it is all right for the law enforcement officer to fire a gun. Xiao Luo fired 3 times. The first time was to stop a fight. The second time was to protect his safety, and the third time was still to protect his safety. All 3 shots were reasonably fired. How could it be considered causing us trouble? We just need to write a detailed report and submit it to the superiors. Feng Yuqi held a cup of hot tea in his hand and slowly sipped it while sitting at his desk. He was very calm and steady. You can continue siding with him, but if we let him continue fooling around, our police station will be dragged down with him. The instructor couldn't remain calm. In his eyes, Xiao Luo was not suited to be a cop. His actions and behavior weren't simply disobedient. They were as forceful, overbearing, and vicious as gangsters. I suggest that we revoke his qualification to bear arms and suspend him from the job. Otherwise, we will not be able to justify ourselves. Justify? Justify what? There are a bunch of lawyers down there blocking the entrance of the station, and they are all asking for you and me to go out and provide an explanation, the instructor said. They are insisting that Xiao Luo fired illegally. They have sent us attorney letters one after another. If we can't get them to shut up, the district office will have to find a scapegoat. Other than Xiao Luo, you and I can hardly absolve ourselves of the blame either. Please explain to my client and me the reason why she is being detained. My client has been shot twice and is receiving medical care in the hospital right now. Even when his legs are healed, he won't be able to move about normally. Who on earth has given you cops the right to fire your guns as you please? If you don't give us a proper explanation today, Liren Police Station will receive mass complaints from us lawyers. Feng Yuqi learned about the situation in the main office through his shutters. There was a crowd of high-spirited lawyers demanding an explanation. They were very arrogant. It was as if the police station was their home. They even requested that the employees serve them beverages. What should we do, Chief? These lawyers have come to look for trouble. The instructor sighed. Feng Yuqi frowned and paced about in his office a couple of times. He lifted his head and said, "You go out first to stall them." Upon hearing that, the instructor's face turned green. He resignedly laughed. Asking me to clean up Xiao Luo's mess, Chief, is really too unfair of you. Furthermore, I am just an insignificant instructor. I am still capable of helping the staff build a healthy mindset, but do you think I am capable of debating with those impressive lawyers? He paused for a while. He sighed slowly and said, "They have made it obvious that they want to get Xiao Luo into trouble. I think the only way to pacify their rage is to sacrifice Xiao Luo." Feng Yuqi was lost in thought and indecisiveness. To be honest, it would not have been satisfying to lock this tiger of a man, Xiao Luo, back into a cage just because of troubles at this level. There was a sudden commotion downstairs. After looking through the shutters, he realized that it was because Xiao Luo had arrived at the police station for duty. When Xiao Luo, Lu Taigua, Wang Lihu, and Yi Qiu entered, all the employees in the police station looked at them in awe. No, to be exact, they were looking at Xiao Luo. He was 2F** King Badass firing 3 shots in one go. And, the last 2 crippled the other party's legs. It was their first time seeing such a badass cop after working for so many years. Ma Pijin was gloating. He said to the colleague beside him, "See, this fella is a classic example of ego inflation. He shot at people as he pleased, and he fired 2 shots in one go. Even if he knows someone in the district office, they can't save him, let alone our chief. Yeah, Xiao Luo is definitely a gone case this time around. No one can save him." Ma Pijin was not the only jealous one. There were others like him in the police station. Birds of a feather flocked together, so Ma Pijin had become very close friends and colleagues with them. Although she was detained in a temporary detainment cell, with lawyers to support her, the lady in green pointed at Xiao Luo and loudly cursed, "It was this Luo. It was he who arrested me." The 5 or 6 lawyers all surrounded him and angrily glared at him. "What crime has my client committed? Why did you arrest her?" a lawyer demanded. Xiao Luo calmly replied, "She organized a mass fighting incident. That is why she has been detained." Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu pushed the lawyers out of the way and opened up a path for Xiao Luo to pass through. Xiao Luo walked to the door of the cell. He took out a key and unlocked the door. "Madam Xian, you may leave, but please keep in mind not to gather in a crowd and cause trouble from now on. Otherwise, I will still arrest, detain, and educate you." Now you finally know how to humble yourself. That is what you should have been doing all along." However, the woman in green had no intention of coming out of the cell. She crossed her arms before her chest and coldly snorted, "Do you think I am a stray cat or dog by the roadside that you can arrest and release as you please?" She thought Xiao Luo was intending to appease her, but she deliberately wanted to go against his wishes and blow the matter up. She had to make Xiao Luo pay a high price for his actions. Xiao Luo plainly asked, "Don't you want to leave?" The woman in green snickered. Feeling secure because of the backing present, she fearlessly sat on the iron stool embedded into the wall and loudly replied, "Do you think you can arrest and detain people as you please just because you are a cop? If you don't provide me with an explanation, I will remain seated here and refuse to leave." The 5 or 6 lawyers timely chimed in, "Officer, may I know what reason you have to arrest my client?" Participating in a mass fight, refusal to comply with investigations, and insulting law enforcement officers with swear words, Xiao Luo coldly said. "Are these reasons not enough?" The lawyer slowly replied, "All these are based on your accusations. Are there any witnesses to prove your claim?" Another lawyer stood up and laughed. "My client is a gentle lady. How could she have participated in a mass fight? Do you think what you are saying is believable? She didn't participate directly, but she is the direct organizer of the mass fighting incident at the mall," Lu Taigua said. "We can all be the witnesses for that." The lawyer said, "Just now you said that my client participated in a mass fight, now you are saying that she was the organizer behind the mass fight. I can't help but doubt your case investigation abilities. Plus, you all are colleagues and friends, so your testimony cannot be counted. The court is a place that looks at the evidence. We will sue you all for arresting and detaining our client without proper investigation. Then, you all will lose your jobs, and you all will have to compensate my client for moral and reputation damages." A lawyer with glasses said in a firm and strong tone, "The 2 items will add up to at least $1 million. $1 million? This considerably shocked everyone in the police station. Even if they had wrongly arrested someone, surely the compensation wouldn't cost such a terrifying sum of $1 million. How pitiful. Ma Pijin expressed his deep condolences toward Xiao Luo, but he was actually very happy. Even Feng Yuqi and the instructor in his office were shocked. It was true that regardless of whoever you mess with, never mess with lawyers. They could casually demand millions worth of compensation. How could people like them, who were doing actual work, defeat lawyers in court? 1 million is too little. He must compensate me at least $5 million. The woman in green viciously glared at Xiao Luo. All right, as you request, madam, we will get him to compensate you $5 million, the lawyer in glasses said. Also, you fractured my client's legs with your gun. That was extremely wicked behavior. You have broken the law, despite knowing it very well. You will be sentenced to 10 years in prison at the very least. We will follow the necessary court procedures and sue you formally, as well as the Liren police station behind you. You must pay for your dumb actions. The crowd of lawyers bombarded Xiao Luo with words. Their phrasings were very aggressive. Lu Taigua, Wang Lihu, and Yi Qiu wanted to say something. In the end, they didn't say anything despite having opened their mouths. It was true that people like them couldn't express themselves very well. Xiao Luo laughed coldly and said, "You all really think you are a somebody." "What did you just say?" the lawyer in glasses angrily asked. Xiao Luo turned and looked at him with contempt. "You think you can decide the sum I must pay as you please, and sentence me to 10 years in prison as you please. You all dumbass lawyers are very powerful, huh? If the situation really is in your favor as much as you put it, what's the point in trying to intimidate people here? You wouldn't have sent me an attorney's letter, but a court summons. You." The lawyer in glasses was quite enraged. He had never met a cop who wasn't afraid of lawyers in the 7 or 8 years he had been working as one. "There are witnesses everywhere in the mall, as well as surveillance footage," Xiao Luo said. "Do you think your client can be absolved of responsibility regarding the mass fight? No, you can't. The reason why you are exaggerating things over here and talking about $5 million worth of compensation and 10 years in jail is only to intimidate me." The faces of the lawyers immediately turned red. They had, of course, come with the intention to shake up Xiao Luo. After all, neither Ms. Xian nor the silver-haired youth had an exceptionally glorious background. They would not reap many benefits if this case was escalated to court. "We will not be negotiating with you. Hurry up and ask your director to come out," shouted the lawyer who was wearing glasses. Xiao Luo ignored him and looked straight at the woman wearing green in the detention room. He softly asked, "Ms. Xian, are you really not going to come out?" The woman in green gritted her teeth and harshly replied, "I will come out if you are willing to compensate me for the loss of $5 million and kowtow to me as an apology. If not, I will have no choice but to blow up the issue. Then, you will see. I'll even take down the entire Li Ren clan with me." "You're acting like a woman whose brain has been filled with water." "Alright, in that case, I'll fulfill your wishes. In view of you gathering a crowd to make a scene and still having yet to repent after spending an entire day in the detention room, I will extend your stay here." Xiao Luo heavily closed the cell door and turned to the group of lawyers. "Come back again in 14 days to get her." "Would you really dare do that?" shouted the lawyer who was wearing glasses. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Xiao Luo coldly asked. "There are witnesses and surveillance footage that she gathered a crowd to create trouble. We have a clear conscience in detaining her within our facility. If you are dissatisfied, you can go ahead and bring this matter up to the court. In fact, I want to see which court will be on your side." The lawyers' faces instantly turned ugly. It was as if they were constipated. It was the first time they had come across such a troublesome police officer. Wang Lihu, Yi Qiu, and Lu Taigua all felt awestruck by what had happened. They felt that their Xiao Luo was so mighty, and they loved it. "Hee hee. Our head guy is mighty. I love it, hee hee. You bastard, do you dare to lock me up?" The woman in green's expression took a great turn. Having to stay in detention made every fiber of her body uncomfortable. The torture was beyond words. If she had to stay there for another 14 days, she couldn't imagine not going insane. "I'm sorry, but I really dare to." Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes as he looked at her until they were nothing more than a line. A cold light emerged as he said, "Your man is Feng Jiqiang, and his nickname is Cockroach. He's a small sect leader in the Dragon Gang. The person behind all these indecent dealings is him, am I right?" "You. How do you know?" The woman in green shivered. A smile appeared in the corner of Xiao Luo's mouth. He took out a USB stick and inserted it into the computer. He searched and played the video inside the folders. It depicted the main person, who was the silver-haired youth who suffered from 2 bullet wounds on his thighs. He faced the camera in tears and confided that he was guilty. He explained that a few female newcomers were resisting, disobeying their control, and wanting to escape. They had ended up beating them to death and burying them in the forest while the night sky was darkest. He mentioned that the mastermind was Feng Jiqiang. For every new woman that came, those who dared to defy orders would first be defiled by him before being handed over to the other lackeys for punishment. Xiao Luo coldly laughed. He looked toward the lawyer and said, "This person is also your client, and his name is Su San." He admitted to following the instructions of Feng Jiqiang and killing these 4 defiant women before burying their corpses in the wilderness. Can you all grow a brain? Do you all want to be his representative and help defend a murderer? Upon hearing these words, the faces of the group of lawyers instantly turned a bright crimson. The lawyer wearing glasses loudly exclaimed, "That's impossible. This is your doing to extort a confession of guilt through torture. How can Su San possibly be a murderer?" It was bizarre that Su San suddenly took the initiative and declared the truth behind the murders. Xiao Luo opened another video, which showed a barren wilderness. Under Su San's directions, they found the 4 buried bodies that were buried. When they dug them out, the bodies had already decomposed into skeletons. The lawyer wearing glasses immediately shut up and did not utter another word. "Didn't you guys want evidence?" Xiao Luo asked, with a snarky laugh. "Now, I presented it to you." "Oh, right, which one of you mentioned that Su San was their client? Raise your hand and let me familiarize myself with you." Nobody in the group dared to respond. These 2 videos alone were enough to turn Su San into a convicted murderer. Only people who had their brains kicked by a donkey would dare to defend a murderer. At the same time, they felt that there was something fishy about the situation. Could it be that Su San really had his brains kicked by a donkey? If not, why would he openly confess to the murder? There was no need for that at all. What they did not know was that Xiao Luo had an extremely strong proficiency in hypnosis. He had hypnotized Su San and urged him to confess the truth about the crime. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, I will leave. This is a police station. If you want to make trouble here and disrupt our law enforcement, I'm sorry, but I will have to lock you up for disciplinary issues. Do not doubt my words." The group of lawyers slowly took a step back. They fully understood that the police officer in front of them was fully capable of following up on his words. "Didn't you hear what our leader said? Hurry up and leave." Wang Lihu chased them away after speaking. The lawyers were reluctant. With no other choice, they left feeling deserted. This was a stark contrast to their conceited and bold attitudes when they had first arrived. "Awesome, this is truly awesome, ha ha ha." Feng Yuqi couldn't help but loudly laugh in his office. He thought that he would have had to sacrifice Xiao Luo this time around. He didn't expect Xiao Luo would defeat a group of lawyers and even cause them to flee like flies. Furthermore, he had managed to dig up dirt on that silver-haired youth, Su San. With the evidence, he could issue an official arrest warrant for Su Jiqiang. On the other hand, the instructor had his concerns. He thought, how did Xiao Luo make Su San confess? Regardless of what happened, there was no need for him to confess to the crime of murder at this point. Logically speaking, Su San should have held the advantage with both of his legs crippled. No matter the situation, Xiao Luo would have been the one receiving punishment since he had fired the gun. Now, Su San willingly confessed to committing murder. Exactly what kind of situation was this? "This is what's so amazing about Xiao Luo," Feng Yuqi said with a laugh. "You should hurry up and send people to deal with the scene. Feng Jiqiang is the leader of the dragon gang and is deemed to be a big catch. Once this big fish surfaces, there is no reason to let him dive back into the deep." The night arrived. The order to arrest Feng Jiqiang had been approved. Feng Yuqi gave Xiao Luo full authority to handle it. Xiao Luo, go and stir things up over there. If there is anyone who dares to obstruct you, go ahead and arrest them. The bigger the commotion, the better. If anything happens, I will have your back. Yes. Xiao Luo took the orders. He had been waiting for that sentence. The bigger the commotion, the better? Director, what are you trying to achieve with this? The instructor asked. He looked at Feng Yuqi in horror after Xiao Luo had left. Don't they always say that we have done nothing? Let us now whip up a strong wave of presence in the district and general bureaus. Feng Yuqi smiled as he looked up and drank the tea in his cup in one shot. The instructor couldn't believe that this was the director he knew. Ever since Xiao Luo had returned, he felt that Feng Yuqi had lost his mind. To be precise, he was no longer the careful and calculated old veteran from before. After midnight, the nightlife revved up to full force. It was the time when things became the wildest and people seemed to do whatever they wanted. It was something that decent people avoided. A taxi driver familiar with the nightlife scene once said that if there was anyone not in bed at that time but was instead preparing to head out, he was either planning to cause trouble or going to find some girls. In Liren, which was an area that was not considered either too big or too small, that decadent style of nightlife was about to officially begin. Bright lights, feasting, and pleasure-seeking were what it was all about for the people who enjoyed the nightlife. The streets quickly filled with people ready to explore whatever the nightlife had to offer, as well as to make their own kinds of fun. There were many entertainment venues filled with random males. Most of them were high on alcohol and recklessly carrying out a range of less than becoming activities. They were either crazily slamming bottles of wine or swearing so loudly that others couldn't hear their own conversations. Some even started fights with one another. Most of them didn't care if they were trashing the place they were in or what their behavior looked like. The young men usually gathered closely and formed large crowds. From the looks of it, they were not people to be trifled with. Xiao Luo did not bat an eye to anything the nightlife produced. Along with Wang Lihu and the others, they drove 2 police vans and headed straight for Hualong Commercial Street. Compared to what it was like in the morning, Hualong Commercial Street was just as lively and crowded during the night. Some people were planning on playing mahjong until the break of dawn, while others were playing cards or billiards. There was also a group of young women standing on the streets dressed in enticing and revealing outfits. They leaned their delicate backs against the wall as they waited for eager customers to approach them. If a customer was interested in what the ladies had to offer, as well as satisfied with the price for their services, the customers were taken into a dimly lit rental room where they would engage in sex with the women. All these mahjong and billiard players are just peripheral members of the Dragon Gang, Wang Lihu said, explaining the situation regarding the men playing games. Their job here is to keep a close watch on these women and prevent them from escaping. Lu Taigua deeply sympathized with these women. This is like purgatory for them. They don't have any freedom at all. All they do is sell their bodies every single day for men to have fun with. The Dragon Gang is F***king inhumane, especially to women. Did anyone say they weren't? Yika asked with a sigh. Many of these poor women eventually end up getting infected with diseases and die at a very young age. Xiao Luo had few thoughts or feelings regarding the matter. If it had not been for Sun Yu, he would not have needed to go against the Dragon Gang. Another reason was that he did not see himself as a good person or someone who represented justice. He did not say a single word. He took a step forward and walked toward Hualong Commercial Street. Wang Lihu and the rest quickly followed behind him. In the past, they had to turn a blind eye to many of the things they witnessed. They only opened one eye while keeping the other one closed to certain matters, especially when it came to the Dragon Gang. They dared not to even fart or make any sudden movements in some situations. However, it was different now. Not to mention the red light district, But even if it was the Dragon Gang's headquarters, they now had the guts to swagger their way in and arrest someone because Xiao Luo was around. At the entrance of the street, 7 or 8 tough-looking guys were blocking their way. With an unfriendly expression, one of them gruffly said, "This is not a place where police officers like yourselves should be at all. You are not welcome here. If you want to patrol, you better go somewhere else." Xiao Luo did not stop his actions. Instead, he continued to make his way in. He treated them as nothing more than air or some invisible thing that had no effect on him. It was as if he hadn't even seen them. One of the men placed his hands on Xiao Luo's chest and shouted, "Are you King Deaf? I'm talking to you." Xiao Luo did not say a word. He suddenly lifted a foot up to the man's chest and kicked him. Bang! The majestic strength he possessed was like a turbulent wave as it crashed into the man. It caused the man to fly backward about 9 or 10 feet. The man loudly groaned in pain as he fell flat to the ground. "You are obstructing a civil servant," Xiao Luo said with an expressionless face. "Catch them." "Yes, he. Wang Lihu laughed as he took out his handcuffs and walked toward the man lying flat on the ground. Many of the other gangsters were completely stunned by what had just happened. This was the first time they had encountered a police officer with such a tough attitude. Usually, police officers left them alone or did what they were told. However, they quickly returned to their senses and took out the iron rods hidden in their sleeves. They immediately dashed toward Xiao Luo. They were confident that they would have no problems taking him down. Yi Qiu's eyes seemingly shot out 2 beams of cold light as his face became completely serious. Like an electric wave, he rushed straight into the group of men. Displaying the prowess of an eagle, only a little bit of effort was all it took for him to cause them all to lie on the ground screaming and writhing in pain. "You guys are all a bunch of useless trash," Yi Qiu said as he spat at them. "Do you think you guys alone have what it takes to enter our head?" After hearing all the commotion, all the people who had been playing mahjong, cards, and billiards gathered in a giant cluster. They formed an encirclement, trapping Xiao Luo and his crew in the center. "Officers, you guys are really impressive," a fat guy sarcastically said. His face was covered with acne marks. "You have come all the way into our territory to look for trouble. Are you not afraid that you or someone in your family will come across an accident?" "If I was afraid, I never would have become a police officer." Xiao Luo coldly said, "Get your chief, Feng Jiqiang, out here this instant. Do you think Brother Chang is somebody you can see just because you want to? Do you think you are that awesome just because you are in that outfit? In our eyes, people who choose to become police officers are nothing more than a bunch of lame dogs. If you were given some bones to chew on, you would have no choice but to be obedient and listen. Let our people go. Otherwise, none of you will be leaving this place unscathed." As more people heard the commotion, more gangsters came over. The group encircling the police officers had now grown to around 20 to 30 people. They angrily shouted at the officers, completely disregarding Xiao Luo and his crew or their positions as police officers. "Wang Lihu, Yi Qiu." Xiao Luo hurriedly shouted at 2 of his men. "Yes, head, we heard you," Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu respectfully replied. Xiao Luo waved his hands and faintly ordered, "Beat them up until they obey." "Roger that, he. Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu eagerly licked their lips. Ruthless smiles appeared on their faces. Beat them up until they obey? The group of gangsters thought they were hallucinating and hearing things. They had around 20 to 30 people on their side while their opponents were but 4 measly people. Did they really have the nerve to say that they were going to beat them up until they obeyed? Were they brain dead as well? The guy with the face covered in acne marks laughed and said, "With just you guys, you dare to." His words came to an abrupt stop. Wang Lihu had dashed forward without the man noticing. His palm resembled that of a palm leaf fan. He instantly slapped the man's face. A pow sound echoed out upon contact. The horrifying strength he unleashed caused an explosion on the man's face. He had slammed the acne-faced guy onto the ground before the man even had time to react. A bloodied tooth flew out of the man's mouth. The left side of his face began to swell up at an unbelievable speed. However, Wang Lihu did not stop there. He dashed a few steps forward, stretched out his hands, and grabbed the foolish-looking man in front of him. Like throwing a sack, he slammed the acne-faced man into the wall. A few other guys screamed in fear and fainted on the spot. When he released his natural godlike powers, nobody present was his match. On the other hand, Yi Qiu's movements were as agile as a monkey. His hands were like claws. They seemed as if they were as sharp as knives. Anyone who attacked him was bound to have bloody wounds all over their bodies. The group of 20 to 30 people was somehow being crushed by only 2 people. The sounds of people howling in pain were heard all around. It echoed down the streets and into everyone's ears. Xiao Luo walked to the side of the activities and sat down on an empty seat in front of a closed jelly store. Lu Taigua brought him a bottle of mineral water. The two of them sat there drinking water as they watched Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu teach those Dragon Gang members a lesson. Head, will we get into trouble by doing this? Like Wang Lihu and the others, Lu Taigua had changed the way he addressed Xiao Luo and was now calling him head. He genuinely admired the man from the bottom of his heart, especially how overbearing and mighty he was in the way he handled things. When dealing with stubborn jerks like them, the only way to do it is to fight violence with violence, Xiao Luo said with a smile, shrugging it off. Lu Taigua raised an eyebrow, but he did not raise any objections. Hualong Commercial Street was boiling over with frantic activity. The street girls, who were waiting for customers, screamed in shock and immediately ran away in fear. All the restaurants that were still open for business were hurriedly closing their doors, hoping to avoid the trouble coming their way. About 10 minutes later, everyone in the large group had been thoroughly beaten to a pulp by Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu. The guy with acne marks all over his face had blood dripping from his teeth. He had a bloodied nose and a swollen face. Wang Lihu roughly grabbed him. He dragged him by the collar and took him over to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo waved his hands, indicating for Wang Lihu to let him go and step aside. He looked at the man and asked, "Where is Feng Jicheng?" "I don't know. Even if I did, I would never tell you where he was." The man ferociously stared at Xiao Luo and said, "You stinky cop, just you wait and see. I'll make sure you pay for what you've done today." Xiao Luo slightly shook his head. In the next second, he stretched out his hand and roughly grabbed the man's hair. He proceeded to smash the acne-faced man's head onto the table. Bang! That man's head cracked open. The wound was badly bleeding. His brain felt like it was humming. The pain was excruciating. Xiao Luo held the man's head down and coldly said, "It seems like you still don't know what your current situation is. You are threatening a police officer, so I'm honored to tell you that you'll be spending some time in the detention center." Fresh blood flowed from the man's head and followed the curvature of the table. It flowed down the sides and dripped drop by drop onto the ground. The 20 to 30 men, who were lying on the ground after being taught a lesson by Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu, suddenly changed their faces upon witnessing this scene. In their hearts, they thought, are the 4 of them really police officers? When did the working style of police officers become this fierce? Xiao Luo's eyes turned frosty cold. He looked icily at the man whose head was being held in front of him and said, "All right, let me ask you again. Where is Feng Jicheng?" The man no longer had any guts. He felt like he had encountered fake police officers. They showed no mercy in their beatings and even used brutal means. He looked at Xiao Luo in horror and muttered, He is. Why the F*** are you looking me for?" A powerful and fierce voice was suddenly heard in the distance. Xiao Luo and the other men looked up. A large group of fierce and evil men came walking in slowly from both sides of the street. They seemed extremely bad and evil. They were led by a fat man in a white top and gold chains. The fat man held a cigarette in his hands. He looked like a big smoker because his teeth had already turned yellow and black from the constant smoking. The group of men walked over like two huge walls of people. They squeezed along Hualong Commercial Street without proper crowd flow. This gave them a menacing sense of oppression. Lu Tigwa's face changed tremendously. Even Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu slightly flinched. The man whose head was held by Xiao Luo seemed to have found his gang and excitedly shouted to the fat man, "Boss, these annoying police officers are here to smash up our place. They even beat up all our brothers. You must stand up for us." Xiao Luo kicked the man to the ground and stood up. He faced the fat man in the white top and said, "Are you Feng Jiqiang?" "Yeah, that's me." The fat man calmly spoke. He conveniently took a deep puff from his cigarette. "You are suspected of coercing women into prostitution, selling women, and cruelly killing women who violated your brand of discipline, as well as rape and corrupting women," Xiao Luo said. "I am now arresting you based on the law. This is an arrest warrant, please follow me." He followed procedures and showed the arrest warrant to Feng Jiqiang. "Liren Police Station?" Feng Jiqiang glanced at the arrest warrant and smirked. "Shouldn't your little police station be dealing with some civil disputes instead of coming into my territory and finding trouble? Does this mean that you have no self-knowledge, or do you really not have any brains? Oh, by the way, you are the officer, Xiao, who caught my wife, right?" His smile converged. The look in his eyes became fierce. "Release her immediately, or you and your friends are dead meat." Xiao Luo smiled playfully and replied, "I absolutely hate it when people threaten me." "So what if I threaten you?" Feng Jiqiang asked, with a grin. "In this land, here in Jiangqing, no one dares to jump in front of the dragon gang. You are the first, and you will also be the last." After finishing his sentence, he threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stomped it out fiercely with his foot. Turning to the crowd, he waved his hands and coldly said, "Hack them to death." A large group of people received their orders. They loudly screamed and rushed up like a ferocious tide. Bang! Xiao Luo fired a shot into the sky. The sound resonated in their eardrums. It had a great deterring effect. The people from the dragon gang simply stopped moving. "You have all been arrested. You now have the right to remain silent. Every word you say will be henceforth used against you as a testimony." Feng Jiqiang recovered from the deterrent gunshot and jokingly said, "You brainless piece of sh*t. Do you think this is some big show? Do you really plan on arresting people from the dragon gang, just relying on the four of you?" Xiao Luo nodded seriously and said, "I am a police officer. You are from a secret society that disobeys the law. Catching you is my moral duty." Looking at his serious look, the members of the dragon gang were about to hold their stomachs and burst into laughter. They thought, a sheep just said that he would catch a group of wolves. How ignorant and arrogant is he? Feng Jiqiang was equally amused and said, "Police officer, I sure want to see how you intend to catch us. Go, kill them." A burly man with a knife rushed toward Xiao Luo with a smile. Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu prepared to start moving. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a gunshot was heard. Bang! Xiao Luo pulled the trigger without any hesitation. It was just one shot, but it went directly into the man's head. The burly man was in utter shock as he fell straight down without making a sound. Feng Jiqiang and the other burly men's smiles instantly froze. Although they heard that Xiao Luo dared to shoot indiscriminately, they had never heard that he actually dared to kill people at will. He had fired shot in the middle of that man's eyebrows. Even if the Darrow fairy were to come, he probably couldn't be saved. You better not force my hand anymore, Xiao Luo said while waving his pistol. Drop your weapons and obediently follow me back to the police station. As a police officer, firing indiscriminately and killing people can be considered a felony, Feng Jiqiang coldly said. Xiao Luo hummed softly and sighed. You attacked a police officer. In order to ensure my own personal safety, I had the right to shoot. Wang Lihu, Yi Qiao, and Lu Taigua felt a terrible cold pass through them. They understood the situation earlier between Xiao Luo and the big man who had charged toward him with the knife, yet it was the big man who had fallen. There was no threat to Xiao Luo's personal safety at all. Xiao Luo had fired with the intent to kill. Oh, really? Feng Jiqiang asked. You of all people should know that there are only 9 bullets in your 92 type match gun. 2 rounds have already been used, and there are 7 rounds left. Just 7 bullets. How do you deal with my 200 brothers here? He was the leader of the gang because he naturally possessed extraordinary courage and insight. If more than 200 people were scared by a single broken gun, it would have been quite ironic. He worked hard to increase the morale of his team. Brothers, go forth and avenge your loyal brother who's now dead. For men were just getting ready. Bang! 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 Xiao Luo raised his hand and pulled the trigger. He immediately fired 4 bullets. Ah! The 4 men screamed and fell to the ground. There was a bullet hole in the middle of each man's eyebrows. Blood was gurgling from their wounds non-stop. The 200 men who had originally begun charging toward Xiao Luo immediately withdrew their footsteps. Their intention to fight had dissipated into the air. They stood still, not daring to move. Feng Jiqiang's face also dramatically changed. Subconsciously hiding behind several men, his right hand reached for the firearm behind his back. This was his last resort. You have but 3 bullets left. How can you survive with 3 bullets? No matter how capable you are, you can only deal with 3 of us. He had begun to play the game of psychological warfare. He was trying to psychologically crush Xiao Luo. At the same time, he was cursing in his heart. Where did this bastard come from? Let's not even talk about his marksmanship, but he is so King ruthless. After killing 5 people, he didn't even blink an eye. Indeed, I can only deal with 3 people. For the first 3 who rush up, their mortality rate will be 100%. Which of you men would like to be the 3 who have to die? Xiao Luo smiled with disdain. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the Dragon Gang members became very complicated. They wanted to hack Xiao Luo to death, but they did not want to be shot in the head. After all, this life was only lived once. No matter who it was an expensive price to pay. Feng Jiqiang knew how to conduct psychological warfare, but Xiao Luo knew it even better. He aimed his gun at Feng Jiqiang and shouted, Feng Jiqiang, if you have balls, come out by yourself. Don't ask unrelated subordinates to die for you. Feng Jiqiang gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he kicked one of his subordinates. He sent him flying to attract Xiao Luo's attention. With a swoosh, he took out the gun he had been hiding behind him and aimed it at Xiao Luo. Go to hell, you brainless retard. Bang! Bang! In an instant, he fired twice. The bullets whistled as they shot out and cut through space. Regardless of how good Xiao Luo was in martial arts, he couldn't possibly move faster than bullets. Furthermore, Wang Lihu and his other men were behind him. Even if he could have dodged the bullets, he could not do it. Otherwise, Wang Lihu and the others might have been killed by the bullets. At the same time Feng Jiqiang fired, Xiao Luo fired twice. Bang! Bang! Incredibly, the 2 bullets accurately stopped the bullets fired by Feng Jiqiang in midair. It was a direct collision of high-speed objects. The 4 bullets instantly shattered into dust. Boom! Xiao Luo was a half-beat faster than Feng Jiqiang. He fired the 3rd shot. The 1 bullet left in the barrel tore through layers of air and hit Feng Jiqiang in the chest. To be exact, it hit his heart. Feng Jiqiang was seeking his own death from the moment he dared to take out his gun. Xiao Luo was naturally happy to help him with it. Poof! Feng Jiqiang spurted blood out from his mouth and nose. He dropped his gun. His plump body was thrown backward about 9 or 10 feet. With the help of his subordinates, he stood up. Huh, not dead yet? Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes, appearing rather puzzled. He saw the black garment inside through the hole in Feng Jiqiang's clothes, and said in realization, "Oh, so he was wearing a bulletproof vest. He is indeed well prepared." Bearing with the pain, Feng Jiqiang roared, "He has no more bullets. Hack him to death with your knives. Hack him to death fast." His gaze was vicious, and his eyeballs bulging. He wished that he could swallow Xiao Luo alive. Kill him. Upon hearing this, the 200 men pounced toward Xiao Luo like 200 wild wolves. Since he had no more bullets, nothing was holding them back. Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu, who had been prepared, roared loudly and rushed toward them. Wang Lihu snatched the baseball bat from a person and began to viciously smash it at people. Due to the powerful strength he possessed, each swing of the bat by him caused a member of the dragon gang to fall to the ground with a head bloody. Each fallen man was unable to get up again. Yi Qiu didn't need weapons. His hands were lethal enough. His iron-like hands, which formed eagle-like talons, waved about viciously. With terrifying strength, which was enough to tear flesh apart, his 10 fingers attacked the members of the dragon gang, forming bloody trajectories all over the place. One after another, the gang members fell to the ground howling in pain. The wounds on their bodies, which had been torn open by Yi Qiu's fingers, were incredibly painful. It made their screams extraordinarily shrill. Xiao Luo rushed forward in a few steps. His swinging right hand rotated as it moved and abruptly hit the person in front squarely in the chest. The terrifying impulsive force surged like furious waves. The first shattered the man's ribs and entered his chest. Due to the force and shattered bones, his beating heart ruptured. Poof! Thick blood spluttered out from the man's mouth. As if he had been hit by a train, the poor man flew backward. He forcefully smashed into 5 of his companions, who were rushing up behind him. The body, which had smashed toward them like a cannon, heavily landed on them. After a series of cracking sounds and screams, their arms were left broken. Blood shot out. All of them laid on the ground. The terrifying outburst shocked everyone present. The expressions of Feng Jiqiang's subordinates immediately changed. Their momentum weakened as they rushed toward Xiao Luo. Lu Tigwa's capabilities were the weakest, but Wang Lihu, Yi Qiu, and Xiao Luo had attracted most of the firing power. Still, he was capable enough to protect himself. Moreover, he was more farsighted. Making use of the fact that his existence was relatively less prominent, he carefully inched his way toward the gun that Feng Jiqiang had dropped on the ground. No matter how good they were at fist fighting, it was the safest bet to ensure that such lethal hot weapons were in their hands and under their control. The few dragon gang members who were supporting Feng Jiqiang by the arm were trembling. Looking at the 3 attacking figures on the battleground, their gazes turned fearful. They questioned whether those men were humans or monsters. Feng Jiqiang was badly wounded. Even though he had been wearing a bulletproof vest, the huge impact from the bullet exerted on him caused his internal organs to be shaken so badly that he felt as if they had shifted places. The pain was excruciating. With difficulty, he shouted, "Hurry! Hurry up and get my gun back! Hurry!" "Yes, sir." Upon hearing his words, one of his subordinates began searching the ground. However, Lu Taigua was one step faster than them. He picked up the gun that had been dropped in a corner on the streets. He rapidly rushed toward them. He aimed it at Feng Jiqiang from a short distance and announced, "Feng Jiqiang, you are being arrested." Right after he finished speaking, he fired at the sky. Bang! The sound of a gunshot was always intimidating. The group of people who had been fighting fiercely immediately stopped. "Put all your weapons down and squat down. Hands above your heads. You have all been arrested." Lu Taigua shouted with a strong, thick voice. The crowd, which had long since been scared ** by the fighting skills demonstrated by Xiao Luo, Wang Lihu, and Yi Qiu, lost all will to resist after seeing that Feng Jiqiang had been controlled. They all threw down their weapons. "Good job, Taigua." Wang Lihu cheered for Lu Taigua. He had several wounds. He had been hacked open by knives. Blood was flowing non-stop, but his spirits were high and fearless. Yi Qiu began to laugh. His fingers were covered in the blood and flesh of the members of the dragon gang. It was as if he had used his hands to tear people apart alive. He was hurt as well, and his back and shoulders were covered in knife wounds. On the contrary, Xiao Luo had very few wounds on him. Although there was blood on his uniform, it was all from the members of the dragon gang. All the 200 men, in addition to Feng Jiqiang, were arrested and taken back to the police station. They didn't have enough handcuffs, so the criminals were tied up with rope. That night, everyone on duty at the police station worked overtime to lock up the 200 people. The detention cells were full, so they locked them up in jail. With just 4 men and a gun, they managed to completely uproot Feng Jiqiang's business in the sex trade. This significantly shocked the people in the Liren police station. One needed to take note of the fact that, generally, only the regional police were able to handle criminals of that level. However, the regional police had failed to do so, yet they managed to succeed. It was simply unbelievable. Now, I would like to see whether those fellas will still dare to complain about us. Feng Yuqi was extremely pleased. He felt that the success this time had helped him vent out a lot of pent-up anger. Not only did they shake up the members of the dragon gang within their area, but they also gained face and made their name known at the regional police station and police headquarters. The instructor didn't say anything. He was still immersed in the shock he felt because of Xiao Luo and the others' actions. When Xiao Luo returned to the police station, he realized that Feng Jiqiang's wife was no longer detained. He only learned that she was released by Ma Pijin after asking around. "Did you let her off?" Xiao Luo walked up to him and stared at him coldly. Looking at Xiao Luo, who was covered in blood like an azura soaked in blood, Ma Pijin couldn't help but tremble. "You. What do you want? Don't you act recklessly. We are at the police station. I will ask you again, are you the one who let that woman off?" Xiao Luo's tone turned slightly more demanding. "Yes, I am the one who let her off." Ma Pijin forced himself to calm down and explained his actions. She was only arrested for gathering a crowd to fight and cause trouble, and nothing serious happened. Detaining her for a day was already enough. My release of her is in accordance with the rules. I have done nothing wrong. Xiao Luo didn't say anything else. Instead, he kicked Ma Pijin hard. Like a ball, Ma Pijin rolled onto the floor. His teeth bit his tongue. Blood soon filled his mouth. A trace of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. "Wang Lihu, Yi Qiu, handcuff him!" Xiao Luo shouted, pointing at him. "Yes, sir." Like two steely warriors, Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu walked up to Ma Pijin and helped him up before handcuffing both of his hands. "You'd * Kekhead surnamed Xiao. What do you want to do?" Ma Pijin widened his eyes and loudly shouted, how could you handcuff me? What right do you have to handcuff me? Feng Jiqiang admitted that his wife, Madame Xian, has also participated in forcing women to prostitute themselves. You have let a crime suspect off, so what right do you think I have? Xiao Luo coldly laughed. Hearing his words, Ma Pijin looked as if he had been struck by thunder. He only went against Xiao Luo because he couldn't stand how dominant Xiao Luo behaved in the police station. He felt that it was very unfair for Xiao Luo to be able to become a full-time police officer. Furthermore, him releasing Madame Xian was perfectly reasonable and in accordance with the rules, so he wasn't afraid of Xiao Luo. In fact, he was very confident. He wanted to see Xiao Luo suffer a silent defeat. However, he ended up digging a hole for himself. There was no way he knew that the woman was a wicked person who had broken the law. Cold sweat cascaded down his body. He humbled himself and apologized with a forced smile. It was a mistake, Brother Xiao. I didn't know that she was also involved in forcing women to prostitute themselves. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't. Xiao Luo waved his hand and interrupted him. You can explain it to the presiding judge in court. Lock him up. Wang Lihu acknowledged his order and pushed Ma Pijin. He snickered and asked, Ma Pijin, what are you still waiting for? Let's go. You probably know the way. Surely there isn't a need for us to resort to force. Usually, if you seek trouble, our head is too lazy to respond, but aren't you seeking your own death by finding trouble with our head at this juncture? Yiqiu coldly asked. Dumb *SS, Wang Lihu coldly said. There was no way Ma Pijin could remain calm. He was panicking. Cold sweat cascaded down his body. He said to Xiao Luo, I am innocent. I really didn't know that Madame Xian also participated in forcing women to prostitute themselves. With the side of his hand, Wang Lihu hit Ma Pijin on the neck. It caused Ma Pijin to immediately faint. He is really noisy and has no sense of self-awareness. It seems that we have to resort to force. With a single hand, he grabbed Ma Pijin and lifted him. He walked towards the direction of the jail. Wang Lihu could handle it alone without Yiqiu's help. Hiss. All the other people in the police station inhaled deeply. When they looked at Xiao Luo, their gazes were full of respect and fear. The auxiliary police close to Ma Pijin were so scared that they even trembled. They were deeply worried that they might also get involved. What? The spots where the sex trade is conducted in Liren have all been uprooted? Liren police station is behind it? Since when was Feng Yuqi so capable? I heard that it was a community police officer who did it. Along with 3 other auxiliary police, he managed to arrest 200+ criminals who had been forcing women to prostitute themselves. Their leader is Feng Jiqiang. He is one of the group leaders in the Dragon Gang. He did well. It can be considered a serious hit to the gangs of Jiangqing. Oh yeah, what's the name of that community cop? What's his background? About that. It's still unclear. Look into it. I want to see detailed information about him within the hour. Yes, sir. Upon hearing that Feng Jiqiang and the large gang of criminals he controlled had been uprooted, the chief of the Guangming district was so excited that his spit flew everywhere as he spoke. One had to take into account the fact that the district police had targeted the sex trade in Liren for more than a few days. In fact, it had been almost 2 years. Even in his dreams, he wanted to annihilate those dirty businesses. However, the matter was too complicated. There were spies from the other party in the district police station. Every time they sent a team of police to enforce the law, the other party always received word of it in advance. It made their efforts useless. He had long since considered it a long-term battle, so he didn't expect victory to come about so suddenly. In the office of the Jiangqing police headquarters, a middle-aged man in a uniform stood on the balcony. His hands were behind his back. His hair had grayed, but he stood perfectly straight like a mountain. He gave off an air of righteousness. He was Fan Changlong, the Jiangqing chief of police. He held a concurrent post as the deputy mayor of Jiangqing. He was a man of power and influence. After some time, he suddenly turned and said to Gu Qianlin, who was standing in front of his desk, with a smile, "This Xiao Luo is rather interesting. He is fairly capable of fighting crime and a rare talent. If not for your prior report, even I would be oblivious to it." Who could believe that the boss of a successful company would be willing to go work as a cop? Gu Qianlin nodded slightly. His intention is already very obvious, which is to use his identity as a cop to damage Long Sankui's illegal businesses. In your report, you mentioned that the first time he came into conflict with the Dragon Gang was 3 months ago, when he saved a little girl forced to work as a beggar by the Dragon Gang, Fan Changlong said. He had several consecutive clashes with the Dragon Gang after that. He was even a major suspect for the 912 incident. Next, it was Fong Chonglei from Taste Buds. A conflict finally occurred because of a girl named Sunyu. Did I get anything wrong? Yes, Xiao Luo was the major suspect for all those, but every time, I couldn't find any evidence pointing to him. Gu Qianlin said some of the things that we can confirm were done by him ended up being proven to be unrelated to him, but my intuition tells me that he is behind this series of events. Even the fall of the Red Scorpion mercenaries is likely to be his doing. He must be the Mr. X we have been searching for all along. She was very sure of herself. The so-called Mr. X referred to the mysterious criminal behind the fall of the Red Scorpion mercenaries and the 912 incident. Gu Qianlin had been searching for him all along. In the process, Xiao Luo gradually entered her field of vision. I know that I should not determine the identity of Mr. X based on my subjective judgment before having any evidence, but I will definitely find him. Of course, we must find this Mr. X, but we are in no hurry to draw conclusions regarding whether he is Xiao Luo or not. Just from the fact that he dared to go against the largest gang in Jiangqing for a girl, this Xiao Luo is definitely a man with balls. Fan Changlong loudly asked, "Doesn't he want to damage the Dragon Gang?" In that case, I will give him a platform to do it. We can see for ourselves whether he is truly capable. Chief, you. Gu Qianlin was shocked and thought that Fan Changlong had gone mad. It was extremely likely that Xiao Luo was Mr. X, yet he still wanted to give Mr. X even greater power. Wasn't he worried that the situation might go beyond control? Fan Changlong waved and interrupted her. He sat back onto his soft chair and said, "You want to find evidence to prove that he is Mr. X. The only way to do so is to let him have his way. If we can annihilate the Dragon Gang and find Mr. X, it will be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Furthermore, you have probably seen Old K. His opinion is to let him have his way as well. Xiao Luo will be the bane of Long Sankue." Gu Qianlin slowly calmed down. Will Old K be in mortal danger? Fan Changlong shook his head and said somewhat resignedly, "He's in the special service. How could it not be dangerous? Besides, his task is to conceal himself around Mr. X." The image of the hospital director He Ruanliang being killed in the basement car park suddenly appeared in Gu Qianlin's mind. Mr. X was incredibly cruel and cold-blooded. She couldn't help but shiver when she thought of the scene. The vigorous crackdown on the sex trade and the gang behind it caused Xiao Luo's name to be known throughout all major police stations at the community level, district level, and even at the headquarters. Many cops wanted to meet Xiao Luo in person and see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. They found it simply unbelievable that just 4 police officers were able to arrest 200+ people. In the vintage study of a villa in the Guangming district were rows of bookshelves. On the table was a rare and expensive tea set. No one would have thought that such a quaint study, which seemed like a place for scholars to read, belonged to the leader of the dragon gang, Long Sankue. Long Sankue was standing before his study table. He was holding a calligraphy brush in his hand and writing the Chinese character Ren, which meant tolerate. He had a serious expression. The news Han Mian brought him made his expression grow uglier. He threw the brush onto the ground hard and shattered the table with a single hit of his palm. He angrily roared, "That mother *king piece of sh*t became a police officer and uprooted all your businesses?" Han Mian, who was wearing a suit that looked exceptionally clean and was void of even a speck of dust, looked rather uneasy. He lowered his voice and replied, "Yes. F*ck. Long Sankue loudly cursed. "If so, I was right for not showing Chu Yunxiong due respect. Immediately take your men to kill him tonight. Mr. Long, this is inappropriate. Xiao Luo is a cop now. The repercussions might be very serious if we publicly kill a cop." Hei Lang, who was usually quiet, had finally spoken up. His face was expressionless. He was wearing all black, which made him seem extraordinarily forbidding. "If we can't do it publicly, can we do it secretly?" Long Sankue's face was grotesque as he shouted at Han Mian, "I command that you all wear a mask during the operation tonight. I will give you 100 elite troops. Bring me that little bastard's head tonight." "Yes, Mr. Long." Han Mian acknowledged his order and turned to leave. Hei Lang still felt that it was not a wise move. After all, they had yet to get to the bottom of Xiao Luo's actual capabilities. Since Mr. Long had made his command, it was not his place to say anything else. Long Sankue was angered beyond measure. Not only had Xiao Luo destroyed his casino, but he had also uprooted his business in the sex trade. Other than that, there was still his modus operandi of controlling children and forcing them to be beggars, as well as taste buds, which Long Sankue was the most upset about. Taste buds was a stepping stone for him to whitewash himself, but he didn't expect that it would be taken down before he could use it. All these had to do with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was like a thorn in his side that he desperately wished to get rid of, so, naturally, he couldn't tolerate it any further. Feng Yuqi sat on a chair in his office. He had a forlorn expression. He wasn't even in the mood to drink his tea. The instructor sighed. "The district police have crossed the line. They are obviously trying to poach our employees. Clearly, but since they have asked for him, we can only obey." Feng Yuqi sighed slightly. "Heh. We miscalculated. I was fixated with showing off in front of them and ignored the fact that they might poach him from us. I'm so annoyed just thinking about it. Xiao Luo is like a sharp sword. He can use his talents in our station all the same. Now, he will be using his talents in the district police station and become the ace up someone's sleeves, helping them with their personal achievements." It was like he was about to lose a treasure. He was incredibly sad. "Go and ask those 4 fellas to come in. There's nothing we can do no matter how reluctant we are to let them go." The instructor obliged and walked out. Not long after, Xiao Luo, Lu Taigua, Wang Lihu, and Yi Qiu, they entered the room. Feng Yuqi cleared his throat and said, "The 4 of you, listen. The district police station will send a car to fetch you all this afternoon. From then on, you all will be part of the district police." "What?" Lu Taigua, Wang Lihu, and Yi Qiu all thought that they were hallucinating. District police? They were joining the district police? The sudden promotion from auxiliary police at a local police station to joining the district police was too fast, wasn't it? Xiao Luo was just momentarily surprised, but he didn't show much change in his emotions. "Chief, after joining the district police, are we still considered auxiliary police?" Lu Taigua hurriedly asked. "There are no auxiliary police at the district police station," Feng Yuqi somewhat impatiently said. You will all become formally employed members of the police force. Hearing his words, 3 of the men cheered in joy and excitement. They were going to be formally employed, which meant that they would officially be part of the police force from now on. How could they not be excited and happy? Do I have to go? Just as they were immersed in joy, Xiao Luo suddenly spoke up. They all were stunned and looked at him questioningly. Head, it is a good thing, so why not? Yeah, it is my dream to work in the district police station. Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu furrowed their brows and expressed their puzzlement. Xiao Luo did not reply to them. He felt somewhat uneasy. It was as if he had been targeted by one of the higher-ups in the police force. This was especially so because Gu Qianlin surprisingly didn't even come and ask about it after he caused such a huge commotion. It was too out of the ordinary and not in alignment with that woman's personality. Feng Yuqi looked at him intensely for a while before replying, No, it is a direct order given by the district chief. Unless you quit, you can only obey and report to the district police station. Everyone in this station would fight tooth and nail just to be sent there, the instructor said. His gaze was intense. Xiao Luo, can you tell me why you don't want to go? Xiao Luo thought for a moment and came up with a perfunctory excuse. He laughed and said, It's because I've already developed feelings for this station. I'm worried that I might not be able to get used to the new, foreign environment. Dude, you're overthinking, Feng Yuqi said. You 4 will continue working as a team in the district police station, but there will one additional team member. Thus, you will form a special task force to specifically target the underground drug trade in the Guangming district. Xiao Luo was very sensitive, so he asked, Why us? Aren't there more suitable people for the job in the district police station? Head, isn't it obvious? Wang Lihu asked with a laugh. It must be that the district police have approved of our capabilities, because we have successfully arrested 200+ people in one go. That's why they made an exception and promoted us. Feng Yuqi said to Xiao Luo, Sometimes I feel that you are quite smart, but sometimes I feel like you have a brain made of wood. See, even Wang Lihu knows the reason, but here you are still asking why. Are you dumb? Well, it's because I believe that if there's free lunch falling from the sky, Xiao Luo solemnly said. There must be a trap on the ground waiting for you to step into it. Where did all these dark thoughts in your mind come from? Feng Yuqi slightly reprimanded him before earnestly saying, I can pat myself on the chest and tell you loudly that you can relax. This isn't a trap. Furthermore, I am the one they are screwing over this time around. You all are the talents in our station. Now that they have poached you, I'm left with a bunch of incapable fools. We won't be able to handle any major cases next time. We'll only be dealing with a bunch of trivial civil disputes. His words boosted the ego of Lu Taigua, Wang Lihu, and Yi Qiu significantly. So, they were all talents in the chief's eyes. Without realizing it, they puffed their chests out and held their heads high. Xiao Luo said nothing else. He was only able to take one step at a time, and he had to be more careful about it.